Chu Lingfeng traverses into another realm, awakening the pure Yang divine body and inheriting the legacy of the Yin-Yang Dan Emperor. From that moment, countless beauties flock to him. Chu Lingfeng embarks on the path to invincibility across the world. All of this began with the return of his stunning master, who was gravely injured. In order to heal her wounds, Chu Lingfeng had no choice but to offer himself. Chapter 1. The sect master is severely injured, and I've been pushed back? In the Xianxia, on the Shunfeng Daelu, before the Tianyuan zone, the ground in front of the Tianyuan Great Hall is scorched under the blazing summer sun. Hundreds of figures sit quietly in the sunlight, breathing and cultivating. Upon closer inspection, they are surrounded by a radiant aura of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, beneath a 1,000-year-old tree, which two people could barely embrace, a young man of about 16 or 17 lies on a branch, his right leg resting on his left, hands cradling his head, lazily watching him train. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the willow branches to sway, and the young man savors the refreshing sweetness carried by the wind. This life is simply delightful. The young man's name is Chu Lingfeng, the most cherished disciple of the Tianyuan Zone master, Liu Hongyi, and the youngest among them. If one were to say Liu Hongyi is extraordinary, she took charge of the Tianyuan Zone at 16, broke through to the martial king at 18, and ascended to the martial emperor at 21, making her the most talented sect master in hundreds of years and the most beautiful in the Tianyuan Zone. She is often seen clad in a flowing red garment, exuding an air of noble elegance, the dream of countless admirers. Even the prince of the Xinfeng Empire, who sought her hand in marriage, was turned away by her. Junior brother, can you not slack off and cultivate properly? Every time master goes out to seek healing herbs for you, you're here being lazy. With a whoosh, a figure in a red dress descends, an enchanting young girl, radiating a hint of anger, hands on her hips as she gazes at Chu Lingfeng, clearly vexed. Her figure is tall and her skin as fair as snow, boasting a noble and cold demeanor as she looks at him with authority. This is Xianxia, Chu Lingfeng's second senior sister and the one who admires Master Liu Hongyi most. Her daily attire resembles that of her master, Liu Hongyi. Because Chu Lingfeng is unable to cultivate, he was expelled from the sect's secret realm and regarded as a waste by the entire sect. Each day, she urges him to train. How about we cultivate together, senior sister? I can surely break through to the martial realm. Chu Lingfeng looks up at Xianxia's chest, a wicked smile playing at his lips. She's too young. Compared to master, she falls far short. Although his second senior sister, Xianxia, enjoys wearing similar styles to Liu Hongyi, she lacks the refined aura cultivated through experience. You? Indeed, as Chu Lingfeng speaks, Xianxia's cheeks flush bright red. Her small chest rises and falls, and her rosy face is exceptionally cute. I won't talk to you anymore. Wait until master returns, and see how she punishes you. Xianxia huffs in disdain, threatening him. Chu Lingfeng feigns fear. Second senior sister, please stop. Xianxia raises her graceful swan-like neck, resembling a proud little peacock. Now you know fear? It's too late. Master will return tonight, and I will tell her how you haven't trained these past few days. Let's see how she punishes you. Chu Lingfeng swiftly moves, wrapping his arms around Xianxia's snow-white legs. Senior sister, would you willingly see me punished by master? Senior sister, how about we cultivate together? Perhaps that could heal my affliction. In plain sight, Chu Lingfeng tightens his grip on Xianxia's long legs, a surge of masculine energy coursing into her, causing her to blush even deeper. However, Xianxia, for reasons unknown, does not resist Chu Lingfeng's embrace. She only playfully protests, "Junior brother, let go. You must let go now." After teasing the innocent junior sister, Chu Lingfeng reclines once more, chewing on a blade of grass, utterly content. Since childhood, he has been unable to cultivate, and he does not know why. It has always been Master Liu Hongyi who concocts various medicinal herbs for him to consume. This has resulted in his increasingly potent yang energy. Under the sun, he feels restless, utterly incapable of training. Chu Shitsi, where's Xianxia? Suddenly, a voice echoes from above. Just as Chu Lingfeng rises, an extraordinarily beautiful woman appears before him. This is Liuing, the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan Zone and the aunt of Liu Hongyi. Greetings, Grand Elder. Chu Lingfeng hastily bows in respect. Hongyi has ventured deep into the Hanhai secret realm in search of precious herbs and is gravely injured. Before departing, she wished to see you both. She cast a glance at Chu Lingfeng, her tone neither warm nor cold. Is it not because of seeking healing herbs for you that she was ambushed by treacherous foes? Liuing gazes at Chu Lingfeng, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. Clang! A spiritual sword clatters to the ground. In the distance, Leng Yuxi, who had just been playfully teasing Chu Lingfeng, stands frozen, wielding a long sword as she chases after him. Follow me. With a flick of her sleeve, Liuing envelopes Chu Lingfeng in a powerful force, propelling him toward the sect master's hall. It is at this moment he realizes he is not of this world. He has only recently transmigrated as an infant. It was Master Liu Hongyi who brought him to the Tianyuan zone and taught him the ways of cultivation. For over a decade, Chu Lingfeng has been cared for by Liu Hongyi. When the entire sect scorned him as a waste, it was she who tirelessly sought healing herbs to mend his frail body. Chu Lingfeng had not anticipated that his master's severe injuries would stem from her quest for healing herbs on his behalf. As time swiftly passes, lost in thought, Liuing leads them into the great hall of the sect. Chu Lingfeng was the first to slip inside, and there lay his master, Liu Hongyi, draped in a crimson garment, reclining gracefully upon the bed. She exuded an air of noble elegance, her beauty breathtakingly profound. Not only was her visage captivating, but her demeanor transcended the mundane, resembling a celestial fairy from the heavens. Her exquisitely beautiful face was pale, her breath faint, and a trace of sickness encircled her brows, evoking an instinctive desire to cradle her tenderly. Master! As Chu Lingfeng approached Liu Hongyi, Leng Yuxi behind him had already begun to weep inconsolably. Lingfeng, Yuxi, come here! At that moment, it seemed Liu Hongyi sensed the commotion and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. A cough escaped her lips, and a trickle of crimson slid from the corner of her mouth, her alabaster face displaying a hint of a sickly flush. Master, I am so sorry. If it weren't for your search for the sacred medicine, you wouldn't be so gravely injured. Chu Lingfeng rushed forward, overwhelmed with guilt. Throughout his life, he had been unable to cultivate, as Liu Hongyi had explained, due to a unique constitution that required immense energy to activate. This was why she had tirelessly sought remedies for him, even at the expense of her own cultivation. Yuxi, go to the entrance and activate the sect's grand formation. No matter what happens, do not allow anyone to enter. Liu Hongyi spoke in a faint, intermittent voice. Master! Leng Yuxi sobbed continuously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hurry! Do you wish for me to truly perish? Liu Hongyi exclaimed, blood seeping once more from her crimson lips. Is it, Master? Can your injury be healed? Leng Yuxi abruptly ceased her sobbing, staring at her in bewilderment. Chu Lingfeng too bore an expression of astonishment. Yes, only Lingfeng can heal. Hurry! Liu Hongyi cast a glance at Chu Lingfeng, her cheeks tinged with an uncommon blush. Me? How could I possibly heal you? Chu Lingfeng was taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. Yes. Leng Yuxi turned back repeatedly, hastening towards the exit. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng felt a blue aura enveloping the entire grand hall. Within the opulent chamber, only he and Liu Hongyi remained. Lingfeng, do you not wish to know why you've been unable to cultivate for 16 years? I have even brewed medicine for you daily, causing you to feel restless. It is because you possess the innate pure Yang divine body. Chu Lingfeng was stunned. The pure Yang divine body? Liu Hongyi's complexion flushed slightly, her face contorted with struggle as she implored, Lingfeng, would you be willing to save your master? Chu Lingfeng was instantly stirred. How can I save you? I am willing. In the next moment, a kiss was pressed upon his cheek, and Chu Lingfeng found himself pinned beneath a snowy, voluptuous figure. I have been reversed. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Inheritance, the Yin-Yang Dan Emperor. A crimson imprint graced Chu Lingfeng's face as a wisp of pure Yin energy seeped into his being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng stood captivated by the enchanting scenery before him, lost in a moment of reverie. What are you thinking? Focus your breath and immerse yourself in your cultivation. The master, blushing slightly, exhorted him. Master! Chu Lingfeng hesitated. Do not speak. The master is not a stranger. Do you wish for the master to perish? Chu Lingfeng felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his body ablaze with heat. The pure Yang divine body erupted with a force akin to a miniature sun. Instantly, the Yin and Yang energies intertwined within him. The master's complexion improved somewhat. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. With a resounding boom, Chu Lingfeng felt an overwhelming heat envelop him. His aura surged forth. Martial Disciple Level 7. Martial Disciple Level 8. Martial Disciple Level 9. Martial Artist Level 1. Only upon reaching Martial Artist Level 1 did his aura begin to wane. Master, I can cultivate now. I can cultivate now. Chu Lingfeng opened his eyes, overwhelmed with joy. He beheld the master reclining gracefully upon the bed in the side chamber, her gaze captivating, exuding an air of noble elegance. The faint trace of illness that had once clouded her brow had dissipated, and her slender form remained adorned in a flowing red garment. The alluring curves of her upper body stirred an intense excitement within him. The master regarded Chu Lingfeng with a satisfied nod, her ruby lips parting gently. Indeed, you have successfully activated the pure, yang divine body. Were it not for your innate healing abilities, I might have truly perished today. As the master attempted to move her voluptuous figure, a soft moan escaped her lips, her delicate brows knitting together in pain, rendering her fair visage pale. Master, who has inflicted such harm upon you? I shall lead the entire Tianyuan sect to avenge you. Chu Lingfeng supported Lu Hongyi's alabaster arm, gently raising her to rest against the jade pillow, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. How could he not be enraged seeing Lu Hongyi, who had treated him with such kindness, reduced to this state? Foolish boy. A subtle smile graced Lu Hongyi's lips, her exquisite cheeks brightening with warmth. She extended her delicate hand to caress Chu Lingfeng's face. Do not take risks. Focus on your cultivation. The master still relies on you to restore her strength. A sudden shock coursed through Chu Lingfeng's heart, and he hastily inquired, Master, is your injury not healing? Lu Hongyi shook her head. The soul-devouring poison has seeped into my very marrow. Were it not for our dual cultivation, which has allowed me to recover a measure of energy to temporarily suppress the toxin, just now would have been my demise. As she spoke, Lu Hongyi's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of anguish crossing her noble features. Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in alarm, a surge of anger igniting within him. Master, shall we not continue our dual cultivation? As long as it can save you, I am willing to do so. Lu Hongyi felt the warmth of Chu Lingfeng's vitality enveloping her, causing her delicate face to flush slightly. You child, just now you were like a wild bull. How could the master endure this? In an instant, Chu Lingfeng felt a wave of embarrassment. After years of unbearable heat, his pure yang divine body had just been activated. He was about to raise his head and say something when, in a flash, Lu Hongyi had vanished from his sight. Only when you reach the martial spirit realm may you seek me again. Otherwise, if we engage in dual cultivation now, it would only lead to your detriment. At the same time, Lu Hongyi's voice floated away. Chu Lingfeng shouted, Master, Master, why? At that moment, the jade token on him suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Instantly, a dazzling glow enveloped him, and he vanished from the room. Where am I? Chu Lingfeng looked around at the surrounding darkness, a sense of unease welling within him. After so many years, the primordial cauldron had finally been activated. Suddenly, a cool, feminine voice startled Chu Lingfeng. Who are you? He asked, eyeing the mysterious woman with caution. This realm belongs to that star domain. Who is the heavenly Tao? The enigmatic woman inquired. Chu Lingfeng was taken aback. Star domain? Heavenly Tao? What is that? So weak. The mysterious woman's disdainful voice followed. The pure, yang divine body. This time, they have chosen well for the primordial tower. Which old fellow, the Yin-Yang Dan Emperor, shares the same constitution? Never mind. I shall grant you his legacy. Before Chu Lingfeng could finish his words, a faint glimmer of light pierced into his mind. After countless years, I have finally awaited the arrival of a successor. Suddenly, a weathered voice echoed in Chu Lingfeng's mind. Following this, a middle-aged man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, appeared before Chu Lingfeng, scrutinizing him with his enchanting gaze. The pure, yang divine body has just been activated. You have yet to cultivate. How splendid. Quickly, bow and acknowledge me as your master. Chu Lingfeng gazed at the suddenly materialized middle-aged man, his eyes filled with suspicion. Who are you? Where did you come from? The middle-aged man, seeing Chu Lingfeng's sheer terror, spoke kindly. I am the Yin-Yang Dan Emperor, a distinguished existence in this realm. I too possess a pure yang divine body and have the most suitable cultivation methods for it. Do you wish to become my disciple? Chu Lingfeng was taken aback. He had only ever encountered the most formidable cultivator in this world, his master Lu Hongyi, who was at the martial sovereign level. Are you more powerful than my master? Chu Lingfeng Vito, Fdao. The appearance of the mysterious woman, and then this middle-aged man, was shrouded in mystery. The middle-aged man appeared to want to explain further, but then his expression shifted, urgency written across his face. Alas, There is no time. From this moment forth, you shall be my personal disciple. The inheritance of this emperor shall be bestowed upon you. The extent to which you can absorb it depends solely on your own fortuity. Upon finishing his words, the middle-aged man lightly tapped his finger, striking the center of Chu Lingfeng's brow. Immediately, a blend of yin and yang energies intertwined and entered his body. The yin-yang transformation technique, a method that intertwines the dual energies to devour all things in the world, condensing the yin-yang pearl within the body. The more yin-yang pearls one possesses, the stronger the cultivation and comprehension become. There exists another method, dual cultivation. The pure, yang divine body, when paired with the yin-yang transformation technique, is most suited for dual cultivation. This not only has the potential to alter Chu Lingfeng's innate understanding and aptitude, but will also cause his cultivation to soar. A torrent of information flooded Chu Lingfeng's mind, and excitement illuminated his heart. Such a formidable technique. This art surpasses anything he had encountered at the entire Tianyuan sect. It is stronger by leaps and bounds. In fact, it is even more powerful than the strongest technique within the Tianyuan sect. As Lu Hongyi's disciple, he had indeed witnessed the Tianyuan divine art, a terrestrial-level technique. It was said that the Tianyuan sect once stood at the pinnacle of the entire continent, and during its prime, the Tianyuan divine art was regarded as a top-tier celestial technique. I pay my respects, Master. Chu Lingfeng sincerely knelt before the middle-aged man, feeling especially grateful for the impartation of such a potent technique without hesitation. Good disciple, excellent disciple, as I, the Yin-Yang Pill Emperor, face my demise. I am fortunate to receive such a strong apprentice. Splendid, splendid. The illusion of the Yin-Yang Pill Emperor exclaimed joyfully before vanishing into thin air. Master, master. Chu Lingfeng called out repeatedly, his urgency evident on his countenance. Cease your calls. He has already passed away. At that moment, the mysterious woman's voice reemerged, tinged with impatience. Dead. Chu Lingfeng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had only just met a master, and now he was gone. He didn't even know the name of the Yin-Yang Pill Emperor. Senior, can you reveal to me the identity of his murderer? I shall cultivate and seek vengeance for him. Chu Lingfeng clenched his fists, speaking coldly. Vengeance? The mysterious woman softened slightly at Chu Lingfeng's words, seemingly moved by his pure-hearted intent. Do you know who his enemies are? They could extinguish you with a mere breath. Vengeance. He is gone. Your external master is still alive, though not for long. Once she too has perished, then you will have someone to avenge. Chapter 3. The Condensation of the Transformation Pearl. Sister Lung Yushi's astonishment. What do you mean, the master is on the brink of death? Chu Lingfeng, taken aback by the mysterious woman's words, anxiously inquired. How do you know this, fairy sister? What has happened to master? She seemed to be improving. I refused to believe it. Chu Lingfeng was somewhat incredulous. No one understood the significance of his master and sect leader to him better than himself. Furthermore, Lu Hongyi had clearly shown signs of improvement after their recent dual cultivation. Upon hearing Chu Lingfeng call her fairy sister, the mysterious woman's voice seemed to soften slightly. Your heart meridian is damaged, and the soul-devouring poison indeed prevents you from living much longer. However, it can be forcefully suppressed. The technique you have just learned could save her. It all depends on how swiftly you cultivate. Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, yet he believed her. Fairy sister, what should I do? Please instruct me, he implored, anxiety evident in his tone as he directed his question at the enchanting figure. Did I not tell you? The Yin-Yang creation pearl seizes the essence of the heavens and earth, possessing the ability to enhance one's aptitude and heal wounds. As long as your cultivation increases, and you gather more Yin-Yang creation pearls, or elevate your pure Yang divine body to the first tribulation, you can save your master. Chu Lingfeng's eyes brightened, though a hint of confusion flickered within them. Getting Yin-Yang Triation bottles. Elevating my pure Yang divine body to the first tribulation? Fairy sister, has my pure Yang divine body not been activated? Why must it still be elevated? He questioned. The pure Yang divine body is an exceptional constitution. Yet yours was originally lacking in innate talent and has now absorbed part of its original essence, barely achieving 1/10,000th of its potential. Merely activating it is commendable. Do you still wish to save someone? Hurry and cultivate. If you progress too slowly, your master may truly perish. The mysterious woman's voice resonated again, noble and elegant, yet devoid of compassion. I will do it. Chu Lingfeng gritted his teeth, declaring, "I won't allow my master to die." He then sat cross-legged, initiating the Yin-Yang creation technique. The spiritual energy surrounding the primordial cauldron surged towards him like a tempest. The pure, yang divine body. To his astonishment, this lifetime, the primordial cauldron had recognized a pure yang divine body as its master. It seemed that this vast world was not at peace. As Chu Lingfeng absorbed the spiritual energy for cultivation, a figure clad in green appeared before him. She was draped in flowing garments that could not conceal her impressive figure, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Her eyes sparkled like stars, making any ordinary person who dared to meet her gaze feel utterly inadequate. When silent, her aura radiated an ethereal elegance, leaving anyone who beheld her in awe, proclaiming her a peerless goddess. Yet, she was intently observing Chu Lingfeng. Break. Moments latte. The aura surrounding Chu Lingfeng began to intensify. Warrior level 1. Warrior level 2. Warrior level 3. Warrior level 4. Warrior level 5. Warrior level 6. Boom. He finally halted at warrior level 7. Slowly, Chu Lingfeng opened his eyes, a look of ecstatic joy illuminating his face. At that moment, within his chest, a pearl the size of a grain of rice, containing the essence of yin and yang, manifested within him. I have successfully condensed it. Sister Fairy, I have succeeded. Chu Lingfeng exclaimed with surprise. Just moments ago, while he was cultivating, he felt a surge of yin energy circulating within him. He attempted to merge his yang and yin energies to form the yin-yang pearl, and to his astonishment, he achieved success instantly. The mysterious woman's exquisite figure trembled slightly, seemingly taken aback. However, she maintained her composure and said defiantly, "Not bad. Yet, you are still far from saving your master. At this rate, you will need at least another 100 pearls to dispel her soul-devouring poison." Chu Lingfeng clenched his fists, filled with excitement, as he declared, "I will strive to do my best." After saying this, he focused his thoughts and departed from the primordial space. As he opened his eyes, he found himself once again in the chamber of his master, the esteemed Lu Hongyi. Observing the delicate plum blossoms blooming upon the crimson bedding, he resolved firmly, he must avenge his master. Upon exiting the main hall of the sect, he was immediately met by his senior sister, Lung Yushi. "Junior brother, how is master?" Her eyes were swollen and red, clearly a testament to her tears shed repeatedly. If one were to ponder who cared the most for Lu Hongyi within the entire sect, besides Chu Lingfeng, it would undoubtedly be her devoted admirer, Lung Yushi. As soon as she spotted Chu Lingfeng, she rushed over, her expression resembling that of a weeping pear blossom, evoking a desire in Chu Lingfeng to tease her. His face, however, bore the weight of sorrow, leaving him speechless. "Master, master!" Upon seeing Chu Lingfeng's expression, Lung Yushi's imagination conjured the image of Lu Hongyi's passing. In an instant, her face froze, and she collapsed into Chu Lingfeng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt enveloped in warmth and softness, the pure yang body within him igniting with an unfamiliar intensity. "What? Hongyi, has she departed?" At this moment, the nearby Lu Ying, the ant, widened her beautiful eyes in shock, her voluptuous figure trembling. For a brief moment, she too felt disoriented, nearly collapsing, seeing that the two women had misconstrued the situation. Chu Lingfeng hurriedly clarified, "Aunt, senior sister, master is safe. She sustained severe injuries and has entered seclusion to recuperate." In the next instant, he felt a shudder from the delicate figure in his arms. A charming face, marked with tear streaks, gazed at him with fiery anger. "Chu Lingfeng, why didn't you say so sooner?" Caught between elation and despair, Lung Yushi was furious. She raised her fair right hand and struck towards Chu Lingfeng's chest with a punch. Instinctively, he summoned his inner energy to intercept her. With a resounding collision, both Lung Yushi and Chu Lingfeng stumbled back 5 steps. "Junior brother, your body." Cold rained she, with tear-streaked cheeks and an expression of astonishment, slightly parted her crimson lips and pointed at Chu Lingfeng in disbelief, exclaiming, "You can't cultivate?" The entire Tianyuanzong was aware of Chu Lingfeng's inability to cultivate, a fact that had been well known, especially since the sect leader, Lu Hongyi, had taken him in as her disciple. Moreover, the others were envious of his consumption of numerous spiritual herbs and his substantial share of cultivation resources. Particularly, some of the direct disciples would have bullied him long ago, if not for Lu Hongyi's constant protection. "Chu Shizhiyu, Lu Ying, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that after spending some time with Lu Hongyi, Chu Lingfeng would be able to cultivate. In an instant, her mind began to wander, contemplating whether Chu Lingfeng possessed some unique ability that could aid Lu Hongyi. Sister, this matter is complicated. I will explain it to you later. Master, can you tell me who is responsible for injuring our master? Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with a murderous intent. Now that he could cultivate, he was determined to avenge his master. Furthermore, the Tianyuanzong was a prestigious sect within the Qingzhou territory. If they failed to retaliate against such a grave injury to their leader, what would others think of this formidable sect? Yumei sect. Cold rain, she gasped, her face turning pale. Did master fall victim to the Yumei palm? Lu Ying nodded indeed. It was when Hongyi and I discovered an ancient map indicating the location of the precious herb Qiang grass. Following the map, we entered the Hanhai secret realm, only to be ambushed by masters from the Yumei sect. In order to protect me, Hongyi was struck by the Yumei palm and poisoned with soul-devouring venom. Lu Ying's beautiful eyes darkened, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Even through the purple veil, Chu Lingfeng could sense her fury. The Yumei sect? They shall certainly pay a price for this. Lady Lu, would you dare to accompany me to a certain place? Chu Lingfeng's expression was icy, yet a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Where to? Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback. The Yumei sect's Qingzhou headquarters. Chapter 4. The Annihilation of the Yumei sect. The favor of Lady Lu. The Yumei sect's Qingzhou headquarters? Chu Lingfeng's gaze was resolute. Yumei sect. You know the location of the Yumei sect? Lu Ying was astonished. The Yumei sect, one of the demonic sects of the Divine Wind Empire, was renowned for its elusive nature. Typically, they sought out others. Few were aware of their headquarters. This was also why the Yumei sect had managed to exist within the Divine Wind Empire for so long. Even as the Grand Elder of Tianyuanzong, Lu Ying was unaware of the Yumei sect's whereabouts. How could Chu Lingfeng, a mere boy who had just begun to cultivate, possess such knowledge? Lu Ying gazed at the self-assured Chu Lingfeng as if she were encountering him for the very first time. What? Do you doubt me, Elder? Shall we wager? Chu Lingfeng remarked confidently, casting a glance at Lu Ying's voluptuous figure. He was aware that the elder, Lu Ying, possessed a beauty that was unparalleled. Yet she had always adorned herself with a purple veil to avoid overshadowing her master. It was only due to his childhood memories spent with his mentor, Lu Hongyi, that he had ever glimpsed the elder's visage. How impertinent! Lu Ying's brows arched in displeasure. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, a fragrant breeze enveloped Chu Lingfeng as Lu Ying soared into the sky with him. Chu Lingfeng cried out, trembling as he beheld the ever-increasing altitude. In 2 lifetimes, he had never stood at such a height. What a disgrace! This is the disciple of the sect master. Lu Ying's purple eyes flashed with disdain. Suddenly, Chu Lingfeng's arm wrapped around her slender waist, rendering her supple form rigid as the warmth radiated into her being. You little rascal, let go. Lu Ying felt the surges of vitality penetrating her body, causing her heart to flutter. Simultaneously, Chu Lingfeng found himself pressed closely against Lu Ying, marveling at her incredible elasticity. An uncontrollable fire igniting within him. Elder, this is too high. Too high. Chu Lingfeng clutched Lu Ying tightly, his mind swirling with confusion. It seemed as though his self-control was slipping. Even the act of holding Lu Ying stirred an overwhelming desire within him, a sensation he had never experienced during his days of torment when he was unable to cultivate. You impudent child, Lu Ying's heart quivered. Yet the warmth flowing from Chu Lingfeng was oddly comforting. Biting her silver teeth, she demanded, quickly, tell me, where is the location of the Netherworld sect? Chu Lingfeng pointed southward, and with a swift motion of her right hand, Lu Ying summoned a massive azure eagle, stretching over 10 zhang in length. The giant bird let out a resounding cry. In an instant, Lu Ying and Chu Lingfeng stood upon its back, embracing Lu Ying's waist. Chu Lingfeng looked around in awe, feeling insignificantly small atop the back of the colossal creature. The azure scale dragon eagle, a beast of martial king caliber. Is my spirit mount? Are you not going to release me? Lu Ying's voice floated back to him, laced with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingfeng turned to find Lu Ying's purple gaze fixed upon him with an intensity that could pierce through the soul. Ha! Chu Lingfeng chuckled, scratching his head, and finally loosened his grip around Lu Ying. She let out a soft huff, feeling inexplicably disappointed by his release. She commanded the azure Qilin Dragonhawk. darting towards the location marked by Chu Lingfeng with the swiftness of lightning. The azure Qilin Dragon Hawk was remarkably fast. After 3 hours had passed, darkness enveloped the sky. In the distance, atop the desolate mountains, Lu Ying indeed witnessed members of the Yuming sect gathering there. Nifu Zhu, you have yet to disclose to me how you became aware of the existence of the Yuming sect's headquarters. Lu Ying's violet eyes narrowed slightly, gazing at Chu Lingfeng with astonishment. The Yuming sect's headquarters, which even the Tianyuan sect and the Divine Wind Empire had been unable to locate, had been discovered by this lad, who had only just become a martial artist a day prior. Master Lu, my mission has been accomplished. How do you intend to reward me? Chu Lingfeng's eyes roamed, glancing at Lu Ying's fair legs beneath her violet gown. Compared to the sect master, Lu Ying's mature charm seemed to exude even more allure. Chu Lingfeng felt a touch of anticipation, wondering if Master Lu might bestow upon him a few Yin-Yang creation pearls. You impudent boy! Lu Ying sensed the fervent gaze of Chu Lingfeng, causing her delicate face to flush. Beneath her violet veil, her ruby lips lightly bit down, and her fair hand playfully tapped Chu Lingfeng's forehead. At this moment, her impression of him began to shift. This disciple, whom she had long regarded with disdain, suddenly appeared to possess an air of mystery. Having located the Yuming sect's headquarters, a feat even the Tianyuan sect could not achieve, was indeed impressive. Once I eradicate the Yuming sect, I shall reward you accordingly. Lu Ying huffed softly, her body suddenly levitating. A surge of purple, profound energy erupted around her, the aura of a martial emperor radiating explosively towards the entire Yuming sect. Such beauty! Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled. At that instant, Master Lu Ying unfurled her majestic purple wings. Her slender form poised elegantly in midair, her violet gown accentuating her exquisite curves. Coupled with the formidable presence of a top-tier martial emperor, she exuded an air of nobility, mystery, and cold elegance. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! On the desolate mountain, a squadron of black-robed Yuming sect members shouted in chaos. In an instant, everyone atop the mountain was thrown into disarray. Purple cloud palm. Lu Ying's expression turned icy. She was avenging Lu Hongyi. In a flash, she employed the earth-level martial technique. Purple cloud palm. In an instant, a massive, swirling violet handprint, towering over 10 zhong, formed before her, sweeping towards the mountainside. How powerful! Chu Lingfeng's face reflected shock. He knew Lu Ying was of top-tier martial emperor cultivation, unrivaled throughout Qingzhou. Aside from his sect master, Lu Hongyi, who could match her with his martial sovereign prowess. No other sect's expert could contend with her. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated her strength to be this formidable. With a whoosh, a tremendous gale surged forth, carrying a cataclysmic force that uprooted trees and caused landslides on the mountainside. The disciples of the Yuming sect, below the rank of martial king, were utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. In an instant, the wind blades within the purple ethereal energy were shredded, reduced to dust. Witnessing this spectacle, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. The Yuming sect dared to attack his revered master. Their demise was well-deserved. How audacious of these bandits to wreak havoc in my Yuming sect. At that moment, a streak of black light burst forth from the mountain's peak, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, with deep-set eyes emanating the aura of a martial emperor. Upon seeing the majority of his disciples annihilated before him, he displayed an expression of sheer horror, especially upon recognizing the assailant. He gasped, "Purple Emperor Lu Ying? How did you find a stronghold of my Yuming sect?" His voice was sharp and hoarse, causing the distant Chu Lingfeng to feel a sudden drop in temperature. "You, the sect master of the Yuming sect, ambushed my sect leader and grievously injured her. I shall avenge this wrong." Lu Ying's voice resonated with the chill of ice, as he prepared to condense his martial technique once more. "Wait!" Suddenly, the hoarse voice of the Yuming sect's master interjected. "The illustrious name of the Purple Emperor is well known to our sect. Ambushing your sect leader? How could I be unaware? Your sect leader possesses the prowess of a martial sovereign, the foremost expert of Qingzhou. How could a mere martial emperor at the initial stage dare to ambush Lu Zongzhu?" Lu Ying's finely arched brows furrowed slightly, halting his martial technique's formation. This was a grave error. A realization struck Chu Lingfeng. This was clearly a ruse devised by the opponent. He urgently raised his voice. Suddenly, he recalled the enigmatic woman within the primordial cauldron. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng called out, Fairy sister, can you lend me your aid?" At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in his mind. I can. However, you must help me restore my energy. Without hesitation, Chu Lingfeng assented. Of course. At this moment, saving Lu Ying's master was of utmost importance. You have been deceived. Just as Chu Lingfeng was communicating with a mysterious woman, a new figure cloaked in black appeared behind Lu Ying. The sect master of Yuming suddenly unleashed a dark, radiant strike with his right hand, swiftly aiming for Lu Ying's chest. In haste, Lu Ying manifested a purple shield before her. The shield collided with the dark light with a resounding crash, shattering upon impact, and Lu Ying was sent flying, coughing up blood. The Yuming sect's master seized the opportunity, transforming into a shadow as he charged toward Lu Ying once more. Watch closely. At this moment, Lu Ying's face paled in terror. She had not anticipated the swiftness of a Yuming palm. Suddenly, a colossal sword descended from the horizon, its brilliance piercing the heavens and earth, as if to cleave the very sky asunder. Just as the Yuming sect's master reached Lu Ying, she hurriedly braced for defense. In that moment, the giant sword descended, striking the Yuming sect's master with precision. What? The Yuming sect's master was filled with dread. No. Boom! As the sword descended, it obliterated the entire realm of the Netherworld sect. In that fleeting moment, the surroundings illuminated for 100 miles. Were there experts engaging in combat? Instantly, numerous formidable martial sovereigns from the Xianling sect, the Wuzhizong, and the officials of Qingzhou soared towards this location. Powerful beings were approaching. This sword, known as the instant kill sword, barely qualified as a heavenly grade sword technique. A voice resonated in Chu Lingfeng's mind, belonging to the enigmatic woman. Remember your promise to me. Chu Lingfeng swallowed hard, gazing at the towering mountain that had vanished before his eyes, his expression one of astonishment. Lu Shirgu, coming to his senses, Chu Lingfeng disregarded the newly surfaced sword technique in his mind. He urged the azure scale dragon eagle to soar towards Lu Ying's side. Chapter 5. Healing Lu Ying. First encounter with Luo Fei. After annihilating the Netherworld sect, Chu Lingfeng had avenged his master. Upon hearing the mysterious woman's words about approaching strong adversaries, he dared not linger. Controlling the azure scale dragon eagle, he carried the unconscious Lu Ying back to the sect. He was well aware of the major powers in the vicinity. Besides their own Tianyuan sect, there were the Wuzhizong, the Xianling sect, and the Qingzhou officials. All these factions possessed martial sovereigns. Chu Lingfeng did not wish to tarry. After all, the woman from the primordial cauldron had assisted him this time, but there were no guarantees for the next encounter. Shirgu, Shirgu. Chu Lingfeng gently cradled the violet form, softly calling out. At that moment, Lu Ying's violet eyes were tightly shut, her entire being as cold as a crypt. This is dire. Lu Shirgu was ambushed by the lord of the Netherworld sect and fell victim to his Netherworld palm. Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow in concern. Despite years of being unable to cultivate, he had perused numerous martial arts texts. The Netherworld palm of the sect's leader was notorious in Qingzhou for its malevolence. Once the Netherworld poison infiltrated the meridians, there was no salvation. Azure Scale Dragon Eagle, return to the sect. Chu Lingfeng gazed at Lu Ying, whose eyes remained closed, and commanded the Azure Scale Dragon Eagle. With a cry, he embraced Lu Ying and leaped onto the eagle's back. In the next instant, the Azure Scale Dragon Eagle soared into the sky, its wings beating vigorously, carrying Chu Lingfeng and Lu Ying towards the Tianyuan sect. Shortly after Chu Lingfeng departed, several streaks of light darted across the horizon. As they neared the desolate mountain, several martial sovereigns emerged from the light, appearing before the scene. Was this the sword that cleaved the mountain? An elder martial sovereign, clad in a brocade robe and possessing a youthful visage, displayed a look of horror upon witnessing the scene. Before him, the once towering desolate mountain was split in two, the sharp sword aura scattering in all directions. A strand of sword energy grazed his cheek, inflicting a painful sting. How could this be possible? The elder gazed at the scene before him, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The sword had dispersed for quite some time. It was still capable of severing his protective aura and inflicting harm upon his physical form. He dared not fathom the true strength of this sky-piercing sword. At that moment, several martial emperors surged in from behind him. They exchanged wary glances, and after a subtle nod from a distance, they turned their attention to the crumbling remnants of the desolate mountains, all displaying profound shock. Meanwhile, atop the azure Qilan Dragon Eagle, Gu Jing held the delicate form of the Grand Elder Lu Ying, urgently calling out, Master, are you all right? The azure Qilin dragon eagle soared with remarkable speed. And as fierce winds swept past, the Grand Elder's violet veil was instantly blown away. In an instant, her breathtaking visage was unveiled before Gu Jing. How enchanting! His eyes widened as he beheld the Grand Elder Lu Ying. Her beauty was striking, bearing a resemblance to her master, Lu Hongyi, albeit lacking some of the noble and aloof grace associated with her esteemed status, while exuding a more mature charm. Draped in a flowing violet gown, her voluptuous figure was on full display. Cold. At this moment, Lu Ying furrowed her delicate brows, her lush crimson lips murmuring incoherently. Her slender form began to curl inward. This is dire. Chu Lingfeng's pupils constricted as he observed the dark, ominous grasp of the netherworld power spreading from the palm embedded in Lu Ying's chest. Before long, the originally fair and elegant neck of the Grand Elder began to darken ominously. What to do? Chu Lingfeng's heart raced with anxiety. He could sense the waning of the Grand Elder's vitality. If the netherworld power continued to spread throughout her body, she would truly be lost. His gaze flickered as he murmured to himself, "Master, forgive me." His expression hardened as he resolved himself. With a swift motion, he tore the violet gown, revealing a cascade of springtime radiance. "Forgive me, Master." He struck her body with one hand, invoking the Yin-Yang transformation technique. The silky texture of her skin sent a tremor through his heart, yet he understood that this was not the moment for such thoughts. Since the mysterious woman had indicated that the Yin-Yang transformation pearl he had formed would possess healing properties, he had no choice but to gamble on a desperate remedy. A glimmer of light, no larger than a grain of rice, emanated from his chest, infused with the dual energies of Yin and Yang, and was directed into Lu Ying's form. A soft moan escaped her lips. In an instant, a torrent of Yang energy erupted, enveloping Lu Ying in a mist of ethereal energy. Effective. Chu Lingfeng's expression brightened with joy as he whispered to himself. He observed as the ethereal energy within Lu Ying began to diminish significantly in response to the influx of his Yin-Yang energy. He could hardly believe that this tiny Yin-Yang transformation pearl, cultivated by a mere practitioner of the seventh realm, could save a martial emperor. However, recalling the enigmatic woman who cleaved a mountain with a single strike, Chu Lingfeng became convinced. Time passed, and only when he observed the Qilin dragon eagle entering the sect's territory did he finally come to a halt. "At last, I have brought you back. Were it not for the sake of the sect leader, I would not have intervened." Chu Lingfeng withdrew his hand from Lu Ying's body, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself. His complexion was pale, reminiscent of one who had indulged excessively. Having infused so much Yang energy into Lu Ying's body using the creation pearl, even with her pure Yang divine body, she would require some time to recuperate. Gazing at the nearby Grand Hall, he hesitated for a moment before retrieving a previously worn azure robe from his storage bag, draping it over Lu Ying to conceal her exposed form. Just as Chu Lingfeng leaned down, Lu Ying's violet eyes slowly opened, catching sight of his slightly youthful visage. Scoundrel! Realizing her violet veil was absent, Lu Ying was instantly consumed by rage, acting without thought as she struck out at Chu Lingfeng's chest. "Oh!" Chu Lingfeng's anguished cries echoed throughout the Tianyuan sect. Lu Ying felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, completely unclad before the very disciple she despised most. How could she face her niece, Lu Hongyi, after this? "Get lost. I never wish to see you again in this lifetime." Lu Ying's chest heaved, a blush involuntarily creeping onto her cheeks. Controlling the Qilin dragon eagle, she soared over Tianyuan Peak, delivering a forceful strike that sent Chu Lingfeng flying. "Oh!" Once more, Chu Lingfeng cried out in despair as he experienced the sensation of weightlessness plummeting from the sky. Tianyuan sect, Tianyuan Peak. Seated in his chamber, Chu Lingfeng remained motionless in meditation. His face and chest bore the marks left by Lu Ying. "Violent woman, if I ever rescue you again, I shall no longer be a man." Chu Lingfeng sit internally as he practiced the Yin-Yang creation technique to heal his wounds. He felt a surge of anger at Lu Ying's unprovoked assault earlier that afternoon. Including the Netherworld sect, he had saved her twice. Not only did Lu Ying fail to express gratitude, but upon seeing him cover her with a robe, she erupted in fury, striking him in retaliation. Had she not been severely injured, Chu Lingfeng could only imagine the extent of her wrath. Meditation, as he channeled his technique, a refreshing sensation enveloped his injuries, gradually erasing the scars from his body. Streams of yin and yang energy cycled within him before returning to the yin-yang pearl. Remarkable. Chu Lingfeng opened his eyes in astonishment. Witnessing the complete disappearance of his external wounds, his gaze filled with delight. Until now, he had only begun to experience the extraordinary effects of the yin-yang transformation pearl. My own cultivation has been progressing at an agonizingly slow pace. The Yin-Yang Dan Emperor proclaimed that the Yin-Yang pearl not only possesses miraculous healing properties, but also enhances innate talent. Chu Lingfeng murmured to himself. This particular pearl was forged through the dual cultivation with my esteemed master. Alchemy. Within my master's legacy lies the knowledge of elixirs. The teachings state that during the alchemical process, when the fires of the furnace interact with the yin and yang, it will give rise to the dual energies of yin and yang. Closed-eyed, Chu Lingfeng began to search within himself, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with illumination. He had discovered a method to elevate his own cultivation. It appears that a visit to the Chu Dan Pavilion is in order for tomorrow. Chu Lingfeng couldn't help but smile wryly. The thought of that woman, whom he had initially wished to avoid, now compelled him to seek her out. On the following day, Chu Lingfeng rose early and made his way down the mountain path leading from the Tianyuan sect. With tens of thousands of disciples at Tianyuan sect, a city named Tianyuan City had been established at the mountain's base. Cloaked in black robes, Chu Lingfeng took care to avoid recognition as he ventured into the bustling streets and approached the most prosperous alchemy pavilion. He produced a purple gold token from his storage pouch and presented it to the attendant at the entrance, saying, "I seek your esteemed master, Luo Fei." In an instant, the attendant's face registered shock upon receiving the token. Chapter 6. The enigmatic Luo Fei and the origin of the Chu Dan Pavilion. "I seek your esteemed master, Luo Fei." The attendant, now visibly alarmed, exclaimed, "A purple gold token? I have encountered esteemed guests before." Standing still, Chu Lingfeng observed as the attendant, clad in a gray robe, hastily bowed in respect. In no time, all eyes within the Chu Dan Pavilion turned toward Chu Lingfeng, their expressions filled with astonishment. A purple gold token. The young man dares to wield a purple gold token? Those privy to the situation began to murmur excitedly, while those unaware inquired in confusion. What is a purple gold token? What significance does it hold? An elderly man in a blue robe explained. You are unaware? The Chu Dan Pavilion is renowned throughout our Qingzhou, and its master, Luo Fei, is considered the fairest maiden in the land, standing alongside the esteemed Lu master of Tianyuan sect. 5 years ago, she seemingly emerged from obscurity, launching various promotions that decimated other alchemy pavilions. Furthermore, her introduction of a VIP system has made the Chu Dan Pavilion unparalleled. Young gentlemen from every martial arts family take pride in obtaining a VIP token from the Chu Dan Pavilion. This purple gold token is the highest tier, personally bestowed by Pavilion Master Luo. Even a prince of the Divine Wind Empire may not possess one, as the elder elaborated. The crowd's gaze upon Chu Lingfeng transformed into one of reverence. To hold a purple gold token signifies that one is no ordinary individual. Amidst a flurry of speculation, many wondered if Chu Lingfeng was merely a young scion of a prominent family undergoing training. As the elder elucidated, a maid clad in a flowing white gown glided past, gracefully bearing a vial of elixir in her delicate hand. Her face, partially veiled, radiated an air of noble elegance that stirred the imagination. With each step she took, the hem of her gown swayed, revealing a glimpse of alluring black silk that captivated the elder's gaze. In an instant, he trembled as if struck by lightning, transfixed by the enchanting sight before him. Blood gushed from his nose, and he slumped backward, overwhelmed. Master Wang! Master Wang! The surrounding onlookers, alarmed by his state, erupted into chaos, their concerned cries echoing. Observing the scene, Chu Lingfeng shook his head, internally commending Luo Fei. Previously, he had merely mentioned the allure of black silk from his past life, and she had crafted it with remarkable efficiency. Intrigued, Chu Lingfeng stole a few more glances at the maid's silk-clad legs. He marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his former world. He pondered how splendidly it would pair with high heels, reminiscent of the cold and noble demeanor of his esteemed master. While he leisurely sipped his tea, a young attendant bearing Chu Lingfeng's golden token hurried forth, showing no signs of delay. Reporting to my lady, the esteemed guest bearing the number 1 golden token has arrived and wishes to meet the pavilion master. The attendant, breathless, reached the inner courtyard and addressed the leading maid. Number 1. The maid's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing those words, her expression reflecting disbelief. Having served the pavilion master for many years, this was the first time she had encountered the significance of the number 1 golden token. Quickly, summon the guest to the VIP room. I shall inform the pavilion master at once. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried towards the gazebo in the inner courtyard. Inside, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in a resplendent red phoenix robe reclined gracefully in the center of the gazebo. Her hair was elegantly styled, exposing her fair neck, while she languidly elevated her rounded form, donning a pair of dark, sheer stockings upon her legs. In her late 20s, she exuded an irresistible charm. Was it about these stockings that captivates him so? At this moment, 2 maids in white gowns stood before her, their legs similarly encased in intricately patterned black silk. The exquisite woman felt a slight flush on her cheeks, recalling something that caused her to mutter in exasperation, cursing the lascivious rogue. Reporting to the pavilion master, the esteemed guest bearing the number 1 golden token has arrived and wishes to meet you. Just then, the maid hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully to the woman. He's here? The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly rose, her rounded form lifting as she stood. The smooth, crimson satin gown cascaded down, concealing her perfect figure. Hurry, take me there. This individual was Luo Fei, the enigmatic mistress behind the illustrious Chu Dan Pavilion. Over the past decade, the pavilion had ascended like a comet, spreading throughout the entire Qingzhou, with everyone aware that Luo Fei was its proprietor. Little did they know, it was Chu Lingfeng who had meticulously crafted each idea to establish the Chu Dan Pavilion. For instance, he had suggested the use of exquisite black silk, which he had woven from the finest ice silkworm threads, adorning every maidservant. Within a month, the business of the Chu Dan Pavilion tripled in revenue. Many alchemists of the 4th and 5th ranks, who had previously shunned collaboration, chose to partner with her. Yes, pavilion master. The maid's expression was one of astonishment. It was her first time witnessing her master so exhilarated. Even during the last auction, when formidable figures such as the Wujing Martial Emperor and Zhao Emperor graced the event, she had never seen Luo Fei exhibit such enthusiasm. As she spoke, the maid led the way forward, and Luo Fei's enchanting gaze flickered towards the maid's long legs. She paused momentarily, a slight smile gracing her lips, and remarked, "Slow down. Allow this pavilion master to change into another outfit first." In the VIP room on the 4th floor, Chu Lingfeng sat beside a red table, idly toying with a glass teacup. He had long mentally prepared himself for the impending trials. 5 years prior, he had met Luo Fei, though he was unaware of her origins. He had been troubled by his inability to cultivate and in need of a sacred herb to mend his body. Upon encountering Luo Fei, they had formed a remarkable partnership. Chu Lingfeng provided her with marketing strategies from his past life, while Luo Fei managed the daily operations of the Chu Dan Pavilion. From the VIP system to hunger marketing, and that exquisite black silk, it could be said that the expansion of the Chu Dan Pavilion across Qingzhou was orchestrated solely by Chu Lingfeng. This was also why he knew the location of the Yumming sect's headquarters in Qingzhou. As Chu Lingfeng pondered, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed outside. Soon after, Luo Fei and her maidservants entered the VIP room. "We greet the esteemed pavilion master." At the entrance, 2 maidservants clad in white curtsied to Luo Fei, while Chu Lingfeng turned his gaze towards her, his eyes narrowing. There stood Luo Fei, radiant and stunning, gracefully approaching him. What a seductress! Chu Lingfeng silently chastised himself. Before him, Luo Fei donned delicate black silk, and upon catching sight of Chu Lingfeng, her eyes sparkled, and a charming smile graced her lips. "Young hero, what brings you here to seek me? After 3 months, I thought you had forgotten about me." As her words fell, all the maidservants and attendants in the VIP room displayed expressions of shock. In all these years, when had they ever witnessed their decisive pavilion master adopt such a coy demeanor? "You may all leave now." As Luo Fei observed Chu Lingfeng's silence, she commanded those behind her, "I do not wish to be disturbed. No one is permitted here." Yes, all the maidens promptly acquiesced and subsequently exited the room. In a brief moment, the chamber was left with only Chu Lingfeng and Luo Fei. "Fated adversary, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." Once everyone had departed, Luo Fei's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Her originally alluring grace vanished. In an instant, she lunged into Chu Lingfeng's embrace, weeping and wailing, making one believe she was merely a petulant wife upset with her husband. This shift in temperament occurred in the blink of an eye. Even a worldly wise Chu Lingfeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Cease this nonsense. I have come to you with a matter of importance." As he inhaled the intoxicating fragrance wafting towards him, he felt a dryness in his throat and a warmth spreading through his lower abdomen. "Alchemy? You are capable of cultivating?" Upon hearing Chu Lingfeng's words, Luo Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, and she raised her chin to gaze at him, revealing an expression of astonishment. "Indeed, my physique has been restored, allowing me to cultivate." At that moment, Chu Lingfeng's gaze drifted downward, where a flash of black caught his eye. Noticing the allure that the black stockings held over him, Luo Fei provocatively extended her long legs, playfully kicking his right leg. "Lord of the Luo Pavilion, you are dancing with fire." A wave of heat surged forth, and Chu Lingfeng's voice turned husky. Luo Fei felt a shiver run through her body as she discerned a glimmer of desire in his eyes. Previously, no matter how she flirted with him, he merely evaded her advances. Never had there been such a moment. "Oh, brave knight, since you wish to engage in alchemy, shall you follow me?" In an instant, Luo Fei gently pushed away from his embrace. Her demeanor shifted once more, transforming her into an enchanting and captivating beauty. She turned and sashayed towards the door, her waist swaying enticingly. "Enchantress!" Chu Lingfeng caught a whiff of the subtle, alluring fragrance lingering in the air, a remnant of Luo Fei's presence. It was captivating, utterly intoxicating, yet not vulgar. He silently criticized her. Though he had known Luo Fei for a considerable time, their interactions had not been extensive. Chu Lingfeng had spent much of his time within the Tianyuan sect, maintaining contact with her only through covert channels. Each encounter was marked by her teasing that left him in a state of longing, never fully satisfied. This was a significant reason for his reluctance to meet her. After all, who would not prefer to see and savor what they desired? "When I cultivate successfully, I shall require your assistance in extinguishing the flames." As he watched Luo Fei vanish from his sight, he lifted his leg to follow her. As the master of the Chu Dan Pavilion, Luo Fei possesses formidable cultivation. Although Chu Lingfeng has never witnessed her in action, through years of camaraderie, he surmises that her prowess must be at least at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, if not higher. The possibility of her reaching the martial emperor realm cannot be dismissed. Moreover, her background is shrouded in mystery, with several martial emperor experts covertly safeguarding her. Otherwise, she would not be able to sustain such a vast entity as the Chu Dan Pavilion solely by her own strength. Following closely behind Luo Fei, Chu Lingfeng observes her graceful figure, seemingly enticing him with each step. With every movement, her cascading hair flows with the wind, and her voluptuous form sways gently. Even from behind, she exudes an irresistible allure. Upon leaving the VIP room, Chu Lingfeng descends several flights of stairs alongside Luo Fei, passing through a crimson corridor and entering a room adorned in shades of bluish gray. As he steps inside, a wave of intense heat envelopes him, and he lifts his gaze to behold a massive azure alchemical furnace before him. This is the alchemy workshop of the Chu Dan Pavilion in Tianyuan City. Master Guiyo, a renowned alchemist, has been personally invited to guide you in the art of alchemy. What do you think, my dear adversary? Am I not considerate? Luo Fei delicately purses her crimson lips, exuding an alluring fragrance. A fifth-tier alchemist and a martial king-level expert commands great respect across Qingzhou. Even within the esteemed Tianyuan sect, the foremost sect in Qingzhou, there is but one fourth-tier alchemist in residence. This underscores the esteemed status of a fifth-tier alchemist. Regardless of the faction he might approach, he would surely be treated as an honored guest. The fact that Luo Fei has gone to such lengths to secure a fifth-tier alchemist for him speaks volumes of her regard. Grateful, Chu Lingfeng clasped his fists in thanks. Though he possesses the legacy of the alchemy emperor in his mind, to refuse at this moment might raise her suspicions regarding his identity. Reluctantly, he accepted her offer. Luo Fei smiled, her charm radiating. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, with grizzled brows and bright, piercing eyes, strolled into the room. "Greetings, Pavilion Master. I was unaware of your summons. May I inquire about the urgent matter at hand?" Master Ge Wuyo said, bowing respectfully upon seeing Luo Fei. Upon recognizing Master Ge, Luo Fei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Master Ge, this individual is my clan's junior, I would appreciate it if you could impart some alchemical techniques to him. Master Gu Wuyo's smile faltered. Him? Initially, he had assumed Luo Fei sought him out to discuss the production capacity of pills. Recently, the Chudan Pavilion had seen a surge in clientele, and even his personal efforts in crafting pills of the third tier and below struggled to keep pace. He did not expect that the matter at hand was of such triviality. What could a mere 7th-level martial artist, lacking even the martial spirit realm, learn about alchemy? His expression revealed a hint of disdain as he remarked, "Pavilion Master, do you understand how long it takes to cultivate an alchemist? Setting aside the need to discern scents and identify medicinal herbs, that alone requires a minimum of 3 years. Once again, regarding the control of fire, my esteemed disciple Lin Da has studied the art of fire manipulation for 2 years. Despite 5 years under my guidance, he has only achieved the rank of a first-tier alchemist. Though he is young, mastering alchemy in such a short time seems implausible." The smile on Luo Fei's delicate face froze. "I see. Then I shall not trouble Master Go any further," Chu Lingfeng stated impassively, turning to Luo Fei and requesting, "Would you kindly lend me an alchemy furnace and some medicinal materials? Others may look down upon him." But Chu Lingfeng had no need to force his warmth upon a cold disposition. His purpose for being here was solely to condense the Yin-Yang creation pearl. Gu Wuyo's refusal was precisely what he anticipated. "In that case, we must proceed as such." Luo Fei managed a strained smile. "Master Gu, I am uncertain, but who would have thought?" Gu Wuyo would interrupt again. "I apologize, esteemed guild master, but our alchemy guild is currently quite busy and lacks an available alchemy chamber." Gu Wuyo declined once more. Chu Lingfeng frowned, taken aback by the arrogance of this master, who would not even spare a single alchemy room for him. This very alchemy furnace. "Sister Luo Fei, please gather for me some gathering spirit grass, jade ginseng, and yellow 7 among other materials." Chu Lingfeng listed off 11 or 12 types of medicinal herbs, all essential for concocting the gathering spirit pill. The esteemed Yin-Yang pill master had imparted to him hundreds of alchemical recipes, most of which were beyond his current capabilities. The gathering spirit pill would be the first type he could successfully produce. Its formulation is straightforward, and upon success, it would gather the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing Chu Lingfeng's cultivation, particularly suitable for his present state. The gathering spirit pill, a top-tier, first-grade pill. With your current abilities, do you truly believe you can refine it with the black gold furnace? Gu Wuyo's expression soured. As a 5th-tier alchemist, he was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Today, however, an ordinary youth dared to oppose him. Luo Fei waved her delicate hand, and a servant swiftly brought in the prepared herbs. "Umph. Master Gu, might I trouble you to leave? Your presence is no longer required here," Chu Lingfeng stated coldly. "You. Very well. Phoenix." Gu Wuyo's complexion turned pale. He had not expected to be dismissed by a junior while being a 5th-tier alchemist. "I shall observe what you are capable of producing. Let's hope the black gold furnace does not explode and injure you." With these words, Gu Wuyo, incensed, strode away, his beard bristling with indignation. Moments later, only Chu Lingfeng and Luo Fei remained in the room. "Brother, are you truly capable of this?" Luo Fei's beautiful eyes scanned Chu Lingfeng, worry etched across her face. After all, he was merely at the 7th level of martial prowess. Even with earthly fire for alchemy, he might struggle to control such a large furnace. "Do not worry. Sister Luo Fei, I can manage." Chu Lingfeng deeply confident. This sense of assurance sparked a glimmer of hope in Luo Fei's eyes. "I believe in you." Subsequently, she leisurely departed, leaving only Chu Lingfeng alone in the room. "Yin-Yang technique. Let me witness your prowess." Chu Lingfeng murmured to himself as he approached the alchemical furnace, flicking his fingers to activate the earth-fire switch. In an instant, the fiery magma erupted beneath the dark blue alchemical furnace, towering over him. Crafted from black gold iron, the furnace was of superior mystic grade. "Not bad. With my cultivation, it will suffice." Feeling the violet-red flames explode, Chu Lingfeng formed intricate hand seals. A complex and profound alchemical seal gradually took shape before him. "Activate." With a flick of his finger, the seal struck the furnace. With a resounding clang, the lid of the furnace slowly opened. Gathering spirit herb, yellow 7. Methodically, Chu Lingfeng tossed the herbs into the furnace, guided by his memory. In that moment, the Yin-Yang creation pearl in his chest radiated brilliance. A swirl of Yin and Yang energy coiled above the alchemical furnace. As the energies coalesced, Chu Lingfeng's alchemical process reached a critical moment. Refine the elixirs. Half an hour later, he shouted, and the furnace opened instantly. 12 perfectly rounded elixirs shot towards him, and with a swift motion, he caught them in his hands. Spirals of black and white energy circled around the elixirs. Have I succeeded? 12 gathering spirit pills? Have they reached superior grade? The yin-yang energy still swirls above. My master truly did not deceive me. I must focus on my cultivation and condense the second yin-yang creation pearl. Elated, Chu Lingfeng swiftly placed one elixir in his mouth. In an instant, it vanished. Chapter 8. The Primordial Cauldron. Instant kill sword. Where are my elixirs? Where are my gathering spirit pills? Chu Lingfeng sat cross-legged, momentarily stunned and bewildered. He had just swallowed one gathering spirit pill, hoping to break through to the 7th level of martial cultivation, but to his astonishment, apart from the swirling yin-yang energy within him, everything else had simply vanished. Did you consume it? Spit it out. Chu Lingfeng searched frantically, finding no abnormalities in his body. Only the primordial cauldron on his chest emitted a faint red glow. Spit it out. Spit it out. Chu Lingfeng shouted angrily at the cauldron. Buzz. Buzz. The primordial cauldron trembled twice, and in Chu Lingfeng's mind, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed. You little rascal, what are you fidgeting about? Chu Lingfeng stiffened, suddenly realizing that she was still within the primordial cauldron. Sister Fairy, this cauldron has devoured the elixirs I just refined. Those were meant for you. Chu Lingfeng lamented. In an instant, even the mysterious woman within the cauldron was rendered speechless by Chu Lingfeng's brazen fabrications. The Hunyuan cauldron, an ancient artifact that emerged at the dawn of creation, is a primordial treasure of chaos. Although it lies shattered now, it would not consume your elixirs. The woman's elegant voice resonated through the air. Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with relief upon hearing her words. Suddenly, the Hunyuan cauldron trembled, releasing a surge of pure spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians. This pristine energy flowed effortlessly within him, initiating a natural cycle without any conscious effort on his part, ultimately settling in his dantian. It was an unparalleled sensation. He murmured inwardly, never having experienced such ecstasy before. The cauldron's assistance in refining elixirs far surpassed Chu Lingfeng's own efforts, increasing the speed by more than tenfold. With fervor, he cast the remaining gathering spirit pills into the cauldron, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. The dual energies of yin and yang began to coalesce within his chest. Yin-Yang Dan Emperor, condense, Chu Lingfeng declared with a resolute huff, as he fully activated the yin-yang creation technique, bolstered by the immense spiritual force. A gray-white luminescence blossomed from his chest, coalescing into a pearl the size of a grain of rice. Boom! Clarity washed over his mind. Under the influence of 2 yin-yang creation pearls, the martial concepts that had previously eluded him suddenly crystallized. This was the essence of the instant kill sword. Memories of the mysterious woman's formidable sword strike surged into his consciousness. With the enhancement of the yin-yang energies, his comprehension surged exponentially. In an instant, he grasped the fundamental principle of the instant kill sword, swiftness. He concentrated all his profound energy into a single, decisive strike. Using his hand as a sword, he unleashed a brilliant arc of azure light, crashing down with a thunderous roar, leaving a deep gash over 3 inches into the black stone pillar before him. Success! His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the jagged crack on the stone, wrought from the blue quarry stone. Even a typical martial artist would struggle to leave a mark upon it. The might of this strike was sufficient to threaten all martial artists at that level. Should I break through, even those of the great martial master realm might find themselves challenged. In that moment, as Chu Lingfeng executed the strike, the woman in the cauldron sensed his achievement, her exquisite eyes opening with a smile that hinted at her satisfaction with his swift grasp of the technique's essence. Refine more, gathering spirit pills, he resolved fervently, aiming to break through to the martial master realm and elevate the instant kill sword to a greater mastery before returning to the sect. Thoughts of his master, still in peril, ignited a sense of urgency within Chu Lingfeng. In an instant, he once again concentrated his alchemical seal and struck it upon the obsidian furnace. With a resounding boom, the lid of the furnace flew open, and Chu Lingfeng skillfully placed the elixirs inside. Outside the door, the sound of metal clashing echoed from within, prompting a sly smile to creep across Gu Wuyo's lips as he remarked, "A second batch? to produce another set of elixirs in such a short span. Surely the first must have failed. Luo Fei remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on the tightly shut doors and windows, filled with concern. Inside the room, another hour passed. Chu Lingfeng gestured with his fingers, commanding the elixirs to emerge with a sharp cry of out. Once more, a dozen brown elixirs shot forth from the obsidian furnace into his hands. Top-tier quality, supreme elixirs? I have completely mastered the art of crafting the spirit-gathering pill. A look of delight brightened Chu Lingfeng's face. The spirit-gathering pills were plump and round, adorned with faint, intricate patterns that had formed as a result of his meticulous control over the temperature during the refining process. The presence of these patterns signified an exceptionally high level of purity. A single spirit-gathering pill could rival the efficacy of 3 inferior quality pills. It was time to leave. Chu Lingfeng absorbed the excess yin and yang energy and once again formed a yin-yang creation pearl. With 30 spirit-gathering pills at his disposal, he was poised to break through to the martial master realm. This was not the place for such a leap. He intended to return to the Tianyuan sect for his breakthrough. With a creak, Chu Lingfeng opened the ornate wooden door, only to be met by Gu Wuyo's derisive expression. Kid, I presume your endeavor has met with failure? I am eager to see if you remain so arrogant. His face wore a mocking grin, but in the next moment, astonishment replaced his derision. Chu Lingfeng stepped out confidently, holding a vial of exquisite spirit-gathering pills. How could this be? Supreme quality spirit-gathering pills? All of these are of the highest caliber? Gu Wuyo's weathered face bore an expression of disbelief as he fixated on the elixirs in Chu Lingfeng's grasp. Hearing the commotion, Luo Fei's beautiful eyes darted over, and upon seeing the elixirs in Chu Lingfeng's hands, her mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. Brother, did you truly refine these elixirs? Her complexion trembled as she approached him, reaching out to take the pills. With their proximity, Chu Lingfeng could not help but notice the exquisite whiteness barely concealed by her attire, almost overwhelming his senses. I have not failed, Chu Lingfeng thought with a wry smile, inwardly acknowledging that this enchanting woman seemed ever intent on tempting him, as if fearing he might stray from the Chu Dan pavilion. Master, may I have a glimpse of that elixir? Gu Wuyo's eyes burned with fervor as he fixated on the exquisite spirit-gathering pill in Chu Lingfeng's hand. The mere thought of producing such a magnificent elixir in such a short span of time utterly shattered the preconceived notions of a fifth-tier alchemist like him. Luo Fei's enchanting gaze flickered as she cast a glance at Chu Lingfeng. Upon seeing him nod in affirmation, devoid of any irritation, she handed the pill to Gu Wuyo. The fragrant aroma, brimming with vitality, indicated that it was freshly crafted. The intricate patterns upon it suggested that it was indeed an exceptional spirit-gathering pill. Dear young brother Chu, might you enlighten me on how you managed to produce such an abundance of superior-grade pills in a single batch? Gu Wuyo was astounded. While he could effortlessly concoct spirit-gathering pills, achieving a batch filled with near-perfect specimens was beyond even his capabilities. How could Chu Lingfeng have accomplished this? A pang of regret washed over Gu Wuyo as he reflected on his earlier demeanor towards Chu Lingfeng. Should the latter harbor any grievances, his opportunity to ascend to a 6th-tier alchemist would vanish in an instant. I can certainly disclose the reason, Chu Lingfeng replied with a smile, cutting straight to the chase. I can also teach you the art of crafting it, but in return, I require your assistance in locating a specific spiritual herb, which will aid me in concocting another elixir. The 6th-tier elixir, the continuation pill, lingered in his mind as a legacy from the Yin-Yang alchemy emperor. The herb known as continuation grass, a 6th-tier spiritual herb, could only be harvested by a martial sovereign and refined by a 6th-tier alchemist. In Chu Lingfeng's thoughts, the only remedy that could effectively save his sect leader and master was this particular elixir. This was also the reason he wished to avoid enmity with Gu Wuyo. He could not possibly elevate himself to the martial sovereign realm in such a short time. To genuinely rescue his master, he would need the expertise of Gu Wuyo, the 5th-tier alchemist. Continuation grass? Young brother Chu. Oh no, Master Chu, do you possess the formula for the 6th-tier continuation pill? Gu Wuyo's mouth fell agape, his astonishment evident. Indeed, it is the 6th-tier continuation pill, Chu Lingfeng affirmed with a nod of recognition. Beside them, Luo Fei's eyes glimmered with intrigue. A 6th-tier elixir? That was a potion only accessible to martial sect experts, signifying that Chu Lingfeng not only had a profound background, but possibly hailed from a faction of prodigies. With such proximity, Luo Fei swiftly turned her gaze towards Tianyuan Mountain. Initially, she had assumed Chu Lingfeng was merely an ordinary disciple of Tianyuan's sect, but her perception had now shifted dramatically. At that time, I may need to trouble Sister Luo Fei to assist in gathering intelligence on this matter. Chapter 9. The profound background of Luo Fei and her encounter upon returning to the sect. As Chu Lingfeng's voice resonated, Luo Fei jolted back to reality. Her flustered nod indicating her understanding. Master Chu, rest assured, I shall lend my assistance. Not to mention, I possess certain connections in Qingzhou, be it the Tianyuan sect, the Wujizong, the Qingzhou government, the Hundred Flowers Association, or the Medicine King Valley. They will all extend me a modicum of respect. Ge Wuyo was utterly exhilarated, responding in fervent agreement. Witnessing his enthusiasm, Chu Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. He then produced a prepared 6th grade continuation pill formula from his storage pouch and handed it to Ge Wuyo. The latter's excitement was palpable upon seeing the formula. It is worth noting that a formula is a crucial secret for an alchemist, and acquiring one is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. How could Ge Wuyo not be thrilled to receive a 6th grade pill formula from Chu Lingfeng? Possessing such a formula is nearly a requisite for his ascendance to the rank of 6th grade alchemist. Rest assured, Master Chu, I will exert every effort to assist you in locating the continuation grass, Ge Wuyo declared, his cheeks flushed with excitement. His attitude had transformed from disdain to astonishment, and he now harbored a burgeoning respect for Chu Lingfeng. The casual presentation of a 6th grade formula spoke volumes about the strength of Chu Lingfeng's background. A martial sovereign? A martial saint? In that moment, Ge Wuyo was overwhelmed with reverence, fearful of inadvertently offending Chu Lingfeng. All right, Sister Luo Fei, it is getting late. I must take my leave, Chu Lingfeng remarked, glancing at Luo Fei. After a day of being tempted by her allure, he could no longer endure the intensity of desire. The crux of the matter was that this woman could only be a tormentor. How could she depart so swiftly? Upon hearing his words, Luo Fei's demeanor shifted, akin to a wronged wife, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Master Chu, Guild Leader Luo, I must attend to the batch of pills the Lin family requires, which necessitates early production. I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Yevayu interjected. Realizing the extraordinary nature of the relationship between the two, he discreetly vacated the vicinity, granting them space. As Ge Wuyo hastily retreated, Chu Lingfeng made no effort to conceal his intentions. His right hand swiftly encircled Luo Fei's slender waist, an intoxicating fragrance wafting into his nostrils, igniting his desire further. So, Sister Luo Fei, do you wish for me to stay the night? As long as you are willing. Luo Fei's alluring face broke into a smile as she gently replied, Little brother Chu, I recall hearing news yesterday that the Yuming sect has been annihilated. The sect leader, Yuan, a martial emperor, was slain on the spot. Today, you are in search of this 6th grade continuation pill. Could it be that you are referring to the Lu sect master? Chu Lingfeng's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he felt the once soft figure in his embrace stiffen, a surge of true energy propelling him away. Stumbling back a few steps, he revealed a wry smile. This was always the case. Luo Fei would stoke the flames, but never extinguish them. Little brother Chu, go tend to your sect leader and master. Do not concern yourself with me. With those words, Luo Fei departed, her emotions tinged with a hint of jealousy. Chu Lingfeng shook his head in resignation. Fortunately, you did not act rashly just now. Had you advanced even a single step further, you would have likely met a dire fate. At that moment, the mysterious woman in his mind spoke up. What? Startled, Chu Lingfeng donned a black robe and swiftly made his way outside. It was only after exiting Tianyuan City that he dared to inquire further. Sister Fairy, what do your words signify? Once again, the noble and elegant voice of the mysterious woman resonated in his mind. Just moments ago, 4 to 5 masters at the martial emperor level had their sights set on you. Had you crossed the threshold, you would have been reduced to mere pulp. Upon hearing this, Chu Lingfeng felt a flush of heat rise behind him, cold sweat trickling down. No wonder every time he visited the Chu Dan Pavilion, he sensed the affections of Luo Fei towards him. Yet whenever he attempted to draw closer, she would push him away mercilessly. Even the simplest gestures of affection were denied to him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the mysterious woman's voice echoed once more. Young man, strive diligently. Breaking through to the martial master realm will grant your sect leader a few more days of life. The women of the Chu Dan Pavilion, each with profound backgrounds, are not within your reach at this moment. Nodding in understanding, Chu Lingfeng replied, I comprehend, Sister Fairy. I shall return to the mountain at once. With steely determination in his gaze, he cast one last glance towards the Chu Dan Pavilion within Tianyuan City, before turning and soaring towards the Tianyuan sect. This young man. Within the primordial cauldron, the mysterious woman smiled gently upon witnessing Chu Lingfeng's ignited ambition, her beauty unparalleled, as though the entire starry sky dimmed in her presence. On the journey back to the sect, bolstered by the spirit-gathering pills, Chu Lingfeng moved with remarkable speed, devoid of concern for depleting his spiritual energy. After all, with the primordial cauldron's support, his internal energy was constantly replenished. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts and sounds of conflict reached his ears. Yongvuzi, halt! Otherwise, should you dare to inform Tianyuan's sect, I will have your entire family exterminated. Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brows and immediately rushed towards the source of the outcry. Before him, in the forest, a young man clad in splendid white garments, accompanied by a dozen black-clad guards, was pursuing a woman in purple. Though the man was youthful, his gaze toward the woman was filled with lewd intent. Jian Wuzi, if you agree to marry me as a concubine, I will ensure that my Lin family ceases its pursuit of the Jian family. Otherwise, even if you appeal to Tianyuan's sect, no one will come to your aid. The second elder of Tianyuan's sect, Elder Su Hao, was fostered by my Lin family and is closely allied with us. In the end, you Jian Wuzi will bear the blame for provoking a clash among noble families on that fateful day. Two figures clad in black emerged, their gleaming long blades illuminating the air with a chilling white aura aimed directly at her face. A thunderous collision ensued, shattering the fiery energy of the purple-clad woman's palm strike. The immense backlash rendered her delicate features pale, and she coughed up blood as her graceful form crashed to the ground, a ghastly wound marring her chest. Little girl, why aren't you running? Do you still intend to alert the Tianyuan sect? Do you not realize that the sect master is gravely injured? At this moment, the second elder governs the sect. They are too preoccupied to concern themselves with the affairs of the Jian family. The man in resplendent white descended gracefully, looking down upon the purple-robed woman with eyes brimming with menace. Did this young master propose to you as a mere formality? I initially intended to unite through marriage and seize the Jian family without bloodshed. Yet here you are, so woefully unappreciative. Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow, for he had overheard unusual words from the lips of this man. A struggle among noble families. Though the Tianyuan sect was formidable, it could not possibly oversee every matter in Qingzhou. The sect's ascendance to the pinnacle of Qingzhou was partly due to the support of the noble families under its aegis. The sect had rules in place forbidding these families from waging war against one another, leading many minor families to offer tributes to the Tianyuan sect in exchange for protection. It was accurate to say that the sect and the noble families were mutually dependent. To his astonishment, as soon as Chu Lingfeng descended the mountain, he encountered a conflict among the noble families, and notably, this young man in splendid attire was privy to the sect's confidential matters. His master was injured. Lingfeng, subdue them. That woman possesses a naturally pure Yin body. Chapter 10. The pure Yin body of Jian Wuji. A pure Yin body? Divine sister, what sort of physique is that? Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, and, upon hearing the mysterious woman's words, he inquired, frowning. A pure Yin body is a special constitution that contrasts with a pure Yang body. Once one possesses this physique, the speed of cultivating Yin attribute techniques will be extraordinarily swift. However, the inherent Yin energy within will gradually harm her body, significantly diminishing her lifespan. This constitution is the perfect complement to your pure Yang divine body. If you cultivate the Yin-Yang transformation technique together, you can expedite the formation of the Yin-Yang transformation pearl. Do you not wish to save your sect master? Subdue her. The voice of the mysterious woman was urgent. Understood. Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled as he retrieved a crimson spirit sword from his storage pouch. The Fengqing sword. A high-grade spirit sword of the Xianxia, a birthday gift from Lu Hongyi when he turned 10, with hopes that he would cultivate swiftly. He then flickered forward rapidly towards the purple-clad woman. At that moment, before him, the man in white attire, eyes glinting with murderous intent, suddenly brandished a long blade high above his head. Jian Wuji, will you accept my proposal? As long as you consent now, I, with a heart of mercy, might yet spare your esteemed family. On the ground, the woman in purple gritted her silver teeth, casting a venomous glare at the elegantly dressed man before her. Lin Xiaoyu, You are delusional. I would rather perish than marry you. With a swift motion, the man's sinister gaze sharpened, and he brandished his long blade with ferocity. The purple-clad woman, trembling in fear, closed her eyes tightly, avoiding the chaos. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng arrived with lethal intent. He unsheathed his sword, unleashing a crimson blade of light that flashed through the air with unparalleled speed. What? Lin Xiaoyu felt an impending doom as he raised his gaze, his eyes widening in terror. Just as he attempted to block with his weapon, a resounding clang echoed. The red sword light zipped past, followed by a deafening explosion. The massive pine tree behind Lin Xiaoyu was struck and collapsed with a thunderous crash. How could this be? This was the last thought that flickered through his fading consciousness. Soon after, his head and body parted ways, his form slumping backward. At that moment, a torrent of crimson blood flowed from his neck. Such tremendous power. Chu Lingfeng marveled inwardly. He had used barely half his strength, wielding the superior-grade Xianxia Wenqing sword. Yet this technique, instant kill sword, was so swift that Lin Xiaoyu's blood had not even caught up to his demise. Young master! Young master! At this juncture, the guards behind Lin Xiaoyu finally displayed their shock. It was known that their master possessed at least the cultivation of a 5th-level martial master. Yet he had been slain in an instant by a mere 7th-level warrior, seeking vengeance. Let my young master be avenged. In a flash, the black-clad guards revealed their wrathful countenances. Chu Lingfeng remained silent, raising his right hand as he surged toward the guards in black. A flicker of red sword light illuminated the scene. One of the 8th-level martial master guards swung his long blade in defense. Clang! The sword light flashed again. No! The black-clad guard's anguished roar reverberated as his body was cleaved in twain by the crimson brilliance. The battle raged on, with Chu Lingfeng slicing through the black-clad guards like lightning. The Wenqing sword in his grasp glimmered with a chilling red hue, and one by one, the martial master guards fell before him, unable to mount any defense. Quickly, he wields a Xianxia spirit sword. His energy cannot last long. The remaining black-clad guards bellowed, even as Chu Lingfeng's aura began to wane. Yet, the fear in their eyes was palpable, and they retreated in unison, none daring to advance. Who is this person? Why is he so formidable? Suddenly, upon hearing the guard shouts, Jian Wuzi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze turning toward Chu Lingfeng. Her wound throbbed painfully, and crimson blood gushed forth from the ghastly knife wound. Be cautious, young master. Their Lin family guards are adept at employing underhanded tactics. Shugawazumi cried out in agony as she warned Chu Lingfeng. An opportunity. The leading black-clad guard, with a fearsome visage, suddenly charged forth, flinging a handful of white powder towards Chu Lingfeng's face. Eliminate him. Observing Chu Lingfeng's hands raised offensively, his center was left wide open. In an instant, several streaks of azure light from the black-clad figure's gleaming white blades surged forth, all aimed to cleave down upon Chu Lingfeng. This child must remain vigilant. Within the primordial cauldron, a mysterious woman pressed her crimson lips together, her enchanting visage radiating an irresistible allure. She gently shook her head, a sense of helplessness in her demeanor, as she extended her delicate, pale hand, preparing to unleash her soul's power. She declared, "Die." Suddenly, a 5-inch crimson sword aura erupted from Chu Lingfeng's hand, sweeping forth with a momentum capable of tearing the heavens asunder. In a heartbeat, over a dozen black-clad guards were struck by the sword aura, plummeting from the skies, lifeless. A single strike, instant kill, mastery achieved. In that fleeting moment, an abundance of yin and yang energy surged forth from the 3 beads of creation within Chu Lingfeng, drastically elevating his comprehension, allowing him to grasp the essence of the instant kill technique. Not bad. The mysterious woman slowly retracted her jade hand, her starry eyes narrowing slightly, evidently pleased with Chu Lingfeng's sudden breakthrough. Thanks to the antidote bead bestowed by my master. Otherwise, dealing with you would require considerable effort. Chu Lingfeng's complexion paled slightly as he gazed at the brownish gem in his hand, murmuring to himself, the antidote bead, a non-grade treasure, possesses the ability to absorb toxins. It was a gift from Lu Hongyi. Though Lu Hongyi had only given him a low-grade antidote bead, it was equivalent to a top-tier spiritual treasure. An upper-grade antidote bead is unattainable even for Lu Hongyi, a martial sovereign. This item, it is said, originates from a perilous place known as the Toxic Marsh. Lu Hongyi had inadvertently acquired this antidote bead while seeking precious medicine to assist him. Master, I will surely rescue you. Chu Lingfeng clenched the gradually darkening antidote bead in his hand, murmuring resolutely. His gaze grew steadfast as he approached the woman in purple. Who are you? Why did you save me? Don't come any closer. If you do, In an instant, the formerly pale-faced woman in purple appeared like a startled rabbit. Tense and agitated. What are you doing? Chu Lingfeng found it somewhat amusing. Having saved her, she now threatened him with her blade. Shugawazumi pressed her long knife against her alabaster neck, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Even if I die, I shall not allow you to succeed. Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Jian Wuzi would exhibit such tenacity. He hastily cautioned, Miss, be careful, be careful. I am a direct disciple of the Tianyuan sect. Here is my token. As he spoke, he retrieved a token inscribed with the characters Tianyuan from his storage pouch and tossed it to Jian Wuzi. The Jian family, being a subsidiary of the Tianyuan sect, would undoubtedly recognize the token of a direct disciple. Direct disciple? Jian Wuzi's beautiful eyes narrowed in suspicion. After all, the Tianyuan sect was one of the foremost sects in Qingzhou. How could a direct disciple possess merely the cultivation of a martial artist? However, upon receiving the Tianyuan token, her expression transformed in an instant. What a stunning woman! Jian Wuzi meticulously examined the token, while Chu Lingfeng took the opportunity to appraise her. She was adorned in a flowing purple robe, her figure graceful and her demeanor gentle. Although not breathtakingly beautiful, she was indeed comparable to his senior sister, Lung Yushi, in terms of exquisite charm. Yet, while Lung Yushi possessed a slightly youthful demeanor amidst her regal aura, Jian Wuzi exuded a mature, almost married woman's grace. The tattered robe hinted at her long, slender legs, and her brows were furrowed in a manner that suggested a certain tension, amplifying her gentle, feminine allure. How intriguing! Despite her innocence, she possessed the essence of a mature woman. Is this what it means to be a pure Yin body? Chu Lingfeng Muset in Wali. He had learned from the mysterious woman that the pure Yin body naturally emanated a potent Yin energy, often resulting in a more mature presence, which was entirely normal. Thank you, young Master Chu, for your rescue. I beseech you to save my Jian family members. Please, take me to the mountains and rescue my kin. Upon confirming Chu Lingfeng's identity, Jian Wuzi's countenance brightened, and she hastily bowed, despite her injuries. Stop. Your wounds are not yet healed. Chu Lingfeng quickly supported her. Yet, the moment he touched her delicate arm, a wisp of Yin energy surged through his meridians and into his body, causing his eyes to glimmer with realization. Chapter 11. Healing the Wounds, the Jealous Senior Sister. This wisp of Yin energy instantly activated Chu Lingfeng's pure Yang divine body, merging with the Yin energy and directing the combined essence toward the Yin-Yang creation pearl within his chest. Was it truly capable of directly replenishing Yin-Yang energy? The power of the pure Yin body was astonishing. Simultaneously, Jian Wuzi was equally shaken. Her gaze remained fixed on Chu Lingfeng. Just from their brief contact, a stream of Yang energy, akin to a small serpent, slithered into her being. It was as if ancient ice had met a blazing furnace, rendering her soft and weak. And before she knew it, she had collapsed into Chu Lingfeng's embrace. Chu Lingfeng stiffened as Jian Wuzi's skin, smooth as jade, pressed against him, causing a rush of blood to surge within him, igniting a primal fire in his abdomen. Young Master Chu, I cannot. As Wuzi felt an influx of vital energy, she was suddenly awakened. Her delicate face flushed, and with her fair, slender arms supporting her, she prepared to leave Chu Lingfeng's embrace. Miss Can, please do not move. My mystical energy possesses healing properties. Your injuries are severe. If left untreated, they may leave you with ghastly scars. Chu Lingfeng hats the et lie. He was indeed not lying. The Yin and Yang energies, manifested in the Yin-Yang creation pearl, had genuine healing effects. After all, even the esteemed Elder Lu Ying of the martial Emperor realm had been saved from the grasp of the underworld sects mastered by him. It was needless to say that Wuzi's mere knife wounds were trivial in comparison. Then I must trouble you, young Master Chu. Wuzi hesitated, her voice soft and shy. The two deep gashes on her chest were severe, and, as she gently unfastened her purple dress, the fabric slid down, revealing a red belly band embroidered with lotus flowers. The gashes were fearsome, starkly visible to Chu Lingfeng. Simultaneously, Wuzi's cheeks flushed crimson. Young Master Chu. Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened at the sight before him. and upon hearing her words, he quickly averted his gaze. Miss Can, there is no need for that. I can treat your wounds without requiring you to remove your garments. A sense of urgency weighed heavily upon him, given the severity of Kanwuzi's injuries. He would never take advantage of her vulnerability. Oh, she realized her misunderstanding. Chu Lingfeng had no intention of exploiting her predicament under the pretense of treating her wounds. Her cheeks burned even more as she hastily donned her dress. Young Master Chu, you may turn around now. Only then did Chu Lingfeng turn back, relieved to see her attire restored to order. Miss Can, please extend your hands, he urged earnestly. Kanwuzi placed her palms against his yin and yang energy. Chu Lingfeng slightly closed his eyes, summoning the energies within him, which surged into her body. How delightful! Kanwuzi was taken aback, feeling an unfamiliar mystical energy coursing through her, replacing the earlier sensation of being trapped in an icy abyss with warmth. Moments latte. She noticed that her wounds had ceased to throb. After a brief interval, the wounds began to scab over. How do you feel? Chu Lingfeng opened his eyes, having absorbed a substantial amount of yin energy through their connection. The 3 yin-yang creation pearls within his chest gleamed brilliantly, radiating a pearly glow. He sensed that he could absorb no more. The pearls were at their capacity. Kanwuzi slowly rose, stretching her limbs in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes widened as she moved without pain. She gazed at Chu Lingfeng with gratitude, saying softly, "Thank you, young Master Chu." She was astute enough to recognize that although this technique was extraordinary, Chu Lingfeng had not elucidated its intricacies, and thus she refrained from inquiring further. At times, it is prudent to refrain from asking questions that do not pertain to one's understanding. Are you not planning to file a lawsuit against the Lin family? Accompany me back to the mountain. I shall escort you to the Hall of Justice at Tianyuanzong. Chu Lingfeng gets the deets missing. He too harbored doubts regarding the relationship between Elder Su Hao of Tianyuanzong and the Lin family. Did the sect leader or his master have any inkling of this? Or perhaps, did the foolishly naive Elder Luing know? The entanglement of elders with subordinate families could very well signify a power grab. Chu Lingfeng snot gun li, pondering this in silence. Given that the sect leader had just sustained grave injuries, the emergence of such matters compelled him to entertain these suspicions, leaving him no choice but to consider them. Thank you, young Master Chu. Jianwuzi bit her crimson lip, her gaze shimmering with a glint of hope as she looked at Chu Lingfeng. Subsequently, he led her as they soared towards the main peak of Tianyuanzong. With Chu Lingfeng's assistance, they encountered no obstacles on their journey. Damn that Chu Lingfeng, where could he have gone? On Tianyuan Peak. Before the palace where Chu Lingfeng resided, a petite girl clad in red furrowed her brow in irritation. She brandished a green spirit sword, wildly slashing at the azure stone before her, reducing it to 8 fragments. Yet, her fury remained unabated. After all, since the day Chu Lingfeng had emerged from the sect leader's grand hall, declaring that his master was out of danger, he had been whisked away by Elder Luing, and they had been absent for an entire day and night. Despite Elder Lu Ying's return, she had announced her seclusion, while her junior, Chu Lingfeng, remained elusive. After 2 days without sight of him, Lung Yushi naturally grew anxious for his safety. To her, Chu Lingfeng was still a neophyte in his cultivation, and his lack of prowess rendered him particularly vulnerable to peril. Senior sister, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice pierced through her thoughts, and Lung Yushi turned towards its source. There stood Chu Lingfeng, a faint smile illuminating his face. Junior brother, where have you been these past 2 days? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she swiftly appeared beside him, eager to envelop him in a warm embrace. However, upon noticing the woman in purple garb behind him, her expression soured immediately. Junior brother, who is she? A palpable shift in her demeanor occurred as her aura surged forth, surpassing the realm of a martial king, bearing down upon Jianwuzi. This is not good. Chu Lingfeng felt a surge of alarm and instinctively embraced Lung Yushi. Senior sister, I missed you terribly these past 2 days, he exclaimed, clutching her delicate form so she could not utilize any profound energy. Otherwise, even the mere pressure of her aura could trigger Jianwuzi's old injuries, endangering her life. A martial king expert? The moment Kanwuzi laid her eyes upon Lung Yushi, she was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that the seemingly youthful maiden before her, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, was in fact a formidable master at the martial king level. Their own ancestral figure, the elder of the Qin family, had not even reached the martial spirit realm. In that fleeting instant, the enigmatic nature of Chu Lingfeng's identity became apparent to her. "Let go of me, you rascal. Release me at once." Xianxia's petite face flushed crimson. From her childhood, she had always dreaded this particular maneuver of Chu Lingfeng's. Each time he merely brushed against her, it rendered her utterly weak and incapable of exerting any strength. Once Lung Yushi had regained her composure, Chu Lingfeng gradually released her, saying, "Senior sister, allow me to elucidate. This young lady is Qin Wuzi, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. They are under threat of extermination from the Lin clan, constrained by an edict from our Tianyuanzong. The pursuers have claimed a close relationship with the second elder." Chu Lingfeng recounted his experiences to Lung Yushi in detail, beseeching her assistance to save the lives of the Qin family. Qin Wuzi hastily bowed in respect, as she began to comprehend that this woman was none other than Lung Yushi, the esteemed disciple of the Tianyuanzong's master, Lu Hongyi. Thus, Chu Lingfeng's identity as a direct disciple of the sect's leader became evident. Qin Wuzi's heart was filled with astonishment, and her expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. What? At that moment, Lung Yushi was seized by a fit of rage. With a fierce flick of her crimson sleeve, an overwhelming martial king aura surged forth, the violent pressure causing Chu Lingfeng to struggle for breath. It dawned on him just how formidable his second senior sister truly was. As Lung Yushi, in her flowing red attire, soared with an imposing presence akin to that of Lu Hongyi, she swept Qin Wuzi along towards the Hall of Justice. "In our Tianyuanzong, who dares to commit acts of extermination? Come with me. I wish to inquire how Su Yuanqing conducts himself as the elder of the Hall of Justice." In an instant, the entire Tianyuanzong quivered slightly. The onlookers gazed skyward, witnessing a red streak dart by. They trembled, pondering who had provoked such a force. Watching Lung Yushi depart with purpose, Chu Lingfeng exhaled a long breath. It was far more effective for his senior sister to confront the matter than for him to do so. Regardless of any intentions held by the second elder, letting his senior sister take charge would surely unveil some insights. "Master and sect leader, wait for me," he thought, casting his gaze towards the main hall of the sect, where the urgent matter of treating Lu Hongyi's ailment took precedence. Chapter 12. Lu Ying's Speculation. Once again engaging in dual cultivation. At this moment, within the Tianyuanzong, at the rear mountain of the main hall, Lu Hongyi sat gracefully upon the cliff, clad in a flowing red garment, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens, exuding an air of noble elegance. As the gentle breeze caressed her, her silken hair danced about. But in an instant, she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, her complexion turning pallid. Another failure. Behind her, the elder Lu Ying, draped in a purple robe, furrowed her brows. Through her violet veil, a hint of concern was discernible on her face. "In recent days, this marks the 5th time I have attempted to mend your meridians. Red attire, perhaps it is best to abandon the endeavor. Each failure only subjects you to needless suffering." Lu Ying furrowed her delicate brows, slowly retracting her jade-like hand. Upon returning from the underworld sect, she took some time to heal herself, discovering that the injuries inflicted by the underworld palm had almost completely mended. Subsequently, she arrived at the main hall of the sect leader, intending to assist Lu Hongyi in her meridian restoration using her own cultivation. Lu Hongyi produced a white silk handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks, gently wiping the fresh blood from her crimson lips before shaking her head. A flicker of stubbornness crossed her cold, beautiful eyes. "Sigh." Lu Ying sighed softly, observing the alluring curve of Lu Hongyi's figure, which accentuated the fullness of her purple dress as she sat beside Lu Hongyi, admonishing her, "You have always been so headstrong since childhood, stubborn in your training, resolutely seeking strength, and now you have taken in a hopeless boy for cultivation, becoming even more obstinate in your efforts. You actually ventured into the vast sea pavilion, a place from which even martial sects seldom return. How fortunate you are to have survived this time." At this juncture, her voluptuous form trembled, as memories of that day on the azure scale dragon hawk with Chu Lingfeng surged in her mind. It seemed that after regaining consciousness, her injuries had healed significantly. Suddenly, she pondered a question. At that moment, there was no one else present, only herself and Chu Lingfeng. Could her recovery be linked to him? Lu Ying's curiosity was piqued. She exhaled softly and inquired, "Red attire, you have yet to disclose to me how it was that your life was saved after Chu Lingfeng appeared?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Hongyi's body quivered slightly, and a hint of embarrassment flickered in her cold gaze. She prided herself on her independence, bearing every burden alone. Had it not been for her life hanging by a thread in that critical moment, she would not have engaged in dual cultivation with Chu Lingfeng. Red attire? Red attire? Observing Lu Hongyi's frosty demeanor, struggling to articulate her thoughts, Lu Ying sensed that there was something amiss. She shifted slightly closer to Lu Hongyi, her lips parting beneath the purple veil. Could it be related to the unique warmth within Chu Lingfeng? As soon as Lu Ying's words fell, Lu Hongyi's expression turned grave. Master, how did you come to know of Lingfeng's extraordinary constitution? Lu Hongyi, typically regal and aloof, exuded an air of authority that even Lu Ying found intimidating. Now, faced with her stern expression, Lu Ying's heart raced. It is due to the underworld sect, she replied, her voice subdued, an awkward smile gracing her lips. Under Lu Hongyi's pressing inquiries, Elder Lu Ying finally divulged the events of the previous days, revealing her clandestine vengeance against the underworld sect. What? You dared to annihilate the underworld sect in secret? On your own? Upon hearing Lu Ying's revelations, Lu Hongyi's ethereal beauty was tinged with a hint of anger, her chest rising and falling as she spoke. Mistress, you are so muddled. The Yuming sect has lurked within the Xinfeng Empire for many years, entangled in murky ties with both the Wuzhizong and the Baihuazong, as well as the Yaowang Valley. Moreover, the leader of the Yuming sect is despicable and cunning. I even suspect that the Yuming palm he cultivates is a top-tier Earth-level technique. Yet, when she learned that the Qingtian sword had obliterated the entire Yuming sect, even Lu Hongyi was taken aback. Are you implying that Lingfeng brought you back? Lu Hongyi inquired in astonishment. She had not anticipated such monumental events occurring during her brief seclusion. Lu Ying nodded gently, recalling the incident when Chu Lingfeng had seen her undressed, causing her to inwardly exhale in discomfort. After all, being seen naked by her niece's disciple was not something she could easily address in Lu Hongyi's presence. The two women fell silent. Just then, the voice of Chu Lingfeng echoed through the grand hall. Master, sect leader. In an instant, the two women exchanged glances, their expressions revealing surprise. They had not expected Chu Lingfeng to arrive at this moment. Sect leader, I have found a way to heal your injuries. Chu Lingfeng's excited voice resonated through the hall of the Tianyuanzong. Moments later, Lu Hongyi, clad in a flowing red robe, and Lu Ying, donned in a purple gown, appeared in the hall. Oh, the Grand Elder is also here. Upon seeing Lu Hongyi, Chu Lingfeng's joy was palpable. However, upon noticing Lu Ying beside her, his expression shifted instantly. His demeanor grew lukewarm. After all, Lu Ying had previously clawed and scratched at him, even causing him to fall from the back of the Qinglin Dragon Eagle. It was only she who could turn a benefactor into an adversary. Lingfeng, Lu Hongyi inquired, her delicate brows furrowing, her beautiful eyes curiously scrutinizing him. How have you already broken through to the 7th level of martial arts? Lu Hongyi was secretly astonished. She had not perceived the change in Chu Lingfeng's attitude towards Grand Elder Lu Ying. She was astounded that Chu Lingfeng's physique was indeed that of the legendary pure yang body, achieving a breakthrough to the 7th level of martial arts in just 2 days. This rate of advancement, even for the exceptionally gifted Lung Yushi of the Tianyuanzong, would require over a month to accomplish. And yet, Chu Lingfeng had managed it in merely 3 days. Lingfeng, you mentioned you could heal Hongyi's injuries? Lu Ying eagerly pressed him for answers. After all, Lu Hongyi's injuries were severe. Although suppressed by the Xianxia of a martial sovereign, it would not last long. Returning to the Grand Elder, I have indeed found a method to treat the master. Chu Lingfeng responded formally, bowing respectfully to Lu Ying. In that instant, she encountered an unexpected setback. You. Lu Ying let out a soft huff, her purple skirt trailing along the jade floor as she gracefully moved, her long legs subtly visible. She approached the seat in the grand hall and sat down, crossing her right leg over her left, softly stating, in that case, hasten to heal your master. I shall serve as your protector. Lu Hongyi's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her heart slightly uneasy. She could surmise that Chu Lingfeng's method of treatment was related to his constitution. No need. I kindly request the Grand Elder to step outside and activate the sect's grand formation. It would be inconvenient to have outsiders present while I treat the sect master. Chu Lingfeng replied confidently. You. The Grand Elder Lu Ying abruptly stood, her delicate hand pointing at Chu Lingfeng, her fair bosom rising and falling with agitation. Very well. I shall see how a mere martial artist like you can cure. With that, she huffed and swept out of the grand hall. Soon, a green light shield gradually formed, enclosing Chu Lingfeng and Lu Hongyi within the Sectmaster's hall. Sectmaster, seeing that they were alone, Chu Lingfeng hurriedly inquired, "How have you been these past few days? I have been so worried about you." Lu Hongyi, dressed in her striking red attire, exuded an air of noble elegance. Her complexion was fair, and although devoid of any jade adornments, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. "Didn't I tell you that you must reach the martial spirit realm first? Why have you returned after just 3 days? This could jeopardize your fundamental constitution." Lu Hongyi said with a frown. Though she felt touched by Chu Lingfeng's concern, her worry for his well-being also lingered. After all, years of effort should not go to waste. "Sectmaster, I have a solution. It is resolved. Please give it a try." Chu Lingfeng stepped forward, taking Lu Hongyi's delicate hand in his. In the midst of her astonished gaze, he activated the Yin-Yang creation technique, a soft white light emanating from his chest. In an instant, a strand of Yin-Yang energy entered Lu Hongyi's body. How hot, how cold! Lu Hongyi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. In that moment, her delicate frame felt as though it were plunged into a furnace, only to be instantly cast into an icy abyss. A series of melodious sounds echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 13. The Dual Cultivation once more. The Sect Master's Evasion. Was this? Within the sect's grand hall, Lu Hongyi's body trembled, a sheen of sweat appearing on her fair cheeks. Her eyes, filled with astonishment, were fixed on Chu Lingfeng before her. She had been afflicted by the soul-eating poison from the Hanhai secret realm, and with her heart veins damaged, the meridians within her were as fragile as fine threads. A slight movement of her profound energy would result in excruciating pain. Even she, a martial sovereign, found herself at a loss. Could it be that Chu Lingfeng truly possessed the means to cure her affliction? "Sectmaster, do not move recklessly." Chu Lingfeng's chest erupted with a pearlescent glow, as strands of Yin and Yang energy began to mend Lu Hongyi's meridians. However, upon delving deeper into her body, he discovered that the profound energy within her was unfathomable. If one were to liken the energy coursing through Chu Lingfeng's meridians to a gentle stream, then Lu Hongyi's inner essence was akin to a vast ocean. With considerable effort, Chu Lingfeng barely managed to touch upon some of her meridians. "Master, could you remove the red garment?" Chu Lingfeng asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. "I possess too little energy within me to reach your core." Lu Hongyi's face flushed crimson, despite their previous intimate encounter. It had been she who had taken the initiative. Now, as Chu Lingfeng requested her to shed her red attire, she feigned composure and replied, "Very well, let us proceed to the bedroom." With a graceful step, she made her way toward the side chamber. Upon entering the room, with a delicate wave of her hand, Lu Hongyi's red garment slipped away, revealing her fair and delicate form. Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to tear his gaze away from her, his throat dry. "Master?" With a flick of her wrist, Lu Hongyi summoned a tremendous force that drew Chu Lingfeng closer to her. "Is this sufficient?" she asked, her cheeks still flushed, yet attempting to maintain her composure. An hour passed, and Chu Lingfeng was drenched in sweat, his breath labored, while the Yin-Yang creation pearl at his chest emitted a faint glow. In contrast, Lu Hongyi's complexion appeared radiant, and she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. It seemed as though a surge of vitality within her, combined with her profound energy, was counteracting the soul-devouring poison that threatened her core. Remarkable, she thought. Even with just a trace of the soul-devouring poison, it has indeed been eradicated. Should we continue this level of dual cultivation, I could eliminate the poison entirely within a year. Lu Hongyi looked at Chu Lingfeng, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Lingfeng, where did you acquire such powerful techniques?" Chu Lingfeng replied, "Master, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Please wait for me." He produced a white elixir vial, pouring out 2 or 3 black gathering spirit pills, which he promptly consumed. In an instant, he settled into a meditative position, and an astonishing force of energy began to radiate from him. Has this child utilized all the benefits of our dual cultivation to save me? Lu Hongyi felt a surge of sweetness within her heart as she observed Chu Lingfeng's cultivation. Half an hour passed, and with a resounding boom, Chu Lingfeng's aura stabilized. "I am at the 8th level of martial prowess. I have succeeded," he exclaimed, his gaze resting on Lu Hongyi, who was clad only in a lotus-shaped undergarment. Her eyes wide with astonishment. "Once more," he implored. "Master, if I exert myself a few more times, your ailment will surely heal faster." Streams of yin and yang energy from the gathering spirit pills began to converge towards his yin-yang creation pearl. In Chu Lingfeng's gaze, a resolute determination flickered. The young man was as tenacious as a wild bull. In an instant, a rosy hue crept upon Lu Hongyi's cheeks. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall of the Tianyuan sect, Lu Ying, clad in a purple robe, stood anxiously in place. For hours had passed. The two had yet to emerge. Even if healing, it should not take this long. The grand elder Lu Ying paced back and forth, her eyes betraying her unease. As one of the most formidable martial artists at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm in the entirety of Qingzhou, no one understood the severity of Lu Hongyi's injuries better than she did. Her meridians were ruptured, and the soul-eating poison was gnawing at her internal organs. Had it not been for her cultivation reaching the martial sect level, she would not have been able to endure for so long. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the azure shield, and a powerful aura burst forth from within the hall. With a resounding boom, the bronze doors swung open. I have broken through to the martial master realm. I have finally achieved it. Chu Lingfeng's figure surged forth from the hall. His aura soared, ascending directly from a 7th level of the martial artist realm to the 1st level of the martial master realm. How could this be possible? Beneath her purple veil, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Lingfeng, your cultivation. What Hongyi? This was the second time. Coupled with the previous occasion when Chu Lingfeng had healed Lu Hongyi, this marked his second breakthrough. The last time he emerged from the sect leader's hall, he had already been able to cultivate. Now, he had surpassed the martial artist realm and reached the martial master realm in just 3 days. It is known that even the direct disciples of the peak leaders require 3 months to transition from the martial artist realm to the martial master realm, does it not? Grand Elder. Before Chu Lingfeng could respond, Lu Hongyi's figure suddenly appeared. Clad once again in her resplendent red attire, she exuded a regal and cold beauty. However, the difference was that her aura had now regained the strength of the martial king realm. Hongyi, you are truly saved? Lu Ying's heart soared with joy. The ability to exert the power of the martial king realm indicated that Lu Hongyi's daily functions were no longer hampered. Though not entirely healed, she certainly was no longer facing death. Lu Hongyi parted her crimson lips, her expression complex. She had not anticipated that Chu Lingfeng's physique was so extraordinary, capable of alleviating some of the soul-eating poison within her. Moreover, he had achieved a breakthrough to the martial master realm himself. Lu Ying's purple eyes sparkled as she regarded Chu Lingfeng, suddenly recalling the day when her robe had been stripped away on the back of the Qinglin dragon eagle. When Chu Lingfeng had claimed to be healing her, had she misjudged him? Master, do you now believe me? At that moment, Chu Lingfeng chuckled, his heart brimming with satisfaction. For he had broken through to the 1st level of the martial master realm in just 4 hours. In the future, by diligently refining elixirs and consistently condensing the yin-yang creation pearl, his cultivation will advance at a swifter pace. However, no, henceforth, it shall be limited to once every 3 days. Lu Hongyi felt a subtle ache in her body, aware that this was merely the weakness following detoxification, and quickly interjected. Why? Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not comprehend why she would refuse a remedy that could surely heal her. Lingfeng, your cultivation has reached the martial master realm. You may now practice certain martial techniques within our sect. Moreover, you still need to devote time to your martial arts training. 3 days between treatments is already sufficiently frequent. Any more would adversely affect your cultivation, Lu Hongyi explained, her legs trembling slightly. Chu Lingfeng found her reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. After all, he had exhausted his spirit-gathering pills during their dual cultivation and would need to venture to the Chu Dan Pavilion to continue refining elixirs. If he were to increase his martial training, he would indeed lack the time to accommodate daily treatments. Lung Yushi, I shall have your head. Just as Chu Lingfeng was about to speak, a furious voice erupted from afar, followed by a combat aura that surpassed even that of a martial king. Exploding within the Tianyuan sect. Something has gone awry. Chapter 14. Confronting Su Hao, a month's pact. Something has indeed gone awry. Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly followed behind the sect leader and the grand elder towards the source of the disturbance. Boom! In the distance, a clash of azure and crimson energies illuminated the sky. Lung Yushi, you have crippled my son as cultivation. You shall pay with your life. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his dark hair billowing wildly, seethed with fury. Step aside. What's your son done? Shall I reveal it? From afar, Chu Lingfeng's sister, Lung Yushi, was equally enraged, brandishing a mystical fire spirit sword that radiated with a formidable, tenacious aura, poised to strike at the dark-haired man. What is the commotion? Boom! Just as their lethal moves were about to collide, the Grand Elder Lu Ying appeared between them, with a swift motion of her fair hand. She shattered their energies with a resounding crash. Both opponents halted, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. Greetings, Grand Elder. Greetings, Sect Leader. Su Hao's countenance tightened as he hastily bowed to Grand Elder Lu Ying. However, from a distance, upon catching sight of the crimson-clad figure, a flicker of apprehension crossed his features, prompting him to bow once more before Lu Hongyi. Greetings, Grand Elder. Master, you have emerged? Though Lung Yushi was initially furious, her eyes glimmered with surprise upon seeing Lu Hongyi. Chu Lingfeng waved to his sister, astonished that a simple inquiry to the punishment hall had escalated to near violence with the second elder, Su Hao. This girl is exceedingly fierce. What has transpired? Why engage in combat here? At that moment, a noble voice graced the ears of Chu Lingfeng. Before him, the esteemed master of the sect, Lu Hongyi, began to speak slowly. With a mere glance from her captivating eyes, the imposing aura belonging to the sect leader instantly captivated the entire plaza, rendering it silent. No one dared utter a word. Master, I am wronged, exclaimed Su Qingmu, the son of Elder Su Hao. In secret, he accepted bribes from the Lin family, a subordinate clan of our Tianyuanzong, while they waged a genocidal war against the Jian family, who are also affiliated with our sect. In an instant, Lung Yushi darted to the front of Lu Hongyi, raising her voice in admonishment. Nearby, Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brows as he observed Elder Su Hao in the distance, realizing that the words of Lin Xiaoyu, whom he had encountered earlier, were indeed true. Su Hao was entangled in a dubious relationship with the Lin family. What a beautiful maiden. Meanwhile, Lu Hongyi turned her gaze toward the direction pointed out by Lung Yushi, her brows knitting together slightly. In that instant, she noticed a woman adorned in a purple dress standing in one corner of the plaza, realizing she was brought back by Chu Lingfeng. Lu Hongyi discreetly cast a glance at him, filled with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Is what Yushi says accurate? After a brief pause, Lu Hongyi withdrew her gaze and commanded in a firm yet regal tone, standing at the center of the plaza with her hands behind her back. Her flowing red dress billowed in the wind, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Chu Lingfeng silently praised the sect leader, though her cultivation had not yet recovered. Her mere reprimand caused Elder Su Hao to tremble. Not daring to delay, Su Hao rushed before her to explain. Master, this Su Qingmu does have ties to the Lin family, but it is not as Yushi describes. Master, Qingmu is one of the core members of the four-sect competition. Today, if Qingmu is injured by Lung Yushi, and we lose the competition, coupled with your unhealed wounds, how shall our Tianyuanzong withstand the impending assault from the Wujizong? The four-sect competition, Chu Lingfeng recalled, a grand event organized by the authorities of Qingzhou aimed at dividing the internal interests of the region. In an instant, Elder Su Hao's threat caused Lu Hongyi's brows to furrow deeply. She was indeed still recovering from her injuries. If sects like the Wujimin or the Deluo men were to attack, she would find herself a loss. At that moment, witnessing Su Hao's blatant threat towards the sect leader, Chu Lingfeng could no longer remain seated. Nonsense, he bellowed. Elder, at such a time, you still dare to threaten the sect leader? He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Hao's face. You, shameless wretch, what did you say? Su Hao's expression changed drastically, staring at Chu Lingfeng in furious disbelief. What I said is that you must be out of your mind. Who says that the four-sect competition must require Su Qingmu to participate? Elder, you are perhaps overestimating your own importance. Chu Lingfeng directly confronted him, exclaiming, the regulations of the Tianyuanzong are clearly inscribed. No internal family strife is permitted. Are your eyes blind and your ears deaf? Su Qingmu, as the head of the punishment hall, dares to privately accept gifts from the Lin family? My master is still present. How dare you provoke me so? If my master were not in the sect, would you still dare to act as the sect leader? Su Hao clenched his fists tightly, laughing in anger. Very well. I, Su Hao, have conducted myself with utmost integrity throughout my life, and all my actions have been for the benefit of the sect. Today, I am slandered by a mere child, accused of usurping power? In that case, I hereby resign from my position as the second elder of Tianyuanzong. Lu Hongyi decisively declared. No need. The second elder has rendered great service to the sect and cannot resign. I am indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. And sect affairs will be managed by the Grand Elder. As for the candidates for the grand competition of the four sects, that will be decided in a month. You may disperse. With that, Lu Hongyi turned and made her way toward the main hall of the sect leader. Su Hao, seeing her decision, dared not oppose it, and could only snort coldly before turning to leave. Sect leader's master, Chu Lingfeng, hurriedly followed Lu Hongyi. Only the Grand Elder, Lu Ying, remained to handle the aftermath. Sect leader's master, Su Hao, is problematic. I personally heard Lin Xiaoyu from the Lin family state that he has dealings with the second elder. Yet it was twisted into a connection with Su Qingmu. Chu Lingfeng said, following closely beside Lu Hongyi, a hint of frustration in his voice. I am aware. Lu Hongyi replied, her red garment flowing gracefully. Su Hao is ambitious, and I have always known this. However, he has ties to the Divine Wind Empire, making it difficult for me to deal with him. Previously, I could suppress him with my cultivation, but now. Lu Hongyi's fair cheeks flushed, and her aura became unstable. Sect leader's master. Chu Lingfeng's eyes filled with concern as he grasped Lu Hongyi's jade hand, transmitting a wisp of yin-yang energy to her. He noticed that the soul-devouring poison, which had already been resisted, was showing signs of counterattack again within this half hour. His anxiety deepened. This token is for you. To challenge Su Qingmu after your breakthrough to Martial Master, you must undergo trials in the sect's secret realm. With that, a red token appeared before Chu Lingfeng, inscribed with the character for Lu. Moments later, Lu Hongyi vanished from sight. Sister Fairy, I must grow stronger. I must resolve the sect's issues. Chu Lingfeng Silen Di Zhao, determined to save his sect leader. Suddenly, an elegant voice resonated in his mind. It is quite simple. The pure Yin body is beside you. Seize her. It will be sufficient for you to break through to the great martial master realm. In a month's time, if you can achieve the martial spirit realm, you will barely be able to bear a wisp of my divine power. Eliminating Su Hao will not be a difficult task. Though the voice was faint, it clearly conveyed a sense of disdain for all living beings, which Chu Lingfeng perceived distinctly. In Chapter 15, within the Hall of Techniques, there lay the Earth-grade low-tier skill. Profound Yin demonic art. Only by breaking through to the martial spirit realm could one barely endure even a trace of your divine power. Sister Fairy, just how formidable is your cultivation? Upon hearing the mysterious woman's contemptuous words towards the masses, Chu Lingfeng's expression turned to one of astonishment. It seemed as if she regarded all the powerful beings of the Divine Wind Empire with utter disdain. The Divine Wind Empire? Merely a land of elixirs. Until you step beyond this realm, you will not comprehend that. To speak of the Divine Wind Empire is to acknowledge that your domain is but a wild land in the vast universe. The elegant voice of the mysterious woman echoed once more in Chu Lingfeng's mind. Sister, how can you hear my thoughts? Chu Lingfeng hatet, spijai. The very thoughts he harbored were laid bare by this enigmatic woman. The primordial cauldron recognizes you as its master. Naturally, I know whatever you ponder. Within the cauldron, the mysterious woman, hearing Chu Lingfeng's complaints, had eyes that sparkled like stars, her beauty unparalleled. If one were to witness her at that moment, they would surely feel that even the celestial maidens of the heavens could not compare. She continued, however, rest assured, I am not as base as you might imagine. Constantly prying into your thoughts. Outside, upon hearing her words, Chu Lingfeng chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, no longer wishing to respond. Nonetheless, his curiosity about the mysterious woman's identity remained unabated. According to her, not only the Tianyuan sect, but even the Divine Wind Empire was insignificant in her eyes. Akin to mere ants. She also spoke of even stronger worlds beyond this continent. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng felt an overwhelming yearning for the outside world. Focus on your cultivation. This world is vast indeed. Sensing Chu Lingfeng's thoughts, the mysterious woman murmured within the primordial cauldron. Her eyes shone brilliantly like stars, as if she glimpsed the end of this world, and in an instant, her form began to dissolve into nothingness. First, I shall seek out the techniques I can cultivate in the Hall of Techniques. Then, I will return to Tianyuan Mountain to discuss this matter with Jian Wuji. Chu Lingfeng cast a deep glance at the spot where Lu Hongyi had vanished, before turning and making his way towards the Hall of Techniques. A sense of urgency surged within him. The Tianyuan sect was built against the mountains, and the Hall of Techniques was situated some distance from the main hall of the sect leader. However, having now broken through to the martial master realm, Chu Lingfeng's speed exceeded that of before by at least threefold. Cultivating in tandem with Jian Wuji was currently the only method for rapid advancement in his cultivation. Although he could coerce Jian Wuji into submission as a direct disciple of the sect leader, that would only be a last resort. If possible, Chu Lingfeng still preferred to resolve the matter through a gradual and progressive approach. After all, that graceful dance of Jian Wuji, even under the coercion of Lin Xiaoyu, preferred death over submission, and thus, Chu Lingfeng dared not take any risks. I shall find a cultivation manual for myself. It is often easier to speak than to act. Chu Lingfeng mumut. Resolute, he moved swiftly, reaching an ancient and elegant pavilion in approximately half an hour. Upon encountering the elder guarding the pavilion, Chu Lingfeng bowed respectfully to the entrance, addressing an elderly man clad in gray silk robes. This individual was Elder Zhao Donglin, the most esteemed elder of the Tianyuan sect. Due to his advanced age of over 400 years, and having sustained injuries in his youth that hindered his martial advancement, he had become the guardian elder of the sect. Lingfeng, Elder Zhao's eyelids fluttered, his casual glance turning into a smile upon recognizing Chu Lingfeng. Are you here to peruse the sect's collection again? Chu Lingfeng shook his head. Disciple has come to select the corresponding cultivation method for an inner disciple. Previously unable to cultivate, Chu Lingfeng had always been intrigued by the realm of martial arts and frequently visited the scripture pavilion. Over time, he had developed a certain familiarity with Zhao Donglan. An inner disciple's cultivation method. You can cultivate now? The elder's body stiffened, sitting upright in disbelief, his dim eyes fixated on Chu Lingfeng. After all, it was common knowledge within the Tianyuan sect that Chu Lingfeng had been unable to cultivate. The sudden change was indeed astonishing. A slight tremor coursed through Chu Lingfeng's body, and a surge of profound energy erupted from him. Instantly, Elder Zhao's eyes widened in joy. Excellent. Martial master level. Remarkable. Though you may not yet compare to other inner disciples, this elder has great faith in you. As he spoke, the elder swiftly moved, extending his withered fingers to grasp Chu Lingfeng and leading him to the third floor of the cultivation pavilion. Young man, aside from the top floor, which contains the secrets of our Tianyuan sect and the Tianyuan divine art accessible only to the sect master, all earth-grade and higher cultivation methods are located here. Chu Lingfeng felt a wave of dizziness as he beheld the crimson cabinets enveloped in a translucent, delicate barrier. Beneath this barrier lay manuals of techniques that drove the entire Qingzhou into a frenzy. Profound-grade Supreme Fist Technique, Earth-Shattering Seal, Profound-grade Upper-Tier Palm Technique, Returning Wind Palm, Earth-grade Lower-Tier Finger Technique, Formless Disaster Finger. The myriad of glimmering barriers left Chu Lingfeng dazzled. With the instant kill sword, my offensive capabilities are already sufficient. What I need is a footwork technique, and I must select a cultivation method as a gift for Jian Wuji. He contemplated internally. He possessed the instant kill sword technique given by the mysterious woman, which, despite being a single strike, was powerful enough to cleave mountains. Chu Lingfeng understood that he had yet to fully unlock the potential of this technique. Hence, he did not intend to cultivate any other martial arts. The footwork could indeed be elucidated in a tome. The fourth book on the lowest shelf of the third rack. Just as Chu Lingfeng found himself in a quandary, the elegant voice of the mysterious woman resonated in his mind. Sister Fairy, are you watching? Chu Lingfeng exclaimed in delight, promptly making his way toward the location indicated by her words. Indeed, were you not seeking to present that lady with a cultivation technique? I have perused the techniques contained within this tome. Although most are rather mediocre, this one possesses some merit, bearing similarities to the attributes of the techniques from the Netherworld sect. Upon hearing the mysterious woman's words, Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. The sect leader of the Netherworld sect? Is he not deceased? How could his techniques have surfaced within the Tianyuan sect? A flicker of perplexity crossed his mind. In an instant, a black, serpentine cultivation technique manifested before his eyes. Xianxia technique. A low-grade, earth-tier technique that absorbs the utmost Yin energy from the heavens and the earth for cultivation, consolidating Xian-Yin energy within the body to combat foes. The greater the Xian-Yin energy, the more formidable the inflicted damage. In that moment, Chu Lingfeng sensed the chilling aura emanating from it, akin to the Netherworld palm power that had once radiated from the Grand Elder Lu Ying. The same icy, malevolent essence. What? Are you coveting this technique? Although it is merely a low-grade, earth-tier technique, it ranks among the best within this loft. However, it is ill-suited for you. At that juncture, Elder Zhao Donglan, the guardian of the pavilion, materialized behind him, observing Chu Lingfeng's fixation on the technique and counseled against it. Men are inherently yang in nature. Cultivating a Yin attribute technique yields diminished returns. You have already commenced your training later than your peers. This technique would only slow your progress. Lingfeng, I advise you to relinquish this pursuit. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder Zhao, when did this technique arrive at the Pavilion of Techniques? Why have I not encountered it before? He frequented this pavilion, yet had never laid eyes on this particular technique. The pavilion is vast. How could you have seen everything? This technique was presented by the second elder and has been archived in the pavilion. It has only been less than half a year since its arrival at the Tianyuan sect. How could you have possibly encountered it? Elder Zhao first jested with Chu Lingfeng before continuing. Elder Su Hao, how does he possess a technique related to the Netherworld sect? Chu Lingfeng pondered with a frown. Subsequently, he glanced at the elder's gaunt visage and smiled. I shall take it. The smile on Zhao Donglin's face froze, and then he was consumed by an irate outburst. Little Lingfeng, do you insist on opposing me? Do you believe I would not strike you down? Just as he was about to finish his admonition, Chu Lingfeng's voice floated through the air. Tianqi Point, Dazui Point, Jue Point. Do they not subtly ache at the hour of Chun? In an instant, Elder Zhao Donglin's anger was rendered motionless on his face, his mouth agape in shock at Chu Lingfeng's words. As soon as the cultivation technique was activated, pain surged through him. If he were to forcefully continue, his entire right arm would become paralyzed. Is that not so? Zhao Donglin's dim eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? He exclaimed. Chu Lingfeng, observing the astonishment etched on Zhao Donglin's face, replied, How do I know? Because I possess the ability to heal. Chapter 16. The 7th rank Xianbing Pill, Securing the Pure Yin Body. On the 3rd floor of the Cultivation Pavilion, Chu Lingfeng's declaration of his healing prowess left Elder Zhao Donglin aghast. Lingfeng, are you suggesting that you can cure the hidden injuries afflicting my body? Zhao Donglin's withered cheeks flushed with excitement. For 100 years, he had endured these concealed injuries for 4 centuries, tormented day and night. Not only had he lost the opportunity to advance to the martial sovereign realm, but his own cultivation had regressed to the mid-martial emperor stage. Today, with Chu Lingfeng proclaiming he could heal him, how could he not be elated? Absolutely. Chu Lingfeng nodded with confidence. At present, Zhao Donglin's injuries stemmed from a jolt of Xianyang energy that had struck his heart meridian. His formidable cultivation, honed over years of practice, had only exacerbated his condition as he attempted to expel the energy, resulting in further injury and a decline in his prowess. Chu Lingfeng's desire to treat Zhao Donglin was also fueled by the fact that he himself was at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, and with their sect leader gravely injured, it was likely that nefarious individuals would seek to exploit the situation. Moreover, within the memories passed down from the Yin-Yang pill sovereign, he recalled a certain pill known as the Xianbing pill, specifically designed to remedy the hidden injuries caused by the Xianyang energy within Zhao Donglin. However, the Xianbing pill was a 7th rank elixir, requiring a rare spiritual water called Xianming Eyes for its successful concoction. This pill not only possessed the ability to heal hidden injuries, but also held a deadly allure for practitioners of Yin attribute techniques. Yet, Chu Lingfeng's expression turned troubled. With his current prowess, he was unable to wield 7th rank elixirs. But what? Zhao Donglin, reluctant to let the opportunity for healing slip away, urgently inquired of Chu Lingfeng. Promise me. Just as Chu Lingfeng was about to express his inability to handle 7th rank elixirs, a mysterious woman's elegant voice resonated in his mind. Fairy sister? Why is it that I cannot concoct a 7th rank elixir? Chu Lingfeng internally questioned, voicing his confusion. It is merely the Xianbing pill. Although you cannot create a 7th rank elixir, the 3rd rank Yinbing pill serves a similar purpose. Why not substitute it for the time being? The mysterious woman replied languidly. Instantly, a thought surged into Chu Lingfeng's mind. The Yinbing pill, the Xian-Yin energy within Jian Wuzi. Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with realization, a look of delight crossing his features. By utilizing the Xian-Yin energy within Jian Wuzi as an ingredient, he could correspondingly lower the quality of the other materials required. Elder Zhao, what I mean to convey is that, at present, I lack the capability to concoct the 7th grade elixir, the Xianbing pill. However, I can refine a 3rd grade elixir, the Yinbing pill, to alleviate your current injuries, ensuring that you are spared from the torment of being scorched by the Xianyang energy. Chu Lingfeng recounted the mysterious woman's instructions to him, particularly the necessity of employing the Xian-Yin demonic art to treat his ailments. Upon hearing that Chu Lingfeng sought the Xian-Yin demonic art for his healing, Zhao Donglin readily consented without hesitation. Subsequently, Chu Lingfeng casually selected a superior-grade movement technique, the Divine Wind Steps, and exited the Scripture Pavilion. With Elder Zhao's matter resolved, the safety of the sect was assured. Having acquired the inferior-grade Xianxia demonic art, Chu Lingfeng swiftly made his way towards Tianyuan Peak. In his mind, he contemplated that although the leader of the Mingyue sect, who had ambushed his master, was now deceased, his heart remained unsettled. Currently, the Lin family was aware of Lu Hongyi's severe injuries, and it was inevitable that this news would spread throughout Qingzhou. At that point, adversaries of Tianyuan's sect, such as Wu Zhizong and Bai Huagong, might seize the opportunity to strike. Moreover, he found second elder Su Hao unreliable, heightening his concerns for the safety of his master and sect leader. However, with the presence of Grand Elder Lu Ying and Elder Zhao Donglin, both at the pinnacle of martial sovereignty, the sect, while not as formidable as in its heyday, was certainly capable of self-preservation. Without further conversation, Chu Lingfeng rapidly arrived at the back mountain of Tianyuan's sect. In his chamber, two women were seated. One was a spirited woman donned in a flowing red gown, her face ablaze with fury, hands on her hips as she stood resolutely, her form both curvaceous and statuesque. The other, clad in a purple dress, bore an expression of despair, her demeanor exceedingly delicate, with a graceful figure that evoked a desire to cradle and protect her. What a disgraceful elder! Miss Guan, do not be afraid. Now that I am aware of this matter, I shall not turn a blind eye. My master has always taught me that the more powerful one becomes, the less one should bully the weak. I will see this through to the end. Cold Yushi declared with indignation. She was deeply aggrieved by her master's failure to reprimand Su Hao. Yet, she understood the necessity of this decision, given her master's grave injuries, leaving the entire sect dependent on the second elder. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Lung. I appreciate your support, Guan Wuzi replied, her expression tinged with sorrow. Her exquisitely beautiful face was overshadowed by despair. Even with the intervention of the sect leader, justice had not been served for the Guan family. She could not foresee who might rescue her family in this dire situation. In an instant, her eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Cold Yushi, taken aback, felt a sense of panic, unsure of how to comfort Guan Wuzi. At this moment, the image of Chu Lingfeng inexplicably surfaced in her mind, his lips curving into a mischievous smile. Do not weep, do not weep. My junior brother, Chu Lingfeng, whom you have encountered. He possesses many ideas and might be able to devise a solution for you. Upon hearing Lung Yushi's words, Jian Wuji froze, her sobs stilled. Brother Chu? What can he possibly do? Just then, Chu Lingfeng appeared at the doorway. There is a solution. However, to rescue your family, this solution does not rely on me, but rather on you. His tall figure, adorned with a confident smile, stepped before the two women, gazing down at Jian Wuji. Junior brother. Upon seeing Chu Lingfeng, Lung Yushi's eyes brightened. In that instant, she felt as though she had found a pillar of support. Brother Chu? Jian Wuji's face registered astonishment as she looked up at Chu Lingfeng in surprise. Upon hearing his words, her eyes sparkled with exhilaration, her entire being infused with excitement. What do you mean by that? Chu Lingfeng clapped his storage pouch, and a volume of Earth-tier martial arts, Xianxia Demon Technique, materialized before her. This technique is suited to your constitution, if you are willing to cultivate it. You can swiftly break through to the Martial Master realm and even reach the Great Martial Master realm, or even the Martial Spirit and Martial King realms. Relying on anyone else to resolve the Jian family's issues is futile. You must depend on yourself. The phrase depend on oneself reverberated in Jian Wuji's mind. Xianxia Demon Technique? Beside her, Lung Yushi gasped, her crimson lips parted in astonishment at the dark, bound volume. Junior brother, have you made an error? Although this technique is of the Earth tier, how could it allow Miss Jian to swiftly break through to the Great Martial Master realm, or even the Martial Spirit realm? Chu Lingfeng shook his head. It is indeed possible. Miss Jian possesses a unique constitution. With my assistance, it can be achieved. What? Jian Wuji's excitement surged further upon hearing Chu Lingfeng's words. For many years, this peculiar constitution had hindered her. Each day of practicing the family martial arts left her shivering in the cold. Yet, Chu Lingfeng claimed to understand her constitution. Brother Chu, are you truly sincere? Jian Wuji inquired. My master is the head of the Tianyuan sect, the only martial sovereign in the entirety of Qingzhou. Would I deceive you? Chu Lingfeng ziplit. With those words, Jian Wuji's voluptuous form relaxed, and a sense of relief washed over her. A martial sovereign undoubtedly possessed secrets she had yet to grasp. As the disciple of sect leader Lu, Chu Lingfeng was indeed privy to such knowledge. What, junior brother? What kind of constitution does Miss Jian possess that I am unaware of? Lung Yushi was bewildered. It seemed she was not of the same sect as Chu Lingfeng. He could heal Lu Hongyi's injuries, while she could not. Now, knowing of Jian Wuji's unique constitution, she remained in the dark. Cold Rain, she was filled with curiosity as she approached and playfully tugged at Chu Lingfeng's arm, inquiring eagerly. What do you want to know? Chu Lingfeng, observing his junior sister's thirst for knowledge, cast a glance at her ample figure and replied with a smile. Cold Rain, she nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Just as Chu Lingfeng whispered a few words into her ear, a rosy hue instantly crept across her cheeks. In a flash, Cold Rain, she transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from the room. Senior brother? Jian Wuzi was taken aback, surprised by the sudden turn of events. She couldn't help but wonder what Chu Lingfeng had said that provoked such a strong reaction from Cold Rain. Miss Jian, I shall not conceal it from you. Your physique is one of pure yang, naturally rich in Yin energy, which allows you to cultivate Yin-based techniques with remarkable speed. However, an excess of Yin energy can harm your body and significantly reduce your lifespan. If you can resolve the issue of the Yin energy within you, it will greatly accelerate your cultivation progress. Jian Wuzi's delicate lips parted in astonishment as her graceful figure slowly rose, her purple gown gliding down, concealing her smooth calves. Chu senior brother, is that true? Can my constitution truly expedite my cultivation? Chu Lingfeng withdrew his gaze and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is currently a method to resolve this. What method? Jian Wuzi inquired eagerly. Co-cultivation with me. In an instant, Jian Wuzi's face flushed and she turned away, leaving only the back of her head visible to Chu Lingfeng. What if the lady is unwilling? Chu Lingfeng feigned retreat, preparing to exit the chamber. I am willing. After a brief moment, a voice as faint as a whisper reached Chu Lingfeng's ears, causing his expression to brighten instantly. Chapter 17. The Black Silk of Jian Wuzi and the Rebirth of Yin-Yang Transformation Pearl. I am willing. Jian Wuzi's whisper filled his ears, bringing him immense joy. Chu Lingfeng had anticipated a more arduous negotiation, but it turned out to be that simple, she readily agreed. Chu senior brother, you are right. In this world, no one can be relied upon. To seek revenge, one must depend on oneself. A flicker of determination shone in Jian Wuzi's eyes. I must grow stronger. For years, she had only reached the pinnacle of a martial master. If she missed this opportunity, it was likely that her achievements would never surpass that of a martial spirit. Even though the Jian family had narrowly escaped the Lin family's annihilation this time, what about next time or the time after that? Should they continue to place their hopes on others to rescue them? Jian Wuzi understood that she could not afford to miss this chance. Very well, close your eyes tightly. I shall present you with a gift. Chu Lingfeng gazed at the exceptionally graceful Jian Wuzi, his thoughts drifting back to the previous day at Chu Dan Pavilion, recalling the item gifted to him by Luo Fei, black silk. The black stockings woven from the silk of the celestial ice silkworm, a mystical beast of the highest order, would undoubtedly bestow an extraordinary allure upon her if adorned. What? A shiver coursed through Guan Wuzi's heart, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut, long lashes trembling delicately. She felt a chill envelop her luscious form, as though it were penetrating deep within her limbs. Gradually, she opened her eyes to find a layer of dark fabric adorning her legs, intricate lace patterns tightly embracing her. Waves of icy energy surged into her being, causing her voluptuous body to shudder. What is this? Under the gaze of Chu Lingfeng, who regarded her with astonished admiration, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, a hint of shame stirring within her. She could only utter in a soft voice, "You wouldn't understand. This is called stockings. Crafted from the silk of the celestial ice silkworm, worth a fortune. It can awaken the latent energy within you." Chu Lingfeng spoke whimsically. At that moment, his eyes were unable to tear away from Guan Wuzi's enchanting form. The purple dress draped over her curvaceous body, and with the addition of the black stockings, her long legs appeared even more alluring. Coupled with her innate charm as a mature woman, if Guan Wuzi had once been an 80 on the scale of beauty, she now radiated a perfect score of 100. All right, let us begin, Chu Lingfeng declared, lifting Guan Wuzi in his arms and carrying her into the inner sanctum. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Chu Lingfeng sat cross-legged, practicing the Yin-Yang transformation technique to assimilate the energy within. At that moment, He felt the accumulation of dark energy within him, causing his meridians to ache. The barrier of the first level of a martial master, which he had just breached, felt as flimsy as paper, easily shattered by the influx of profound energy. Boom! With merely one session of dual cultivation, Chu Lingfeng's cultivation level surged to the second level of martial mastery. Truly, as a pure Yin body, a single session of shared cultivation had allowed me to ascend a tier. A gleam of joy sparkled in his eyes. Beside him, Guan Wuzi's purple dress was in disarray. Upon noticing Chu Lingfeng's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly closed her eyes to delve into her own sensations. After a short while, Chu Lingfeng sensed the fluctuations of profound energy surrounding the grand hall. Guan Wuzi's purple dress fluttered without wind, as waves of cool energy erupted from her being. As time passed, her aura steadily ascended, reaching a critical threshold before exploding forth with a resounding boom. She had broken through. Chu Lingfeng's eyes gleamed with brightness. He could feel the transformation in Guan Wuzi's presence. Her aura had intensified to more than thrice its previous strength. Simultaneously, her demeanor subtly shifted. Her skin became fairer. Pores tightened, and every movement exuded an enchanting allure. She was now more beautiful than ever before, surpassing her former self by threefold. Chu Lingfeng surveyed her radiant visage, filled with satisfaction. If Guan Wuzi had once been a mere beauty, she could now stand in comparison to the esteemed master, Lu Hongyi. However, the esteemed master, Lu Hongyi, possesses a beauty of exquisite nobility, while Jian Wuzi, under the influence of dark energies, becomes alluringly enchanting. Brother Chu, do you find me beautiful? Jian Wuzi inquired, a flicker of joy igniting within her as she caught Chu Lingfeng's gaze, despite a tinge of embarrassment. Kneeling with her voluptuous form, she boldly showcased her ample figure to him. You. Chu Lingfeng felt a rush of warmth. He had not anticipated Jian Wuzi's sudden boldness. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a luscious body lunged toward him. Am I being overwhelmed again? Was the last coherent thought lingering in his mind. A pure Yang body encountered a pure Yin body at the outset. He found himself somewhat intrigued. Within the mysterious cauldron, a woman observed this captivating scene. Her body quivering slightly as a primal desire, unprecedented in millennia, surged within her heart. Oof. She furrowed her delicate brows, flicking her sleeve to sever her connection with the cauldron. Time passed, and soon Jian Wuzi sat cross-legged within the grand hall, her entire being flushed with fervor. The energy within her surged in waves, her cultivation soaring dramatically. First level of Grand Martial Master. Second level. Third level. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng's progress seemed to have stalled. Why have I halted just after breaking through to the fourth level of Martial Master? He pondered, sensing the dwindling dark energy within him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Fairy sister, where has my energy gone? Have you taken it from me? Jian Wuzi had already ascended to the seventh level of Grand Martial Master. How could his cultivation remain at the fourth level? He gazed at the cauldron resting on his chest, frowning as he questioned it. Oh, is that so? The elegant voice of the mysterious woman emerged, laced with a hint of languor, as if the fervor of recent events had just subsided. Your cultivation must not ascend any further. In a mere 2 days, you have leaped from the seventh level of martial artist to the fourth level of martial master. Such rapid advancement will destabilize your foundation. Perhaps this is why the cauldron absorbed most of your energy. Chu Lingfeng regarded the cauldron with suspicion. Is that truly the case? I am aware that this little cauldron siphons energy. I had chosen to overlook it previously, but this time is different. You must relinquish some of it. He threatened. Suddenly, the cauldron trembled, and dark energy surged forth from within. Congeal. Chu Lingfeng's eyes brightened as he fervently activated the Yin-Yang transformation technique. With a thunderous roar, the vital energy within him surged, intertwining with the pure Yin essence, coalescing towards his chest. 1 bead, 2 beads, 3. The 3 Yin-Yang transformation pearls radiated a soft, milky glow. In that fleeting moment, Chu Lingfeng felt his mind becoming clearer. Various insights into martial arts flooded into his consciousness. Time to cultivate the divine wind steps. My comprehension has heightened. This is the perfect opportunity. Sensing the resonance of the 6 Yin-Yang transformation pearls within him, he made an instantaneous decision. As he opened the manual for this unique footwork, it seemed to be a fluid and dynamic cultivation method that penetrated his mind. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng followed the techniques of the divine wind steps, bursting forth from the grand hall, his figure flickering as he began his training. Chapter 18. The Senior Sister's Jealousy and the Master Surprise. The divine wind steps focus on harnessing the power of the wind. The practitioner must draw pure wind attribute essence into their body, channeling it through numerous hidden meridians in their legs. Upon mastering this technique, their legs become as light as air, allowing for silent movement, with a faint blue wind swirl encircling them. This is intriguing, Chu Lingfeng thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Empowered by the 6 Yin-Yang transformation pearls, he easily sensed the wind attribute essence. As he consumed his own essence to open his meridians, he swiftly summoned the wind attribute energy into his body. With a whoosh, upon the immediate influx of wind essence, his eyes sparkled. His legs felt remarkably light. With just a slight thought, he took a step and soared several yards away. I did it. Chu Lingfeng et glim zai. He lightly tapped his toes, causing a green vortex to gradually take shape upon the ground. With that momentum, he leaped several yards further. My speed has increased manifold, Chu Lingfeng remarked, his expression brightening. Yet the consumption of essence is also doubled. After gliding several dozen yards, he turned to return. Just as he reached the entrance of the grand hall, he felt his meridians empty, his essence completely depleted. However, with the assistance of the primordial cauldron, there was no need for excessive concern. Soon after, the primordial cauldron trembled, and Chu Lingfeng sensed streams of milky energy surging into his body, leaving him pleasantly surprised. He had allowed the resources given to him by Lu Hongyi over the years to be devoured by the primordial cauldron. Added to that, it had consumed the pure Yin essence he absorbed from Guan Wuji, making the cauldron exceedingly sentient. Yet, the mysterious woman had mentioned that it was currently in a severely damaged state. Once repaired, it would unlock even more functions. Otherwise, Chu Lingfeng would not tolerate it consuming such vast amounts of energy. It's time to refine some elixirs. Sensing the fluctuations within the grand hall dissipate, Chu Lingfeng pushed open the door to his chamber and stepped inside. Before him, a silhouette clad in purple materialized. Senior Brother Chu, you have returned. Do you know? I have achieved a breakthrough to the Great Martial Master S 7th level. With a graceful demeanor and rosy lips slightly parted, Jian Wuji gazed at Chu Lingfeng with delight. Great Martial Master S 7th level? Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he sensed Jian Wuji's formidable aura, his expression one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that the enhancement of her pure Yin physique would be so potent, allowing her to ascend from the 9th level of Martial Master to the 7th level of Great Martial Master in merely a day. Excellent. Here, take this profound Yin demon technique and cultivate diligently. Strive for an early breakthrough into the martial spirit realm. Chu Lingfeng retrieved the Earth-grade lower-tier technique he had acquired from the Martial Arts Pavilion that morning and handed it to Jian Wuji. Thank you, Senior Brother Chu. Jian Wuji's cheeks flushed as she gratefully accepted the profound Yin demon technique. Senior Brother Chu, her crimson lips slightly parted, she gazed at him moved. Suddenly, she lunged towards Chu Lingfeng, her alluring figure pressing against him as she kissed him. By the heavens, I am at a disadvantage. Chu Lingfeng felt a fragrant breeze envelop him, followed by the warmth of her lips. Passionate and assertive, she pressed her voluptuous form against him, replenishing his drained yin-yang energy with her essence. Is this a power bank? How splendid! Chu Lingfeng's heart soared with joy, eager to proceed with their intimate moment. Just then, voices echoed from the entrance of the chamber. Chu Lingfeng, come out. Chu Lingfeng, step outside. Great Elder, you cannot enter. Junior Brother is in seclusion. I do not care if he is in seclusion. This concerns our sect leader. If he does not emerge today, I shall dismantle his cultivation hall. Oh no! Senior Brother Chu, there are people, Jian Wuji exclaimed, nudging his shoulder. At that moment, Chu Lingfeng was in the midst of refining the yin and yang energies and reluctantly muttered, ignore them. Let us continue. Senior Brother Chu, hearing the furious voices outside, Jian Wuji resembled a startled deer. Upon seeing the intruders, she leaped back, hurriedly smoothing out the creases in her purple dress and quickly adjusting her robe to conceal her long, slender legs clad in black stockings. Disappointment washed over Chu Lingfeng. He was not pleased. At this moment, his 7 yin-yang creation pearls had barely stored half of their potential. Suddenly, he heard the door being pushed open. Chu Lingfeng. Yu Luing Tan stood wide-eyed, astonished at the scene before her. Chu Lingfeng remained rooted in place while beside him. A woman frantically attempted to straighten the folds in her purple attire. Sister Lung Yushi widened her eyes, gazing at Chu Lingfeng, and exclaimed, "Chu Lingfeng, did you not claim you would heal Miss Wan? You two a pair of shameless lovers." With a huff, she seemed to express jealousy and turned to leave. Divine Wind steps. A thought crossed Chu Lingfeng's mind, and a cerulean vortex formed beneath his feet. In an instant, he appeared before Lung Yushi. "Sister, you are mistaken. I am indeed healing Miss Wan. If you do not believe me, just look," he explained urgently. What astonishing speed! His figure darted forth like a bolt of lightning, instantly shocking the three women in the grand hall, particularly the elder Lu Ying, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "How have you attained the 4th level of martial mastery? Just this morning, were you not merely at the 1st level?" Lu Ying stared at Chu Lingfeng in astonishment. Earlier that day, she witnessed his cultivation at the 1st level. Yet now he had evidently advanced to the 4th level. Such rapid progress left her utterly astounded. As her words resonated, Lung Yushi furrowed her brows, casting a doubtful glance at Chu Lingfeng before her gaze drifted towards one Wuzi in the distance. "Wuzi, quickly, show sister your cultivation level." Chu Lingfeng urged upon noticing her change in demeanor. "Yes, Chu Xiang," one Wuzi replied, feeling the piercing stares of two sharp gazes upon her, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Nevertheless, she summoned her energy, causing a gust of force to surge forth, scattering her flowing hair and revealing her long, dark legs anew. "Grand Martial Master, in just 2 hours, you have transcended to the Grand Martial Master realm?" Lung Yushi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Instantly, a thought struck her, igniting her fury. "Chu Lingfeng, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, did you lead Miss Wan to practice demonic cultivation techniques? If that is the case, I shall inform the senior sister, and you will be doomed." Chu Lingfeng sighed in relief, recognizing that the little sister remained so innocent. Even in such circumstances, she still suspected demonic practices. "No, absolutely not." He fervently shook his head, refusing to concede. "Really?" Lung Yushi questioned skeptically. "Truly, I swear," Chu Lingfeng asserted, raising his hand as if to vow. "If I do not believe you, then tell me why her cultivation advanced so rapidly under your care? After all these years, why have you never healed me?" Lung Yushi pouted playfully, clinging to Chu Lingfeng's arm. "I too wish to break through to the martial emperor realm and vanquish that brat Su Muqing. Such a grudge you hold." Chu Lingfeng scrutinized the pure and innocent junior sister, and he could not help but admire her voluptuous figure and stunning beauty. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, along with her willow-like brows and delicate nose, complemented the gracefulness of her red attire, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. "Enough. You two, cease your bickering." At that moment, "I urgently need to speak with Lingfeng," interrupted Lu Ying, unable to bear the sight of their playful exchange any longer. "Your senior sister has sent word. A secret realm named Fengming has been discovered on the southwestern front of Lingzhou. It is said to contain the 7th grade spiritual herb, blood phoenix grass. This herb possesses the remarkable ability to mend broken meridians and heal internal injuries. It could prove invaluable for your master. Your senior sister has instructed me to lead a team, along with elite disciples from our sect, to this location." Upon hearing the term blood phoenix grass, Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Elder, are you certain it is the blood phoenix grass cultivated from the blood of the divine beast, the phoenix?" Chapter 19. The Phoenix Blood Nirvana Pill and the News from Senior Sister Duga Mushue. "Yes," Lu Ying confirmed, her red lips curling slightly as she patiently elaborated. "Mushue has verified that previously, a martial artist at the Martial King level entered the realm, which appears to be an ancient sex dojo. Within, there are indeed 7th grade spiritual herbs, blood phoenix grass." In recent days, Lu Ying's attitude towards Chu Lingfeng had shifted, particularly following their recent interactions. She was nearly convinced that he possessed a technique capable of healing injuries. This realization sparked a twinge of guilt within her for her earlier treatment of him aboard the Qinglin Dragon Eagle. However, facing Chu Lingfeng openly ignited a blush on her delicate face, rendering her somewhat bashful. Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brows as he assessed Lu Ying, sensing a noticeable change in her demeanor towards him. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy within. If the blood phoenix grass were indeed real, it would be a tremendous boon. The legacy he inherited from the Yin-Yang Dan Emperor included a certain elixir that would greatly assist him at this moment. The blood phoenix Nirvana pill. He recalled that this pill was a 6th grade elixir capable of accelerating the development of his pure yang divine body, significantly enhancing his yang energy. In such a case, even if he were to encounter someone with a constitution like Jian Wuji, he wouldn't need to engage in prolonged cohabitation to stabilize his energy. At that moment, a cheer resonated in Chu Lingfeng's ears. Wonderful! The Lingzhou front is indeed the territory of my senior sister. I refuse to believe that anyone would dare to seize the blood phoenix grass from our Tianyuanzong. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lung Yushi raised her hand in jubilant cheer, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Forget it! The front line of Lingzhou borders the Yunling Empire. Recently, the army of Yunling has been pressing forward, and your senior sister, Dugam Mushue, is stationed at the Central Army, tasked with directing the troops to confront the enemy. There is no time for her to concern herself with our matters. Entering the secret realm and gathering the blood phoenix grass will depend solely on our own efforts. Liu Ying's voice shattered Lung Yushi's fantasies. Dugam Mushue, along with Master Chu Lingfeng, is among the first disciples taken in by our revered master, Liu Hongyi. Once a princess of the Shunfeng Empire, she fled her impending marriage to a prince of Yunling and sought refuge under the tutelage of our master. Upon completing her training and returning to her homeland, she became a general stationed at the front line of Lingzhou, determined to avenge the decisions made by Yunling. Recalling that fierce female dragon, Chu Lingfeng shuddered uncontrollably. Sister, have you gathered the medicinal herbs I asked for? She inquired, given that they would be leaving the master for a while and with the elder also absent. Chu Lingfeng felt uneasy leaving their revered master alone in the Tianyuanzong. She resolved to refine the Xianxia Dan in advance. With Elder Zhao Donglin, a peak martial sovereign, guarding them from the shadows, Chu Lingfeng would have a bit more peace of mind. Thus, as soon as Lung Yushi departed, Chu Lingfeng entrusted her with the task of searching for the spiritual herbs. Upon hearing Chu Lingfeng's words, Lung Yushi nodded, then tapped her storage bag, curiously asking, Fei Ling Kui, Wang Ming Gao, Xuan Ling Shui. These are all third-grade spiritual herbs? Junior brother, what do you need them for? A series of shimmering silver orbs of spiritual herbs floated towards Chu Lingfeng from Lung Yushi's side. Fei Ling Kui, Wang Ming Gao, Xuan Ling Shui. These are all in-attribute spiritual herbs. Lingfeng, are you planning to refine pills? The elder displayed a look of astonishment, her eyes fixed in surprise upon Gu Lingfeng. It was evident that he had only recently begun his cultivation. How could he suddenly possess such knowledge? Indeed, I intend to refine the Xianxia Dan. As for its purpose, I shall keep that a secret. Chu Lingfeng replied with a mysterious smile, eager to usher them out. Oomph, as if I would care. The innocent little senior sister was promptly dismissed by Chu Lingfeng, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Although she was curious about his intentions, she was unwilling to linger and could only huff with pride as she strode towards the exit. Lingfeng, remember to depart tomorrow. Do not forget. Liu Ying, seeing Lung Yushi leave, felt it was inappropriate to remain any longer. After giving her instructions to Chu Lingfeng, she vanished from the grand hall. Has the elder's attitude towards me improved? Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brows in contemplation. Liu Ying has always harbored a negative impression of him, for after all, Chu Lingfeng is the closed-door disciple of the sect master of Tianyuanzong. Yet he is deemed a waste incapable of cultivation. Consequently, Chu Lingfeng has never received a favorable demeanor from Liu Ying. For instance, during their last encounter involving the Qinglin Dragon Eagle. Although Chu Lingfeng had stripped Liu Ying of her garments, it was solely for the purpose of treating her ailment. However, due to his exceedingly poor reputation with the elder Liu Ying, no matter how he attempted to justify his actions, it proved futile. He was still struck down by Liu Ying's palm from the Qinglin Dragon Eagle. Yet today, how could Liu Ying exhibit such patience in her explanations? There must be something amiss. Chu Lingfeng shook his head. He tapped his storage bag and retrieved a fiery red alchemical cauldron. The cauldron was approximately the size of a basketball and felt pleasantly warm to the touch. This cauldron, known as the Chihuading, is a mid-grade spiritual tool of the Xian rank, suitable for concocting elixirs. It was a request made to Luo Fei before he departed from the Chudan Pavilion. After all, he could not possibly brew every type of elixir at the Chudan Pavilion, could he? With the Chihuading in his possession, Chu Lingfeng need only gather the necessary herbs to concoct elixirs of grade 3 or below, eliminating the need for frequent visits to the Chudan Pavilion. Come here. Chu Lingfeng beckoned to Jian Wuzi, opening the cauldron-s lid with a flick of his finger. Senior brother Chu, did you call for me? Jian Wuzi's eyes sparkled as she gracefully approached him. Input your true energy, but remember to do so slowly. Chu Lingfeng felt a chilling aura surge into his body. It was astonishing that Jian Wuzi's physique was already so formidable at this nascent stage. He dared not contemplate the extent of her strength once her cultivation advanced. All right. Although Jian Wuzi was unsure of Chu Lingfeng's intentions, her trust in him led her to nod in agreement. With a wave of her right hand, a stream of cold, true energy surged into the cauldron. Chu Lingfeng also flicked his finger, igniting his true energy beneath. Before long, a swirling mass of chilling energy began to take shape within the cauldron. Xianbingqi. It worked. Chu Lingfeng exclaimed joyfully as he retrieved a cyan jade vial from his storage bag, capturing the energy mass within it. He then lifted Jian Wuzi into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. Wuzi, you have been of tremendous help to me, Chu Lingfeng declared, his heart brimming with joy. Really? Jian Wuzi responded with equal enthusiasm, feeling honored to assist Chu Lingfeng. No, senior brother Chu, Wuzi cannot take it anymore. Jian Wuzi's cheeks flushed as she grasped Chu Lingfeng's mischievous hand, shyly exclaiming, Wuzi still needs to return to the Jian family before dawn. If we go any further, I won't be able to walk. Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened as he looked at the beauty in his arms. What? You still intend to go back? Chapter 20. Jian Wuzi departs. The mysterious woman reveals her countenance. What? You still intend to go back? Chu Lingfeng was momentarily stunned and then inquired. Jian Wuzi silently pushed Chu Lingfeng aside, lightly biting her red lips, her expression intricate. A single statement from my senior brother has awakened me. No one can save the Jian family, nor can anyone save me. In this world, the only one capable of rescuing oneself is oneself. The experiences of these past days have made me realize this. Even within the colossal Tianyuanzong, there exists strife. Due to this conflict, no one can assist me. Now that I have transcended to the great martial master realm, supplemented by the earth-grade low-tier technique, Xianxia demon art, my actual combat power is not inferior to that of the martial spirit realm. Although such strength may not rival the martial king ancestor of the Lin family, I regard no one else with any significance. Wait for my return. If I, Jian Wuzi, can resolve the calamity of the Jian family upon my return, I shall undoubtedly repay senior brother Chu with unwavering loyalty and service throughout my life. Jian Wuzi lunged toward Chu Lingfeng, her enchanting form pressing against him as she kissed him. Once again, I have been taken advantage of. Chu Lingfeng felt a fragrant breeze envelop him, followed by a nimble, warm tongue approaching. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Chu Lingfeng stood rooted in place, watching as Jian Wuzi vanished before him. Sigh. A wave of melancholy washed over him, and he wished to call Jian Wuzi back. Yet, the words lingered on his lips, transforming into a deep sigh. He understood that even if he called her back now, she would not return. After all, this concerns the entire Jian family. Initially intending to seek assistance from Tianyuanzong, she had received no help apart from Chu Lingfeng. She could only return home alone to confront this dilemma. I'm too weak. I must intensify my training. Chu Lingfeng thought to himself. Although Jian Wuzi had broken through to the 7th layer of the great martial master realm and possessed a degree of self-preservation with the earth-grade low-tier Xianxia demon art, Chu Lingfeng still felt acutely aware of his own inadequacy. He was incapable of resolving the poison inflicted by his master, the sect leader Lu Hongyi. Moreover, he could not address the issues concerning Jian Wuzi's family. If one day, those dear to him were once again faced with life-threatening peril, would he be able to protect everyone? Such thoughts were too daunting to contemplate. Training, becoming stronger, Chu Lingfeng fervently murmured to himself. At this moment, his desire to grow stronger was exceedingly urgent, driven by a determination to no longer feel powerless in the face of adversity. Alchemy. Chu Lingfeng clapped his hands on the lid of the crimson fire cauldron, pouring in all the resources at once. The recently acquired pure Yin energy would be sufficient for him for a considerable time. Refining, melting herbs, dissolving pills. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the crimson fire cauldron erupted. Chu Lingfeng hastily retracted the cauldron. In an instant, as the lid of the cauldron was lifted, a chilling aura surged into Chu Lingfeng's body. How cold! Chu Lingfeng shivered, and soon he beheld 7 or 8 milky white pills materialize before him. Had he succeeded? The third-grade pill, Xianbing pill. It possessed the ability to condense Yin energy and was solely effective against fire injuries. Now, once they departed, he need not worry about the safety of his master. A smile of joy spread across Chu Lingfeng's face as he spoke with newfound confidence. Currently, if he and the Grand Elder ventured to Lingzhou, the strongest force within the sect would rest upon the second elder, Su Hao, who had attained the 8th level of martial sovereign. Under such circumstances, he would naturally be concerned for his master. However, as long as he could suppress the ailments of the guarding elder, with his presence stabilizing the sect, Chu Lingfeng would feel considerably reassured. At that moment, he gazed at the yin-yang energy enveloping the Xianbing pill, a glimmer of delight gracing his features. These 7 strands of yin-yang energy were sufficient for him to once again condense a yin-yang creation pearl. Lingfeng, why not attempt to cultivate the Xianyin demon art? As Chu Lingfeng settled into a meditative posture, preparing to absorb the yin-yang energy from the Xianbing pill, a mysterious woman's languid yet noble voice echoed in his mind. Chu Lingfeng Baoset, Momentia Dazet. Fairy sister, am I not a pure yang divine body? How can I cultivate yin attribute techniques? The yin-yang transformation technique my master taught me is for the cultivation of yin-yang energy. He scratched his head, bewildered. Since childhood, his master had instructed him that one should cultivate techniques suited to their physique. As a pure yang divine body, it was only natural that yang attribute techniques would be more fitting for him. Why, then, was this enigmatic woman suggesting he practice the Xian-Yin demon art today? You foolish boy, the mysterious woman chuckled softly, concealing her laughter behind her hand. Suddenly, her figure flickered, transforming into a graceful silhouette that slowly emerged from the cauldron. How beautiful! Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixating on the enchanting figure before him, who moved with a gentle elegance. Clad in flowing azure garments, her stunningly fair complexion was captivating, reminiscent of a celestial goddess. Her eyes sparkled like stars, making any ordinary person who dared to meet her gaze feel utterly inferior. In silence, her ethereal demeanor exuded an otherworldly grace, leaving onlookers to marvel at her unparalleled beauty. Especially striking were her heavenly long legs, fair and delicate, utterly flawless. If she donned stockings at her height, Chu Lingfeng's eyes brightened. With a graceful descent, the azure figure floated down before Chu Lingfeng. Fairy sister, before he could utter another word, she playfully smacked him on the back of his head. Ouch! Fairy sister, why did you hit me? Chu Lingfeng winced, rubbing the spot where she struck, his mind reeling in astonishment. At this moment, his strength was such that he hadn't even perceived how she had made her move. The alluring enchantress, with a slight narrowing of her beautiful eyes and a firm bite of her silver teeth, felt a surge of indignation as her chest quivered with rage. Chu Lingfeng was taken aback, horrified by the realization that this woman could perceive his inner thoughts. Fixating on her smooth, serpentine legs, he exclaimed, Fairy sister, I have erred. It is simply your exquisite beauty that captivates me. How could one remain unmoved by such celestial grace? To do so would surely render me abnormal. The mysterious woman was amused by his words. She had never encountered anyone who could articulate lust in such a refreshing and refined manner. Let this be the last time, she admonished. Do you know why I have come forth? Chu Lingfeng shook his head in confusion. Your pure, yang divine body, although not yet fully matured, has awakened. It is indeed one of the finest physiques in existence. Having left the Tianyuan sect, should any ancient beings in this realm discover you, you would find yourself in peril beyond comprehension, the mysterious woman warned. Chu Lingfeng was struck by this revelation, realizing the gravity of the situation. His healing abilities and unique constitution would undoubtedly attract envy and desire. But, fairy sister, my physique cannot cultivate the Xian-Yin demon art. He lamented. Foolish brain, she retorted. What do you think the Hunyuan cauldron is for? It channels spiritual energy. All you need to do is let the Xianbing Dan be consumed by the Hunyuan cauldron. It will then supply you with Yin attribute Xianxi. In that moment, the cauldron will become your second Dantian, and your pure yang divine body will be temporarily enveloped by the Yin attribute energy cultivated from the Xian-Yin demon art. Her words ignited a spark of understanding within him. Though he was merely at the 4th level of martial mastery, he would possess 2 sets of cultivation techniques and martial skills, exponentially enhancing his combat prowess. I comprehend, he declared. Fairy sister, I shall proceed forthwith. With newfound determination, he flicked his fingers, sending a Xianbing Dan into the Hunyuan cauldron. Buzzing, the cauldron trembled, and in an instant, pure Yin attribute energy surged into his being. Quickly, Chu Lingfeng seated himself, cross-legged, meditating on the Xian-Yin demon art to cultivate. This young rascal, Is the allure of these stockings truly so potent? The mysterious woman observed as the aura surrounding Chu Lingfeng gradually turned cold. Glancing at her own fair thigh, she delicately pointed, and a pair of black stockings materialized in her hand from a storage bag. Feeling the smooth texture of the stockings, a blush crept across her fair visage as she silently scoffed and vanished from sight. Boom! 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 Chu Lingfeng's aura began to surge with fervor, breaking through barriers with astonishing speed. The primordial cauldron astonishingly allows me to simulate my dantian. I can utilize the primordial cauldron for a swift breakthrough. Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened as the yin-yang transformative pill within his chest burned with fervor. An enigmatic sensation enveloped his heart. The mystic yin palm. Boom! A wave of azure-gray palm force was unleashed. Everything in Chu Lingfeng's vicinity began to freeze instantaneously. Chapter 21. Sect Leader, Master, what brings you here? The following day, before the Law Pavilion. Esteemed Elder of the Pavilion, take this pill. Until my return, simply consume one every 3 days. It will suffice to suppress the injuries within you. Chu Lingfeng declared, producing a storage pouch, from which a bag containing the mystic ice pill appeared in his hand. Is it truly so? The elder of the pavilion, Xiao Donglin, squinted with sudden brightness in his dim eyes. He swiftly grasped the storage pouch, revealing the pill, which radiated a soft, milky glow before the crowd. Indeed, however, I kindly ask Elder Zhao to assist me in performing a little act. Chu Lingfeng replied with a smile, recounting the circumstances to Zhao Donglin. In an instant, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Donglin's eyes. Rest assured. He then flicked his fingers, consuming a mystic ice pill. In the distance, a pill? Is it truly a pill? Isn't Chu Lingfeng considered a waste? Why bestow a pill upon the elder of the pavilion? In the clearing before the law pavilion, Lu Ying stood gracefully, adorned in a flowing white gown with fringes, her exquisite visage partially concealed by a white veil, revealing a hint of surprise. Her voluptuous figure and enchanting silhouette captivated the surrounding disciples of the Tianyuan sect, their gazes filled with unabashed fervor. What a figure! What a captivating expression! If only I could share a night with her, my demise would be worth it. One disciple mused, his eyes filled with longing as he beheld the grand elder's alluring form. Yet, he was swiftly chastised by another disciple. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the grand elder. How did she arrive here? Look, the azure-scaled dragon eagle has emerged. The other disciples scoffed dismissively. This cannot be the grand elder. The grand elder bears the title of purple sovereign, always clad in purple garments, and possesses unparalleled cultivation. This maidservant appears to be merely at the martial spirit level. Surely, she's a maid accompanying senior brother Chu. I heard our sect's fourth elder is leading an expedition to Lingzhou, where a mysterious realm has surfaced. Is the grand elder also going? The fourth elder leads the expedition. How could the grand elder accompany him? She mentioned something about entering seclusion, and that azure-scale dragon eagle seems to have been borrowed by senior brother Chu. As Lu Ying's purple eyes swept imperiously over the disciples before her, they felt the pressure of her martial spirit aura and instinctively shrank back, refraining from further utterances. Very well, very well, very well. Lu Ying turned her gaze once more towards Chu Lingfeng. The elder Zhao Donglin, guardian of the sect, exhibited a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes as his formidable aura erupted with tremendous force. The overwhelming presence of a martial emperor cascaded outward, manifesting as tempestuous winds that bore down upon all present. Elder Zhao, his cultivation, was he truly at the martial emperor level? How could this be? The immense pressure surged forth, leaving all disciples of the Tianyuan sect gasping for breath. Was he at the 6th level of martial emperor? Had Elder Zhao's injuries healed? Lu Ying stood rooted in place, her brow furrowed, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. The turbulent energy whipped through the air, lifting the hem of her skirt and revealing her graceful figure. No, this was not right. The martial emperor was at the 7th level, the 8th, the 9th. Elder Zhao's aura had returned to its zenith, matching her own cultivation level. How could this be? Lu Ying gazed at Chu Lingfeng before her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. She had harbored doubts regarding Chu Lingfeng's scheme, yet now she found herself compelled to believe. For centuries had passed, and even the 6th grade alchemist of the Divine Wind Empire had failed to resolve Elder Zhao's afflictions. Yet here was Chu Lingfeng, who had achieved just that. The feeling of returning to the pinnacle is truly exhilarating. Elder Zhao Donglin's eyes sparkled with joy as he took a step forward, instantly appearing in midair above the Tianyuan sect. His oppressive aura enveloped the entire sect. Elder Zhao is indeed Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao has reclaimed the pinnacle of the martial emperor. Our Tianyuan sect has gained yet another supreme powerhouse. In an instant, the masters of the various peaks within the Tianyuan sect were stirred, all hastening toward Zhao Donglin's direction. At the forefront was the second elder, Su Hao, whom Chu Lingfeng recognized clearly. Elder, let us depart. At this moment, Elder Zhao had captured the attention of the entire sect. We shall exit through the back door. Chu Lingfeng nodded, his figure flickering as he summoned a gust of azure wind beneath his feet, swiftly moving to Elder Lu Ying's side. Was this your doing? Elder Lu Ying's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complex expression as she scrutinized Gu Jing, her visage reflecting her intricate thoughts. A mere 3 days apart, and one must regard another with fresh eyes. It seemed as though she no longer recognized Chu Lingfeng. Elder, our outing today is to address our Master's injuries. Although the fourth elder leads the expedition, we shall undoubtedly encounter formidable opponents from other sects along the way. Therefore, you must always remember your identity. Chu Lingfeng Zimak Guli, a glint of satisfaction crossing his gaze. At present, the Tianyuan sect was in a delicate state. Their sect leader was gravely wounded. Although they had intentionally suppressed news of it, some would surely be aware. Thus, the decision to have the fourth elder lead the expedition, while Lu Ying claimed to be in closed-door retreat, was made in secrecy. Lu Ying bit her silver teeth, her chest rising and falling rapidly. This time, she was to play the role of Chu Lingfeng's maid, accompanying him to Lingzhou. Come, support this young master's arm, and assist him onto the Qinglin Dragon Eagle. Chu Lingfeng observed her frustration with amusement. He audaciously raised his arm, awaiting Lu Ying to help him. Of course, young master. Lu Ying, with delicate steps, bit her silver teeth, feigning to assist Chu Lingfeng. He grasped her arm, swiftly ascending onto the Qinglin Dragon Eagle. You? Lu Ying's body trembled as she felt a wave of warmth emanate from Chu Lingfeng, instantly penetrating her, causing her to shiver. Don't move. Be mindful of your position. Chu Lingfeng admonished softly, his brow furrowing near her ear. In that moment, she felt both exhilarated and numb, as if electrified. Subsequently, the Qinglin Dragon Eagle let out a cry, and the two vanished from the sect. However, at that moment, all eyes were on Zhao Donglin's restoration of power, and no one noticed their departure. Out of the sect. Release me. Lu Ying was drenched in fragrant sweat, her body trembling intermittently, for reasons unknown. The moment Chu Lingfeng touched her, that intense masculine aura intoxicated her. She desperately sought to push him away. Noticing her strange reaction, Chu Lingfeng chuckled mischievously and playfully slapped Lu Ying's rounded posterior. You! Startled by the suddenness of the act, Lu Ying shot him an indignant glare. This is a punishment for your indiscriminate actions against me. Great Elder, ahead lies the meeting point with the fourth elder and the others, Chu Lingfeng remarked, gesturing towards the airborne cross-state dragon boat with a smile. Oof. Lu Ying huffed, threatening, once we were on the dragon boat, should you dare to lay a hand on me again, do not blame me for striking you down. Chu Lingfeng did not retort. Grasping Lu Ying's delicate hand, he summoned a gust of azure wind beneath their feet, and they instantly landed on the dragon boat. Return. He patted the beast-controlling pouch at his side, and the Qinglin Dragon Eagle was swiftly recalled. With this action, all disciples of the Tianyuan sect turned their attention towards Chu Lingfeng. Lingfeng, our esteemed nephew, has arrived. Ha ha! Finally, our disciples of the Tianyuan sect have gathered. In the distance, a figure bearing a long sword soared towards Chu Lingfeng, appearing before him. Instantly, the great Elder Lu Ying's expression grew grave, and she hurriedly concealed herself behind Chu Lingfeng. Master of the sect, why is she here? Chu Lingfeng gapet, his eyes widening at the sight of a flash of red. Chapter 22. That flash of red, the pride of the sect leader. Chu Lingfeng's demeanor stiffened as he realized that behind the fourth elder stood a figure clad in crimson. It is evident that both he and the esteemed elder, Lu Ying, have conspired to seek the Phoenix Blood Herb using the interstate dragon boat, a matter that Lu Hongyi is already aware of, and she has even followed them. You come with me. Lu Ying, concealed behind Chu Lingfeng, dared not confront her niece. After all, her current status is that of a maid to Chu Lingfeng. She suddenly felt a sense of shame akin to being caught in a clandestine affair, despite the fact that the individual in question is merely her niece. Lu Hongyi cast a fleeting glance at Chu Lingfeng and proceeded towards the cabin. Reluctantly, Chu Lingfeng tugged at his hand and followed his master into the cabin. How dare you venture alone into the unknown Phoenix Cry secret realm? Are you not aware that your cultivation level has only just reached the martial master stage? Upon entering the cabin, Lu Hongyi glared at Chu Lingfeng, her face tinged with indignation. Cough, cough, cough. In her haste to speak, she became flustered, her complexion reddening as she coughed heavily. Master, please do not be angry. Chu Lingfeng hurriedly approached her and gently grasped her right hand. He activated the Yin-Yang transformation technique, infusing a strand of Yin-Yang energy into her body, alleviating the pallor of her exquisite visage. Master, I possess the ability to protect myself. Do not worry. Chu Lingfeng reassured her earnestly. What self-protection can you claim? You have only been cultivating for half a month, Lu Hongyi remarked coldly, her countenance remaining unyielding. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened as she perceived a shift in Chu Lingfeng's aura, transforming from the utmost yang energy to an exceedingly yin and sinister energy. What is this? Lu Hongyi exclaimed in astonishment. Having practiced for so long, she had never encountered a technique capable of altering the properties of energy. Master, it is fortunate that you have arrived. This way, Elder Zhao only needs to ensure Sister Lung's safety. I have long wished to leave that foolish sect. Now, I only need to heal you. Chu Lingfeng grasped her hands earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Lu Hongyi's heart trembled. No one had ever treated her so kindly after all these years. Lingfeng, what have you done? Do not conceal anything from me. Why have you changed so drastically? You must explain everything. Lu Hongyi gazed at him with concern, her tone serious. Very well. I shall disclose everything to you. Chu Lingfeng smiled gently and recounted the matter of inheriting the Yin-Yang Pill Master. He deliberately omitted details regarding the primordial cauldron and the mysterious woman, not out of distrust towards Lu Hongyi, but rather to spare her further worry given her injuries. Yin-Yang Pill Master, Yin-Yang Transformation Technique, dual cultivation can strengthen one. Lu Hongyi's lips parted slightly in astonishment at Chu Lingfeng's revelations. She had not anticipated that her unintentional act would awaken Chu Lingfeng's legacy. Thus, engaging in mutual cultivation with me not only enhances your own cultivation, but also aids in healing my injuries. Lu Hongyi's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled their previous joint cultivation sessions. It was no wonder that after each session, Chu Lingfeng's cultivation would experience a breakthrough, and she herself could harness the power of the martial king realm. Her gaze softened further, and the initial embarrassment she felt about cultivating with Chu Lingfeng diminished considerably. Indeed, Master, you must engage in mutual cultivation with me more often in the future. This way, your injuries will heal more swiftly. Chu Lingfeng clasped Lu Hongyi's hand, his right arm encircling her slender waist. Bah! Lu Hongyi's cheeks turned crimson as she rarefied her demeanor, embodying a coy young lady. Is this how you speak to your master? Chu Lingfeng chuckled, his heart brimming with joy. How could he not feel elated when Lu Hongyi no longer shied away from him? Little girl, what about that disciple from Fengshan? Shall we have some fun? Just as Lu Hongyi was about to inquire further, a voice at the door made her furrow her brows. Peering through the window, she spotted a rotund, young nobleman clad in extravagant attire, teasing a graceful beauty in a white dress atop the deck of the cross-state dragon boat. Sir, please have some self-respect. I am but a servant with an owner. The esteemed elder, Lu Ying, appeared both humiliated and enraged as she deftly evaded the nobleman's lewd advances, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. As a revered elder of the Tianyuan sect and a distinguished figure of the Purple Emperor, her reputation was known throughout Qingzhou. It was unheard of for anyone to disrespect her. Yet today, she found herself accosted by a rogue. Isn't that the elder? Chu Lingfeng stifled a laugh, only to be interrupted by Lu Hongyi's cool voice beside him. Yes, master, that is the elder. Chu Lingfeng felt the softness of Lu Hongyi's skin, stirring something within him. He felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that although they had engaged in mutual cultivation twice, each session had concluded hastily, devoid of emotional connection. The time he had spent with Lu Hongyi might not even surpass this moment. Seeing his scheme exposed by Lu Hongyi, Chu Lingfeng felt no embarrassment. Instead, he intensified the infusion of yang energy into her body. Go, save her. Lu Hongyi felt the heat surging through her, her delicate form growing weak. Aware that she was nearing her limit, she hurriedly urged Chu Lingfeng, Master, Chu Lingfeng, dissatisfied, replied, Dear Lingfeng, now is not the time. Let us return to the sect and discuss it there. Lu Hongyi's body felt as pliable as a puddle of mud, trembling as she spoke. All right, Chu Lingfeng zelentet, leaning in and imprinting a kiss on Lu Hongyi's rosy lips. A wave of cold energy surged into his body, leaving him exhilarated by the thrill of seizing the advantage and then retreating. Chu Lingfeng, filled with joy, made his way toward the cabin's exterior. Young master, are you the disciple from that peak? Do you know that my master is Chu Lingfeng of Tianyuan Peak? The elder Lu Ying, harboring considerable annoyance, yet feeling powerless due to her sensitive identity, could only shout for Chu Lingfeng to come to her aid. Chu Lingfeng? The corpulent figure in splendid attire narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming within. Who did I think it was? I've long wished to rid myself of him. With a thunderous crash, a frigid gust of profound energy erupted. In an instant, the rotund figure was sent sprawling backward, his chest caved in. My maidservant is not someone you can touch. In a flash, Chu Lingfeng summoned a green whirlwind at his feet, encircling the elder Lu Ying with his right arm. Startled and stiffened, Lu Ying gazed at Chu Lingfeng in disbelief, indignantly hissing, Remove your hand. To her astonishment, rather than retreating, he tightened his embrace, drawing her into a searing hold. Instantly, Lu Ying felt her body stiffen. This boy is retaliating against me. She suppressed the urge to push Chu Lingfeng away, gritting her teeth in secret. Do you realize where you are? How dare you act in this intercontinental dragon boat? You are doomed. The corpulent figure hissed ominously, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Is that so? Chu Lingfeng remained unfazed. He swiftly tapped his storage pouch, unleashing a streak of crimson sword light. In a heartbeat, a fine red line appeared around the corpulent figure's neck, blood gushing forth. A swift, lethal strike. He had perfected this technique, rendering anyone beneath the 9th rank of martial arts powerless against him. Who dares to cause trouble aboard my flying immortal sex dragon boat? At that moment, 2 auras of martial emperors surged from either side of the vessel, descending before Chu Lingfeng with fury etched across their faces. Manager Yi! Manager Yi! Chu Lingfeng stood firm, pressing down Lu Ying's delicate hand. The 2 martial emperor managers glared at him with ire. The flying immortal sex intercontinental dragon boat forbids fighting. Are you aware of this? Just then, a soft, alluring voice, reminiscent of delicate bone, reached Chu Lingfeng's ears. Furrowing his brow, he noted that the 2 figures before him were distinctly male. Yet he heard a woman's voice. Stop looking. There is someone behind them. Lu Ying's voice drifted softly from behind Chu Lingfeng. At that moment, 2 individuals suddenly parted ways, revealing a striking woman clad in daring purple garments who captivated Chu Lingfeng's attention. She wielded a circular fan, concealing her voluptuous bosom, while her enchanting eyes surveyed him from head to toe. Adorned in a short purple skirt, she swayed her hips and glided gracefully, her alluring figure effortlessly drawing the gaze of everyone on the deck. A woman of exquisite maturity, Chu Lingfeng mused silently. It was undeniable that this woman was a rare beauty. Her mere entrance had rendered her the focal point of the gathering. Yet, Lu Ying felt an inexplicable discomfort, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. Clenching her delicate hands, she caused Chu Lingfeng to wince in pain, prompting him to retort with sarcasm. Elder, if I do not gaze upon her, should I gaze upon you instead? Does your endowment surpass hers? The corner of elder Lu Ying's mouth twitched as she inwardly cursed Chu Lingfeng, yet she refrained from expressing her ire, for her current status was merely that of his maid. She silently vowed that she would not intervene to save him until he was on the brink of death, lest she remain burdened by her resentment. Madam, the man has perished. Chu Lingfeng stood unmoving, blissfully unaware of having offended elder Lu Ying. At that moment, his attention was solely fixated on the injured man he had just confronted. Young brother, your swordsmanship is commendable, he remarked, recognizing the man who, despite being merely a 6th-tier martial artist, had proven to be a formidable opponent against even those of the grand martial artist rank. Madame Liuli, her exquisite eyes glimmering like crystal, cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground and sauntered toward Chu Lingfeng with an alluring smile. But do you comprehend the prohibition against engaging in combat while aboard the flying immortal sex dragon boat? Chu Lingfeng explained, this man first harassed my maid. Madame Lu Li's smile vanished as she flicked her sleeve and turned away. Explain that to the creatures of the mountains. Someone, dispose of him and cast him aside. Understood. In an instant, the The two martial artists behind her erupted with formidable energy, preparing to act. Chu Lingfeng's eyes glinted coldly, his fury igniting within him. Is it you who speak so much? I have already stated that it was he who provoked my maid first. Do you dare to strike without discernment? Where were your people when he laid his hands upon her? Do you have any idea of the strength of my background? I am the favored disciple of the Tianyuan sect's master. Do you dare to harm me? Chu Lingfeng did not hold back, boldly hurling insults at her with an air of arrogance, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled heir. In an instant, the atmosphere aboard the flying boat shifted dramatically. The Flying Immortal Sect, one of the most powerful factions in the entire Xianxia Empire, controlled more than half of the interstate transport industry. And it was rumored that peak martial artists of the Wuzong rank were stationed there, maintaining ambiguous ties with the imperial family of the Xianxia Empire. The mention of the Tianyuan sect's master sent ripples of alarm through the crowd. The two martial emperors, initially intending to intervene, exhibited a subtle change in expression, their bodies momentarily pausing, while others displayed a semblance of shock. After all, the master of Tianyuan's sect, Lu Hongyi, is indeed a formidable presence at the martial sovereign level. It is no wonder that Chu Lingfeng harbors no fear of the Flying Immortal Sect. Although Tianyuan's sect may not rival the Flying Immortal Sect, it is not to be trifled with either, particularly with such a robust background. Chu Lingfeng remained motionless, surveying the assembly before him. Previously, he had mocked others for invoking the name of a powerful figure, yet now he realized the exhilaration that such proclamations could bring. So, it is the esteemed young Master Chu, exclaimed Madame Wan, the steward of the Flying Immortal Sect, her expression shifting slightly. Though inwardly seething with anger, she found herself at a loss. She had not anticipated that the individual taking action within the Flying Immortal Sect would possess such formidable connections. What transpired? At that moment, Elder Zhou Xiao, sword in tow, hastily ascended to the deck, his visage marked by urgency. His pupils dilated as he exclaimed, Xianxia Yun. Among those who had accompanied him, someone appeared to have recognized the identity of the deceased. Chu Lingfeng heard a frantic outcry as two disciples from Tianlin Peak rushed towards the corpse. The presence of Tianlin Peak's members was evident. It seemed that the Su family had indeed dispatched someone to surveil the situation. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chu Lingfeng's eyes, for he was well aware that Su Hao harbored no benevolent intentions. Thus, he had orchestrated a ruse at Tianyuan's sect, enlisting the cooperation of the elder in charge to divert the attention of the entire sect. Now it seemed that within this throng, there were likely many more from Tianlin Peak. So, it is the Tianfeng sword in person, Madame Wan remarked, her countenance altering as she regarded the man before her. She promptly bowed deeply to Elder Zhou Xiao. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Had Chu Lingfeng been merely a powerless youth without connections, he might have found himself in a perilous situation today. However, as the cherished disciple of the Tianyuan sect's master, the regulations of the Flying Immortal Sect held no sway over him. A flicker of coldness crossed Chu Lingfeng's gaze as he took the hand of his attendant, Lu Ying, and proceeded towards the cabin, leaving Elder Zhou Xiao to handle the remaining matters. Regardless, as the largest sect in Qingzhou, Tianyuan's sect warranted a measure of respect from the Flying Immortal Sect. Upon returning to the cabin, Lu Hongyi lifted her gaze, casting a glance at the two who entered. The elder, Lu Ying, instinctively recoiled behind Chu Lingfeng at the sight of the red-clad figure. Master, Chu Lingfeng called out, Come forth. And, how long do you intend to hide from me? Lu Hongyi replied with a hint of resignation. Though you both conspired to deceive me, I am not so foolish as to be unable to distinguish between kindness and malice. The Grand Elder, Lu Ying, shifted her delicate form, her ample hips swaying, her beautiful face concealed beneath a white veil, adorned with an expression of surprise. Really? Hongyi, are you no longer angry with me? Although Lu Ying appeared to possess greater age, she was, in truth, more intimidated by her niece. After all, Lu Hongyi had taken on the immense responsibility of the Tianyuan sect, perceiving everything with remarkable clarity. Indeed, Chu Lingfeng observed the sect master with a smile that radiated nobility and elegance. The fengshui Ezekeo, a 7th-grade spiritual herb, though ineffectual for my injuries, would greatly enhance Lingfeng's constitution. If he were to consume this herb, it might fully awaken his potential. Lu Hongyi cast a glance at Chu Lingfeng. Sect master, you are already aware. Chu Lingfeng replied with a hint of embarrassment. At this moment, the Grand Elder, Lu Ying, unable to suppress her long-buried questions any longer. Finally voiced her doubts. Her exquisite face bore an expression of inquiry as she asked, "Hongyi, what have you been doing all these years? You have expended such effort searching for spiritual herbs for Lingfeng, yet he could not cultivate. Why has he suddenly become capable of it? What is his constitution? Why did he require us to withdraw when treating your injuries? Can his matured constitution truly heal your ailments?" After years of repression, the Grand Elder Lu Ying unleashed her torrent of questions in one breath. Lu Hongyi hesitated momentarily, but then spoke the truth. The pure Yang divine body. Chu Lingfeng's constitution has actually reached that of the pure Yang divine body of the Central State's divine son. The Grand Elder was astonished, her eyes widening as she surveyed Chu Lingfeng, her beautiful face reflecting her shock. "Is young Master Chu present?" Madam requests young Master Chu for a discussion. In the cabin of the cross-state dragon boat, Chu Lingfeng's gaze swept over the two beauties, feeling somewhat awkward under the watchful eyes of the sect master. This was his first encounter with Lu Hongyi openly explaining his constitution to others. The pure Yang divine body. Chu Lingfeng's constitution has actually reached that of the pure Yang divine body of the Central State's divine son. The Grand Elder was astounded, her eyes darting between Chu Lingfeng and Lu Hongyi. "You too." Her fair face flushed, her lips slightly parted in astonishment as she gazed at both Chu Lingfeng and Lu Hongyi. Realizing Chu Lingfeng's identity as the pure Yang divine body, she finally comprehended why he required their withdrawal during his treatments for Lu Hongyi. Indeed, Lu Hongyi's face also flushed, feeling the intense gaze of her aunt, Lu Ying, sending a shiver through her delicate form. The typically proud Lu Hongyi would never have disclosed such an embarrassing matter to her aunt unless absolutely necessary. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng sensed an eerie silence enveloping the cabin. The Grand Elder seemed off. "I feel a surge of profound energy within me, as though I am on the cusp of enlightenment. I must retreat for a time." With resolute determination, Chu Lingfeng turned to make his escape. "Stop, Chu Lingfeng." The Grand Elder, Lu Ying, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion within her. Suddenly, she reached out with a hand, grasping his shoulder, and in that moment, Chu Lingfeng felt utterly confined, unable to move. With a swift flick of her white sleeve, an immense force drew him toward her. In the next heartbeat, Lu Ying had him firmly by the neck. "Let me go." "Grand Elder, what do you intend to do?" Chu Lingfeng stared in horror at Lu Ying, who was veiled in white. Internally, he cursed her for her violence. How dare she treat him this way in front of the sect leader? "Aunt," Lu Hongyi, with her delicate features marred by concern, called out urgently. Lu Ying's heart was in turmoil, as though something vital had been lost. She cast Lu Hongyi a reassuring glance, suppressing her pain as she addressed Chu Lingfeng. "Since Hongyi is with you, you must take responsibility for her healing. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. I demand you swear an oath." Chu Lingfeng, feeling the grip tighten around him, struggled to breathe, his cheeks flushed. "Grand Elder, you have lost your mind. The sect leader is so benevolent. How could I possibly not save her?" Lu Ying's gaze turned frigid again, imbued with the authority of her position. "Swear it. I demand you swear." I swear. I swear. Is that sufficient?" Chu Lingfeng gasped, finally able to draw in a breath. Internally, he seethed, cursing Lu Ying, this capricious woman. Just moments ago, she had greeted him warmly, and now she was as cold as ice. He couldn't help but wonder if it was that time of the month for her. "Lingfeng, are you all right?" Lu Hongyi noticed the flush on Chu Lingfeng's face. Her eyes filled with compassion and tenderness. "Cough, cough, sect leader, cough. I'm fine." Chu Lingfeng reassured her between coughs. "Humph." Lu Ying shot a glance at him before striding over to the bed. "Today, we shall share the bed, and you can find somewhere else to sleep." With a graceful motion, she settled beside Lu Hongyi. With one in white and the other in red, two stunning beauties graced the scene. Yet Lu Ying had interrupted his intimate moment with the sect leader, further igniting Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng was seething with anger as he inquired sharply from outside. He held no favorable impression of that so-called Lady Wan from the afternoon. Were it not for his substantial background, he might have been beaten and discarded. The lady remarked that young Master Chu held a prestigious status and that the incident from the afternoon was her negligence. She implored him to grant her the courtesy of an apology. Furthermore, she claimed to possess leads regarding the spiritual herbs that the young master sought, linked to a secret realm. Just as Chu Lingfeng was about to decline, the next word from a young servant made him swallow his retort. How did she know? He was momentarily taken aback before he turned his words around. Inform Lady Wan that I shall be there shortly. The servant's voice floated back, yes. I shall convey your message to the lady at once. Chu Lingfeng cast an angry glance at Lu Ying and then looked toward Lu Hongyi, saying, Master, I will return shortly. Lu Hongyi, with her slightly cool and noble demeanor, nodded gently. Subsequently, Chu Lingfeng turned to leave. Red attire, why did you allow him to go? Lu Ying expressed her concern, her ample bosom rising and falling as if she were more worried than Lu Hongyi about Chu Lingfeng's safety. Aunt, I'm not worried for myself. What troubles you? Lu Hongyi questioned, her expression one of doubt. I'm not concerned for you, Lu Ying replied, her gaze evasive and her voice hesitant. Lu Hongyi secretly smiled, radiant as a blossoming flower, her beauty unparalleled. Lingfeng possesses a quick wit. Years without cultivation have subjected him to much ridicule. His mental fortitude far surpasses our expectations. I have faith in him. Lu Hongyi watched the direction in which Chu Lingfeng had departed, her eyes filled with affection. Moreover, our Tianyuan sect shall inevitably return to the Central Plains. To acquire the means to reach the Central Plains, we shall rely on Lingfeng. As Lu Hongyi contemplated this, a flicker of resentment crossed her beautiful eyes. Sigh, do as you wish. Lu Ying sighed beneath her white veil, her lovely face reflecting her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng followed the young servant up to the uppermost tier of the interstate dragon boat. They halted before an ancient and ornate redwood door, where the servant paused. The door, adorned with golden threads, emitted a faint azure glow. The surrounding area was protected by formidable arrays, rivaling the protective formations of the Tianyuan sect's main hall. Chu Lingfeng was internally astonished. He was aware of the wealth of the Flying Immortal sect, but he had not anticipated such extravagance. The protective array of the Tianyuan sect's main hall could withstand a peak martial emperor for a quarter of an hour. Young Master Chu, please, the servant bowed. The lady awaits you inside. Will you not accompany me? Chu Lingfeng inquired. How could commoners dare to enter the lady's chamber? His question elicited an immediate look of panic from the servant. Young Master Chu, I shall take my leave. The servant bowed deeply before swiftly turning and exiting. Perplexed, Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow. Although he found the situation peculiar, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, the interstate dragon boat venture was a matter of the Flying Immortal sect, and he had little faith that they would gamble their entire clan's lives for his safety. With a creak, he pushed open the mahogany door, stepping into the room unimpeded. A delicate fragrance wafted towards him, causing him to frown. Lady Wan? As he approached, he caught sight of a graceful silhouette on the screen, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Before him, against the white screen, appeared the exquisite outline of a voluptuous figure. Layers of her attire fell away, revealing a purple gauze garment. Even through the screen, her alluring form was unmistakably enticing. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Someone, help! From behind the screen, Lady Wan heard the commotion and, with her hands shielding her chest, she called out in alarm. Yet, there was no trace of genuine fear in her voice, only an irresistible allure, as if she were luring Chu Lingfeng closer. He narrowed his eyes, realization dawning upon him. He had fallen into the traps set by this woman. Lady Wan, speak plainly. We are both reasonable individuals. There is no need for such theatrics. You did not summon me here only to employ such lowly tactics to frame me, did you? His voice was cold, cutting through the tension in the air. Instantly, Lady Wan's cries ceased. I truly did not misjudge you, young master. You are indeed as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. With a sudden crash, the screen collapsed. Lady Wan reclined languidly on the bed, her chin resting on her delicate hand, her body forming an enticing S-curve before Chu Lingfeng's eyes. One alabaster leg rested atop the other, her snowy foot gently swaying. She smiled, appearing as if she had never regarded him as an outsider. Fake. Chu Lingfeng squinted, a flicker of caution crossing his gaze. Had that enchanting image of her emerging from the bath been merely an illusion? How had he not perceived it? Of course, it was a deception. In this world, myriad strange techniques existed. A mere illusionary array could easily escape his notice. At that moment, an elegant voice echoed in his mind. Sister Fairy? Chu Lingfeng exclaimed with joy. How did you manage to come out? The mysterious woman replied coolly. Haven't you been calling for me from within the primordial cauldron? I thought you were facing some deadly pursuit. A hint of dissatisfaction laced her voice, leaving Chu Lingfeng feeling exceedingly awkward. Indeed, he had assumed he would have to take action and had been persistently summoning the mysterious woman only moments ago. Look at her. That item she bears upon her chest is remarkable. The mysterious woman snorted softly but continued speaking to Chu Lingfeng. She summoned you, most likely due to this item. That illusionary formation just now was activated from within it. Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Madame Wan's chest. A silver key instantly captivated his attention. The Flying Immortal Sect was a prominent faction in the Divine Wind Empire, and as a member of the sect, Madame, one should not possess such an ordinary silver ornament. In that instant, he comprehended the implication of the mysterious woman's words. At that moment, Madame Wan stretched her body, gracefully twisting her enchanting figure to sit up, her eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. She had a certain confidence in her appearance. Most individuals could hardly resist her beauty. Even in the Divine Wind Imperial capital, many gazed at her with intentions of stripping her bare and asserting dominance over her. Yet, the youth before her, merely 17 or 18, displayed not a trace of wicked desire in his gaze. Madame Wan, your actions are rather inappropriate, Chu Lingfeng remarked coldly, observing the alluring woman. The more he interacted with her, the more he sensed her complexity. He could not believe that a woman who would use her own body as a means of leverage was anything but dangerous. Young master, please do not take offense. My actions are indeed disrespectful towards you. However, if I do not proceed this way, the Flying Immortal Sect will be doomed. Madame Wan swayed her voluptuous body, wearing a pitiful expression as she approached Chu Lingfeng, gently kneeling before him, allowing him to gaze down upon her enticing form. Her stunning face bore a hint of bitterness as she spoke. Prince Shun Tianhao demands that the Flying Immortal Sect submit to him within 3 months. Otherwise, he will issue a decree from the Ministry of War of the Divine Wind Empire, seizing all our interstate dragon boats. I implore young master to save me. To save the Flying Immortal Sect. As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes. Her voice was seductive and sultry, and the posture she assumed instantly ignited a surge of anger within Chu Lingfeng. Yet, upon hearing a certain name, he abruptly regained his composure. Prince Shin Tianhao? Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed angrily, "Are you certain it is Prince Shun Tianhao?" Madame Wan nodded slightly. Prince Shin Tianhao, the youngest prodigy of the entire imperial clan, reached the martial spirit stage at 8, the martial king stage at 9, and now at 18, has already attained the martial emperor realm. He has always been overbearing, desiring everything. Now that he has achieved his cultivation, he oversees the Ministry of War. Due to Princess Dugu's engagement in frontline combat at Lingzhou, he was tasked with overseeing logistics. Unexpectedly, he set his sights on our Faxian sect. Young Master Chu, as you share the same master with Princess Dugu, we implore you to assist our Faxian sect. Allow me the chance to meet the princess. Once I lay eyes on her, we at Faxian sect are more than willing to offer any reward. The noblewoman wept, producing a white silk handkerchief to dab her tears, portraying Shun Tianhao as a villain of the highest order while suggesting that the Faxian sect was a paragon of virtue. Chu Lingfeng was not so easily deceived. If the Faxian sect were indeed virtuous, the earlier incident of bullying the weak would not have occurred. With this thought, Chu Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, Madame Wan, if that is the case, let us first discuss the matter of reward. He grasped Madame Wan's chin with his rough hand, lifting it slightly. The enchanting temptress let out a soft moan, feigning pain as if he had inflicted upon her a great injury. Very well. Should young Master Chu be willing to make an introduction and facilitate a petition to the princess, I can divulge all the secrets of the secret realm opened by the revered Feng Yi to you. The noblewoman did not flinch, her voice regaining its allure. I can also fulfill any other desires you may have. As she spoke, her delicate hand began to ascend. The aura of malice was palpable. You must quickly meditate and refine it. Otherwise, it will dissipate, and that would be unfortunate. As Chu Lingfeng exited the room, the mysterious woman's elegant voice echoed in his mind. Sister Fairy, how much truth lies in Wan Qianrou's words? Chu Lingfeng felt the substantial, malevolent energy within him, akin to the size of a basketball, and promptly activated the Xian-Yin magic to refine this energy. A night of passion. This noblewoman was indeed bold and audacious, taking the initiative with great fervor. By the time Chu Lingfeng emerged, his legs felt slightly weak. Not a shred of truth. Apart from the conflict between the Faxian sect and Prince Shinfeng, all else was fabricated. The mysterious woman smirked, mockingly stating, I am curious to see how you will explain this to your sect master. As you head to the Lingzhou frontline with the strength of your small group, should you encounter the forces of the Yunling nation, you may not even know how you met your end. At that point, Do not expect me to come to your rescue. Umph. Chu Lingfeng chuckled and departed, making his way to the room where Lu Hongyi resided. Shen Tianhao, the ninth prince of the great Zhou imperial city, was also the most gifted prince among them. Chu Lingfeng vividly recalled a year prior when he had come to Tianyuanzong, seeking to forcibly wed the sect master. It was Lu Hongyi who, at a critical moment, broke through to the martial sovereign realm, severely injuring him and sending him tumbling from Tianyuanzong. The defiant expression he wore was something Chu Lingfeng would never forget. He had once vowed that if he could cultivate, he would ensure that Shen Tianhao would pay dearly. At this moment, an opportunity to confront him has arisen, and Chu Lingfeng is determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, engaging in dual cultivation poses no risk for him. Rather, it will expedite his progress in cultivation. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Lingfeng carefully settled into a cross-legged position. On the bed opposite him, two stunning women, one clad in red and the other in white, lay asleep. Their exquisite forms a sight to behold. Chu Lingfeng murmured, "Once I consolidate this Yin-Yang creation pearl, I will achieve a minor success in the profound Yin devil art." At that moment, a silver key materialized in his hand, his greatest acquisition from Madame Wan, as he activated his cultivation technique to refine the Yin energy within him. He casually addressed the mysterious woman in the Hunyuan cauldron. At this juncture, 7 Yin-Yang creation pearls within him radiated a soft, milky light. Boom! With the success of his refinement, the 8th Yin-Yang creation pill emerged within his chest. Simultaneously, an enigmatic insight penetrated his being. The profound Yin devil art cultivates the energy of profound Yin, implying that by continuously accumulating the Yin energy from his profound ice pill, purging its impurities, and allowing it to transform into profound Yin, he could achieve minor success in the technique. Chu Lingfeng spoke to himself, his eyes glimmering with intensity as he swiftly consumed 3 profound ice pills. A torrent of profound ice energy exploded within him. "Compress! I demand compression!" Chu Lingfeng's visage contorted with intensity as he internally roared. A chilling sensation, unprecedented in years, penetrated his very core. Boom! As time progressed, a deep blue energy gradually took shape within him. Profound Yin energy? Is it truly this simple? Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. The techniques he had been unable to comprehend with 7 Yin-Yang creation pearls suddenly became clear upon the formation of the 8th. The Yin-Yang creation technique is indeed marvelous. He mused. This technique seemingly seizes the essence of creation from the heavens and earth. The Yin-Yang creation pearls enhance comprehension, heal wounds, and crucially, elevate the success rate of alchemy when needed. Chu Lingfeng dared not fathom the strength he would attain upon further augmenting his pure Yang divine body. With the presence of profound Yin energy, it is time for a breakthrough. He consumed a dozen profound ice pills in one go. An immense influx of profound ice energy, transforming into pure energy, surging into his being. So cold. In the same cabin, both Lu Hongyi and the Grand Elder Lu Ying opened their eyes. Lu Hongyi softly sighed. Her injuries had yet to heal, and her usual lack of cultivation practice left her feeling the chill. Lingfeng, in an instant, she turned her gaze toward the source of the chilling aura, observing the dark energy enveloping Chu Lingfeng, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. Chu Lingfeng, why is he surrounded by such an abundance of icy energy? Is he not a pure Yang body? At this moment, the Grand Elder, Lu Ying, was equally astonished. With a wave of her sleeve, a violet energy materialized, forming a protective barrier around the two of them. Chill, let's not disturb him. Lu Hongyi felt the energy isolate them from the icy aura, and her body gradually warmed. She quickly shook Lu Ying, urging her to refrain from intruding. Understood, understood, Lu Ying replied, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, as if Chu Lingfeng harbored infinite secrets. Nevertheless, she had resolved to maintain a certain distance from him, for his bond with her niece was evidently close. As Lu Hongyi's only relative, she could not engage in any forbidden actions. However, reflecting on their time spent together, she felt a pang of melancholy. Boom! A breakthrough was imminent. How long has it been? Is he about to ascend again? Is this the essence of a divine body? Suddenly, dark energy converged around Chu Lingfeng, forming a miniature whirlwind within the cabin. Lu Hongyi and Lu Ying exchanged glances, both sensing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Martial Artist Level 5. Martial Artist Level 6. Martial Artist Level 7. Boom! Chu Lingfeng's aura finally stabilized at Martial Artist Level 7. Martial Artist Level 7? Quite impressive. I hadn't anticipated such remarkable effects from these ice elixirs. Chu Lingfeng leaped from the ground, flicking his fingers, and a dark, icy energy shot skyward. Boom! A mere wisp of energy exploded, freezing the surrounding air as if in an icy grip. Lingfeng, your true energy? Lu Hongyi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Why does it resemble the nether palm power within me so closely? Her gaze was filled with confusion, sensing a strange familiarity. Just moments ago, Chu Lingfeng's technique seemed akin to that of the nether sex master who had injured her. Similar? Upon hearing her voice, Chu Lingfeng turned to look beside him. There stood Lu Hongyi, her skin pale, radiating a translucent beauty akin to jade, exquisite and noble. Yet, there was a hint of fragility in her demeanor, a trace of illness that compelled Chu Lingfeng to cease his energy cultivation and approach her. "Excuse me," he said curtly to the Grand Elder Lu Ying beside him. For anyone would show displeasure after being inexplicably struck. "You." The Grand Elder Lu Ying felt aggrieved, noticing Lu Hongyi's worsening condition. With a cold snort, she stood and moved aside. Lingfeng, you still haven't told me where your cultivation method originated from." Lu Hongyi's complexion had turned somewhat pale as she coughed intermittently and spoke. "Master, this is the technique I obtained from the Pavilion of Techniques, the Xianxia Demon Art." Chu Lingfeng, with one arm wrapped around her slender waist, concentrated his thoughts and channeled all the Xianxia energy within him towards the primordial cauldron. Freed from the suppression of the Xianxia energy, a surge of pure yang energy instantly erupted from his body. He grasped Lu Hongyi's right hand firmly. In the 8 yin-yang creation, orbs glimmered brilliantly as a stream of yin-yang energy flowed into her body, improving her condition somewhat. "It's so warm." Lu Hongyi's delicate face flushed, and the sensation of dispelling the cold made her linger in the moment. For a brief instant, her gaze sparkled like water, fixated on Chu Lingfeng. It was this very feeling. The peculiar atmosphere in the room made Lu Ying tense all over, reminding her of the intense warmth experienced aboard the Qinglin Dragon Eagle years ago. I have matters to attend to. You two continue your conversation." Lu Ying donned a white veil and prepared to leave. "Great Elder, don't go outside. There must be mysterious forces watching us." Lu Hongyi quickly interjected. "Mysterious forces?" Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened at the words of his master. Even Lu Ying stood frozen, turning to gaze at Lu Hongyi in shock. Back in the Hanhai secret realm, I sensed something was amiss. The head of the Yuming sect is merely at the 4th level of the martial emperor. He couldn't have succeeded in ambushing me. However, he must have employed some method to enhance his speed dramatically. At that moment, I was distracted by the martial sect's spirit beast, the earth-shaking dragon serpent, which allowed him to launch a successful surprise attack. Initially, I was merely puzzled, but upon sensing this technique from Lingfeng today, I realized everything is being manipulated by certain force. Lu Hongyi's eyes were filled with urgency as she explained, "In recent days, I have felt someone monitoring the Tianyuan sect. I initially thought it was directed at me, but now I'm certain it is aimed at our Tianyuan sect as a whole." Technique? Chu Lingfeng's eyes flickered. This technique had been selected for him by a mysterious woman, who had also commented that it was interesting. Chu Lingfeng was unaware of her true strength. It was undoubtedly far superior to that of the martial sect. Logically, there should be nothing within the entire Tianyuan sect that she would find interesting. Yet, her words lingered, calling it interesting. "Master, do not worry. I shall protect you." Chu Lingfeng's eyes glimmered as he patted Lu Hongyi's smooth back, admiring her stunningly beautiful visage, and then infused another wisp of yin-yang energy into her. "Lingfeng." Lu Hongyi felt a surge of emotion within her. "You too." The great Elder Lu Ying felt increasingly uncomfortable. Unable to leave, she was forced to witness the affectionate exchange between the two. "It's so cold." Suddenly, Lu Hongyi curled up, a dark energy enveloping her entire body. Chu Lingfeng then felt as if he was holding a block of ice. "This is bad. The Master's injuries have relapsed." Chu Lingfeng's expression turned to one of horror. Hongyi, save her. You must save her at once." The sudden turn of events caused the Elder Lu Ying to display an anxious expression. She rushed forward, intending to infuse Lu Hongyi with her profound energy. "What are you staring at, Elder? Turn your head away at once. What are you doing? We must cultivate together." Chapter 27, Master and Sect Leader. Master and Sect Leader? Do you enjoy candied hawthorn? We must cultivate together. As soon as Chu Lingfeng uttered these words, both women in the cabin instantly flushed crimson. Lu Ying's exquisite visage turned a deep shade of red as she glared at Chu Lingfeng, her silver teeth clenched tightly. No, no. Lu Hongyi was even more flustered, her delicate mouth parting slightly as she weakly pushed against Chu Lingfeng, her strength utterly lacking. There was no time for hesitation. Master, your injury is of utmost importance, Chu Lingfeng stated earnestly. With that, he pressed his lips against Lu Hongyi's. Subsequently, the Yin-Yang transformational pearl on his chest emitted a milky white glow, enveloping Lu Hongyi's bosom in an instant. So hot, Lu Hongyi let out a soft moan, quickly silencing herself. Each time they cultivated together, a blush crept up her cheeks. Especially under such urgent circumstances, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment with no recourse. A night of silence passed. The following morning, Chu Lingfeng awoke feeling refreshed. Good morning, Elder. As he sat up and stretched, he realized that during the night, he had purged a portion of the poison from the sect leader's body. His cultivation had also broken through to the 8th level of martial mastery, and the profound Yin Demon technique had reached a minor success. Moreover, he had acquired a silver key, which, according to Lady Wan, was said to unlock the medicinal garden within the Maple Leaf secret realm. There were 4 such keys. With such significant progress, how could he not feel elated? Umph. Elder Lu Ying, seeing Chu Lingfeng rise, snorted coldly and ignored him, striding out of the cabin. At that moment, Chu Lingfeng noticed that Elder Lu Ying had already donned her veil, covering her face completely. What's wrong? He furrowed his brow. In the early morning, the warmth of his face met the coldness of her demeanor, which could dampen anyone's spirits. Master, how is your injury? Just then, clad in a fitted red outfit, the noble and aloof Lu Hongyi entered. Chu Lingfeng's eyes brightened as he approached her with concern. Much better. I owe it all to your assistance last night. Lu Hongyi replied, her pretty face flushing. Although the commotion had been minimal, Lu Hongyi was certain her aunt had heard it. Today, her demeanor was decidedly off. No matter what Lu Hongyi said, she remained indifferent. Lingfeng, we will arrive at Maple Leaf City today. I must caution you that once we enter, you must not act recklessly. Maple Leaf City is located in Lingzhou, near the border, and it will not be entirely safe. Given my injuries, I am unable to protect you. Do you understand? Feeling the warmth of Lu Hongyi's concern, Chu Lingfeng's heart swelled with gratitude. With a smile, he reassured, do not worry. Master Zhongzhu, I am well aware of my limits. As he spoke, he rose and made his way towards the deck outside. Now that he had discovered that the secret realm was the Maple Leaf secret realm, and that there were 4 silver moon keys, one of which he possessed, it was imperative for him to ascertain the whereabouts of the remaining 3 keys. This endeavor should not be deemed as stirring trouble, he mused. Chu Lingfeng. The moment he emerged, a barrage of furious glares converged upon him. The disciples of Tianlin Peak within Tianyuanzong regarded him with hostile eyes. What? Do you intend to avenge your junior brothers? Chu Lingfeng retorted mockingly, sweeping his gaze over them. You are not worthy. Summon Su Muqing instead. The lead disciple of Tianlin Peak, Su Changkong, gritted his teeth in anger. In the next instant, a man clad in green, bearing a long sword on his back, appeared, and a palpable aura swept through the air, causing Su Changkong's eyes to narrow in alarm. All right, ahead lies Maple Leaf City, our trial venue, announced the elder. Everyone, focus. Remember our purpose for coming here. Elder C, concerned for Chu Lingfeng's safety, quickly interjected to protect him. Indeed, Chu Lingfeng vidili gom li, casting a softer gaze towards Elder Zhou Xiao. Despite the Master Zhongzhu's grave injuries and the growing discontent among many in the sect, it seemed Elder C's loyalty remained steadfast. A minor incident aboard the dragon boat soon passed. Down, Chu Lingfeng commanded, as a vivid expanse of red unfolded before him. A colossal city shaped like a red maple leaf materialized ahead, all washed over Chu Lingfeng's face. Maple Leaf City dwarfed Tianyuanqing at the foot of Tianyuanqing by more than tenfold. With a thunderous rumble, the dragon boat quaked as it angled toward the heart of Maple Leaf City. A sudden sensation of weightlessness gripped him, and he felt a delicate figure press against his back. Do not move. As he turned, a familiar voice reached his ears. I am your maid, unable to use my Xianxia. Consider yourself fortunate. As the dragon boat steadied, Chu Lingfeng followed closely behind Elder C, propelling towards Maple Leaf City. Everyone remember, we are in Lingzhou, a remote area. Unlike our Qingzhou, where disturbances from the nearby soldiers are common. We must maintain a low profile. Understand? Elder Sikaoshund. Following this, Chu Lingfeng joined the procession towards the inn. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Chu Lingfeng nodded in agreement. After a flurry of activity at the inn, they finally settled in well past noon. With thoughts of the Maple Leaf secret realm occupying his mind, Chu Lingfeng, once settled, could hardly contain his eagerness and hurried towards the door. Where are you going? As soon as he stepped outside, he collided directly with Lu Hongyi. At that moment, Lu Hongyi donned a striking red and white ensemble. Elder, you've reported me. Chu Lingfeng sensed something amiss and abruptly turned to Elder Lu Ying behind him. Although he had assured Lu Hongyi not to wander off, at this moment, she refrained from employing her profound energy, rendering her incapable of detecting his escape. The only one who could potentially notice his departure was Elder Lu Ying. Lu Ying, with a beautiful nod of her head, displayed a sense of vengeful delight. And so what? Where are you? A mere martial artist stepping out? If someone were to slay you, I wouldn't have time to rescue you. Chu Lingfeng felt a surge of anger within. You. He glanced over Elder Lu Ying's voluptuous figure, her fair chin slightly raised. A stark contrast to her previous noble and aloof demeanor, now resembling a spirited girl engaging in playful banter. Elder Lu Ying's lips were as venomous as poison, showing no mercy towards him. Chu Lingfeng inwardly regretted saving her back at the underworld sect. All right, where are you headed? I shall accompany you, Lu Hongyi said, pressing her hand to her forehead, shaking her head in mild frustration. Lingfeng, though the elder's words may sting, they are indeed for your own good. Reluctantly, Chu Lingfeng followed Lu Hongyi outside. Sweet hawthorn candy. Sweet hawthorn candy. The sour-sweet delicacies beckoned him. Upon entering Maple Leaf City, Chu Lingfeng felt an ambience distinct from Tianyuan City. The commerce here thrived vibrantly, with vendors peddling their wares everywhere, and a myriad of martial artists brandishing long swords and sabers, exuding formidable presence. The lowest cultivation level among them was that of a grand martial artist. Observing Lu Ying trailing behind, an idea of retribution flickered in his mind. Master, would you care for some sweet hawthorn candy? How about buying a skewer of these luscious and plump treats? Chu Lingfeng gestured for the young vendor, selling the candy to halt, turning to Lu Hongyi. He extended his hand, presenting a large skewer of sweet hawthorn candy to Lu Hongyi. Elder, do you wish to indulge in some sweet hawthorn candy as well? Simultaneously, he provocatively offered a skewer to Lu Ying. In an instant, realization dawned upon Lu Ying, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Get lost. Who wants your sweet hawthorn candy? Chapter 28. The Master's Compromise, Assassination. Get lost. Who wants your sweet hawthorn candy? Her face flushed with anger. She took 2 brisk steps forward, her purple attire hugging her curvaceous figure, hastening her pace as if to distance herself from Chu Lingfeng. The faint sounds from the previous night still echoed in her ears, leaving her feeling agitated, especially as Chu Lingfeng waved the bright red candied hawthorn in front of her. A tremor coursed through her heart, and the impure thoughts swirling in her mind made her involuntarily spit in disdain. If you don't want it, then don't, she thought, lamenting how kindness was often mistaken for foolishness. Chu Lingfeng, bewildered by the scolding he received, muttered under his breath and shook his head. He truly could not comprehend the erratic temperament of this esteemed elder. Perhaps age had rendered her whimsically irritable? He absent-mindedly took a bite of the candied hawthorn, the sweet and sour flavor bursting in his mouth, the tartness of the hawthorn perfectly mingling with the sugary coating, causing his eyes to sparkle. Delicious, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his delight, instinctively turning to gaze at the other exquisite woman beside him. The sect leader, still veiled, wore a flowing red garment that accentuated her ethereal stature. She seemed captivated by the candied hawthorn, slightly lifting the corner of her veil to reveal her delicate chin and luscious, crimson lips. With dainty precision, she took a small bite of the treat, her movements exuding elegance. Chu Lingfeng found himself momentarily entranced. My master is truly beautiful, he chuckled, his gaze fervent, unabashedly expressing his admiration and infatuation for the sect leader. Lu Hongyi sensed his gaze and felt her heart flutter. She quickly lowered her veil to conceal her slightly flushed cheeks, feigning calmness as she asked, Lingfeng, why do you stare at me? I am admiring my master's beauty, he replied playfully. Sect leader, you're like a celestial being from the heavenly realm, so exquisite that I can never gaze upon you enough. Lu Hongyi's heart quivered, a blend of shyness and an indescribable joy washing over her. Yet, the weight of her long-held authority compelled her to suppress these feelings, and she softly chided, "Be quiet. Speaking such things in public, do you not fear others overhearing?" All right, I shall heed your words, sect leader," Chu Lingfeng replied, his smile widening. Gathering courage, he seized Lu Hongyi's jade-like hand that hung at her side. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, akin to the finest warm jade. Lu Hongyi's hand stiffened slightly, instinctively wanting to withdraw, but Chu Lingfeng held on tightly, and her attempt to pull away was futile. Thinking of the perilous journey he was about to embark upon in the treacherous Maple Leaf secret realm, Lu Hongyi sighed inwardly, ultimately allowing him to hold her hand, though the delicate lobe of her ear subtly flushed with color. Chu Lingfeng's heart soared with joy. The sect leader did not immediately pull away. She even permitted his closeness. He took advantage of the moment, gently caressing the smooth back of her hand with his fingertips, reveling in the exquisite sensation, his heart bubbling with delight. Lingfeng, once you enter the Maple Leaf secret realm, remember to prioritize your safety above all else. If you cannot win, flee, do not act recklessly, and avoid any unforeseen mishaps, Lu Hongyi earnestly cautioned, her tone infused with a concern she herself had not fully acknowledged. Yes, I shall listen to my master," Chu Lingfeng nodded repeatedly, pulling Lu Hongyi's hand closer, nuzzling it against his chest in a playful manner, relishing the softness. His heart brimming with happiness. Lu Hongyi's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, yet predominantly, there was a sense of helplessness. This young man is becoming increasingly audacious. Yet, she finds herself unable to truly reprimand him. Their subtle interactions have not escaped the discerning gaze of the seemingly indifferent elder Lu Ying, who observes them intently. She bites her crimson lips and turns, exclaiming with irritation, "Hey, are you two going to move or not? Is Xianxia City merely a place for leisure?" Lu Hongyi suddenly awakens, realizing that she has been holding hands with her disciple in the street, under the watchful eye of her master uncle. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson, and a faint tremor of profound energy stirs within her. Chu Lingfeng feels a gentle yet immense force, and the delicate hand he held slips away. He ruefully rubs his fingers, still lingering with the ethereal touch and a hint of cool fragrance. Lu Hongyi hastily adjusts her sleeves and strides forward, walking alongside Lu Ying, restoring her usual aloof and dignified demeanor as the sect leader. Chu Lingfeng clicks his tongue, preparing to follow, when suddenly, the storage bag at his waist quivers slightly. He pauses, his gaze sharpening, the whimsical thoughts in his mind evaporating instantly. It is the secret silver key. He received this key from Madame Wan yesterday. She had explicitly mentioned that there are 4 keys to the legacy of the Xianxia sage, which resonate with one another. Only when all 4 keys are gathered can the true location of the legacy within the Xianxia secret realm be unlocked. He had ventured out today with a hopeful heart, pondering if he could sense the presence of other key holders. To his surprise, fortune smiles upon him. Not long after stepping outside, the key has already reacted. Is there another holder of a secret silver key nearby? Chu Lingfeng's thoughts raced as he scanned the bustling crowd, seeking out the potential competitor lurking among them. At that moment, a thunderous roar shattered the market's clamor. "Come at me with your life." The explosive wave of profound energy surged forth as a blood-red blade aura, stretching several feet, erupted from the crowd, carrying a terrifying force that threatened to rend all in its path, like a crimson serpent lunging directly at Chu Lingfeng. Even before the blade aura reached him, the chilling intent to kill and overwhelming pressure left those of lower cultivation gasping for breath and paling in terror. An assassination? Lingfeng, be cautious. Lu Hongyi's expression turned grave, without a moment's hesitation. Her crimson profound energy surged forth, ready to intercept the terrifying blade aura. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingfeng remained calm amidst the chaos. In the instant before the blade aura erupted, he keenly detected a sharp killing intent directed towards him and had already gathered his strength beneath his feet. Divine wind steps. He uttered a low cry, and a swirling gust of azure wind emerged beneath him, causing his body to feel weightless as he transformed into a blurred afterimage. Narrowly retreating just in time to avoid the reach of the blade aura, landing steadily 5 paces away. Almost simultaneously, a piercing cry of a phoenix rent the sky. Soaring through the clouds, amidst the chaos, a figure clad in white, beset by an onslaught, unleashed a radiant silver spear that soared skyward, akin to a dragon in flight. With remarkable precision, it struck the most potent point of the frenzied crimson blade aura. A resounding explosion erupted, deafening in its intensity. As the spear collided violently with the blade energy, creating a visible tempest of terrifying winds that surged outward. Within a radius of 10 feet, the tiled ground shattered instantaneously, and several unsuspecting vendors, along with their wares, were violently propelled into the air, their startled cries echoing in the aftermath. The once formidable crimson blade aura, met with this stunning lance, disintegrated inch by inch, ultimately dissolving into a flurry of blood-red motes that gradually faded away. It was at this moment that Chu Lingfeng discerned the identity of his savior. She was a tall and elegant woman, clad in a simple white combat outfit, her figure graceful and poised. In her grasp was a gleaming silver spear, its crimson tassels dancing in the breeze. A silver mask obscured her features, rendering her visage a mystery, yet her piercing, icy eyes held an enchanting allure. Standing with an air of steadfast dignity, she resembled a divine spear poised to pierce the heavens. What an exquisite woman! Chu Lingfeng, having narrowly escaped peril, exclaimed in astonishment. The sight of this formidable lady wielding a grand spear was undeniably captivating. Chapter 29. The Silver Spear Martial King, Yin-Yang. The affection of the senior sister. The azure lotus mysterious fire. Are you unharmed, Lingfeng? Lu Hongyi swiftly appeared by Chu Lingfeng's side, her beautiful eyes scanning him with evident concern. Upon witnessing her anxious expression, a flicker of alarm crossed Chu Lingfeng's gaze. The previous strike and the ensuing lance both surpassed the martial spirit realm, reaching the prowess of a martial king. Had he not sensed a trace of murderous intent beforehand, he might not have evaded that blade. His heightened spiritual awareness, far beyond the ordinary, had alerted him in advance. Otherwise, even if he had not been struck directly, he would have been vulnerable to the residual force. I'm Fine. Master, please do not worry about me. He quickly donned a carefree facade, reassuring his master. That little trick of his couldn't possibly harm me. However, his eyes had already shifted towards the burly man, glinting with intent to kill. Although that blade had not been aimed at him, it had nonetheless posed a grave threat. As the dust settled, Chu Lingfeng finally beheld the assailant's countenance, a towering figure clad in exotic garb adorned with python patterns. His bare arms were muscular and covered in dark blue tattoos, his visage fierce, and in his hand, he wielded a menacing dark red broadsword. Its blade wreathed in a menacing aura of blood. The Xian Bloodblade, are you from the Cloud Spirit Kingdom? The white-clad woman deftly twirled her wrist, executing a deadly flourish with her spear, its tip aimed squarely at the imposing man. Her voice was as frigid as ice. Is it the Xianxia army or the Spirit Python army? Cloud Spirit Kingdom? Chu Lingfeng gasped in shock. Fengye City, situated on the border of Lingzhou, was not far from the ongoing conflict with the Cloud Spirit Kingdom, making encounters with enemy warriors not entirely unexpected. Yet, he was taken aback that they dared to engage in combat within the city during broad daylight. One of the 8 martial kings under Dugu Mushu, the Silver Spear Martial King, Yin-Yang. At last, I have you cornered. The man resembling a python offered no response to the woman's inquiry. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty and fervent light. He bellowed fiercely, summon the others, eliminate her, and seize the treasure. Understood. At once. As soon as the words left his lips, a formidable aura erupted from the surrounding crowd. What appeared to be ordinary passers-by and merchants suddenly revealed 7 or 8 figures clad in black, their faces obscured by masks. Each of them exhibited remarkable agility, their energy resonating with the sanguine aura characteristic of martial spirits, unmistakably marking them as allies of the python-like man. In the blink of an eye, a dozen individuals materialized, swiftly forming a battle array that encircled the woman known as the Silver Spear Martial King, Yin-Yang, with lethal intent. One of the 8 martial kings. The Silver Spear Martial King, Yin-Yang. The adversaries were subordinates of her senior sister. In the distance, Chu Lingfeng felt a jolt of surprise at this unfolding scene. He was also perplexed as to why he encountered her senior sister's subordinates so soon after stepping outside. As the group of black-clad figures prepared to strike, the situation grew dire. I must rescue her. At that moment, the elder Lu Ying's brows furrowed deeply, her delicate features clouded with frost. As the grand elder of the Tianyuan sect, how could she stand idly by while her kin faced an assault? Moreover, The assailants were from the enemy nation of Yunling. Instantly, a surge of purple energy erupted from her, coiling around her like crackling lightning. The overwhelming pressure of a martial king unabashedly radiating from her as she prepared to intervene. However, just as she was about to charge forward, a powerful arm encircled her slender yet strong waist, while another hand swiftly covered her supple lips from behind, pulling her back against a broad, warm chest. Chu Lingfeng felt the sensation of that touch reverberate through him. What? Lu Ying's beautiful eyes widened in shock and fury. A wave of scorching, pure yang energy enveloped her in an instant, its domineering yet familiar essence causing her to shudder as if electrified, a tingling sensation coursing through her limbs. The disconcerting energy she had sensed outside her door the previous night now enveloped her with startling clarity, causing a flush to uncontrollably spread across her cheeks and neck. Even her delicate earlobes flushed with a rosy hue. "W, what are you doing? Let go of me." She was both embarrassed and anxious, her delicate form trembling slightly, her voice muffled yet feeble as it slipped through her fingers. She attempted to struggle, but the arm around her waist held firm like a vice, the hand covering her mouth warm and powerful. More crucially, the dense pure yang energy caused her internal energy to falter, leaving her feeling weak all over. "Do not move. You must not act." Chu Lingfeng, sensing the softness of the Grand Elder's waist, felt a stirring within himself, yet this was not the time for frivolity. He could only hold her closely, his lips nearly brushing against her flushed ear as he whispered urgently, "Have you forgotten your identity? You are my hidden protector. If you act now and reveal our identity, 1T its signal to everyone that our Tianyuan sect has long been prepared. At that point, we would be in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows, making our situation within the secret realm all the more perilous." His hot breath cascaded over Lu Ying's sensitive ear and neck, sending waves of shivers through her. Lu Ying stiffened, her struggle diminishing. Chu Lingfeng's words awakened her. Her foremost task was to ensure the safety of both him and Lu Hongyi, and stealthy protection was indeed the wisest strategy. Acting recklessly at this moment would surely startle the enemy. "Then, what do you propose we do?" She suppressed the unusual sensations coursing through her body, her voice trembling ever so slightly as she reached for the hand that Chu Lingfeng had placed over her mouth, attempting to lower it, yet feeling utterly drained of strength. Quite simple. Chu Lingfeng sensed the softness of her body yielding, and a resolute smile graced his lips. "I shall take the lead." "You?" Lu Ying exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you capable?" Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Lingfeng sprang to his feet. "Am I incapable? Can a man declare such?" As he spoke, he abruptly released his arm. Divine wind steps. In the next instant, his figure flickered, and the azure wind swirled beneath his feet once more, propelling him forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, charging into the heart of the perilous battlefield. "Lingfeng!" Lu Hongyi cried out, desperate to intervene. But it was too late. Lu Ying felt the warmth at her waist, and beside her ear vanish abruptly, the pure yang energy that had stirred her heart dissipating, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. She watched as Chu Lingfeng gallantly plunged into danger, her chest rising and falling violently. And, with a final stomp of her foot, she stifled most of her aura, her focus entirely on the battle, poised to strike should Chu Lingfeng find himself in real peril. At that moment, Chu Lingfeng resembled a predatory eagle, fearlessly diving into the center of the fray, his sights set on the formidable man resembling a giant python. "Old dog, your opponent is me." A swift strike of death. Chu Lingfeng's figure flashed, transforming into a blue shadow as a fierce sword light sliced through the air towards the python-like man. A palpable aura of death. The man stiffened, sensing the overwhelming intent of murder behind him, and swiftly turned to defend himself. But to his surprise, Chu Lingfeng's form flickered again, and from a distance. He pivoted, his figure becoming a blur as he charged towards the dozen or so martial spirits surrounding Yen Xinghan. "Be cautious." The python-like man's eyes widened in horror at the sight. What? Several figures in black were struck with dread, attempting to retreat. But the sword light was already upon them. A lightning-fast thrust. 3 martial spirits had no time to evade. Their heads severed an imposing figure of the Tsangmang man, surged with an overwhelming aura as he charged towards Chu Lingfeng. "Help! Chu Lingfeng, Chuka!" Choosing not to resist, with a flicker of azure wind beneath his feet, he shouted for assistance. Currently situated in Maple Leaf City, within the territory of the Divine Wind Kingdom. Chu Lingfeng was not foolish enough to engage in a life-and-death battle with a martial artist at the martial king level from the Yunlin Kingdom. Rather, he preferred to evade the encirclement and await the arrival of the higher-ranked warriors of Maple Leaf City. A burst of laughter escaped the lips of both Lu Hongyi and the Grand Elder Lu Ying as they watched from a distance. At that moment, they felt a sense of relief. With Chu Lingfeng's deep calculations, even if the man was a martial king, he would not emerge unscathed. An opportunity arose. The silver moon spear swept across the surroundings. Just as the Tsangmang man pursued Chu Lingfeng, Yin Qinghan, trapped within the battle formation, suddenly brightened with inspiration. Her profound energy surged towards the silver moon spear, and with a fierce shout, she swept the spear in all directions. Boom! The blood-red battle formation surrounding Yin Qinghan instantly collapsed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as the remaining dozen or so martial artists were sent flying, spitting blood in their wake. Be careful, young Master Chu. Yin Qinghan swiftly positioned herself in front of Chu Lingfeng. With a thrust of her spear, there was a resounding crash as the Tsangmang man was sent hurtling backward. General Duga Mushue of the Divine Wind Empire sends her regards to young Master Chu. By the Edict of the Phoenix, I have come to present you with a bundle of azure lotus profound fire. At that moment, Yin Qinghan knelt before Chu Lingfeng in midair. Senior sister, you were sent here? Chapter 30. Azure Lotus Profound Fire. The Majesty of Duga Mushue? Indeed, Yin Qinghan nodded in response. Please rise. Chu Lingfeng assisted Yin Qinghan to her feet and then gazed at the jade box in her hand. The box was entirely white, about a foot in length, emanating wisps of chilling air that revealed its extraordinary nature. Inside the jade box, a vibrant green flame flickered quietly, its form shifting unpredictably, resembling a blossoming azure lotus. Its characteristics were unmistakable. It was the rare and remarkable Azure Lotus Profound Fire. Heavenly Flame. Azure Lotus Profound Fire. Chu Lingfeng's pupils constricted in astonishment, unable to suppress his exclamation. Previously unable to cultivate, he had perused countless ancient texts within the Tianyuan sect. Among them, he had encountered records concerning the unique heavenly flames, each distinct and birthed from the earth, wielding immense power against foes. Furthermore, their benefits in alchemy, artifact forging, and cultivation were immeasurable treasures coveted by countless martial artists. Particularly for alchemists, such flames were a true delight. Ah, heavenly flame? What a marvelous treasure! As Chu Lingfeng's heart was engulfed in astonishment, an elegant yet somewhat languorous feminine voice unexpectedly resonated deep within his mind. Sister Fairy? Initially taken aback, Chu Lingfeng was soon overwhelmed by an immense joy. It is worth noting that the woman within the mysterious ancient cauldron in his body rarely spoke, and each utterance signified an extraordinary opportunity or invaluable guidance. He hastily inquired, "Are you aware of this object?" "Indeed," the enigmatic voice replied, laced with a subtle hint of amusement. "I never anticipated that this barren continent could occasionally give rise to something of merit. The celestial spirit fire belongs to the pure yang category. Bring it back, and I shall make preparations. Once refined, it may assist you in surmounting a significant realm." Surmounting a significant realm. A surge of ecstasy flooded Chu Lingfeng's heart. Currently, he was at the 8th level of the martial master realm, and a breakthrough would elevate him to the martial spirit realm. This implied that amidst the perils of the Maple Leaf secret realm, he would possess greater self-preservation capabilities while accelerating his pursuit of strength. The esteem in which the discerning sister fairy held the Qinglian Xuanhua far exceeded his expectations. Suppressing his excitement, he refocused his gaze on the white jade box, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Is this entrusted to you by the master sister?" he inquired, extending his hand to cautiously touch the icy jade box. The moment his fingertip made contact with the box, an intensely chilling aura surged into him, as if it aimed to freeze his very blood and meridians. However, at that instant, the long-dormant Xianxia demon art within him began to operate rapidly on its own. The excruciating coldness encountered the path of the Xianxia demon art, causing no harm whatsoever. Rather, it flowed like sweet spring water into parched earth, being swiftly refined and absorbed, transforming into an exceptionally pure, cold energy that suffused his limbs and bones. Ah, delightful! Chu Lingfeng nearly moaned in pleasure. This pure energy not only brought about no discomfort, but also suggested that the long stagnant bottleneck in his cultivation was subtly loosening. He could even sense that with just a bit more such energy, he could immediately attempt to break into the martial spirit realm. Nonchalantly, he toyed with the jade box in his hand, as if the astonishing chill were non-existent. This scene left Yin-Yang Dan, who knelt on the ground, momentarily stunned. The jade box, which housed the Qinglian was crafted from the heart of a 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. And its chilling aura was so intense that even a powerful warrior like her required the use of martial energy to withstand it. Yet, this young Master Chu appeared entirely oblivious to its terrifying coldness. Contacting it barehanded, he maintained an unperturbed expression. This little disciple of Her Highness the Princess was indeed unfathomable. Suppressing her astonishment, she respectfully replied, "Indeed, young Master Chu. The Qinglian is sealed within the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice." Upon learning that the young master was to embark on a journey to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm for training, Her Highness the Princess entrusted me with a gift for him, believing it might aid in his cultivation. How kind of senior sister. A warm feeling enveloped Chu Lingfeng's heart. During his time in the Tianyuan sect, he often sought assistance from senior sister Dugamushua, who was perpetually immersed in her own training, busier than even his own master. It was only after she departed from the mountains to enter the Divine Wind Imperial City that he discovered her true identity as a princess of the Divine Wind Empire. To his surprise, she still thought of him, presenting such a significant gift upon his arrival in Lingzhou. Suddenly, an enraged figure, a man resembling a coiling python, rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. He trembled with rage, as if the dark tattoos on his arms might come to life. Pointing at the jade box, he bellowed, "This Qinglian is a treasured heirloom of the Yunling kingdom, fiercely guarded by our royal family for generations. It was that madwoman Dugamushua who brazenly broke into our 18 formidable passes, stormed into Shengjing City, and forcibly seized it from our palace treasury. What nonsense gift is this? It is stolen loot." With an arched brow, Chu Lingfeng glanced at the irate man, a smirk playing on his lips. Impressive. He silently lauded his formidable senior sister, Dugamushua. Alone, she had dared to invade the enemy's imperial capital, overcoming 18 obstacles to raid the palace for treasure. A profound shock coursed through him, and he could almost envision her gallant figure, single-handedly battling through throngs of foes, vanquishing powerful adversaries in a blood-soaked struggle. What unparalleled audacity and peril! Just imagining such grandeur set his blood alight. Yet, all of this was merely for the sake of presenting him, her junior brother, with a small gift? How extraordinary that she had gone to such lengths on his behalf. An indescribable warmth and awe surged within him. "You are the one who speaks nonsense." Yin-Yang Dan suddenly stood up, her silver spear poised, and an aura of profound energy radiated from her, shattering the ground beneath her. With fierce, penetrating eyes, she coldly rebuked, "Rare treasures of this world have always belonged to those of virtue and capability. This Qinglian was born from the secret realm. When did it become the private possession of your Yunling royal family? The princess rightfully claims it by her own merit. If you fail to guard your treasures and lack the skill to defend them, how dare you bark here, presumptuously asserting your claim? What utter absurdity! You. The coiling python man was so incensed by Yin-Yang Dan's scathing remarks that his face turned crimson, his chest heaving violently, his trembling finger pointed at her. Yet he could not muster a single coherent retort. Such was the logic of a thief. Yet, the opponent's strength was overwhelming, leaving him powerless to refute or reclaim what was lost. Chu Lingfeng observed the man's utterly defeated expression, a secret smile tugging at his lips. This General Yin-Yang Dan was indeed as sharp-tongued as senior sister. Excellent. Truly excellent. The man known as the Tsangmang clenched his teeth. His gaze filled with venom as it swept over Chu Lingfeng and the jade box in his grasp. Then he shot a fierce glare at Yin-Yang Dan. We must leave. He understood that the events of today could not be undone. The Qinglian had fallen into Chu Lingfeng's hands, and reclaiming it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, this place was the territory of the Divine Wind Nation. If they lingered, the city guards would soon arrive, making their escape nearly impossible. With a command, his cloaked subordinates hastily gathered around him, remaining watchful as they began to retreat. Before departing, he fixed a piercing stare on Chu Lingfeng, his voice emerging through clenched teeth. "Kid, I will remember you. Keep that Qinglian safe for now. In the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, I will find you. At that time, you will pay both principal and interest." With a near-gritted jaw, he spat out the word "withdraw." and, with a swift motion of his hand, he turned to vanish into the crowd with the remnants of his dark-clad followers. Did he think he could come and go as he pleased? Was there truly no one in the Divine Wind Nation to stop him? Chapter 31. A Return to Bloodshed. The method to refine the Qinglian Xuanhua. At that moment, Chu Lingfeng's icy voice rang out abruptly. The treasure that a senior sister had risked her life to obtain could not be coveted by such lowly individuals who then sought to escape unscathed. Furthermore, the blade aura that had nearly struck him had yet to be settled. If they managed to flee, Chu Lingfeng might as well give up on living. Divine Wind steps. Before his words faded, a green whirlwind erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, surging towards the fleeing subjects of Yunling Kingdom. What audacity! The Tsangmang man, witnessing Chu Lingfeng daring to pursue him alone, let out a sinister laugh as he prepared to charge at Chu Lingfeng. With a precise step, Chu Lingfeng pivoted, the green whirlwind shifting direction as he aimed for the dark-clad man. You despicable wretch! The Tsangmang man roared in fury, his blood-red blade quivering as he advanced towards Chu Lingfeng. Your opponent is me. Yan Qinghan brandished her silver spear, dashing forward to intercept the Tsangmang man. She glanced back at Chu Lingfeng, a smirk playing on her lips, silently shaking her head. Her little junior disciple was quite cunning indeed. While claiming to confront the leader, he instead targeted his subordinates. Kill! With a lethal strike of his sword, Chu Lingfeng lunged toward the remaining dark-clad man. Everyone be cautious, he wields a sword. As Chu Lingfeng executed two swift strikes, it caught the attention of the remaining assailants, who braced themselves for an encounter. Clang! Clang! His exquisite spirit sword, the Wind Qing sword, clashed against their protective aura with a resounding boom, causing three of them to stagger back, their expressions filled with astonishment as they regarded Chu Lingfeng. With the martial artist realm, we are being pressured by someone of the martial spirit realm to this extent. Kid, you have reason to be proud. However, as his swift attack was thwarted, what could he rely on against us? Before the dark-clad man could finish his sentence, he let out a terrified exclamation. Xian Demon Palm. Chu Lingfeng's footwork flickered as he struck once more. Despicable. In an instant, their eyes widened in horror as they hurriedly prepared to defend themselves again. How could one wielding a sword suddenly manifest the essence of the dark attribute? Boom! The unexpected force shattered the protective barrier of profound energy, sending several black-clad figures reeling. The leader of these figures had no time to assess the situation when he witnessed the bodies of two comrades before him abruptly stick, transforming into ice only to shatter into fragments. At that moment, a chilling sensation penetrated his skin, seeping deep into his bones. What have you done, boy? The black-clad man could not fathom the origin of this icy dread until his last breath. You are correct, but alas, it is too late. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. He had not anticipated that the profound Yin Devil art would prove so effective. When unleashed with full force, even a master of the martial spirit realm would find themselves utterly annihilated upon contact. Moreover, he had executed a surprise attack. 3 more had perished, leaving only 6 remaining. Now it is your turn. His gaze flickered as he activated the azure world beneath his feet, propelling himself towards the remaining foes with astonishing speed. In an instant, the scene transformed into a one-sided massacre. Both Lu Ying and Lu Hongyi gazed at Chu Lingfeng, their mouths agape in disbelief. Lu Hongyi, with a stunning smile, was particularly pleased with Chu Lingfeng's audacious challenge against a superior foe. As for Lu Ying, the expression of astonishment was vividly displayed upon her beautiful face, concealed beneath a white mask. Has this little rascal truly attained the strength of a martial spirit practitioner? How long has he been cultivating? Lu Ying bit her red lip, a complex expression gracing her exquisite features. After all, she had regarded Chu Lingfeng as a useless individual for over a decade. How could he have advanced to such a level after merely a month of cultivation? Not only had he surpassed the 8th level of the martial master realm, but he had also rendered martial spirit practitioners powerless against him. What was even more alarming was that he had yet to exert his full strength. He had employed the low-grade, earth-level technique, profound Yin Devil art, which Lu Ying had witnessed before. However, she was unaware of how he managed to cultivate 2 different techniques simultaneously. Yet, this was the enigma of Chu Lingfeng. That little rascal remained as infuriating as ever. Particularly when she observed him using his hidden technique for a surprise attack, she could not help but chuckle, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. The silver moon spear illuminate the 8 directions, Just as Chu Lingfeng continued his one-sided slaughter, Yin Qinghan prepared to unleash her final strike. With a thrust of her spear, a terrifying silhouette of a silver moon erupted before her. With a thunderous roar, the silver spear cleaved through the air, leaving the burly opponent staring in disbelief at the wound on his chest. Silver Moon Spear, fourth strike. Bang! Before he could finish his words, his body collapsed in a heap. On Chu Lingfeng's side, the conclusion was imminent. After dispatching the last foe, he gracefully descended. Young Master Chu. Yin Qinghan gasped for breath, offering a respectful salute. Oh, General Yin, there is no need for such formalities. Chu Lingfeng quickly waved his hand. At that moment, Lu Hongyi and the Grand Elder Lu Ying lightly approached him on tiptoe. Lingfeng, are you all right? Are you injured? Lu Hongyi's beautiful eyes were filled with concern as she scanned Chu Lingfeng for any signs of injury. Chu Lingfeng shook his head and took her delicate hand, signaling her not to worry. Who are these two? Yin Qinghan inquired, surprised as he looked at Lu Hongyi, a hint of caution in his expression. He sensed an elusive threat emanating from them. This is my maid Inger, and this is my wife. Chu Lingfeng replied with a smile, pulling Lu Hongyi into his embrace with a flick of his right hand. You. Lu Hongyi's captivating eyes held a hint of embarrassment. Yet she refrained from expressing her annoyance due to Yin Qinghan's presence. So, she is Madame Chu. Yin Qinghan remarked politely, clasping his fists in greeting. Lu Hongyi, feeling helpless, shot a reproachful glance at Chu Lingfeng and could only perform a formal greeting, saying coldly, Greetings, General Yin. Chu Lingfeng secretly chuckled at the sight. The usually regal and magnificent sect master was accustomed to receiving bows from others. Yet today, in order to conceal her identity, she had to return a greeting. The contrast was quite amusing. All right, young Master Chu, the items entrusted to me by Her Highness the Princess have been delivered. Is there anything else you wish for me to convey to Her Highness? Yin Qinghan inquired, bowing respectfully. Chu Lingfeng hesitated for a moment before recounting the matters concerning the Faxian sect to Yin Qinghan. In his view, successfully bringing the Faxian sect logistics company under the wing of Duga Muxue was indeed a joyful event. I understand. However, the situation at the Lingzhou front is somewhat critical. If time permits, Her Highness will certainly come to meet you to discuss this matter, Yin Qinghan replied. Is the situation at the Lingzhou front dire? Is my senior sister all right? Chu Lingfeng asked urgently. Yin Qinghan smiled reassuringly. Young Master Chu, rest assured. The princess is under our protection and will be safe. Oh. Chu Lingfeng finally felt a bit relieved. Please inform my senior sister to take care of herself. Yes. Young Master Chu, may our paths cross again. I take my leave, Yin Qinghan said with a respectful bow, her figure shooting into the sky like a cannonball, heading towards the Lingzhou front. Watching Yin Qinghan vanish into the horizon, Chu Lingfeng turned his gaze back and said, Let us return as well. At this moment, the entire street lay in disarray, with the inhabitants of Maple Leaf City having long fled. As they were about to head towards the Maple Leaf secret realm, he realized he must swiftly refine the Qinglian Xuanhua to further enhance his strength. The city guards are on duty, and bystanders should keep their distance. We are disciples of the Tianyuanzong, and we have eliminated the enemy assassins that plague this area, Chu Lingfeng declared, holding the disciple token of the Tianyuanzong as he addressed the city guards within Maple Leaf City. Upon seeing the disciple token, their expressions transformed into one of profound respect. The leader, after courteously inquiring about Chu Lingfeng, personally led the team back to the inn. Once they returned, Chu Lingfeng could hardly contain his eagerness to bid farewell to the sect master, his master, and the elder before departing. He turned to the mysterious woman and asked, Sister Fairy, have you prepared the means to refine the Azure Lotus Profound Fire? A graceful voice resonated from the mysterious woman. Why are you in such a hurry? Young man, with your mere 8th level martial artist cultivation, do you think refining the Azure Lotus Profound Fire is that simple? Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, Sister Fairy, you didn't say so before. The mysterious woman's figure flickered, interrupting him. I did not say it was impossible to refine, only that it is not easy. You possess the pure Yang divine body, and the Azure Lotus Profound Fire is of pure Yang as well. Have you considered how to manage the boundless pure Yang energy that will be generated within you after refinement? Chu Lingfeng exclaimed in realization, once again stunned. Chapter 31. Mistaking the Master Ant for the Master. A breakthrough to the martial spirit realm. He never anticipated that the pure Yang divine body could be such a double-edged sword. While it allowed for the seamless refinement of the Azure Lotus Profound Fire, It would also unleash a tremendous amount of pure yang energy within him. If not handled properly, his body could very well burst. Sister Fairy, you have a solution, right? Please help me. Chu Lingfeng im lo hatsti. The yin-yang creation technique could indeed consume pure yang energy, but the sheer volume produced would be overwhelming for his master alone. She would certainly struggle to bear such an immense influx of yang energy, especially considering her own injuries. Strangely, Chu Lingfeng suddenly recalled the elder Lu Ying's exquisite figure. On that day atop the Qinglin Dragon Eagle, a mere glimpse had revealed her remarkable physique. If he were to cultivate with her, it might aid him in breaking through to the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. He quickly shook his head, dismissing that thought. The elder was definitely not an option. Given her fiery temper, bringing up such a matter would likely result in him being struck down in an instant. Then, there's no choice but to use the Hunyuan cauldron to refine the 10,000-year profound ice, utilizing its chilling energy to forcibly suppress the pure yang energy within you. Initially, we can use the 3rd-grade profound ice pill to refine the azure lotus profound fire. This should allow us to suppress some of it, perhaps managing to refine about 30% temporarily. The mysterious woman's voice dripped with disdain. Chu Lingfeng nodded in agreement, realizing that this was indeed the only feasible option at present. He would first utilize the azure lotus profound fire to break through to the martial spirit realm. Once he returned to the Tianyuan sect, he would seek assistance from Jian Wuji to completely refine the azure lotus profound fire, as her purine body would be most suited to aid him in this endeavor. Having made up his mind, Chu Lingfeng summoned the Hunyuan cauldron and approached his master, Lu Hongyi, and the elder, Lu Ying, to inform them of his intention to enter seclusion. He then hung up a training plaque in his... After re-entering the Hunyuan cauldron, he entered a state of cultivation. Let's begin. Chu Lingfeng reigned in his jovial demeanor, his expression turning somewhat stern. He produced a white jade box from his storage bag with a decisive motion. As he beheld the azure profound fire before him, a wave of excitement coursed through him. With a slight exertion, he opened the jade box, and the azure lotus fire leaped forth like a spirited sprite. In an instant, a tremendous surge of searing heat enveloped his body, incinerating his low-grade spiritual garment into ashes. What formidable power! Even after being sealed for so long, it could melt garments forged from profound-grade spiritual materials. Chu Lingfeng's astonishment was palpable. He had no time for further contemplation as he called out into the void, "Sister Fairy." His roar summoned a mysterious woman whose enchanting figure descended gracefully. With her phoenix-like eyes fixed on him, she shook her head and smiled. With a flick of her sleeve, a beam of black light emanated from the primordial cauldron, ensconcing the millennium profound ice before them. In the span of 2 breaths, the once solid state of the millennium profound ice transformed into 3 droplets of profound ice liquid. Within the cauldron, the infusion of profound ice liquid gradually dissipated the previously intense heat, wrapping Chu Lingfeng in a refreshing aura of profound ice. Commence the refinement, the mysterious woman commanded with a cold snort. Chu Lingfeng inhaled deeply, drawing the azure profound fire into his abdomen, accompanied by 3 profound ice pills that surged into his body. Boom! The once searing aura erupted within him. So hot, he exclaimed as his skin flushed a deep crimson. Despite being enveloped by the millennium profound ice liquid, Chu Lingfeng's internal temperature remained unmitigated. Hold on. A flicker of concern flashed in the mysterious woman's beautiful eyes. Once he refined the azure lotus fire and obtained its nurturing essence, Chu Lingfeng's underdeveloped pure yang divine body would have a chance to flourish. However, if he failed to overcome this trial, she sighed. Refine, refine. Chu Lingfeng endured the alternating sensations of heat and cold, while the exterior trembled in frost. The profound energy within him surged like molten lava. I will not give up. For over a decade, I have endured countless scorn. I will not relent. His eyes glowed red with determination as he tirelessly activated the Yin-Yang transformation technique, refining the azure lotus fire within him. From the initial resistance of the profound fire to the gradual equilibrium achieved between it and his internal profound energy, ultimately, his profound energy enveloped the fire, initiating the refinement. The energy coursed in circles, and aside from consuming the profound ice pills, Chu Lingfeng could only withstand the azure lotus fire. He did not desire more. He only sought to refine 30% of the fire's essence, for anything beyond that would overwhelm him. As the azure lotus fire gradually fused into Chu Lingfeng's dantian, Strands of profound energy connected with the essence of the azure lotus fire. The pure yang energy within Chu Lingfeng erupted violently, enveloping the azure lotus fire, which instantaneously linked to the energy vortex in his dantian. A gentle warmth permeated the dantian's profound energy, and Chu Lingfeng could distinctly feel the acceleration of the yin-yang profound energy within him. Streams of heat coursed through the profound energy, flowing towards his limbs and bones. Initially, Chu Lingfeng's face illuminated with ecstatic joy as he sensed a significant increase in the profound energy within him, uncontrollably absorbing more heavenly profound energy for transformation. This meant that, with the assistance of the pure yang body, he had effortlessly refined the azure lotus fire. Suddenly, a sense of alarm gripped Chu Lingfeng. His eyes turned crimson, and he exhibited a look of horror. The profound energy connected to the azure lotus fire coursed throughout his body, igniting the eruption of pure yang energy within him. It was unbearably hot. Chu Lingfeng's entire being was suffused with an intense heat, compelling him to swiftly exit the primordial cauldron in search of a partner for dual cultivation. If he did not urgently find someone to cultivate with, the rapidly accumulating pure yang energy within him would surely rupture his body. "Master, are you there? Master?" Chu Lingfeng hastily donned his garments and rushed to the adjacent room. There, he beheld a figure draped in red upon the bed, akin to discovering a treasured artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. In the next instant, he found himself enveloped in soft warmth. The voluptuous figure of the Grand Elder, Lu Ying, was now in his embrace. "Who dares?" Lu Ying, startled and enraged, felt the surge of purple energy surrounding her. Just as she was about to strike, she caught sight of the familiar face before her. "Chu Lingfeng, what are you doing?" Upon recognizing him, her arm froze in mid-air, as if caught in a dream. It was only when she glimpsed the turmoil in his eyes that she gasped in astonishment. "Have you succumbed to madness? How is this possible?" Chu Lingfeng's body radiated an intense heat, his eyes clouded with confusion, evidently having lost all rationality. Was this the eruption of the pure yang body? Lu Ying was overwhelmed by the potent masculine aura that stirred emotions within her heart long buried. "Enough is enough. Without the red attire, I suppose I shall concede." Lu Ying sighed, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Suddenly, she recalled that she was the aunt of Lu Hongyi. "No, this cannot be." Biting her silver teeth, she forcefully pushed Chu Lingfeng away. Yet, the fluctuations of his aura intensified. After a brief struggle, the red garments slipped away, and with parted lips, she murmured, "You saved me once. This time, let us consider it even." With a flick of her sleeve, Chu Lingfeng reappeared before her. Trembling, Lu Ying pressed her lips against his fervent mouth, and in that moment, the courtyard was filled with the essence of spring. Chapter 32, Madness. A bountiful harvest. An hour passed. Another hour passed. Chu Lingfeng was engulfed in a haze. His mind clouded as he instinctively sought to release his surging yang energy. After 2 long hours, he gradually regained his senses. "Where am I?" As he gazed upon the voluptuous figure in his arms, her disheveled hair a testament to the night's events. Memories began to return. The fusion of the azure lotus profound fire had been remarkably smooth, leading to an abrupt and overwhelming surge of yang energy that had momentarily clouded his judgment. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Had it not been for the presence of his revered master beside him, this explosion of yang energy could have cost him his life. "Thank you, master." Chu Lingfeng embraced the slender waist of his master, intending to cover her with a crimson robe. In the next instant, a familiar and enchanting visage appeared before him. At that moment, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes were closed, her delicate brows furrowed, clearly exhausted. "The Grand Elder? How could it be her? I was not." A flicker of disbelief crossed Chu Lingfeng's gaze. He distinctly remembered seeking his master, Lu Hongyi, and yet here was the crimson robe draped over the Grand Elder. Bewildered, he glanced at the scattered garments around him. The once resplendent robe of his master now adorned Lu Ying. Could it be that he had engaged in dual cultivation not with his master, but with the Grand Elder? Panic surged within him, compelling his legs to flee. "Child, if you do not continue your cultivation, the yin and yang energies within you will soon dissipate." At that moment, the mysterious voice of the ethereal woman resonated in his mind, emanating from the swirling primordial cauldron. "Sister Fairy, what on earth has transpired? Am I on the verge of a breakthrough?" Chu Lingfeng bombarded himself with questions. Upon introspection, He was astounded to discover a substantial mass of yin and yang energy coalescing within him. The 8 yin-yang creation pearls that resided in his dantian emitted a soft pearlescent glow, while amidst them danced the ethereal flame of the fully refined azure lotus profound fire. Such a bountiful accumulation of yin and yang energy could only be attributed to the Grand Elder, Lu Ying, whose body had long been devoid of nurturing. Shaking his head, Chu Lingfeng retreated to his chamber, seeking a tranquil spot to sit cross-legged. Having already ventured this far, why retreat now? A true man stands tall. Should Lu Ying awaken and seek vengeance, so be it. No more hesitation. Let me break through. Resolute, he slowly closed his eyes. Streams of yin and yang energy began to converge towards his dantian, gradually shaping into a singular yin-yang creation pearl. As the energy gathered, his aura surged, absorbing the surrounding profound energy, propelling him towards a breakthrough. Martial Master Level 9. Martial Spirit Level 1. Martial Spirit Level 2. Martial Spirit Level 3. Martial Spirit Level 4. Boom! The mysterious energy within him surged wildly, only calming down gradually upon reaching the 6th level of Martial Spirit. Yin-Yang Dan Emperor. A Martial Spirit at the 6th level. Moreover, he had refined the azure lotus mystic fire. What a bountiful harvest! As Chu Lingfeng opened his eyes, ecstasy flickered in his gaze. Remarkably, in less than a month of cultivation, he had already broken through to the 6th level of Martial Spirit. Should he unleash the divine wind step combined with a swift lethal strike, he could likely catch even early-stage martial kings off guard, rendering them helpless against him. Then, Chu Lingfeng raised his right hand, a flicker of azure lotus mystic fire dancing in his palm. He clenched his fist abruptly, extinguishing the mystic fire in an instant. The completion of refining the azure lotus mystic fire enveloped him in a comforting warmth, a steady stream of heat coursing through his body, providing immense comfort. Indeed, this azure lotus mystic fire is a form of extraordinary flame that can restore the essence of your pure yang divine body, enabling you to swiftly attain the first calamity divine body. At that moment, the elegant voice of the mysterious woman echoed. No wonder I felt the flow of mystic energy within me accelerating significantly. Chu Lingfeng instincto deeply. The speed of his internal mystic energy was now a third faster than before, indicating that his cultivation pace surpassed that of ordinary individuals by a third, signifying an even swifter enhancement of his prowess. It was then that he recalled Lu Ying, who lay on the bed, and he looked at her with a sense of remorse. Although the elder Lu Ying often opposed him, she had selflessly sacrificed her purity to save him at a critical moment, warming his heart. Chu Lingfeng approached, gazing at Lu Ying's enchanting visage, her willow-like brows, apricot-shaped eyes, and lips as red as lacquer, her delicate face slightly wrinkled as if burdened by some pain. He gently brushed aside her disheveled hair, revealing her snow-white skin, as delicate as porcelain. The last time he had rescued her, he hadn't paid close attention. Now, upon closer observation, he noted a resemblance between her features and those of his master, Lu Hongyi, though Lu Ying possessed a touch more maturity and allure, lacking some of the noble coldness. Suddenly, Lu Ying's captivating eyes fluttered open, startling Chu Lingfeng. "Enning, you're awake?" he exclaimed, his gaze meeting hers, a surge of guilt washing over him. He had unwittingly altered his form of address for the elder Lu Ying. Having given her his purity, it felt inappropriate to continue calling her by her title. After much contemplation, he decided that addressing her as Aunt Ying was most fitting. "You scoundrel!" Lu Ying exclaimed, a delicate reprimand escaping her lips as a surge of violet mystic energy transformed into a large hand that grasped Chu Lingfeng, lifting him effortlessly. She had preserved her purity for so many years, yet had lost it to save him. "Enning, please calm down." Chu Lingfeng prit au set stili, feeling the overwhelming force that rendered him utterly defenseless. "Chu Lingfeng, you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise Lu Ying's delicate face was tinged with fury, ready to unleash her wrath. However, she soon realized that Chu Lingfeng's gaze was fixated upon her voluptuous figure, as her garments had inadvertently slipped down due to her slight exertion. So ample, Chu Lingfeng swallowed hard, uttering the words instinctively. Lu Ying's alabaster form was now fully exposed to his sight. "Chu Lingfeng!" Lu Ying's heart surged with indignation. Suddenly, a surge of violet energy manifested in her hand, ready to strike. "Enning, do not act rashly. I shall take responsibility. Observing Lu Ying's ire, he hastily sought to clarify. Gazing into his innocent eyes, she felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. In an instant, she cornered him against the wall, her back turned to him. Though she had willingly engaged in intimacy with Chu Lingfeng, her frustration directed at him felt somewhat misplaced. Quietly, she retrieved a brand new violet gown from her storage ring and donned it. Yet, a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes. So painful. Suddenly, Lu Ying cried out, the violet energy dissipating. She felt an overwhelming warmth coursing through her body, hindering the flow of her own energy. Oh no, it's pure yang energy. Aunt Ying had absorbed too much pure yang energy from me. I must assist her in refining it immediately. Chu Lingfeng exclaimed, swiftly leaping onto the bed. In that moment, their gazes met once more. There was no time to waste. Chu Lingfeng wrapped his arms around Lu Ying's slender waist, marveling at its remarkable elasticity. Without hesitation, he directed streams of yin and yang energy into her body. Do not move, it hurts. Lu Ying cried out, her exquisite face reflecting discomfort. Ying, do not fear. I have a solution. Chu Lingfeng urged, activating the yin-yang creation pearl to emit a soft glow, healing her wounds. Simultaneously, waves of energy began to coalesce within Lu Ying. As she sensed the immense energy transforming within her, her heart became a tempest of confusion. Chapter 34. The Secret Realm Unveiled. Outline. As the dual energies formed within Lu Ying, a thunderous resonance filled the air. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she felt a torrent of celestial energy converging within her, with the pace of their mutual cultivation accelerating. A resounding boom echoed as she shattered the barrier that had held her back for years. Martial Emperor, 9th level? Half-step Martial Sovereign? Lu Ying was taken aback, acutely aware of the transformation occurring within her. The energy within her was ample enough to breach the Martial Sovereign realm, enabling her to summon celestial energy to engage in battle. However, her spiritual strength fell short, leaving her ensnared at the half-step Martial Sovereign stage. Once her spiritual power transcended its limits, she could effortlessly surpass that barrier and attain the true Martial Sovereign realm. With a look of astonishment, she inquired, Chu Lingfeng, what cultivation technique are you practicing? How did you assist me in overcoming the energy barrier? Chu Lingfeng smiled gently, beginning to elucidate. He had only disclosed the matter of mutual cultivation to 2 women, and Lu Ying was the third. From a moment, she saved herself. Chu Lingfeng regarded her as his own woman. Today's events should not be disclosed to Hongyi. Let it be considered as though it never transpired. Lu Ying's expression was complex as she sighed, uncertain of how to proceed. Despite having rescued Chu Lingfeng, she found herself reaping the greatest benefits. With such formidable prowess, it was inevitable that Chu Lingfeng would have more than one woman by his side in the future. Yet as an aunt, she felt a certain reluctance to compete with her niece for a man. Chu Lingfeng, however, was resolute. It is impossible, Ying. I will take responsibility for you. Neither you nor my master shall I abandon. I wish for both of you to be my women. Lu Ying's heart stirred with excitement at the prospect of a dual cultivation technique that could enhance her strength. As a martial sovereign, how could she not be tempted? Nevertheless, the thought of sharing a husband with her niece filled her with a sense of shame. Fated adversary, Lu Ying's eyes were filled with a profound resentment. Stirred by Chu Lingfeng's advances, with a slight bite of her silver teeth, she declared, you must not let Hongyi know. That is my final bottom line. Otherwise, you shall never seek me again. Even if I flee to the ends of the earth, I will not be with you. Chu Lingfeng, overjoyed, readily agreed, wrapping his arms around Lu Ying's soft waist and nodding. Rest assured, Ying, I shall adhere to your wishes. Observing Chu Lingfeng's delight, Lu Ying felt an unexpected surge of courage. Her rosy lips parted as she playfully bit at him. Ouch! Chu Lingfeng cried out, inhaling sharply. Lu Ying still possessed such energy. The following day, within the dense woods of Fenglin Mountain, located 30 miles north of Maple Leaf City, throngs of martial artists awaited. Chu Lingfeng stood among the ranks of the Tianyuan sect, surveying the gathering of several thousand individuals. It was known that the Maple Leaf Secret Realm was accessible only to martial artists below the Martial Sovereign Realm, and such a large-scale secret realm would naturally attract 1,000 or 2,000 participants. Beside him stood his master, sect leader Lu Hongyi, with the elder Lu Ying, who had assumed the role of Chu Lingfeng's maid, positioned behind her. Lingfeng, remember, Once you enter the secret realm, do not act recklessly. Within that realm, neither of us can protect you. At that moment, Lu Hongyi stepped forward, tenderly adjusting Chu Lingfeng's collar, her beautiful eyes filled with warmth, reminiscent of a newlywed bride. The elder Lu Ying stood behind, a hint of bitterness flickering in her gaze. Sect leader, you need not worry about me. You ought to consider how others will survive. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. In an instant, Lu Hongyi shot him a glance, her demeanor once again turning frosty. Do not boast. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Exercise extreme caution around the three major powers near Maple Leaf City, the Maple Leaf Sect, the Candle Hall, and the Shadow Puppet Sect. Lu Hongyi pointed towards the distinct factions standing nearby. These three sects are formidable powers in Lingzhou, their status akin to that of our sect in Qingzhou. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm, as it is said, was the place where the former Grand Elder of the Maple Leaf Sect attained enlightenment, opening once every decade. Each time it opens, the Maple Leaf Sect sends the largest contingent. The other sects, such as the Candle Hall, focus on body refinement, while the Shadow Puppet Sect is rather sinister, being a branch of the demonic sect that frequently employs living sacrifices to animate their puppets. I have meticulously documented the details of their leaders and their cultivation levels in a jade slip. You may peruse it at your leisure. Lu Hongyi spoke softly. Chu Lingfeng nodded, coming to the realization that Lu Hongyi had left the inn yesterday to gather intelligence on his behalf. It must be noted that the information Lu Hongyi procured was quite thorough, clearly detailing the individuals entering the secret realm. Thank you, esteemed sect leader. If I return safely and bring back the Blood Phoenix herb, what reward shall you bestow upon me? Chu Lingfeng zestet. You are about to enter the secret realm, and yet you still jest. Lu Hongyi playfully tapped Chu Lingfeng's shoulder, though her gaze gradually softened. If you truly manage to bring back the Blood Phoenix herb, what then? Lu Hongyi's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chu Lingfeng, as if nothing in the universe compared to him. Since her injury, she had witnessed Chu Lingfeng's fervent desire to aid her in healing. Throughout her earlier years, she had tirelessly cultivated with the aim of reviving the Tianyuan sect, even using Chu Lingfeng's pure yang physique to facilitate their return to Zhongzhou. However, before her now was Chu Lingfeng, willingly risking his life to venture into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm in search of the rare 7th-grade spiritual herb, the Blood Phoenix herb, to save her life. For the first time, Lu Hongyi felt a stir of emotions within her heart. From Lu Hongyi's perspective, the protagonist's quest for the Blood Phoenix herb is solely to save her life, and given that he has only recently begun his cultivation, entering the Maple Leaf Secret Realm indeed poses a danger to his life. Chu Lingfeng's heart soared with joy. The sect leader had agreed. His gaze firm, he declared, "Rest assured, esteemed sect leader, even if it costs me my life, I shall retrieve the Blood Phoenix herb." Nearby, Lu Ying, clad in a white dress and mask, observed the flirtation between the two, her heart already brimming with jealousy. The time has come. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm is opening. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the maple forest, an invisible ripple spreading across Maple Leaf Mountain. An unseen wind began to converge upon the mountain, and slowly, a milky white spatial barrier materialized before all present. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm has opened. Maple Leaf Sect, follow me in. Members of the Candle Hall, come with me. Shadow Sect, onward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of martial king-level energy surged forth, rushing toward the spatial barrier. Tianyuan sect members, it is our turn. Boom! Su Changkon, a disciple of Tianlin Peak, unleashed his martial king aura, casting a fierce glance at Chu Lingfeng before charging toward the spatial barrier at breakneck speed. Master, I take my leave. Chu Lingfeng gently squeezed Lu Hongyi's delicate hand before bidding farewell to Lu Ying. With a swift motion, he activated the divine wind step. His feet enveloped in azure gusts, leaving behind fleeting shadows as he sped towards the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. What astonishing speed! Has his technique advanced yet again? Among the crowd, a strikingly handsome man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, holding a folding fan, observing with keen interest as Chu Lingfeng vanished into the horizon. Young master, are you also departing? A maid, disguised as a man, inquired from behind. Just for a bit of fun. The white-clad gentleman replied without turning. Oh, the maid pouted, her mood evidently dampened. Wait for me at the Maple Leaf Inn. With a flick of his robe, the man deftly propelled himself into the secret realm, his speed surpassing that of most present. Moments later, the space within the Maple Leaf Secret Realm shimmered slightly before disappearing from sight. Chapter 35, Puppet Sect. Spiritual storm. Inside the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, the atmosphere was shrouded in a gray haze, casting a pall over one's spirits. Chu Lingfeng's footsteps flickered as two azure whirlwinds formed at his feet. He navigated swiftly through the ancient forest of the secret realm, intent on locating the martial artist who had entered. The second level of the divine wind step, indeed, increased his speed exponentially. Yesterday, having condensed 11 significant orbs with his Yin-Yang creation pearl, it was evident that Chu Lingfeng's comprehension had ascended to a new level. Thus, he harnessed the Yin-Yang energy to enhance his understanding, decisively applying it to perfect the divine wind step, resulting in his current remarkable velocity. The first level of the divine wind step consists of 2 whirlwinds, while the second level comprises 4, with speed not merely doubling, but multiplying in effect. At this moment, my speed is such that even an ordinary martial king would struggle to keep up. With a light touch of his toes, his figure flickered among the dense ancient trees. The teleportation points within the Maple Leaf Secret Realm were random. Chu Lingfeng alighted upon a colossal ancient tree, so wide that it would take 2 people to encircle it, likely having grown for over 1,000 years. Such majestic trees were abundant all around him, leaving him uncertain of his whereabouts. I must locate those carrying the silver key. Otherwise, I cannot enter the medicinal garden of the Maple Leaf Elder to obtain the Blood Phoenix herb. Chu Lingfeng scanned the lush canopy, but the towering trees obscured his view, limiting his sight. He then closed his eyes, utilizing his spiritual energy to probe the surroundings in search of any signs of life. Countless birds and beasts traversed the area, emitting various calls. This ability was a hallmark of the martial spirit realm, where spirit signifies mental prowess. Attaining the martial spirit level not only signifies an increase in the quantity of profound energy, but also represents the preliminary application of spiritual strength. In 2 lifetimes, Chu Lingfeng possessed formidable spiritual strength. Upon barely breaking through to the martial spirit realm, his spiritual domain expanded to an impressive 6 zhang. Kill. Slay them. As his spiritual power delved deeper, he witnessed a middle-aged man clad in a black robe licking his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin while observing several young martial artists, armed with swords and daggers, trapped by puppets. Members of the puppet sect? Are they hunting down the disciples of the Maple Leaf sect and solitary cultivators? Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon entering the secret realm, he had accessed the jade slip prepared for him by his master, Lu Hongyi. It meticulously detailed the characteristics of the puppet sect, their dark robes, their puppets used in combat, and most crucially, their proficiency in bizarre mental attacks. The jade slip had specifically warned him to exercise utmost caution when encountering them. Breakthrough. Send someone to inform Senior Brother Song. The puppet sect has attacked us. One of the young martial artists, wielding a long sword, bellowed. Various azure martial techniques surged toward the encircling puppets in a furious onslaught. After a cacophony of explosions, the swordsman managed to break through the siege. Kill them. The middle-aged man in black robes did not pursue, merely issuing a cold command. Boom! The black puppets suddenly roared to life, their unrefined fists unleashed with a force akin to 1,000 June, instantly shattering the martial techniques formed by vital energy. It was a one-sided massacre. Chu Lingfeng muda, his face a mask of shock as he witnessed the black puppets ruthlessly tearing apart the young martial artists along with their weapons. Such brutality was undeniable. Spiritual storm. As Chu Lingfeng observed, he sensed a violent surge of spiritual power. A piercing, shrill sound erupted near his ears. Moments later, the martial artist who had just escaped was similarly obliterated, blood spewing forth as his face turned ashen. What a strange mental attack, Chu Lingfeng gasped, realizing that he had thought the ghostly insect he encountered was peculiar enough. Arriving at the Maple Leaf sect, he found the puppet sect equally enigmatic. Retreat. As the black-robed man prepared to scour the battlefield, the corpses around him appeared to him as the finest spoils of war. Chu Lingfeng felt a wave of retreat wash over him. He had come in search of Blood Phoenix herb. Without locating the individual possessing the silver key, he could not make his move. Suddenly, the silver key nestled in his bosom trembled. His expression froze. It felt reminiscent of the battle he encountered prior to the assassination attempt in Maple Leaf City. Could it be that a key was in the hands of this man before him? Chu Lingfeng's gaze sharpened as he looked at the black-robed man, who was preoccupied with rummaging through the spoils. After a moment's hesitation, he made his move. Who? The middle-aged man in black suddenly stiffened, swiftly turning with a wary expression. Why did you kill them? A flickering azure whirlwind danced in the air as Chu Lingfeng, sword in hand, gazed sorrowfully at the figure before him. Who are you? And on what grounds do you presume to act? The middle-aged man clad in black frowned, observing Chu Lingfeng as his fingers stirred the gray light, summoning 4 or 5 puppets to encircle him, all while scrutinizing Chu Lingfeng with suspicion. Something felt amiss. The young man before him emitted no concealed aura, merely a martial spirit of the 6th realm. How could one such as he dare to obstruct his path of carnage? Unusual occurrences often heralded hidden dangers. Despite the bold advance of Chu Lingfeng, the man hesitated to strike, opting instead to test the resolve of his adversary. Are you not the one inquiring? I demand to know why you seek to slay them. Unwavering, Chu Lingfeng continued his steady approach. Why? Such a laughable question. Their strength is feeble. Mere ants in my eyes. To eliminate them is a trivial matter. Their existence is less formidable than my puppets. Better to transform them into my creations. The man's eyes narrowed as he employed his mental prowess to scan the vicinity, finding no hidden ambush within a radius of 10 paces. Gaining confidence, he stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Chu Lingfeng. And you, a mere martial spirit, presume to champion their cause? You believe yourself worthy? You would do well to join them as my puppets. With that, a flash of gray light emanated from his hand, and several puppets surged forth as black shadows, propelled by a fierce wind, charging toward Chu Lingfeng. He perceived a peculiar aura surrounding Chu Lingfeng, who, despite his martial spirit status, was meddling in affairs beyond his station. Surely, he had some form of support. Thus, the man resolved to strike first. You have proclaimed it. The weak possess no right to exist, and thus, my slaying of you is entirely justifiable. Chu Lingfeng glanced at the azure sword in his grasp. Second layer of the god wind step, whirlwind stride. Suddenly, 2 azure whirlwinds manifested beneath his feet, transforming into a swift azure afterimage that surged toward the black-clad man. The quality was indeterminate. The stronger one became, the more formidable they appeared. Chu Lingfeng had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but the Silver Key's presence compelled him to act, enforcing the will of heaven upon himself. So swift. In the blink of an eye, Chu Lingfeng's sword struck with blinding speed. In the next moment, the man's body crumpled lifelessly to the ground, his head soaring high above, though a distance of over 10 paces separated them, and he was merely a martial spirit. How could he unleash a speed surpassing that of a martial king? He could not comprehend why his existence was suddenly severed from this world, his consciousness fading into oblivion. Chu Lingfeng exhaled deeply, moving towards the man's storage pouch. This was a newfound ability he had only just attained after reaching the 2nd layer of the god wind step the previous day. By simultaneously activating 2 layers of wind whirlwinds, he could unleash a burst of speed exceeding that of a martial king over short distances. Coupled with his lethal sword strike, it rendered even early-stage martial kings unable to react. However, this technique bore its drawbacks, being suited solely for sudden, short-range assaults. However, it is customary for warriors of the martial king realm to condense spiritual energy into wings, allowing them to soar gracefully in the air. Yet, the martial king of the puppet sect before me, relying on his puppet for protection, has few who would dare approach him as foolishly as I do. I probed into this man's storage bag with my spiritual consciousness, seeking the coveted silver key. However, I was instantly met with a frown. The spiritual consciousness technique, mental storm. The puppet refinement technique. 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones, along with a collection of miscellaneous items. Quite impressive indeed. But where is the silver key? I furrowed my brow and murmured. I distinctly sensed the vibrations of the silver key, yet after eliminating this man, I found no trace of it whatsoever. Who? A sudden alarm rang in my heart as I sensed someone approaching from behind. I spun around swiftly. Are you looking for this? Before me stood a fair-skinned gentleman with ruby lips and white teeth, gracefully descending, holding the very silver key I coveted in his delicate, jade-like hand. Simultaneously, I felt the vibrations of multiple silver keys emanating from my storage bag. It dawned on me that I had been deceived. The silver key was not with the martial king of the puppet sect, but rather in the possession of this woman. Chapter 36. Xianxia. I was momentarily taken aback. A sense of shock enveloping me. This woman had been observing me for days, and I had been utterly oblivious. Were it not for her proactive appearance, I might still be in the dark. Who are you? Why have you been following me? I did not engage with her words, instead tightening my grip on the Wind Qing's sword. my expression wary as I regarded her. Meanwhile, my heart was fervently calling for the celestial sister, yearning for the protection of the mysterious woman from the primordial cauldron. Yet, the cauldron offered no response. In this critical moment of need, I cursed the enigmatic woman silently. With no other recourse, I had to rely on myself. Despite the woman's disguise as a man, her snowy robe, delicate skin, and exquisite beauty revealed her true identity. If she were to don feminine attire, her appearance would likely rival that of Lu Hongyi. Following you? She snapped her folding fan shut, her right sleeve sweeping gracefully as she pointed a pristine long sword at me, shaking her head. Not at all. I merely wish to spar with you. If you triumph over me, the silver key shall be yours. A white sword energy? You wish to battle with me? I was taken aback. So this woman had only provoked me to engage the martial king of the puppet sect to gauge my combat prowess? The aura surrounding her exuded the strength of a perfected martial king. In this secret realm, she could practically walk unhindered. Who enters a secret realm without seeking inheritance, solely to challenge another? Wait. I hastily interjected. The woman paused, her white sword, her finely arched brows knitting together. What is it? Do you believe I am unworthy of your effort? Within, Chu Lingfeng's heart cried out in despair, having berated her countless times. Yet his visage remained adorned with a smile as he remarked, No, just look at the situation. We are in a secret realm. Should we engage in a conflict? Regardless of the outcome, what if we attract the attention of formidable foes? The woman merely responded with an "oh," leading Chu Lingfeng to believe he had persuaded her, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. However, to his astonishment, she continued, I am not searching for anything. Their arrival does not concern me. Chu Lingfeng, Isapata, Vito. I am searching. I seek a 7th grade spiritual herb and must collect the silver keys to enter the medicinal garden. By now, he had largely concluded that the woman before him bore no ill intentions. She pressed her lips together, her brow furrowed as she inquired, What do you propose we do? Silent contemplation ensued. The woman undoubtedly possessed extraordinary prowess, and rejecting her could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, he felt undaunted, for wielding a sword himself. How could Chu Lingfeng falter? With a glimmer of inspiration, he suggested, Very well, one day hence, outside the secret realm, I shall duel with you. What say you? She cast a fleeting glance at the sword in his grasp and nodded, agreed. I shall await you for a day. With that, she elegantly waved her sleeve, stowing her snow-white sword once more, while simultaneously, the silver key shot toward Chu Lingfeng. He caught it effortlessly, a key of identical size to the one already in his possession materializing in his hand. Was it truly that simple? Chu Lingfeng was taken aback, incredulous. He had prepared numerous arguments, yet she had so readily bestowed upon him her possession. My name is Xianxia, and I shall accompany you for the next few days, she declared, clapping her hands with delight. Subsequently, she strolled alongside Chu Lingfeng, her delicate face turned upward to gaze at him. Accompany me? Chu Lingfeng found himself bemused. What kind of person actively sought to attach themselves? She was not only gifting treasures, but also insisting on following him. Was this not an unexpected boon? With a formidable ally at his side, he silently critiqued her audacity. Very well, do as you please, he conceded, choosing not to dwell on her presence. He tapped his storage pouch, a silver radiance flashing forth, revealing another silver key in his hand. Slowly, he joined the two keys, and in the next instant, a silvery light enveloped them, manifesting a map forged from ethereal silver energy before Chu Lingfeng's eyes. The map began to shift, revealing the location of a palace. The position of the medicinal garden had appeared. Let's proceed, Chu Lingfeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he addressed Xianxia behind him. With a swift move, he propelled himself forward, a gust of azure wind swirling around him as he raced toward the garden's direction. The gravity of this matter concerned the safety of his master, the sect leader, Lu Hongyi. He could afford no delay. How intriguing, Xianxia mused, her beautiful eyes alight with excitement as she energetically followed in Chu Lingfeng's wake, her folding fan in hand. Along their journey, Chu Lingfeng encountered a myriad of battles. Disciples of the Maple Leaf sect engaged in a fierce battle with the disciples of the Puppet sect, while the warriors from the Candle Hall clashed with both factions. Although the Maple Leaf secret realm was expansive, the majority of those who ventured within were primarily discipled from these three sections. Whenever disciples of the same sect gathered, they would gain an advantage over those from other sects, inevitably leading to conflict. During his journey, Chu Lingfeng encountered several rare spiritual herbs that were quite uncommon in the outside world. However, he refrained from collecting them, as his true objective was the medicinal garden of the esteemed maple leaf elder. Though these herbs were indeed rare, they did not meet the criteria that would compel Chu Lingfeng to act. After all, he was accompanied by the seemingly innocuous Xianxia, a woman who, despite her harmless appearance, required his constant vigilance, lest she attempt to deceive him. As Chu Lingfeng pressed onward at a rapid pace, the sky gradually darkened. After an entire day of travel, nothing noteworthy had occurred. Xianxia, though inquisitive, did not intrude upon his solitude. That night, as Chu Lingfeng rested beneath a large tree, Xianxia reclined beside him. The flickering firelight illuminated her smooth calves, and a strand of hair gently floated down, creating a serene and beautiful scene. He thought to practice the mental technique he had acquired, knowing that tomorrow might bring a fierce confrontation. Glancing at her, he realized she was indeed sound asleep. With that, he retrieved the mental manual titled Mental Storm and murmured softly. He was suppressing the fluctuations of his pure Yang divine body within by utilizing the pure Yin devil art. Yet to cultivate this technique, he had to rely on the Yin-Yang creation pearl within him to enhance his comprehension. Unfortunately, this could only be done in the stillness of night. With a flicker of thought, the pure Yin energy within him was gradually absorbed by the primordial cauldron, while pure Yang energy began to fill his meridians. Slowly, he activated the Yin-Yang creation pearl, each pearl radiating a soft white light. Chu Lingfeng's mind became clear as he studied the mental manual Mental Storm, and a rush of insights flooded his consciousness. He had witnessed the puppet sex martial king employing Mental Storm from several paces away to annihilate a martial spirit realm warrior, without the latter even having a chance to defend himself. Such a long-range attack was precisely what Chu Lingfeng currently lacked. As an hour passed, he focused his thoughts. From the depths of his mind, strands of mental energy began to intertwine, forming a tempest that erupted within a 5-zhang radius around him. Chu Lingfeng was filled with elation. His mental prowess was formidable, astonishingly. His mental attack, despite being at the 6th level of martial spirit, rivaled that of the puppet sex martial king from earlier. How warm! Chu Lingfeng, what is it that you possess? It smells delightful. He abruptly opened his eyes, startled by Xianxia's sudden intrusion. There she was, akin to a playful puppy, sniffing intently at his neck, her expression one of utter enchantment. Xianxia, have you lost your mind? Chu Lingfeng hastily pushed her away and stepped back. Even boys must protect themselves in such a chaotic environment filled with wild admirers. It is utterly terrifying. Hee. I knew that sword strike this afternoon was not your utmost prowess. However, why do you exude such a delightful fragrance? Xiao's delicate face lit up with fondness. Chu Lingfeng quickly suppressed the pure Yang divine body within him, and she gradually returned to her usual self. A faint blush began to rise on her cheeks. Lingfeng, you must gradually acclimatize. As your pure Yang divine body continues to mend its essence, pure-hearted girls like her will increasingly be drawn to you. Suddenly, a melodious voice of the mysterious woman echoed in his mind. Fairy sister, you have awakened? Chu Lingfeng exclaimed with joy. Chapter 37. The Candle Palace Strikes. Xianxia is injured. The mysterious woman responded with a gentle affirmation and continued, the pure Yang divine body, being one of the pinnacle divine bodies of this realm, possesses an irresistible allure to all women in this barren world, especially as the pure Yang energy within you accumulates. Even if you merely reach the 1st level of the divine body, it will be lethal to them. Moreover, as your pure Yang divine body progressively restores itself, the speed at which your Yang energy accumulates will also accelerate. A girl with a pure heart like Xianxia is unconsciously drawn to you. Chu Lingfeng Bao Set, sensing the changes within him. Instantly, a scorching energy coursed through his entire being. It indeed aligned with what the mysterious woman had said. After refining the azure lotus mysterious fire, the accumulation of Yang energy within him was significantly quicker than before. Fairy sister, what do you mean by pure-hearted? What does it signify? Chu Lingfeng inquired further. The mysterious woman explained, a pure heart denotes a state of mind devoid of any malevolent thoughts. In certain circumstances, it is even rarer than your innate constitution and grants a natural affinity for martial realms and the essence of martial arts. In simpler terms, it means born of parents and nurtured by the heavens, a natural warrior, particularly suited for the pure sword path. Chu Lingfeng suddenly understood. No wonder she had displayed such keen interest upon first seeing him. Initially, she had been eager to spar with him, likely sensing the intricacy of his sword techniques and wishing to refine her own swordsmanship. After all, the instant kill sword in his possession was a technique passed down by the mysterious woman. He felt confident that within the kingdom of Xinfeng, no technique could rival the prowess of his instant kill sword. Senior brother, look, there's a glow over there. It seems a crowd has gathered. Just as Chu Lingfeng intended to continue his inquiry with the mysterious woman, a cacophony of voices surged toward him. Frowning, he scanned the area with his mental energy and discovered 4 or 5 burly men hastening toward him. The leader was one of the Candle Palace's men. Chu Lingfeng raised an eyebrow and instantly assumed a defensive posture. In the next moment, a group of towering, rugged individuals appeared before Chu Lingfeng's gaze. They were all bare-chested, their dark red muscles clearly visible as Chu Lingfeng scanned them with his spiritual energy. Their brawny arms resembled the thighs of grown men, exuding an aura of ferocity and dominance. The jade slip bestowed upon him by his master, sect leader Lu Hongyi, had long since recorded that the dark red muscles were a hallmark of the body refinement technique of the Candle Hall. This technique featured 3 distinct shades: light red, dark red, and deep red. The deeper the skin's hue, the higher the level of body refinement. It was evident that the leader of the group had attained the deep red stage, indicating a profound mastery of the art. Stop right there. Chu Lingfeng frowned and swung his sword fiercely. A 3-foot-long scarlet sword light erupted in front of them. The Candle Hall warriors' expressions tightened as they stepped back 2 paces. With a sharp sound, a gash several meters long appeared before them. I am Zhu Ming. Which expert is present? We mean no harm. We merely seek a moment's respite. In an instant, the leader's face turned pale upon witnessing the swiftness of the sword technique, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but saw no one else. Only Chu Lingfeng and the graceful Xianxia behind him. Gradually, he furrowed his brow. One was a martial spirit realm warrior, and the other was inscrutable, appearing like an ordinary person. Yet, given their proximity to the Maple Leaf Medicine Garden, could an ordinary person truly rest here? Big brother, look, it's a martial spirit realm fighter, and a pretty boy at that. Who would have thought we would encounter such reckless beings in the Maple Leaf Medicine Garden? Hey kid, which sect do you belong to? Is this pretty boy here a girl? Little beauty, how about spending a delightful evening with your elder brother tonight? Behind Zhu Ming, his disciples, who had been on high alert, noticed the lack of movement around them. He furrowed his brow and smirked as he approached Chu Lingfeng. Upon realizing that Xianxia was a woman, a glimmer of lewdness flashed in his eyes. As he spoke, he reached out toward Xianxia. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Chu Lingfeng's brow furrowed, and he prepared to take action. He did not believe for a moment that these individuals were merely seeking a fire to rest by at this late hour. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, and Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened. Xianxia had moved. Be careful, Zhu Ming shouted, his eyes widening as he lunged toward his disciple. A snow-white, long sword whistled past, piercing through the Candle Hall disciple beside Chu Lingfeng in an instant. The sword continued unabated, its snowy energy surging like an enraged dragon toward the rushing Zhu Ming. Such formidable sword energy. Zhu Ming instinctively raised his hands to block, and in that moment, dark red protective true energy enveloped him. The long sword collided with the protective energy, releasing a brilliant radiance that culminated in a thunderous explosion. As the protective essence of Zhu Ming shattered, he was hurled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater in the earth. Simultaneously, the long sword was sent flying. From the air, a figure clad in white streaked forth, swiftly catching the descending snow-white sword, staggering back a few paces before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia? Chu Lingfeng et Galim, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded the woman beside him. He had anticipated Xianxia's strength, yet he never fathomed it to be so formidable. Even Zhu Ming, a pinnacle warrior at the peak of body refinement, proved to be no match for her. The moment he discerned who she was, thoughts of retreat began to surface in his mind. And what of Xianxia? With a single strike, she had not only slain one adversary, but also repelled Zhu Ming, although she too bore injuries. Chu Lingfeng observed Xianxia's pale visage, a trickle of crimson blood cascading from the corner of her mouth. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. This girl was indeed powerful, a true force to be reckoned with. As a body refinement warrior, she engaged in close combat with others. Though it was merely a single blow, both of them likely suffered considerable injuries. At this moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Despite her pristine white robe, And Lanxio's hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her crystalline eyes seemed to dim the very realm around them. Her fair skin, delicate nose, and cherry lips all testified to her extraordinary beauty. Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow. Although her appearance had not drastically changed, the transformation following her decisive strike was remarkable. "I'm fine," she declared, though her voice was faint. The essence transformation technique had faltered, and Lanxio touched her face in alarm, realizing that she had reverted to her feminine form. She then turned to Chu Lingfeng, clinging to his arm with a playful pout. "Chu Lingfeng, please help me. Use your profound energy to protect me, or it will be the end. They will take me back." Chu Lingfeng was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been a striking figure, dispatching foes with elegance. Now, she had transformed into this, confused yet willing to comply. He quickly summoned his protective, profound energy, enveloping Lanxio within its embrace. At that moment, he cast his gaze toward the distance, ready to flee at a moment's notice. "Senior brother." The other disciples of the Candle Hall rushed toward the crater, assisting Zhu Ming to his feet. As anticipated, a ghastly dark red sword wound marred Zhu Ming's right arm, exposing pale golden bone beneath, a sight both alarming and gruesome. However, as a body refinement warrior, despite the apparent severity of his injury, it was not fatal. In contrast, it was clear that Lanxio's injuries were far more profound. "Senior brother, we shall avenge you," roared the disciples following closely behind Zhu Ming, their eyes fixated on his wound. Subsequently, several powerful auras surged towards Chu Lingfeng with overwhelming intensity. "No, withdraw. Our objective is the relic herb garden, not to engage in a deadly struggle with them. We are too close to the herb garden. We must not attract the attention of the Maple Leaf sect or the Puppet sect. If we must eliminate them, it should be done within the confines of the garden." Zhu Ming cast a bloodthirsty glance at Chu Lingfeng, gritting his teeth. "Understood." The members of the Zhu Hall departed swiftly, tails tucked in retreat. In the aftermath, only Chu Lingfeng and Lanxio remained, maintaining an unusual posture. "Are you a woman?" Chu Lingfeng inquired with curiosity. Lanxio nodded, a muffled sound escaping her lips. "Yes, but I did not intend to deceive you. If I had not done this, I would not have been able to escape from home. There are fluctuations over there. Follow me." Chu Lingfeng attempted to urge Lanxio to descend from his embrace, but suddenly, the sound of slicing air echoed from all directions. "Don't move, I apologize." Lanxio's small face tightened, her crystalline eyes filled with pleading. "The spirit breath transformation technique is meant to suppress my aura, but I'm injured and may need to heal before utilizing it. Otherwise, my grandfather and the others will discover my whereabouts. They will drag me back, and I do not wish to return. I beg you." Lanxio clung to Chu Lingfeng's arm, her demeanor one of childlike whimsy. For reasons unknown, Chu Lingfeng's heart softened. "Do you wish to expedite your cultivation? If not, we shall be discovered." Chu Lingfeng's mental energy scanned the surroundings, revealing that approximately a dozen martial kings were hastening towards them. "Do you have a plan?" Lanxio exclaimed with delight. "Of course. However, we must first vacate this place." Chu Lingfeng boldly wrapped his arm around Lanxio's slender waist. In that instant, he felt her delicate form shiver. A gust of wind swirled beneath his feet, propelling them into the distance. Chapter 38. The Herb Garden opens. Chu Lingfeng carried Lanxio, sprinting several hundred meters until he sensed that no martial kings were pursuing them. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. He chose a secluded valley to land. "All right, now that no one is chasing us." Chu Lingfeng set Lanxio down. It must be said, although Lanxio donned a white robe that appeared unassuming when held by Chu Lingfeng, he could not help but notice her slender waist held a certain allure. "What technique is this? I can move again?" Lanxio's face bore a hint of surprise. Throughout their journey, she had felt a warm energy coursing through her body, leaving her tingling as if electrified. Remarkably, in such a brief moment, her internal injuries had healed by 70%. This technique proved to be more effective than any healing elixir she had consumed. "Ah, you needn't concern yourself with that. I shall not disclose it to you," Chu Lingfeng remarked. "The secret of the Yin-Yang creation pearl is known only to the esteemed master Lu Hongyi. Even the graceful Jian Wuzi remains oblivious to it. How could he possibly divulge such knowledge to an outsider?" "If you choose not to speak, then I shan't either." Lanxio huffed with dissatisfaction. She gradually closed her eyes, and streams of pure, white mysterious energy began to swirl around her. Slowly, her demeanor transformed. Though she remained the same individual, at that moment, Xianxia appeared decidedly more androgynous. Upon opening her eyes, she methodically tied her hair back, revealing once more the guise of a girl masquerading as a boy. This remarkable transformation occurred within the span of merely 3 breaths. Even with Chu Lingfeng's extensive knowledge gleaned from countless tomes, he found himself taken aback. Xianxia, how does your technique achieve such a feat? He inquired curiously. Since you refuse to share with me, I shall not reveal my secrets to you either, Xianxia retorted, her tone laced with irritation. I do not wish to converse with you. Please refrain from speaking to me. Chu Lingfeng could not help but chuckle at her indignation. She was upset over withholding the characteristics of her technique. Indeed, her thoughts were somewhat simplistic, as she chose not to engage with him. He opted not to provoke her further and settled down to rest. Tomorrow, they would need to journey to the medicinal garden. This evening, Xiao's display of prowess had afforded him a glimpse of the strength possessed by the top martial kings of the 3 sections. In a true confrontation, he would be no match for them at this moment. The following day promised to be a fierce battle. Noticing Chu Lingfeng meditating nearby, Xiao let out a soft huff before closing her eyes to tend to her injuries. A night passed in silence. At dawn, Chu Lingfeng roused Xiao, and they set out on their journey. Based on their travels yesterday, the Silver Moon Key indicated that the medicinal garden was merely a few dozen miles away. The two soared through the air, and within the hour, they arrived at the garden's vicinity. Gradually, they noticed that this location was unlike the others. The figures before them were densely clustered. Is it them? Chu Lingfeng descended swiftly. In the distance, a formation of approximately 100 individuals came into view. They were clad entirely in dark red garments, their upper bodies swollen with a menacing presence, glaring at Chu Lingfeng upon his arrival. Senior brother, were they the ones who killed Zhu Ying last night? The leader of the group was none other than Zhu Ming, who had exchanged blows with Xiao the previous evening, now glaring at Chu Lingfeng with murderous intent. Zhu brother, you arrived early. A figure clad in green from a team resembling maple leaves greeted him from afar. Song brother. Zhu Ming returned the greeting. Song Tianhe, the senior brother of the Maple Leaf sect? Chu Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself upon recognizing the man in green. Beside him, a peculiar group, cloaked in black robes, had already gathered. Those are members of the puppet sect. A chill ran through Chu Lingfeng's heart. Brothers, after a day's time. Those who were meant to arrive in the Maple Leaf secret realm have gathered here. If anyone possesses a silver key, step forward and join me, Song Tianhe, in unlocking the medicinal garden's barrier. The Maple Leaf sect promises that once the garden is open, the competition will be based on strength. Song Tianhe declared with a clear voice. Immediately, he patted his storage bag, and a silver key identical to Chu Lingfeng's appeared in his hand. Look, Chu Lingfeng, his key is just like yours, exclaimed Xianxia, her delicate face lit up with surprise. Having spent most of her days at home, she had never witnessed such a scene. Hush! Chu Lingfeng gently tapped her arm, signaling her to be quiet. It was evident that this was not the moment for them to act. I have one. A hoarse voice emerged from a peculiar group clad in black robes, as their leader revealed a silver moon key in his hand. Chu Lingfeng frowned slightly. There were now 4 silver moon keys. He possessed 2. One was with Song Tianhe, the senior brother of the Maple Leaf sect, and the last was in the hands of the black-robed leader of the puppet sect. It would be challenging for him to take the initiative. There are 2 more silver moon keys here. I know they are among you present. Please, do not hesitate to present them. I, Song Tianhe of the Maple Leaf sect, will ensure your safety, he urged, noticing only one of the 4 keys had been revealed. Brother Song, I have 2. Chu Lingfeng replied after a moment's hesitation, producing the 2 silver moon keys from his storage bag. Instantly, all disciples from the 3 sects turned their gazes towards him. Among them, the senior brother of the Candle Hall, Zhu Ming, emanated a chilling aura. I am Chu Lingfeng, a core disciple of the Tianyuan sect of Qingzhou. How could a righteous disciple ally with the demonic path? Brother Song, my master has been injured by the leader of the Netherworld sect. I, Chu Lingfeng, cannot coexist with the demonic faction. Today, we either seize the silver moon key from the puppet sect, or I shall destroy these 2 keys, and none of us shall enter, Chu Lingfeng declared, his voice resonating with indignation, as if he truly could not bear the demonic path any longer. His voice, though not loud, carried through the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. In an instant, all gazes flickered, particularly those of Song Tianhe and Zhu Ming, who focused their attention on the leader of the puppet sect. Drive the wolves and swallow the tigers. Chu Lingfeng aimed to incite conflict. He sought the 7th grade spiritual blood phoenix grass and would inevitably confront the top martial kings of the 3 sects. Although he had the formidable Xianxia by his side, even with her assistance, facing 2 opponents at once would be impossible. Thus, it was wiser to deepen the discord among them first. The martial king of the puppet sect remained concealed beneath his black robe, his features obscured. However, his black robe trembled, evidently agitated by Chu Lingfeng's words. Indeed, how could we, the disciples of the righteous path, associate ourselves with the demonic sect? Brother Chu is absolutely correct. If we allow the forces of darkness to infiltrate, we would be utterly humiliated. The disciples of the puppet sect are already widely despised, committing heinous acts with impunity, much like rats scurrying through Lingzhou. Initially, both sects had tacitly permitted the puppet sect's actions. After all, should one side strike first, both could suffer, thereby benefiting the other sect. The moment Chu Lingfeng spoke, he garnered instant agreement from many. Brother Zhu, are we not to ally with the forces of darkness? Inquired Song Tianhe. I concur, nodded Zhu Ming. In that instant, the atmosphere tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the righteous path. Good, he may destroy, but can I not? Roared the puppet sect's martial king, his voice filled with rage. Mental storm. Explode. Suddenly, Chu Lingfeng smiled, softly uttering an incantation. With a thunderous boom, a whirlwind of psychic energy manifested before the puppet sect's martial king, exploding instantaneously. The silver moon key slipped from the martial king's grasp. Seize it. Demonic palm. Swalt explosion. Both combatants struck simultaneously, and with a resounding crash, 2 energy attacks, one yellow, the other red, rushed towards the puppet sect's martial king. In a flurry, several attacks bombarded him once more. Poof, poof, poof. The martial king of the puppet sect was unable to evade, sent sprawling several yards away, his fate uncertain. The silver moon key had also fallen into Song Tianhe's hands. Brother Chu, are you satisfied now? Song Tianhe cast a cold smile in Chu Lingfeng's direction. Very well. Stay close to me. Chu Lingfeng feigen in godan. His feet generating 2 whirling winds as he surged towards the direction of the herb garden, with Xianxia closely following. Moments earlier, he had been the first to strike the puppet sect's martial king, employing their most familiar psychic attack. While this assault would certainly not inflict significant damage on such a top-tier martial king, it was undeniably humiliating. After all, to use one's own expertise against oneself is an unparalleled disgrace. The now awakened martial king would undoubtedly feel deeply wronged. He realized that the enraged martial king would seek revenge, but against whom remained uncertain. Those who lagged behind would surely suffer. Thus, he pressed forward recklessly, determined to forge ahead. Song Tianhe unfurled transparent wings from his back, swiftly catching up to Chu Lingfeng as they approached the prohibitive barrier of the herb garden. The 2 moved with remarkable speed, reaching the palace gates in mere breaths. They exchanged glances before simultaneously flicking their sleeves, the 4 silver moon keys precisely fitting into the lock. With a resounding roar, the immense sound echoed in everyone's ears. The barrier of the herb garden was lifted. Chapter 38. The Seizure of Blood Phoenix Herb. Master Lu's Concerns. Boom! A tremendous rumbling reverberated throughout the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. As Chu Lingfeng and Song Tianhe inserted their keys, a silver spiritual light soared into the heavens, merging seamlessly with the golden barrier above. Moments later, the yellow barriers began to dissolve, gradually revealing the entirety of the medicinal garden to the onlookers. Charge forth. Seize the herbs, leave none behind. Song Tianhe's eyes blazed with fervor as he recklessly surged toward the center of the garden. It's truly opened. Chu Lingfeng, you are remarkable. You have deceived so many. Behind him, Xianxia's face beamed with astonishment as she fixed her gaze intently on Chu Lingfeng. His recent maneuvers had broadened her horizons. Despite the formidable strength of the 3 sects, they had somehow been turned around by Chu Lingfeng's mere words, placing them in the lead. Stay close to me. Chu Lingfeng's lips curled slightly, but his expression turned resolute. He bore no frivolous demeanor. With 2 azure vortices at his feet, he propelled himself toward the heart of the garden. For those who sought victory, smiles had no place. This endeavor was crucial to the safety of his master, Lu Hongyi, compelling Chu Lingfeng to summon all his focus. Noticing his seriousness, Xianxia hastily followed. The 2 of them, cloaked in azure light, darted toward the medicinal garden. The garden has been unleashed. For the first time? Oh my, The first assembly of 4 silver keys. The legacy of the Maple Leaf Elder is surely about to emerge. The once tranquil locale erupted into chaos in an instant, as, following Chu Lingfeng, others exerted themselves to rush into the garden. Charge forth. Annihilate. Leave none alive. Huayuan, the eldest disciple of the puppet sect, lagged behind, his ashen skin marred by grotesque wounds. Marks of an encounter with Chu Lingfeng, Zhu Ming, and Song Tianhe. Especially that lad, who had caused him such humiliation. This master shall reward you with the divine killing technique. Huiyuan's crimson eyes glinted with fury. After years of cultivation, he had never endured such a disgrace. In an instant, countless black puppets were unleashed, and the puppet sect warriors began their massacre against the other 2 sections. Chu Lingfeng led the charge, with a relentless stream of warriors pursuing him. These fighters swept through the medicinal garden like a swarm of locusts, clashing with practitioners from different sections. Lingfeng, disregard the herbs in the garden. Head toward the stone gate ahead. Chu Lingfeng nodded subtly as the elegant voice of a girl echoed in his mind. With a flash of azure wind, he propelled himself toward the stone gate. Along the way, he observed that while the herbs in the garden were decent, they were merely 10 to several decades old, far from the level of 7th-grade spiritual herbs. Moreover, remnants of bones littered the ground, some for various time periods. This proves that the medicinal garden was not open just once. He tread lightly, his toes barely grazing the ground as several azure whirlwinds flickered into existence. In an instant, he rushed through the stone gate, only to be met by an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was the pressure of a venerable being. Lingfeng, we have entered the realm of the Maple Leaf Venerable's inheritance. Behind him, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise, her red lips slightly parted as she gazed at Chu Lingfeng with astonishment. Indeed, how formidable could a warrior at the martial sovereign level be? Even after so many years, such a powerful aura still lingered. Chu Lingfeng sigh. Lingfeng. The third passage on the right came the voice of the mysterious woman once more. It seemed as though this enigmatic figure understood the significance of Lu Hongyi, providing assistance throughout. Very well. Chu Lingfeng lightly tapped his toes and soared towards the passage once again. Xianxia's delicate face momentarily froze. The treasures within this grand hall were already quite remarkable, suitable for those of the martial king realm. Yet they seemed to hold no allure for Chu Lingfeng. Curiosity flickered across her face as she quickly followed his movements into the air. Initially, her interest lay solely in Chu Lingfeng's swordsmanship, but now she found herself increasingly intrigued by the person himself. Rumbling sounds echoed as Chu Lingfeng delved deeper, waves of profound energy capturing his attention. Inside the stone chamber before him, it appeared as though something was sealed away. Lingfeng, focus your spiritual energy. The mysterious woman spoke languidly. Chu Lingfeng's expression momentarily faltered, but he complied instantly. Indeed, as his spiritual energy penetrated, a stone tether appeared before him, and with a slight exertion of his will, the stone door thunderously swung open. Are these spirit stones? Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, the mountain of spirit stones before him eliciting a look of astonishment. So many spirit stones? How many could there possibly be? Xianxia's face mirrored his shock, even though she was accustomed to a life of luxury. This was the first time she had ever seen such a vast accumulation of spirit stones. The Hunyuan cauldron needs to replenish its energy. We must take these spirit stones, said the mysterious woman. Chu Lingfeng nodded, understanding. He turned to Xianxia and declared, Xianxia, I shall take the spirit stones here. I will find something for you shortly. Xianxia shook her head, saying, I do not want them. These treasures are yours by right. Chu Lingfeng expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, transforming it into a whirlwind to absorb the essence. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Each time he absorbed, it was nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. In just 3 to 5 minutes, he had already consumed nearly half. 30 million. The spirit stones in this room exceeded 30 million. Chu Lingfeng was astounded. Having grown up under the protective care of his sect master, he realized that even the Tianyuan sect would struggle to produce such a sum. As the spirit stones had been nearly fully absorbed, Chu Lingfeng departed with Xianxia, just as 2 early-stage martial kings from the Maple Leaf sect pursued them at the entrance. Boy, hand over all the spirit stones. Upon seeing the mountain of spirit stones within the room, their eyes gleamed with greed. Instant kill with a single strike. Chu Lingfeng's expression remained unchanged as 2 azure whirlwinds formed beneath his feet, and a flash of sword light cut through the air. Swift, unparalleled speed. Within the confines of a small room, the two adversaries had no time to react. With a sharp sound, two sizable heads flew into the air. We must go. Chu Lingfeng's expression turned grim. Xianxia nodded, exhaling deeply, and immediately matched his pace, heading deeper into the main hall. The rooms ahead were sparsely furnished. Lingfeng pressed onward. The items you seek are located within a medicinal garden inside the main hall. The voice of the mysterious woman echoed once more. Chu Lingfeng moved swiftly, and after approximately half an hour, the scenery before him opened up. A vast hall, resembling a plaza, appeared before his eyes. Blood phoenix grass. Chu Lingfeng was overjoyed. In the center of the hall, on a red stone, a vibrant green grass grew, its leaves entwined with strands of gold. Top-grade phoenix bloodstone? No wonder the maple leaf sovereign possesses blood phoenix grass. His eyes narrowed with delight. The phoenix bloodstone, said to be the essence of a phoenix's rebirth, nurtured the blood phoenix grass, allowing it to grow and mature rapidly. The blood phoenix grass before him was already fully matured. Indeed, the map left by the ancestor pointed directly here. It seems the 4 silver moon keys left behind were meant for the heirs of the maple leaf sect to acquire this legacy. A flash of yellow light darted from another entrance, revealing Song Tianhe before Chu Lingfeng. It's you. Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in surprise. Similarly, the maple leaf sect's elder brother, Song Tianhe, was astonished to see Chu Lingfeng. Neither anticipated the other's presence in this place. Yet here they stood. It's true that one can find what they seek without effort after searching high and low. I have finally discovered the legacy of the maple leaf sovereign. From another entrance, the imposing figure of Zhu Ming appeared, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Lingfeng. Boy, are you here to repay yesterday's grudge with a... His red aura surged, the overwhelming presence of a top-tier martial king bearing down on Chu Lingfeng. In an instant, the battlefield shifted. With the elder brother Song Tianhe of the Maple Leaf Sect and Zhu Ming of the Candle Hall opposing him. Although Xianxia could fend off one, Chu Lingfeng, being merely at the 6th level of martial spirit, stood no chance against the other. It seemed the situation had reached a stalemate. Chu Lingfeng, you must flee. I shall stand in their way. And Xianxia's complexion changed in urgency, and her aura began to surge, instantly shedding her previous guise. Her breathtaking visage appeared before the eyes of the two men. Such beauty, such a stunning woman. Both Song Tianhe and Zhu Ming exhibited expressions of astonishment upon seeing Xianxia. With an angelic face, a slender waist that could be encircled by a single hand, and wielding a pristine white sword to shield Chu Lingfeng behind her, jealousy flickered in the eyes of both men. How is it possible? How could a mere boy at the 6th level of martial spirit earn the favor of such an unparalleled beauty? No worries, allow me. Chu Lingfeng stepped forward, his aura beginning to ascend. 7th level of martial spirit, 8th level, 9th level, 1st level of martial king. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, a smile graced his lips. Even at the 1st level of martial king, it is sufficient to vanquish you. As his aura shifted, pure yang true energy erupted violently, transforming into a blue flame that surged towards Zhu Ming. How could this be? Fire demon armor. Zhu Ming's expression turned pale with dread as deep crimson profound energy coalesced into a dark red armor, attempting to shield him from Chu Lingfeng's onslaught. Boom! In the next moment, the azure flames devoured the armor, consuming Zhu Ming himself. Accompanied by Zhu Ming's agonized cries. The scent of charred flesh filled the entire hall. A single strike to kill? Song Tianhe's face reflected sheer terror. He had not anticipated that Zhu Ming, of equal standing, could not withstand even a single blow from Chu Lingfeng. Instantaneous kill with one sword. Boom! A flash of sword light surged forth. Outside, Lu Hongyi's exquisitely beautiful face bore a look of concern as she gazed towards the vanishing space of the secret realm. Chu Lingfeng had been missing for a day and a night. Hongyi, do not worry too much. That little rascal Lingfeng possesses a multitude of cunning tricks. You'll be fine. Behind her, the Grand Elder Lu Ying reassured her. Yet, a flicker of worry also crossed her gaze. After all, the 3 sects were all martial king realm warriors, and for Chu Lingfeng, at the martial spirit realm, merely being able to protect himself was a feat. Let alone daring to seize the phoenix blood herb? How could that be possible? Master, if I were to perish, would you take care of Lingfeng for me? Chapter 40. Master, if I were to perish, would you take care of Lingfeng for me? Within the Maple Leaf Mountains, Master, if I were to pay, would you take care of Lingfeng for me? Lu Hongyi's voice resonated, causing a jolt in Lu Ying's heart as she quickly fixed her gaze upon Lu Hongyi. Hongyi, why would you speak such words? Beside her, Lu Hongyi's water-like, beautiful eyes shimmered, gradually losing their luster. Master, when I was young, you brought me back. My lifelong ambition has been revenge, to uncover the perpetrators who annihilated the Tianyuan sect and murdered my parents. For many years, I have tirelessly cultivated my skills, successfully re-establishing the Tianyuan sect in the Eastern continent. Yet, it is only now in this perilous situation that I truly comprehend what I desire. Lu Hongyi's eyes brimmed with affection as she gazed towards the spot where Chu Lingfeng had vanished yesterday, her heart heavy with worry. He had barely begun his cultivation, having trained for less than a month, yet he risked everything to seek out the spiritual herbs for me. A full day and night have passed without any news, and my heart is in turmoil. I dread the thought that when the exit of the secret realm opens once more, I may not see him again. With a gentle bite of her lip, Lu Hongyi's exquisite and regal visage was marred by anxiety. Who could have imagined that a peerless sect master, who single-handedly established the foremost sect in Qingzhou, would be consumed with concern for her disciple? Upon hearing Lu Hongyi's words, Lu Ying's delicate face paled slightly. Yet, she felt a sense of relief, thankful that Lu Hongyi had not discovered the bond between her and Chu Lingfeng. However, as her thoughts turned, a knot of dread tightened her chest. She could hardly bear to contemplate the possibility that Chu Lingfeng might not emerge from the depths of the secret realm. Her heart would surely ache as much as her niece's. Rest assured, Hongyi, Lu Ying comforted, Lingfeng possesses countless strategies. Though he has only trained for a month, his cultivation has progressed at an astonishing pace. His true combat prowess should rival that of an ordinary martial king. He will be fine. Lu Ying knelt down, embracing Lu Hongyi's delicate neck. In times of insurmountable challenges, they had always leaned on each other, navigating through their trials hand in hand. With a resolute expression on her noble face, Lu Hongyi turned to Lu Ying and declared, I've already lost my father and mother, and all my kin within the Tianyuan sect. Aunt, I once thought you were my only family in this life, yet I have discovered Lingfeng. I cannot bear to lose anyone else. Today, I simply wish for Lingfeng to emerge safely from the secret realm. I do not desire anything else. Even if I were to live only for 3 months or 2, I would never want him or you to risk your lives for my sake. Do you understand my heart? Coughing slightly, her agitation stirred her internal energy, causing her injuries to flare with pain. For an entire day and night, Lu Hongyi had been tormented by fear, fearing that Chu Lingfeng might perish within the secret realm. During this time, she had relentlessly questioned herself. Is this truly what she wanted? Just moments ago, she realized it was not. Although seeking revenge and uncovering the truth behind the annihilation of the Tianyuan sect had been her lifelong ambition, she had witnessed firsthand Chu Lingfeng's sacrifices for her over the past month. He had recklessly ventured into the secret realm, disregarding his own safety for her sake. This unwavering dedication awakened a feeling within Lu Hongyi that she had never experienced before, a sense of longing. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing her own life, she could not bear to see Chu Lingfeng risk his own for her. She has come to a realization. If her life cannot be saved, she will spend the next 3 months living peacefully with Chu Lingfeng, savoring the final moments of her existence, truly living for herself. The charming visage of the elder, Lu Ying, bore a look of confusion upon hearing Lu Hongyi's words, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. She dare not mention that, thanks to Chu Lingfeng, she had already stepped into the threshold of the martial sovereign realm, nor could she reveal that she had already entrusted Chu Lingfeng to her care after her demise. A thought that filled her with bitterness and shame, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Aunt, I have never asked you for anything before. Will you grant me this request? You are my last remaining kin in this world. I know that Uncle Lu has been missing for years, and you have tirelessly sought his whereabouts. Yet, it has been 25 years since that incident. If he were alive, we would have surely heard from him by now. Lu Hongyi expressed, her words typically few, but now, in Chu Lingfeng's absence, she felt the need to arrange matters for the future. Enough. Lu Ying felt a surge of warmth within her, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of shame. A tingling sensation coursed through her voluptuous form, akin to an electric shock. I agree to your request. Lu Hongyi finally smiled, a look of relief illuminating her eyes. At this moment, everything was in order, and all she could do was pray that Chu Lingfeng would remain safe. As for finding the phoenix blood ginseng, it had become inconsequential to her. Suddenly, The previously tranquil Maple Leaf Mountains erupted with a cacophony of disturbances. A whirlwind of energy swirled before the onlookers, creating ripples in the air. "Look, the secret realm is coming to an end," someone exclaimed, astonished by how swiftly the event was unfolding, barely 2 days having passed. In an instant, beams of light converged towards the exit of the secret realm. Among them were the trio from Tianyuanzong, Elder Zhou Si, the Grand Elder Lu Ying, and Lu Hongyi. With a rush, several beams of light descended before the crowd, as Lu Hongyi and Lu Ying anxiously gazed at the spatial ripples, fearful of not finding Chu Lingfeng among them. As the ripples expanded, figures began to emerge from the secret realm. "Help! Help! They're killing people. The disciples of the puppet sect are killing." One by one, the survivors appeared, each drenched in blood or bearing grievous wounds. What a tragedy! Why is this year's Maple Leaf secret realm so devastating? The number of surviving warriors is less than a third of previous years. While the survivors emerged, someone gasped in horror. In an instant, the expressions of both the elder leading the Maple Leaf sect and the elder from the Candle Hall turned grave. Only the elder from the Puppet Hall wore a sinister smile, betraying his delight amidst the chaos. He discovered that all the disciples of the puppet sect had returned, each one laden with bountiful rewards. "What do you mean? The puppet sect has resorted to murder? Have they lost their minds? Where is Song Tianhe? Why has he not intervened?" roared the elder of Maple Leaf sect, alongside the elder of Candle Hall. The information they received from their surviving disciples was unanimous. The eldest disciple of the puppet sect had issued a decree of extermination against them. Anyone who encountered disciples from the two sects was to be killed without mercy. Moreover, both Song Tianhe and Zhu Ming had vanished without a trace. Despite their numerical superiority, the disciples of the two sects were powerless to withstand the onslaught led by the puppet sect's eldest disciple, Hua Yuan. Gradually, it evolved into a one-sided massacre. The reason for their heavy casualties was crystal clear. "Hua Ming, you old rascal, come out." Suddenly, the leading elder of Maple Leaf sect bellowed, his half-step martial sovereign aura surging forth as he advanced toward the puppet sect's location. Simultaneously, the Grand Elder of Candle Hall also surged forth, emanating a similar half-step martial sovereign presence, creating a tumultuous wave of pressure. "Song Yuan, you old butcher, what are you two intending? Do you wish to wage war against my puppet sect?" A thunderous voice erupted from the Grand Elder of the puppet sect, his voice hoarse as he stepped forward, a black-bone spear materializing as he faced off against the two elder leaders. It seemed as though a confrontation at the martial sovereign level was imminent. "Where is Lingfeng? Why has he not emerged?" Lu Hongyi's brow furrowed slightly. She was indifferent to the conflict among the three sects. However, the brutal scenes within the secret realm stirred unease in her heart. She feared that among those who had emerged, there was no sign of Chu Lingfeng. Suddenly, a figure clad in white shot towards them. Lu Hongyi's eyes narrowed as the newcomer revealed himself to be Su Changkong from Tianlin Peak. His visage was marred with blood, one arm severed, and his body was riddled with wounds, a pitiful sight indeed. "Elder Zhou, you must take responsibility for me." As soon as Su Changkong appeared, he hastily flew to kneel before Elder Zhou Shao. "Where's Chu Lingfeng? Where's my lord? What has happened to the other disciples of our sect? Why is it only you who has returned?" The first question was posed by Lu Hongyi, while the second came simultaneously from Grand Elder Lu Ying, who still identified herself as Chu Lingfeng's attendant. The final urgent inquiry came from Zhou Shao himself. "Fourth Elder, it is Chu Lingfeng who has incited a conflict between the puppet sect and Maple Leaf sect, as well as Candle Hall. He has entered the Hall of Inheritance by himself. I was leading the disciples of Tianyuanzong, initially intending to seek out the inheritance, but upon reaching the medicinal garden, we encountered disciples of the puppet sect. They went mad upon hearing we were from Tianyuanzong and sought to kill us. Out of 21 elite disciples from our sect, I am the only one who has returned alive. I beseech the fourth elder to take action and avenge us by eliminating Chu Lingfeng." Su Changkong's voice, though soft, instantly resonated in the ears of all the adept practitioners present. In an instant, the gazes of three half-step martial sovereigns converged upon the location of the Tianyuanzong. Particularly, the elder from the Maple Leaf sect glared with fiery intensity. "What did you say? They have activated the core inheritance of our sect's elder?" With a resounding crash, the last wave of tumultuous sound faded. Chu Lingfeng, holding Xianxia's hand, appeared before the crowd. Chapter 41. Master, do not be upset. As soon as Su Changkong's words fell, Chu Lingfeng's sudden appearance plunged the atmosphere into silence. all eyes fixated upon him in astonishment. Lingfeng, you are unharmed. How wonderful. Both Lu Hongyi and Lu Ying revealed expressions of joy. With a swift motion, they materialized before Chu Lingfeng. Of course I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Chu Lingfeng replied with a smile, still enveloped in the lingering joy of recent events. After vanquishing Zhu Ming and Song Tianhe, he had not only obtained the 7th grade spiritual herb, blood phoenix grass, but also the legacy of the maple leaf sovereign. Although merely a 1st grade sovereign, such a figure was a formidable expert in the realm of martial prowess, far beyond the reach of the current Chu Lingfeng. No witties. I merely had some sand in my eyes. Lu Hongyi turned her head, rubbing her reddened eyes. Inning. Chu Lingfeng gazed at Lu Ying, who was equally fixated on him. With a flicker of thought, he enveloped Lu Ying in a hearty embrace. Lu Ying's voluptuous form trembled, her heart racing as she hastily pushed Chu Lingfeng away, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you doing?" She quickly glanced at Lu Hongyi's expression, and upon noting her unchanged demeanor, she exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Changkong, observing Chu Lingfeng's exuberance, felt his anger surge and scolded, "Chu Lingfeng, how dare you show your face again? Look at the chaos you've wrought. Return the lives of my sex brothers." Chu Lingfeng was taken aback, noting the elder's pitiful state and the absence of an arm. He curiously asked, "Why can't I show my face? Did I kill the Tianyuanzong members? And by the way, are you attempting to cosplay as Xianxia?" He mimicked the elder's one-armed stance, eliciting a wave of laughter from the onlookers. Feeling the scorching gazes of the crowd, Su Hankong's beauty intensified. If it weren't for you instigating the conflict among the 3 sects, how would our Tianyuanzong have been targeted by the puppet sect? You are the root cause of all this. 4th Elder, please detain Chu Lingfeng and seek justice for our disciples. Zhou Sha stepped forward, regarding Chu Lingfeng with a frown. Lingfeng, what exactly is happening? He dared not speak further, mindful that the sect leader Lu Hongyi was present. Yet, he felt compelled to inquire, sensing that the martial energies of the 3 sects had effectively sealed the area. If the truth remained undisclosed, it could very well incite a unified opposition against them. After all, this was Ling Zhou, not Qin Zhou. You little brat, are you the one who sowed discord among my sect's disciples? The legacy of our Maple Leaf Sovereign is in your possession, whereas our sect's eldest brother, the elder of the Maple Leaf sect, could no longer contain himself. He surged forth with a formidable presence, emanating the overwhelming might of the martial realm towards Chu Lingfeng. The surrounding space warped, and Chu Lingfeng felt a momentary halt in his breath as the pure yang energy within him instinctively began to circulate. The pressure from the martial realm was akin to a towering mountain, threatening to crush his very being. Elder Maple Leaf, is this excessive? Lu Ying attempted to intervene, but in a flash of sword light, Chu Lingfeng felt a sudden lightness in his body. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Elder Zhou Shao already suspended and shielding him from the pressure of this half-step martial sovereign. Excessive? Over half of our elite disciples have been injured or killed, and the core disciple Song Tianhe has yet to emerge. What gives you the audacity to question me? Elder Maple Leaf bellowed in rage. His half-step martial sovereign pressure intensified, and with a thunderous boom, Zhou Shao's sword bent, his expression filled with terror. Lu Hongyi's cold, stunning visage suddenly hardened, revealing a murderous intent. Master, do not move. Do not be angry. Chu Lingfeng, sensing her desire to strike, quickly embraced her, attempting to soothe her. Lu Hongyi's hands were delicate and fair, the tender sensation sending ripples through his heart. Her breathtaking face flushed crimson, her enchanting eyes glaring at Chu Lingfeng with indignation. What did you just call me? She turned to the 2 beside her. The eldest, Lu Ying, feigned ignorance, while the white-robed woman behind Chu Lingfeng regarded her with curious eyes. Chu Lingfeng offered an awkward smile and gently reassured, "It's nothing. It's nothing. Your injuries have yet to heal. I have ways to deal with them. There is no need for you to intervene." He spoke to her as one would to a child. Lu Hongyi felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, but recognized that this was not the time to unleash her fury, so she acquiesced to him. Clearing his throat, Chu Lingfeng stepped forward and addressed the air with an icy tone. "Elder Maple Leaf, I understand your intentions. I have acquired the legacy of your esteemed Fenglin." As his words echoed, the martial sovereigns of the puppet sect and the Candle Hall exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. In an instant, the 2 half-step martial sovereigns surged forward. A black bone spear suddenly pierced the air before the elder of the puppet sect, clashing with the yellow barrier before Elder Fenglin with a resounding explosion, dissipating the pressure and alleviating Zhou Xiao's burden. Subsequently, Chu Lingfeng found himself surrounded by three martial sovereigns. Lu Hongyi and Lu Ying narrowed their eyes, simultaneously channeling their energy, poised for action. Particularly Lu Hongyi, biting her red lip with determination, resolved that if these three elders dared to strike at Chu Lingfeng, she would not hesitate to inflict mortal harm upon them, even at the cost of her own life. Boy, hand over the legacy. Boy, give me the legacy. Boy, surrender the legacy to me, and I shall make you a core disciple of my sect, sharing with you all the secrets of mental prowess. As the three individuals contemplated their move to seize the opportunity, they were suddenly captivated by the sight of a somewhat ethereal, pale blue flower that appeared in Chu Lingfeng's hand, accompanied by a flickering azure flame beneath it. The expressions of the three men turned to one of stark terror, prompting them to retreat 2 steps, their eyes fixed greedily on the flower held by Chu Lingfeng. It was a Yuanjing flower. Indeed, it was the Yuanjing flower. They had speculated that the revered Fengyue had cultivated this flower in his later years, and now it had materialized before them. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd, drawing the eyes of all present towards Chu Lingfeng. The Fengyue secret realm had been in existence for many years, with treasure seekers entering the medicinal gardens every decade, all hoping to obtain the legacy of the esteemed Fengyue. Central to this legacy was the Yuanjing flower. Lingfeng, the astonishment was not limited to the others. Even the Grand Elder, Lu Ying, displayed a look of shock. The Yuanjing flower served no other purpose than to enhance a warrior's mental acuity. Once a martial artist transcended the martial king realm, further advancement required not merely the accumulation of profound energy, but also the enhancement of mental prowess. This was the reason why Lu Ying remained stuck at the threshold of the martial sovereign realm, and why the elders of the three sects found themselves similarly ensnared. The impediment lay in the sluggish growth of their mental strength. The Yuanjing flower presented them with a chance to break free from these constraints. Chu Lingfeng was well aware of this, having gleaned such knowledge from the legacy of Fengyue. For only those of the esteemed martial realm could rend the fabric of space or cultivate the Yuanjing flower through mental force. Indeed, it was a Yuanjing flower, and the three elders should recognize its significance. With a steely gaze, Chu Lingfeng declared, I, Chu Lingfeng, harbor no intention of becoming adversaries with the three sections. If you allow us to depart, I shall gladly present this Yuanjing flower to you. Otherwise, should you attempt to take it by force, neither of us shall claim it. In that moment, the three elders exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue igniting in their eyes. They had languished at the precipice of the martial sovereign realm for far too long. The allure of the Yuanjing flower was intoxicating. None dared to act rashly, for should the flower be damaged, their regret would be irreparable. Very well, I consent, came the gravelly voice of the elder from the puppet sect. However, how shall we divide a single Yuanjing flower among the three of us? Unless you present us with 3 Yuanjing flowers, 2 of us shall remain empty-handed, and you shall find it impossible to leave. His words shattered the clandestine machinations of the 3 martial sovereigns, redirecting their focus back to the countenance of Chu Lingfeng. Indeed, Chu Lingfeng had acquired the legacy of the revered Fengyue, but had not specified that only 1 Yuanjing flower was at his disposal. The atmosphere grew tense. As the martial sovereigns prepared to make their move, all eyes were now on Chu Lingfeng, awaiting his response to their burgeoning suspicions. Chu Lingfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. The same tactics that had once served him well against lesser opponents were now inadequate when confronting these seasoned warriors of the martial realm. Once the seed of doubt is sown, they suspect that Chu Lingfeng has acquired more than a single Yuan essence flower. Even if they depart today, they will inevitably encounter ambushes from the 3 sects martial artists along the way. The allure of the Yuan essence flower is irresistible to any martial emperor. Sister Fairy, could you lend me your strength once more? Chu Lingfeng's heart roared in response to the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain descending upon him. But your body can no longer endure, came the elegant voice of the mysterious woman. Suddenly, she uttered a soft exclamation, smiling as she remarked, You are fortunate. It seems you need not lift a finger. Dark spear, ghostly palm, sword dance of the world. As soon as her words fell, the 3 martial artists from the sects exchanged glances and unleashed their techniques towards Chu Lingfeng. Lingfeng, the 3 half-step martial sovereigns acted in unison, warping the very sky around them. Who dares to harm my junior brother? Chu Lingfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such greed from these three martial sovereigns, who would directly resort to violence. At that moment, an even more terrifying aura surged forth. Chapter 42. Senior Sister Duga Mushua. A single finger extinguishes a half-step martial sovereign. Martial sovereign powerhouse. The three half-step martial sovereigns suddenly raised their gazes to the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. They beheld a woman clad in a golden phoenix robe descending from the heavens, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. Boom! The woman stood with arms crossed, exuding a pressure surpassing that of a martial sovereign, like a mountain crashing down or a tsunami roaring forth. Everyone outside of Chu Lingfeng and a few others felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Transcendent beauty. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the woman in the sky, and an involuntary thought emerged. Beauty. Such unparalleled beauty. Merely standing there with arms crossed, she evoked a sense of reverence, making one feel unworthy to gaze upon her. Adorned in an extraordinarily noble golden phoenix robe, with an ethereal figure and exquisite features, her 3,000 strands of hair were merely accentuated by a golden hairpin, radiating an aura of authority and dominance that only those of high stature could possess. Her piercing gaze swept across everyone present, and anyone who met her eyes instinctively looked away, fearing that even a brief glance would render them inadequate. Senior Sister? Chu Lingfeng looked up at the woman emerging from the crowd, filled with joy. Upon hearing his voice, the woman turned her gaze towards him, a slight smile gracing her lips as if 100 flowers had bloomed, captivating all who beheld her, not for any other reason, but simply because of her unparalleled beauty. Unfilial disciple Duga Mushua pays respects to master. The woman moved gracefully, kneeling on one knee to bow towards Lu Hongyi, who stood behind Chu Lingfeng. Duga Mushua? Is she truly the Dugu princess? Your Highness, what brings you here? Should you be at the front lines of Lingzhou? Why is she bowing to the woman before us? Could it be? In an instant, all present were taken aback by the scene before them. The esteemed princess of the Shunfeng Empire, Dugu Mushua, who had been cherished by the divine emperor since childhood, suddenly appeared before their eyes. Mushua, you have also transcended to the martial sovereign realm, Lu Hongyi exclaimed, her gaze toward Duga Mushua brimming with warmth. Duga Mushua smiled, expressing her gratitude. It is all thanks to my master. Senior Sister, is it truly you? I have missed you so much. Lu Hongyi fell silent, as Chu Lingfeng hurriedly lifted Duga Mushua. He embraced her right arm, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance she emanated. Since his rebirth into this world, aside from his strong bond with the sect leader and master Lu Hongyi, it was Duga Mushua, the senior sister, who held a special place in his heart. Years ago, to evade a royal betrothal, she had sought refuge at Tianyuanzong to study under a master, remaining there for a decade. In his childhood, Chu Lingfeng often indulged in charming Duga Mushua. Lingfeng, you've grown and become quite handsome. Duga Mushua's usually stern countenance broke into a rare smile, a sight that struck the hearts of all present, nearly shattering them, especially the 8 martial kings trailing behind her, who gazed in astonishment at their princess. It had been years since they had witnessed a smile on her face. To their surprise, the princess had smiled right here. Senior Sister? Chu Lingfeng is actually the junior brother of the princess? This is disastrous. This is catastrophic. In an instant, not only Su Chongkong felt fear. The elders of the 3 sects were drenched in cold sweat. This princess, stationed at the front lines of Lingzhou, was infamous for her ferocity, a reputation they were well aware of. Your Highness, sensing Duga Mushua's piercing gaze, they immediately knelt in reverence. Was it you who sought to harm my junior brother? Duga Mushua's elongated phoenix eyes radiated a subtle malice as she inquired. Though her voice was elegant, the regal authority within it left no room for defiance. Your Highness, we were unaware that young Master Chu is your junior brother. Otherwise, even if we had 2 lives, we would not dare. An elder from Maple Leaf Sect exclaimed in horror. Duga Mushua withdrew her gaze and stated coolly, you have 3 breaths to summon every ally you can muster. If no one intercedes for you today, I shall claim your lives, lest future vengeance be sought upon my junior brother. The weight of her royal authority rendered them immobile. Chu Lingfeng, upon hearing her words, felt a profound shock and silently gave a thumbs up to his senior sister, Duga Mushua. Her commanding presence was undeniable. With such ease, she not only demanded their lives, but had also foreseen any future attempts at revenge that might trouble him. This is a misunderstanding. Your Highness, it is all a misunderstanding. The 3 pleaded desperately. Sect leader, save us. Save us. Princess Duga wishes to slay us. She truly wishes to slay us. Great elder, I implore you for assistance. Ancestor, please save us. Observing the unflinching demeanor of Duga Mushue, several individuals hastily produced their communication jade stones, seeking assistance from their sect. According to the cultivation level of the martial sect, should anyone intervene, Duga Mushue would find it challenging to act. Yet, despite their frantic pleas for aid, the jade stones offered no response whatsoever. 3 breaths had passed. Death. Duga Mushue's elongated phoenix eyes narrowed as a finger of profound energy surged forth, forcefully pressing down upon the 3 half-step martial sects. The dark spear, the ghostly palm, the sword dance of the world. The 3 half-step martial sects, their veins bulging, unleashed their most formidable techniques in a desperate attempt to resist. A sword aura, a palm imprint of ash and darkness. And a bone spear of the abyss hurtled towards the descending finger. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted as the finger of power descended relentlessly, shattering the ethereal forms of the 3. No! In the eyes of the onlookers, the fingers struck down with ferocity, causing waves of explosions in the air. As Duga Mushue pressed down with her finger, the colossal digit struck the 3 individuals below with lightning speed. Thud, 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 in the astonished gazes of the crowd. The bodies of the 3 disintegrated, blood streaming from their ears, eyes, and noses, transforming them into figures of blood. One finger annihilated 3 half-step martial sects. Gulp! Including Chu Lingfeng. The disciples of the 3 sects displayed expressions of horror. They were dead. The elder could not even withstand a casual strike from the princess. My heavens! How formidable is Princess Dugu's strength? The disciples from the 3 sects bore expressions of astonishment, abandoning their previously arrogant demeanor. Particularly the disciples of the puppet sect, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily scattered in flight. Chu Lingfeng, ¿cuál has thou? These 3 were half-step martial sects, yet they could not endure a single blow from the senior sister. He suddenly recalled how she had braved 18 barriers in the Xianling kingdom to procure exotic fire as a gift for him. The strength of the senior sister before him likely surpassed even that of the sect leader. Chu Lingfeng glanced at his senior sister and then at the sect leader, Lu Hongyi, but observed no change in their expressions. Take them away, bullying the weak, and demand an explanation from Lingfeng at their respective sects. Duga Mushue commanded coldly. Understood. As soon as Duga Mushue's words fell, 8 generals clad in silver armor appeared in a flash, kneeling before her in salute. These are the 8 great martial kings? Chu Lingfeng mused, gazing at the 8 uniquely postured female generals adorned in silver battle armor. Among them, he recognized a familiar face, the Silver Spear Martial King, Yin Qinghan, who had previously delivered the Azure Lotus exotic fire to him. The 8 of them lifted the 3 lifeless bodies, shackled in silver light, and vanished before his eyes. Only then did Chu Lingfeng redirect his attention towards Duga Mushue. Dominant, invincible, dashing. This encapsulates his impression of his esteemed senior sister, who is undeniably striking. Despite the fact that Chu Lingfeng had usurped their legacy, she still sent her subordinate, the martial king, to the 3 sects to demand an explanation. How remarkable! Senior sister, Lingfeng is utterly enamored with you. Chu Lingfeng exclaimed joyfully while embracing Duga Mushue's arm. You! Duga Mushue gazed at Chu Lingfeng with a look of tender affection. What about the gift I sent you? Do you still like it? Chu Lingfeng nodded, grinning as he replied. Senior sister, is this your token of love for me? Chapter 43. Advancing the relationship with the sect leader and master. As soon as Chu Lingfeng's words fell, the expressions of the 3 women before him shifted dramatically. You impudent boy, what nonsense are you spouting? The Grand Elder, Lu Ying, scolded as she lightly smacked Chu Lingfeng's arm, her tone laced with indignation. Before Chu Lingfeng could respond, Duga Mushue chuckled instead, saying, there is no need for the Grand Elder to admonish him. This was a promise between Lingfeng and me. When he was younger, unable to cultivate, he would always pester me, insisting that once he could cultivate, he would have me marry him. This rascal is truly incorrigible. Duga Mushue gazed at Chu Lingfeng with a playful glint in her eyes, not the slightest bit annoyed by his words. Wonderful. Senior sister has returned, and Master S ailment can be cured. Chu Lingfeng beamed, displaying a vibrant blood-colored herb in the palm of his hand, its verdant leaves intertwined with glimmering golden threads, exuding an air of mystery and brilliance. Blood Phoenix herb? It truly is the blood phoenix herb. Lu Hongyi, your injuries can be healed. Lu Hongyi's noble and ethereal visage displayed a moment of emotional response. She had not anticipated that Chu Lingfeng had genuinely retrieved it from the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Beside her, the Grand Elder's exquisite features mirrored her excitement, while Dugamushu's enchanting eyes flickered with surprise. Only now did she realize the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar amidst the excitement. You weren't injured, were you? Lu Hongyi inquired gently as she accepted the blood phoenix herb. I am perfectly fine. What could possibly happen to me? Chu Lingfeng grinned, replying, Master, as long as I can heal your ailment, I would brave any peril. The captivating beauty, clad in fiery red, locked eyes with Chu Lingfeng, a gaze that seemed to transcend time. The scene was breathtaking in its beauty. Lu Hongyi's aquamarine eyes gradually grew resolute. With a welcoming embrace, she surprised everyone present, wrapping her arms around Chu Lingfeng and planting a soft kiss on his cheek, whispering, No more of this in the future. Chu Lingfeng felt a gentle breeze waft past him, followed by an overwhelming joy blossoming within his heart. Subsequently, they all soared towards Maple Leaf City. With the closure of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, Chu Lingfeng had gathered all he needed. It was time to return to Tianyuanzong with haste. On this path, Chu Lingfeng gradually recounted the events that had transpired within the sect to Dugamushua, including the injuries sustained by their revered master and the quest for the blood phoenix herb that had brought them to the frontline city of Maple Leaf in Lingzhou, all in anticipation of the opening of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng pondered the reason behind Dugamushua's arrival. However, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her countenance, and she refrained from sharing her thoughts with him. Outside the inn in Maple Leaf City, Xianxia regarded Chu Lingfeng with a bemused smile under her oiled paper umbrella, remarking, You are quite impressive, but alas, you remain too weak. Now is not the time for a duel between us. This expedition into the secret realm had broadened her horizons significantly, particularly in witnessing Chu Lingfeng's despicable cunning and his sudden enhancement of power, both of which left her utterly astounded. Missin, I am truly grateful. Had you not delivered that silver moon key, I would not have been able to acquire the Yuan essence flower and the blood phoenix herb today. Given your stature, I have little to offer you in return. Please accept this, Chu Lingfeng said, retrieving a soft armor of a pale yellow hue from his storage ring. This is the top-tier Earth-grade spirit artifact, the Xianxia Earth Armor. It is a rare treasure I obtained from the legacy of the Maple Leaf Sovereign, capable of withstanding full-force strikes from martial kings, and even diminishing attacks from martial emperors by 30%. Xianxia chuckled lightly, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall. Silly boy, one does not gift armor as a present. Very well, I shall accept. With a flick of her finger, a beam of white light hovered before Chu Lingfeng, revealing a white jade pendant. With your prowess, you will surely arrive in Zhongzhou soon. I shall await you at the Wanghua Academy. You must come, she urged, transforming into a streak of light as she soared away, disappearing from his sight with an air of grace. The Wanghua Academy, you say? I shall likely make my way there. Chu Lingfeng waved his hand, causing the white jade pendant to vanish into his storage ring. Since childhood, he had heard his master speak of the Tianyuan sect's origins in Zhongzhou, and that one day they would return. Until now, he had not trained diligently and was uncertain when that day would come. However, it seemed the opportunity was finally at hand. As he turned to re-enter the inn, he spotted his master, Lu Hongyi, seated gracefully in her room, clad in a flowing red dress. Her enchanting gaze fixed intently on Chu Lingfeng. Hasn't Xianxia departed? She inquired, her eyes softened with tender affection. For days, she had suppressed her feelings for him, but now they surged forth unabated. Having committed herself to Chu Lingfeng, she was wholly devoted. Master, are you familiar with the Wanghua Academy? Chu Lingfeng asked, furrowing his brow. Silly boy, come here and sit, Lu Hongyi beckoned, rising and elegantly approaching him with her slender legs. Master, what are you? Chu Lingfeng swallowed hard as a fragrant breeze enveloped him. It was the first time he had encountered such an assertive Lu Hongyi. Am I beautiful? Lu Hongyi's delicate face pressed against Chu Lingfeng's chest, her gaze lifting to meet his, mere centimeters apart. She gently pecked his cheek, her exquisite features adorned with a playful invitation. Simultaneously, she gradually lifted the hem of her red garment, revealing a pair of voluptuous, shapely legs before him. Lingfeng, do you like it? As Chu Lingfeng beheld Lu Hongyi's alluring legs, akin to two sinuous white serpents, his thoughts drifted to his master as usual aloof demeanor. igniting a fervent heat in his core, his blood surging. You have done well, Lingfeng. My master shall reward you. Tonight, you will assist me in my cultivation and refine the spirit herb. Yes? Lu Hongyi's voice trembled slightly, yet resolutely whispered in his ear. Chu Lingfeng's mind momentarily faltered, his gaze vacant. In their previous encounters, Lu Hongyi had always been coy, leaving him in a state of distress. He never anticipated her boldness today. Like a statue, he stood frozen while she deftly shed his garments one by one. Soon, a flawless and enchanting figure stood before him. Still watching, you fool. Lu Hongyi chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Master, I am coming. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chu Lingfeng pulled Lu Hongyi close, rushing toward the bed, where a tempest of fervent kisses enveloped them. An hour passed. Lingfeng, it is time to refine the herb's essence. Another hour later, Lu Hongyi gasped softly. I have refined the herb's potency. Thunderous roars erupted as surges of fiery energy burst forth. Lu Hongyi's previously pallid form began to glow with vitality. The 7th grade spirit of blood phoenix grass possessed remarkable restorative properties, capable of mending broken meridians or even saving a life. Waves of crimson energy ascended as Lu Hongyi, now a martial sovereign, returned to her former glory. Not fully restored, but the meridians are healed. There remains damage to the heart meridian and soul-eating poison, yet for the time being, there is no immediate danger. The martial sovereign can temporarily suppress the effects of the soul-eating poison. Chapter 44. The Celestial Fruit and Lu Hongyi's Secret. With a rumble, Chu Lingfeng sat nearby, observing as Lu Hongyi's aura surged and gradually calmed. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, a glimmer of joy flashing within. How do you find it, master? As she blinked at him, Chu Lingfeng hurried over to express his concern. He feared that the blood phoenix grass might be ineffective, rendering all their efforts futile. With her cultivation restored, Lu Hongyi's martial sovereign level could temporarily suppress the soul-eating poison, ensuring that as long as she did not engage in combat with those of equal standing, her life would not be in jeopardy. Lu Hongyi raised her beautiful eyes to gaze at the concerned Chu Lingfeng, her gaze suffused with tenderness. How delightful! Chu Lingfeng embraced Lu Hongyi's delicate form, planting a gentle kiss upon her stunningly beautiful face, eliciting a playful pout from her. As they basked in each other's warmth, Lu Hongyi nestled in Chu Lingfeng's embrace, savoring his scent, and softly spoke. Lingfeng, do you recall the matters I once shared with you regarding my Tian Yuan sect? Chu Lingfeng turned to Lu Hongyi, excitement brimming in his voice. Of course I remember. Master, are you finally going to reveal to me the events of that time? From a young age, Chu Lingfeng was aware that Lu Hongyi hailed from Zhongzhou and bore a deep-seated grudge, yet despite his persistent inquiries during their childhood, she would never divulge the truth of what had transpired. Often, she would be found lost in thought on the back mountains. I did not know the specifics. I was quite young at the time. Tian Yuan sect was once among the 5 major sects of Zhongzhou, a prestigious and thriving institution. Yet one fateful night, shrouded in darkness, countless experts of the sacred martial realm descended upon us, ruthlessly annihilating our sect. Lu Hongyi's delicate frame trembled as she recounted the harrowing events. My father was the sect leader, a peak martial saint, yet he was defeated by a single blow. Numerous uncles and aunts who rose to defend us met with tragic fates. It was only later that I learned their objective was a sacred fruit from our Tian Yuan secret realm, the Tian Yuan fruit. As she spoke, Lu Hongyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her grip on Chu Lingfeng tightening. This Tian Yuan fruit possessed a spiritual law that could enhance the likelihood of a martial venerable achieving the realm of spiritual domain, which was crucial for breaking through to the martial saint level, and it was effective for both martial kings and martial saints. They sought entry into our sect's secret realm. My father fought valiantly to activate the great teleportation array, allowing my aunt and me to escape, while he sealed the entrance to the secret realm. For all these years, I have been oblivious to who is responsible for the slaughter of tens of thousands of lives within my Tian Yuan sect. Lingfeng, being with me will be perilous. Are you afraid? Lu Hongyi bit her lip, a trickle of crimson seeping from her rosy mouth. Her captivating gaze bore into Chu Lingfeng's, for she had already fallen deeply in love with him, yet she feared that upon learning of her lineage, he might withdraw from her side in fear. To her surprise, Chu Lingfeng's expression remained steadfast. Instead, he held her even closer. Master, I'm not afraid. I will not leave you. The Tian Yuan fruit? Chu Lingfeng was astonished. Just how powerful was the Tianyuan sect? Not only did it boast peak martial saints, but it also possessed a means to significantly enhance the success rate of breakthroughs from martial venerable to martial saint. Chu Lingfeng was truly taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Lu Hongyi smiled, radiant as a blooming flower. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved a pale blue fruit from her storage ring, presenting it delicately in her hand. As Chu Lingfeng gazed upon the fruit, he felt a sudden lightness of spirit, as if all the fatigue from his recent labors had vanished. Could it be? A tremor of realization coursed through him as he pondered the enigmatic fruit before him. Lu Hongyi continued, Lingfeng, did you not inquire about the affairs of the Myriad Nations Academy? I shall disclose to you now that it represents the singular opportunity to break free from the Eastern continent and venture into the Central continent. Furthermore, it is our sole chance for the Tianyuan sect to gain entry into the Central continent. This inferior grade Tianyuan fruit is the last I brought from the sect, capable of significantly enhancing a warrior's mental strength. The earlier it is consumed, the greater the benefits. Typically, a warrior at the martial spirit realm possesses a mental strength of around 5 zhang. However, with this Tianyuan fruit, your mental talent could increase by 30%, reaching approximately 8 zhang, making it considerably easier to break through the martial king, martial emperor, and martial sect realms. Lingfeng, if we wish to return the Tianyuan sect to the central continent, it all relies on you. Lu Hongyi's words left Chu Lingfeng gasping in astonishment, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. The prospect of a 30% increase in mental talent was staggering, indicating a potency that had likely surpassed the 7th grade medicinal level, perhaps nearing that of an 8th grade herb. Yet, the crucial point remained. Typically, only those at the martial venerable realm could utilize 8th grade herbs. Others would be unable to withstand the overwhelming energy and perish. The fact that the Tianyuan fruit could be consumed by one at the martial spirit realm was nothing short of astonishing. With such a treasure, it was no wonder that even at its peak, the Tianyuan sect had faced opposition. Master, Chu Lingfeng said, his eyes glistening with emotion, never expecting her generosity. Since I have resolved to stand by your side, I shall never regret it. You are willing to risk everything to help me find the life-saving herbs. What is one mere Tianyuan fruit in comparison? Lu Hongyi gently urged him. Master, I vow that in this lifetime, I shall not disappoint you. Chu Lingfeng deftly stowed the Tianyuan fruit within his storage ring, then turned to Lu Hongyi with deep affection. Her words had awakened him to the urgency of his growth. Whether facing the 3 formidable half-step martial venerables today or potential enemies seeking vengeance against the Tianyuan sect in the future, he understood that they would not hesitate to resort to lethal measures upon witnessing the sect's resurgence in the Eastern continent. Only by growing stronger could he safeguard Lu Hongyi and those he cherished in this world. Lingfeng Lu Hongyi's voice was imbued with emotion as she looked at him. Her face flushed with shyness. Master, he felt warmth in his heart, and, in a spontaneous motion, lifted her flawless form into his embrace. It was not until the sun had risen high the following day that Chu Lingfeng emerged from Lu Hongyi's chamber, a smile gracing his lips and his spirit buoyant. Remarkably, the night had allowed him to unexpectedly condense a new yin-yang transformation pearl. At that moment, he discovered that he possessed 12 such pearls within him. You're awake? Come, let's have some breakfast. Zhou Xiao has already made arrangement for the return to the sect aboard the flying vessel. We shall embark this morning to revisit our spiritual abode. Upon exiting the inn, we were met by the enigmatic visage of Elder Lu Ying. At this moment, she had donned a resplendent purple gown, which accentuated her figure exquisitely, ample in all the right places and voluptuous where needed. Her delicate face was partially veiled in purple, exuding an allure that was both mature and enticing. Typically, her attire is rather conservative, yet today, for reasons unknown, she chose to dress quite audaciously. Chu Lingfeng's gaze roamed over her form, and upon seeing her ample bosom and generous curves, a warmth surged within him. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll take your eyes, Lu Ying retorted, her heart secretly delighted by Chu Lingfeng's fervent gaze. However, she maintained a feigned irritation. Are you jealous? Chu Lingfeng zhuge lai di. What are you looking at, Enning? Just then, he noticed Devu Muxiue descending from the upper floor. With a flick of his wrist, a phantom blue flower appeared before her. The Yuanjing flower? Is this for me? She inquired, her eyes twinkling. Indeed, Chu Lingfeng replied. This flower is beneficial only to martial artists who have reached the threshold of a half-step martial sovereign. Both the senior sister and the sect master have already broken through to that realm, while I am merely at the 6th level of martial spirit, still quite distant from the martial sovereign stage. Is there anyone more suited than you? Inning? His smile dissipated much of her irritation, though a hint of sourness lingered within her, the reason for which she could not fathom. With a huff, she accepted the Yuanjing flower from Chu Lingfeng, and a smile blossomed anew upon her lovely face. Now that's more like it, Chu Lingfeng remarked with a grin. A group of us gathered around table, sharing laughter and playful banter. By noon, the cross-state spirit vessel of the Flying Immortal sect made its appearance. Chu Lingfeng, accompanied by his companions, boarded the vessel, setting course for the sect. With 3 days remaining until our return, there was ample time for me to refine this Tianyuan fruit. Chu Lingfeng gazed at the grand vessel, soaring through the sky, contemplating his journey thus far. In the span of just over a month since he began his cultivation, his progress would have been impossible without the assistance of Lu Hongyi and the primordial cauldron. He achieved a remarkable leap, reaching the 6th level of martial spirit. However, once cultivation began to delve into the realm of spiritual power, progress would inevitably slow. After some contemplation, he resolved that consuming the Tianyuan fruit directly would be the wisest course of action. Early enjoyment brings greater rewards. Without hesitation, Chu Lingfeng retrieved the Tianyuan fruit from his storage ring, holding it in his palm. In the privacy of his room, where he no longer needed to conceal his identity, he thought, how many levels can you help me ascend? With a sense of anticipation, he inhaled deeply as the fruit transformed into a stream of luminous essence, flowing into his mouth. In an instant, it surged upward into his mind, invoking a peculiar sensation. Chu Lingfeng felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if the flow of time around him had decelerated. His focus began to expand in tandem with his mental power. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. His mental strength extended continuously, seemingly enveloping half of the intercontinental spirit vessel beneath its invisible grasp. This mental energy, intangible, could penetrate walls. Countless individuals aboard the vessel remained oblivious to its presence. How intriguing! With a thought, he directed his mental force through the wall towards the chamber of Master Liu Hanji, his esteemed mentor. He was curious to see what the master was engaged in at this moment. Suddenly, his mental force pierced through the barrier, revealing 3 stunningly beautiful women seated together, applying something to each other's faces. Such grandeur! Chu Lingfeng felt a rush of blood to his head as he beheld senior sister Du Mushu perched gracefully on the bed, her silky hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders. Dressed in delicately sheer fabric, her alluring figure was breathtaking, particularly her prominent curves, which captivated Chu Lingfeng's gaze. He marveled at how her physique surpassed even that of the master. Who? Duga Mushue abruptly lifted her enchanting gaze, her golden phoenix robe wrapping around her exquisite form. A wave of formidable energy surged forth, radiating an imperial majesty towards the empty space before her. Bang! A soft collision echoed, and Chu Lingfeng hastily retracted his mental force. His complexion paling. Had he been discovered? What was happening? A blend of surprise and fear flickered in his eyes. This extraordinary experience left his emotions in turmoil. After all, what was there to be astonished about regarding mere mental aptitude? If one were to leave this continent, there must be many like him. A mysterious woman's voice suddenly broke the silence, capturing Chu Lingfeng's attention. Mental aptitude? What is that? He asked, momentarily taken aback. Humans possess both spirit and body. Those with formidable physical talents naturally have strong mental abilities as well. Individuals like you, frequently manipulating mental energy with consciousness in tow, are indeed endowed with considerable mental prowess. Such talents are rarer than those of physical capabilities. For instance, in the vast world, prominent families cultivate specialized martial techniques for honing mental strength. However, this continent is too barren. It has yet to develop even the rudimentary applications of mental power. Yet, there are examples, such as the mental technique you practice, mental storm. It is merely the most rudimentary application of mental energy. However, I have yet to encounter any techniques capable of enhancing mental power through cultivation. The mysterious woman's languid voice conveyed a hint of disdain, yet Chu Lingfeng could discern an underlying astonishment within her tone. Chu Lingfeng was taken aback. If mental power could indeed be cultivated and not just naturally developed, how many martial saints might emerge across the continent? According to his understanding, some martial artists spend their entire lives without breaking through to the martial emperor realm, simply because their mental acuity fails to meet the required standards. It seems that this world is far grander than he had previously imagined. No wonder that the enigmatic woman remarked upon her arrival about the current barrenness of this continent. Indeed, it appears desolate, especially given the absence of any techniques for cultivating mental prowess. As Chu Lingfeng pondered, a sudden thought struck him. The woman within the primordial cauldron demonstrated such profound knowledge of mental cultivation. Perhaps she possessed techniques that could enhance one's mental strength? Sister Fairy. Chu Lingfeng's thoughts surged forth, and he dove into the primordial cauldron, calling out instantly towards the location of the mysterious woman. Why do you call for me, young man? The mysterious woman slowly materialized. Sister Fairy, since you possess such understanding of mental cultivation, you must have some techniques here? Chu Lingfeng began to plead with a charming demeanor, gazing at her exquisite visage. As if I would possess something so trivial as basic mental cultivation techniques. The mysterious woman retorted with a haughty disdain. With that, she vanished from his sight. Chu Lingfeng was left speechless, feeling somewhat disheartened for not acquiring what he sought. Compared to physical attacks, mental assaults were evidently more insidious and difficult to guard against. For instance, had he not successfully ambushed Hua Yuan using the mental storm technique within the Maple Leaf secret realm, he would never have secured the final Silver Moon key to unlock the inheritance of the Maple Leaf Master. Without any techniques, I shall create my own. I refuse to believe that the enlightenment granted by the 12 Yin-Yang creation pearls cannot lead to the crafting of a mental cultivation manual. Chu Lingfeng declared through gritted teeth. He promptly settled into a meditative position, and 12 Yin-Yang creation pearls materialized from his chest, enveloping his mind in a halo of Yin-Yang energy. Buzz, as the mental energy came into contact with the essence of the Yin-Yang creation pearls, Chu Lingfeng felt a sudden clarity within his mind. Pop! It was as if the membrane within his consciousness had shattered, causing all his mental energy to surge towards the black hole in his mind. Swell. Chu Lingfeng maintained this state, allowing his mental energy to dissipate into a miniature whirlwind, absorbing the fragmented energies surrounding him and directing them back toward his mind. Gradually, Chu Lingfeng sensed that his mental strength began to expand once more. 8 lengths 1, 8 lengths 2 buzz. As the essence of the Yin-Yang creation pearls was depleted, they dimmed and subsequently entered his body. Chu Lingfeng's expression brightened with joy. Had he just utilized the mental storm technique to create a mental cultivation manual? Lingfeng, are you all right? The voice of his senior sister, Dugu Mushua, echoed from the doorway of the cabin, jolting him from his reverie. Upon opening the cabin door, he was greeted by the sight of 2 stunningly beautiful women standing before him. I am Wan Fian. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Chu. In that moment, Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Ah, it is Lady Wan. What a delightful coincidence. Chapter 46. The Wind Emperor's Bestowal of Marriage. Lingfeng's fury. Before him stood Wan Fian, no longer clad in the purple mini-skirt he had first encountered her in, but rather adorned in a deep blue qipao. Her thick black hair was elegantly styled into a lady's bun, and her round, delicate face bore an air of dignity tinged with melancholy. Had Chu Lingfeng seen her for the first time, he would undoubtedly have been momentarily dazzled by her beauty, thinking to himself how exquisite a noble woman she was. He would have marveled silently at her grace, noting her voluptuous figure, with curves as pronounced as a polished stone. What was most striking, however, was her aura of vulnerability and sorrow, evoking an irresistible desire to cradle her tenderly. Yet, having witnessed Wan Fian's alluring form in a more intimate setting, Chu Lingfeng was not deceived by the facade she presented now. Aha, it is indeed Lady Wan. What a delightful coincidence, he remarked with a smile. Wan Fian appeared taken aback, her delicate hand gesturing gracefully as she replied, This is no mere coincidence. I have come to express my gratitude to young Master Chu. Were it not for your introduction, I would never have had the honor of meeting Her Highness the Princess. Chu Lingfeng smiled, but did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his senior sister, Dugu Mushua. Upon receiving a nod from her, he stepped aside to allow her entry, saying, Please come in. Given that they were aboard a ship, Chu Lingfeng's quarters were rather modest, furnished with only a wooden table and 2 wooden chairs. Dugu Mushua elegantly lifted her golden-sleeved robe and seated herself naturally. Meanwhile, Wan Fian cautiously positioned herself behind her mentor, bowing her head demurely as she poured tea. However, as her ample figure bent to serve, a breathtaking view suddenly presented itself before Chu Lingfeng's eyes. Goodness, he thought, nearly overwhelmed by the sight of her two peaks, which nearly caused a rush of blood to his face, disrupting the focused mental energy he had recently cultivated. He quickly averted his gaze. Junior brother, have you encountered anything peculiar today? Duga Muxue inquired, her phoenix eyes glinting as she fixed her gaze upon Chu Lingfeng. Strangely, while reminiscing with our master in her chambers today, I felt as though someone were watching us. Yet, upon investigating, I found nothing. Hearing her words, an unease gripped Chu Lingfeng's heart. Throughout his life, he had harbored a deep-seated fear of two individuals, the esteemed Master Lu Hongyi and this very senior citizen. The master was regal and aloof, rarely engaging in conversation with Chu Lingfeng. Yet her meticulous care instilled in him a sense of guilt when contemplating mischief. Even when he faltered, his conscience would weigh heavily upon him. In his youth, after consuming a yang attribute elixir brewed by their master, which left him feeling bloated and overheated, he had sneaked away to bathe in the cold pond on the back mountain, inadvertently diminishing the potion's efficacy. Upon discovering this, the master neither chastised nor punished him. Instead, she prepared a triple-strength potion for him to consume, tirelessly tending to him for days and nights until her own eyes grew red with exhaustion. This act of kindness left Chu Lingfeng deeply touched, and from that moment onward, he never dared to bathe in the cold pond again. However, this esteemed elder sister, Duga Muxue, instilled a sense of trepidation in Chu Lingfeng, as though she possessed an omniscient awareness of all matters under heaven. Yet, despite this, each time Chu Lingfeng encountered her, she was either engrossed in cultivating her profound energy or engrossed in the vast array of martial arts within the scripture pavilion. When Chu Lingfeng fan de, she would deftly strip away his pretenses, her incisive words striking at the core of his shortcomings, leaving him devoid of any inclination to resist. In a moment of urgency, he seized the remaining wooden chair to sit beside Duga Muxue, affectionately clasping her arm as he inquired, "Elder sister, what peculiar matters are afoot? I have been diligently practicing, yet I remain oblivious." Duga Muxue, feeling the tremor of his arm, cast a fleeting glance his way, her exquisite visage adorned with a cold smirk as she replied, "Is that so? I have heard that our master bestowed the final Tianyuan fruit upon you." A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Lingfeng's heart. His face instantly flushed with embarrassment as he surrendered. "There is nothing I can conceal from you." Observing Duga Muxue's stern demeanor threatening to unravel, he hastily redirected the conversation. "Elder sister, you are aware of the Tianyuan fruit? Did the sect leader also grant you one?" Duga Muxue offered a dismissive huff in acknowledgement. "Elder sister, Muxue, dear sister." Chu Lingfeng rose and naturally embraced her from behind, playfully seeking her affection. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, sending ripples through his spirit. "Enough. No more coaxing," Duga Muxue replied, her eyes betraying a glimmer of something unusual. Having grown up in the depths of the imperial palace devoid of familial warmth, she cherished the bonds forged within the Tianyuan sect. Regarding Chu Lingfeng and the sect leader, Lu Hongyi, she had come with a request for assistance. Duga Muxue gestured for Chu Lingfeng to take a seat. Soon after, her gaze caught sight of Wan Fian gracefully approaching, her delicate hands weaving through the air. A surge of profound energy cascading forth, causing her deep blue qipao to slip away, revealing a figure that could incite madness, clad only in violet lingerie. Her slender waist bore no excess flesh, accentuating every alluring curve. "Elder sister, what is the meaning of this?" Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Duga Muxue. His heart raced, fearing that she had discovered his involvement with Wan Fian. It must be noted that engaging in private escapades was one thing, but facing Duga Muxue added an entirely different layer of intensity. "What? Do you not find it appealing?" Duga Muxue's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, gesturing for Wan Fian to don her attire. "Lady Wan is a renowned beauty in the capital. I assumed you would appreciate her presence. If she does not please you, it is of no consequence. She may simply fetch water and attend to you during your bath. With less than 3 months until the day of the imperial wedding, Lingfeng, you must expedite your cultivation during this time, aiming to transcend to the martial king realm, perhaps even the martial emperor realm, and secure first place in the sect's grand competition. Only then can you triumph over all adversaries on the day of the wedding and rescue me. Our master has informed me of your unique constitution. A man with 3 wives and 4 concubines is not an insurmountable issue." Lingfeng, rather than forcing me to marry an unknown individual. I would much prefer that this person be you. As Dugu Mushua spoke, her phoenix-like eyes slightly furrowed, a wave of desolation and indignation swelling within her. From her childhood to the present, she had always been the most diligent and talented individual in the entire Xianxia Empire. While many princes and princesses languished in the martial spirit realm, or even the martial king realm, she had, before the age of 30, broken through to the martial sect realm and led an army at the front lines of Lingzhou. Yet, just the day before, the Wind Emperor had issued a decree stripping her of her military command and ordering her to return to the capital, with the ulterior motive of arranging a marriage for her. Upon discreetly inquiring, she discovered that the Wind Emperor intended to use her marriage as a bargaining chip to negotiate peace between the Xianling Kingdom and the Xianfeng Kingdom. Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he rose in a fury, exclaiming, "A marriage decree? On what grounds? I refuse to consent. Wan Furen, I ask you, is what my senior sister said true?" Chu Lingfeng turned to Wan Fian, seeking her confirmation. After all, for him, the two most cherished individuals in this world were his master, the sect leader Lu Hongyi, and his senior sister Dugu Mushua. Of course, there's also Lu Ying now, but even she could not replace the esteemed positions held by these two women in his heart. Upon hearing the absurdity of the Wind Emperor's marriage decree, Chu Lingfeng was understandably enraged. Wan Fian spoke in a gentle, enchanting voice, softly responding, "In reply to young Master Chu, I understand that this matter is indeed true. Moreover, it was the ninth prince, Shun Tianhao, who requested the decree for the princess to return to the capital. It is said that the ninth prince, having just turned 18, has broken through to the fourth level of the martial emperor realm, making him an unparalleled genius within the dynasty. He is highly likely to excel in the selection at the Wanzhou Academy, and currently, the Wind Emperor is exceedingly compliant with his wishes, granting him whatever he desires. He fears that the princess's growing influence could threaten his position and resources, which is why he seeks to marry her off in exchange for the medicinal resources from the secret realm of the Xianling Kingdom. The malice behind this scheme is palpable." Chu Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, coldly remarking, "Shun Tianhao, once again this Shun Tianhao. It was he who had pressured my master Lu Hongyi into marrying him. Now, he is forcing Dugu Mushua into an alliance. To claim a surname Shen, he is not worthy." Chu Lingfeng scoffed, already marking him as a primary target for his vengeance. "To my knowledge, Shun Tianhao's injuries are also related to sect leader Lu." Wan Fian, noticing Chu Lingfeng's fury, hesitated momentarily before softly saying, Chu Lingfeng's expression shifted, his rage palpable. At this moment, a contingent of cloaked figures concealed within the woods observed the vast Lingzhou floating above, their eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 47. Assassination of Dugu Mushua, the formidable Chu Lingfeng. According to intelligence from our flying immortal sect, Shun Tianhao has been scouring for spiritual herbs to enhance his mental prowess in order to participate in the Wanzhou Academy selection. It is said that a certain elixir from the Tianyuan sect can enhance one's mental fortitude, prompting him to direct his gaze towards Master Lu. Initially, when he sought a marriage proposal at Tianyuan Mountain, it was the ambition of Shun Tianhao to secure all beautiful resources at once. Wan Fian gently bit her lip and spoke softly, all the while observing the shifting expressions on Chu Lingfeng's face. Although she had now allied herself with the Grand Prince Dugu Mushua and received her protection, ensuring temporary safety for their flying immortal sect, she understood that gaining the Grand Princess's favor required a pivotal opportunity. In her view, Chu Lingfeng represented that very opportunity. Drawing from her years of experience, she discerned that Chu Lingfeng held considerable weight in both the Grand Princess's heart and that of Master Lu. Otherwise, the Grand Princess would not have personally brought her to seek out Chu Lingfeng. Dugu Mushua sat gracefully upon a wooden chair, exuding regal authority. As she listened to Wan Fian, she remained silent, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, betraying a flash of murderous intent. Chu Lingfeng gradually rose, his voice icy as he declared, "Bastard, I never expected that scoundrel would engage in such clandestine dealings." He reassured his senior sister, "Rest assured, I will not allow Shun Tianhao to succeed." Within 2 days, Chu Lingfeng had uncovered numerous secrets. Finally understanding why his master had relentlessly scoured for elixirs to cultivate him, it was all in pursuit of a return to the Central Plains. Furthermore, despite being a princess, Dugu Mushua worked tirelessly on her cultivation, Yet her gender necessitated personal sacrifice to secure peace between the two nations. Even if she broke through to the martial sovereign realm, she could not defy the emperor's decree. Very well. Dugu Muxiue rose, her piercing gaze fixed intently upon Chu Lingfeng, her exquisite visage marked by determination. Lingfeng, my life rests in your hands. Just as Chu Lingfeng was about to respond, the sky suddenly darkened. The once fluffy white clouds turned a fiery red, resembling the burning clouds after a summer rain. Look, what is that? Witnessing the abruptly crimson sky, the faces of countless individuals aboard the flying spirit vessel were etched with astonishment. Coincidentally, this scene was captured by Chu Lingfeng's expanded mental perception. Lingfeng, what troubles you? Dugu Muxiue sensed the shift in Chu Lingfeng's emotions with keen awareness. At that moment, a massive fireball, measuring several dozen feet in size, erupted into the sky, hurtling towards the flying vessel. Be careful. Chu Lingfeng swiftly wrapped one arm around Dugu Muxiue's waist while the other embraced Wan Fian. A deafening explosion ensued, as if the entire vessel had been struck by an earthquake of magnitude 8, tilting sharply to the right. Inside the cabin, Wan Fian cried out, her voluptuous form diving directly into Chu Lingfeng's embrace. Soft and fragrant, the three of them toppled towards the right side of the vessel. What a moment! Chu Lingfeng experienced a mix of pain and joy as he was the first to detect the impending attack, becoming the cushion for the two women. Now, with one on either side, both were ensconced in his arms. He tightened his grip with his right hand, eliciting a delicate moan from one of them. Charming young master, please do not behave this way. The sultry voice of Wan Fian echoed in his ears. To my right stands Wan Fian, and to my left, Chu Lingfeng's hand recoiled as if struck by lightning, revealing the enchanting gaze of Dugu Muxiue, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering as a blush crept up her swan-like neck. Are you not going to rise? Dugu Muxiue, suppressing the ripples within her heart, retorted with mild irritation. You little rascal, you have yet to learn any decorum. Chu Lingfeng hurriedly withdrew his fragrant hand and assisted Dugu Muxiue to her feet. What has transpired? Lingfeng, are you unharmed? At that moment, as the vessel steadied, Lu Hongyi appeared before him, her beautiful eyes scanning Chu Lingfeng with concern and worry. There is no need for concern, Master Lu. The cross-vessel spirit boat is equipped with defensive formations that ordinary martial artists of the martial sovereign realm cannot breach. Wan Fian explained, her round legs still trembling as she adjusted her chi pao to regain her composure. The cross-vessel spirit boat is originally a top-tier Earth-grade defensive spirit artifact, but its immense size necessitates the prohibition of combat on board. The stronger the martial artist, the stricter the prohibition, for any damage to even a single component could render the defensive formations ineffective. Now I understand. Chu Lingfeng nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. His spiritual sense swept over the cross-vessel spirit boat, and he observed a pale blue defensive shield manifest before his eyes. Indeed, though the previous strike was formidable, it had not inflicted substantial harm upon the spirit boat. Ineffective? Not necessarily. That was an assassination attempt directed at me, if my eyes do not deceive me. That strike bore the mark of the Xianxia demon fire from the Xianling kingdom. They are unlikely to relent. At this moment, Dugu Muxiue's voice pierced through. Styling Chu Lingfeng, they had even resorted to using the Xianxia demon fire. This confirmed that Dugu Muxiue's whereabouts had been compromised. The Xianxia demon fire is ineffective? It seems I have underestimated the craftsmanship of the flying immortal sect. Inform our people within the spirit boat to take action. In the woods of Lingzhou, the leader in the black robe spoke coldly. Yes, the figures cloaked in black bowed in respect. Subsequently, he waved his right hand, and a surge of blood-red malevolence ascended skyward. Kill! Instantaneously, dozens of streams of bloodthirsty energy erupted from the cross-vessel spirit boat. As these figures flickered and charged in all directions, each blade aimed toward the spirit boat. Boom, boom, boom. A series of attacks struck down, leaving grotesque gashes upon the deck of the cross-vessel spirit boat, causing the blue shield to flicker erratically. This is terrible. There is a traitor aboard the spirit boat. Chu Lingfeng's expression turned grave. In a flash, he darted forward, his feet swirling with azure winds as he surged toward the deck. Lingfeng, be careful. Not only did Lu Hongyi display a worried countenance, but both Dugu Muxiue and Wan Fian also revealed expressions of concern. Upon this cross-state spirit vessel, all present possess cultivation levels surpassing that of the martial emperor realm, and thus, they must refrain from arbitrary aggression. Should they breach the defensive array, they would inadvertently align with the intentions of the assassins from the Xianling kingdom. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. Uncertain of the number of assassins lurking beyond the vessel, he could not permit the defense to be compromised. Spirit Storm. Kill. With a decisive motion, Chu Lingfeng unleashed lethal force. He concentrated his mind, and a torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged forth, manifesting as a miniature whirlwind that swiftly penetrated the minds of 4 assassins. In an instant, these individuals appeared utterly defenseless, blood streaming from their mouths and noses as they succumbed to death. Was it truly this effortless? Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, astonishment etched upon his features. How could these individuals, possessing the cultivation of the martial king realm, fail to mount any resistance? Enemies are present. Attack together, eliminate him. Panic surged as a dozen assassins exchanged alarmed glances. They had never encountered such a peculiar assault. In a heartbeat, a malevolent aura enveloped them, transforming into blades of energy that surged towards Chu Lingfeng. Divine wind steps. 2 azure whirlwinds manifested beneath Chu Lingfeng's feet, and his figure blurred into an afterimage. Evading the onslaught. Boom! The blade energy struck the floor, leaving behind deep, jagged gashes. You court death. Chu Lingfeng seethed with rage. His spiritual energy coalesced into a vast net that erupted forth, morphing into numerous small whirlwinds that viciously pierced the minds of his attackers. With horrified expressions, the assailants attempted to defend themselves with their profound energy. Yet, how could they withstand an assault of spiritual force? Boom! A sinister grin spread across Chu Lingfeng's face as the whirlwinds of spiritual energy detonated within their minds. Each assassin expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing limply to the ground. Had he truly slain a dozen martial kings with a single strike? How could this be possible? The 8 martial kings rushing to their aid were taken aback. Particularly, the Silver Spear martial king, Yin Qinghan, found her pupils constricting as her gaze involuntarily fixated on Chu Lingfeng. Just over a week ago, he could only contend with practitioners of the martial spirit realm. How could such a transformation occur in so short a time, enabling him to slay martial kings with such bizarre methods? Quickly annihilate them. Do not allow them to further damage the spirit vessel. Chu Lingfeng commanded as he noticed their arrival. Having just dispatched over 20 assassins, the pressure aboard the vessel had significantly eased. Understood. The 8 martial kings surged forward, transforming the tide of battle into a one-sided massacre. Instant kill with a single sword. Chu Lingfeng's eyes glowed crimson, the substantial drain on his spiritual energy causing a sharp pain in his head. Yet the azure whirlwinds beneath him surged forth, propelling him towards the remaining assassins. Behind him, the expressions of the women shimmered with awe, their gazes fixed intently on Chu Lingfeng. Chapter 48. Healing Chu Lingfeng, cultivating together with unwavering determination. Chu Lingfeng unleashed his full power, the fiery aura of his profound energy accompanying the piercing brilliance of his sword. Each strike claimed a life, reverberating with the sound of death. With the aid of 8 formidable martial kings, the relentless onslaught swiftly decimated the assassins. Breathless, Chu Lingfeng cast aside his Wind Qing sword and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The reason? He was utterly drained, having expended an immense amount of mental energy to swiftly eliminate these killers. He had resorted to a self-destructive burst of psychic force, resulting in the simultaneous demise of several martial kings. At this moment, his mental energy was insufficient to sustain him any longer. Weakly, he began to topple backward. Lingfeng, are you all right? Lingfeng? The women, witnessing his fall, were thrown into a state of panic. A figure in red flashed by, and Chu Lingfeng felt his body descend into an endless realm of gentleness. Soon after, darkness enveloped his vision. Upon awakening, Chu Lingfeng rubbed his head and sat up. He discovered himself lying within the primordial cauldron, where a mysterious woman clothed in green floated before him, reclining on a chair formed of swirling clouds. Her delicate, snow-white feet swayed playfully, exuding an enchanting charm. Chu Lingfeng had never encountered such flawless beauty, as if her feet were sculpted from precious gems. Fairy sister? How did I end up here? He stammered in confusion. Do you even need to ask? Your mental energy barely reaches 1 star. Yet you recklessly detonated your own psychic force to slay a dozen martial kings. Had it not been for the primordial cauldron safeguarding your mental core, you would have perished. Do you realize that? The mysterious woman cast him an exasperated glance, her allure dimming the very stars of the cosmos. What do you mean? Chu Lingfeng was taken aback, glancing down at his body. At that moment, he saw that he had transformed into a pale azure mist, as though suspended in midair. A gust of wind could easily disperse his psychic form. Your mental aptitude is indeed remarkable. However, to store mental energy, one must ignite the fire of the spirit in the Niwen Palace. Only then can one be considered a one-star talisman master. Your mental energy has just reached the threshold for breaking into a one-star talisman master, yet you have not ignited the spirit fire. Consequently, in your attempt to annihilate the martial kings, your energy was fully expended. The primordial cauldron fought valiantly to protect your last vestige of mental energy, preventing your complete demise. The mysterious woman stretched, revealing her alluring figure. With a captivating face, she curiously examined Chu Lingfeng's countenance, her delicate white feet playfully passing through his mist-like form, prompting her to giggle. "What should I do, fairy sister? I don't want to die." Chu Lingfeng exclaimed, panic etched across his face. His mental energy, disturbed by the mysterious woman's playful touch, began to dissipate like mist before gradually reassembling. He had been utterly focused on protecting his master sister, Dugamush, knowing that if the intercontinental spirit vessel were breached, all the lurking assassins would undoubtedly emerge to strike. Given their audacity to lay in ambush, they must have had confidence in their chances of success. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Thus, Chu Lingfeng must eliminate those assassins who threaten the integrity of the spirit ship formation to ensure their safety. Enough of this. Oh dear, stop it at once. Chu Lingfeng's form shimmered, and the mysterious woman seemed to toy with the spiritual essence as if it were a plaything, leaving him utterly speechless. What is there to fear? Your corporeal body remains intact. It is merely your spiritual essence that is temporarily weakened. As long as your physical form endures, you can nurture your spirit. A respite of 10 days or half a month will suffice. Upon witnessing Chu Lingfeng's ire, the enigmatic woman finally divulged the truth. Yet, her body continued to whimsically manipulate his ethereal spiritual essence. A low hum resonated as Chu Lingfeng's body trembled. He sensed a formidable spiritual force converging from the voice, infusing his spiritual manifestation. Suddenly, his physical form solidified, and with a swift motion, he grasped the delicate, snow-white foot of the mysterious woman in his hand. At that moment, he marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of her jade-like foot, resembling a sculpture of white jade. "Ah, pervert!" the mysterious woman gasped, her other petite foot striking Chu Lingfeng's cheek with force. "Pervert! Pervert!" she scolded as she continued to stomp on him. "Sister Fairy, are you also a spiritual entity?" Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that the mysterious woman could not cast him away. From the very beginning, he had been intrigued by her identity. She appeared to possess all knowledge, yet never allowed him to approach her. Today, he understood that it was not her refusal, but rather his inability to touch her. "Ha! Utter pervert!" The mysterious woman's cheeks flushed crimson, and in the blink of an eye, her form dissipated. Soon, the space within the cauldron was left with only Chu Lingfeng. "Sister Fairy? Sister Fairy?" Chu Lingfeng called out urgently, but no matter how he shouted, she remained silent. "Mu Shui, must we truly proceed in this manner?" At that moment, a haze enveloped Chu Lingfeng's mind, as if he could hear voices from outside. "Master, this matter can only be handled by me. Your cultivation has yet to recover, and your spiritual essence is inaccessible." Lu Shigu's words had just left her lips, exhausted from her efforts to rescue Lingfeng. She could only employ her own spiritual essence. "Have you forgotten? I too have consumed the Tianyuan fruit. My spiritual essence is inherently stronger than others, so transferring some to Lingfeng poses no risk." Chu Lingfeng's spiritual essence began to solidify. He sensed a fragrant breeze approaching, and then he felt a warm, delicate tongue exploring his lips, compelling him to respond instinctively. "Is this Sister Dugu?" Chu Lingfeng felt a surge of spiritual energy coalescing around him. Gradually, his once ethereal essence became more substantial. He felt a wave of emotion as he noticed his sensations returning, albeit still unable to move freely. Yet, Dugamushue was actively channeling her spiritual essence to save him, her voluptuous form lying beside him, and he could perceive her presence clearly, though he remained voiceless. "Young man, within the Tianyuan cauldron, why have you yet to ignite the fire of your spirit? Otherwise, all the spiritual energy they have bestowed upon you would be in vain." The enigmatic woman's voice resonated. In that instant, Chu Lingfeng was struck by enlightenment. His ethereal form swiftly settled into a meditative posture, as torrents of spiritual energy transformed into winds, refining the countless energies transmitted from Dugam Mushiwe. Consolidate. Time seemed to elapse indefinitely, until Chu Lingfeng abruptly opened his eyes. A delicate azure flame surged within his elixir field. Subsequently, the remaining spiritual energy morphed into fuel, continually augmenting the flames, ultimately forming a vortex of fire, around which the spiritual energy within his elixir field began to rotate slowly. A first-star talisman master. It is accomplished. Chu Lingfeng et Galim, his eyes widening as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. Have I returned to the sect? He flexed his joints, listening to them crackle like popping beans. A surge of spiritual energy radiated outward in all directions. 2 zhang, 4 zhang, 8 zhang, 9 zhang. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Having broken through to the first-star talisman master, his spiritual energy had exceeded the 9 zhang threshold. Even an ordinary martial king would not possess such formidable spiritual power. The crucial aspect was that he could now manipulate his spiritual energy with ease, far more effectively than before his breakthrough. To think that such tremendous benefits would arise from this advancement. Chu Lingfeng was elated. He no longer feared the depletion of his spiritual energy. The bronze-hued chamber, the pristine blue-tiled floor, and the familiar bed. This was undeniably the sleeping quarters he had inhabited for over a decade at Tianyuan Mountain. As he pondered this, it felt as though he had awakened from a long slumber. Suddenly, a flash of red darted through the doorway and leaped into his embrace, her eyes brimming with joy. Junior brother, you have awakened? Second sister, what brings you here? Chu Lingfeng marveled at the visitor. She was tall and elegant, her skin fair as snow, exuding an air of noble aloofness. Save for a hint of youthful naivety in her features, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the sect leader, Lu Hongyi. The newcomer was none other than his second sister, Lung Yushi. You nearly frightened me to death. Do you have any idea how long you have been unconscious? I feared you would never awaken. Lung Yushi's slightly frosty visage melted in an instant, her tears cascading like rain-soaked petals, evoking a pang of tenderness within Chu Lingfeng. Impossible. How could that be? I haven't even had the chance to fully appreciate my sister's fair legs, nor have we engaged in dual cultivation. How could I possibly perish? Chu Lingfeng replied with a mischievous grin. Having teased his second sister, Lung Yushi, since childhood, he was accustomed to eliciting her playful pouts in response. You. Lung Yushi stammered, struggling to suppress her tears. Chu Lingfeng believed he could still provoke a blush from her. He watched as she slowly extended her smooth, delicate calf, placing upon his leg while sobbing, Well, I could let you touch me, but you must promise not to die, all right? Chapter 49. Chu Lingfeng, come out. Chu Lingfeng's expression turned serious, revealing a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that his recent injury had genuinely frightened Lung Yushi. If you continue like this, I might truly take action, he remarked with a mischievous grin, his hand reaching out to caress her smooth calf. His gaze fixed intently on the petite face of his second senior sister, Lung Yushi, in an attempt to intimidate her. A remarkable sensation of elasticity coursed through his hand, stirring something within him. Lung Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not withdraw her leg. This little girl. Chu Lingfeng maintained his composure, feeling secretly touched. It appeared she had indeed been unsettled by his injury. Otherwise, encountering his flirtation would have prompted an immediate retort. How delightful. Senior sister, why not engage in dual cultivation with me? Chu Lingfeng feigned, observing the transformation of her expression. Instantly, Lung Yushi's face blossomed with a beautiful crimson hue, stammering. What a fanciful notion. If you promise not to take risks in the future, perhaps I might consider it. Chu Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, the final syllables barely audible. You are bullying me, Lung Yushi exclaimed, giving him a light shove on the chest before tossing a bottle of medicinal pills at him and fleeing. Spirit of Flowers Elixir? A third-grade, top-tier healing potion, quite commendable, he mused, inhaling its fragrant aroma. He raised his gaze to see his second senior sister escaping in haste, warmth spreading through his heart. This Tianyuan Zong truly felt like home. The sect leader, his master, Aunt Ying, along with his senior and second senior sisters, all treated him exceptionally well. Just as Chu Lingfeng intended to rest for a moment. Having recently suffered a significant depletion of his energy, a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance. Chu Lingfeng, come out. Immediately following, His second senior sister's furious voice rang out. Su Muqing, how audacious. This is Tianyuan Peak, the residence of the sect leader. How dare you behave so recklessly here? Su Muqing? So was him. A flicker of realization passed through Chu Lingfeng's mind as his spiritual energy surged forth from the azure whirlpool of his mind, enveloping the open space in front of Tianyuan Mountain in an instant. He then spotted Su Muqing, clad in white robes, approaching swiftly, while Lung Yushi flashed in front of him. Lung Shiji, I am aware this is Tianyuan Mountain, but a month ago, Chu Lingfeng and I made an agreement. What? Now he wishes to break it? So Muqing is native. If you agree to a date with me tonight, I might consider sparing him. Jealousy briefly flickered in his gaze as he spoke. Wasteful Chu Lingfeng, under the protection of the sect leader, now finds himself similarly shielded by the fiercely devoted Lung Yushi. This incites an overwhelming jealousy within him. What is it about Chu Lingfeng that elicits such favor from both of Tianyuanzong's most esteemed beauties? What an audacious scoundrel! Lung Yushi scolded with a furrowed brow. Su Muqing's expression darkened instantly. In that case, do not blame Su for what follows. Chu Lingfeng, how long will you remain a timid turtle? His voice thundered forth, resonating throughout Tianyuanzong, amplified by his internal energy. On the back mountain, a flash of red fabric billowed. Lu Hongyi sat gracefully beside the cliff, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of murderous intent. There is truly no moment to spare. Within the palace, Chu Lingfeng shook his head. In a flash, he summoned a swirling gust beneath his feet, soaring towards the open ground of Tianyuanshan. How dare you act so recklessly on Tianyuanshan? Lung Yushi was seething with rage. With a swift motion of her right hand, a pale red energy transformed into a blade of light, slicing toward Su Muqing's body. Boom! An explosion of energy erupted, yet Su Muqing remained unmoved, smiling faintly as he regarded Lung Yushi. However, the aura surrounding him surged dramatically, overwhelming the disciples below with an almost suffocating pressure. 9th level of the Martial King realm? The disciples gasped in astonishment. Senior Su has broken through to the 9th level of the Martial King realm. It must be the 9th level. Otherwise, how could Lung Yushi's strike possibly fail to breach his defenses? I'll take care of this. Lung Yushi's expression hardened, just as she prepared to unleash a second strike. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in azure appeared beside her, tall and imposing. One arm encircled her waist, while the other restrained her sword hand. Lung Yushi shuddered. The potent masculine presence nearly caused her to lose her grip on the blade. Junior brother? Turning to face the newcomer, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She could hardly believe that the person who had subdued her was none other than her junior brother, Chu Lingfeng. How is this possible? Lung Yushi was taken aback. In her memory, Chu Lingfeng had just reached the martial master realm. How could he now possess the strength to restrain her with a single hand? Chu Lingfeng, you have finally emerged. Su Muqing cast a cold glance at Chu Lingfeng. No longer content to be a timid turtle. I see. Ha ha ha. He continued to mock. A sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes as he realized that Chu Lingfeng's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the martial spirit realm. Though not insignificant, it still paled in comparison to his own. Yet, even so, he felt a surge of alarm, determined not to allow Chu Lingfeng to continue growing stronger. He understood that the day might come when he would surpass him. Junior brother, Chu Lingfeng lightly tapped his toes, summoning a gust of wind. Lung Yushi gasped in surprise beside him. It's fine. Chu Lingfeng reassured her, gently patting her small hand. As he gazed intently at Su Muqing before him, his eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. I initially intended to spare your life, but I never anticipated that you, a mere lapdog, would deliver yourself to me willingly. How convenient, saving me the trouble of seeking you out. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed Su Muqing's gaze as he coldly retorted, Very well, since you are so bold. Do you dare to engage me in a life-and-death duel? This duel shall serve as the conclusion to our month-long agreement. Chu Lingfeng suppressed his smile, shaking his head to indicate that such a confrontation was unnecessary. Are you afraid? Su Muqing's eyes widened suddenly, and with an excited sneer, he mocked. I knew you were nothing but a cowardly wretch. Cold senior sister, do you see clearly what sort of person your junior disciple is? A real man stands tall and proud, yet he hesitates to honor a previously established wager. His expression was exaggerated, as if he were determined to prove that Chu Lingfeng was a treacherous scoundrel, unwilling to accept the terms of a duel that had been agreed upon. My intent is to eliminate you without the need for a duel. Upon finishing his words, Chu Lingfeng's eyes turned a deep azure, and a fierce mental assault surged toward Su Muqing's mind. Mental storm. With a gasp, Su Muqing's complexion drained of color, feeling as though his mind had been struck with force, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing limply to the ground. The sudden turn of events left the disciples from Tianyuan Peak in shock. They had yet to comprehend what had transpired when Su Muqing, as if struck by a tremendous force, plummeted from midair. Muqing. From a distance, an enraged voice echoed from Tianlin Peak. The pressure of authority was palpable. It was Elder Su Hao. A tremendous weight descended upon them, causing everyone to momentarily hold their breath. Moments later, a middle-aged man with dark hair, filled with fury, sped towards them from the horizon. In the next instant, Su Muqing was cradled in his arms. "It hurts. Father, my head hurts." Su Muqing's features contorted in agony as he shouted hoarsely. His eyes were bloodshot, and crimson streaks flowed from the corners of his eyes, creating a ghastly sight. Even second senior sister Lung Yushi could not bear to witness the scene any longer, discreetly hiding behind Chu Lingfeng. His mental energy is damaged. Su Hao's expression turned grave. He quickly shielded Su Muqing, inspecting his injuries only to find no wounds on his body. However, his mental capacity appeared frail, as if it could shatter at any moment. "Chu Lingfeng, what cruel and insidious methods have you employed? Where did you learn such demonic techniques?" He glared furiously at Chu Lingfeng. "Demonique technique? What exactly do you mean by that?" Chu Lingfeng retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. At that moment, he felt an immense thrill within. It seemed as though this world truly aligned with the words of the mysterious woman. There appeared to be no methods for cultivating mental energy, and despite Su Muqing being a martial king at the 9th level, he was utterly defenseless against Chu Lingfeng's surprise attack. At present, this signifies that he has truly attained the combat prowess of the martial king realm. No longer is he the one who must devise strategies to approach within 100 meters of the martial king to launch a lethal strike. The lad is sharp-tongued. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master," the elder declared with great ire. With a swift motion of his right hand, a colossal palm, exceeding 10 zhang in size, descended toward Chu Lingfeng. What a formidable pressure! Chu Lingfeng's breath caught in his throat. The immense weight compelled his mental energy to surge forth, forming a protective barrier around him. Just as this shield took shape, it was abruptly shattered. Chu Lingfeng's heart raced with terror. At that moment, a tremendous wave resonated from the back mountain of Tianyuan sect. Subsequently, the heavens and earth changed hue. The originally clear skies of Tianyuan Mountain were suffused with a violet, mysterious radiance. Someone has broken through to the martial sovereign, who has summoned the forces of heaven and earth. Everyone atop Tianyuan Mountain was struck with astonishment. Just then, a figure in purple stepped forward, appearing before Chu Lingfeng as if through instantaneous teleportation. With a mere flick of her finger, a purple energy orb collided with the giant hand, causing it to shatter with a thunderous crash. The resultant shockwave whipped through the air, and a gust of wind swept past, lifting a corner of the purple veil that adorned Lu Ying, allowing Chu Lingfeng a glimpse of her slightly smiling cherry lips. "How beautiful!" A wave of surprise washed over Chu Lingfeng's eyes. "The Grand Elder? Enning, have you broken through to the martial sovereign realm?" The former was his second senior sister, Lung Yushi, while the latter was Chu Lingfeng himself. His gaze swept over Lu Ying, who had returned to her purple gown, standing gracefully with her jade-like legs together, resembling an otherworldly goddess. How is this possible? In just a month, how has the Grand Elder become so terrifying? The second elder, Su Hao, wore a grim expression, gazing at the formidable Grand Elder Lu Ying, his heart filled with disbelief. Is there a precedent for an elder to strike a disciple in Tianyuan sect? As an elder, what punishment should befall you for privately taking action against a disciple? Lu Ying smiled at Chu Lingfeng, her beautiful eyes serene, yet her voice carried an undeniable authority. According to the regulations of Tianyuan sect, if a disciple errs, they should be penalized by the enforcement team. Elders cannot impose private punishment on disciples. Grand Elder, what wrong have I committed? As a disciple of Tianyuan sect, Chu Lingfeng is accused of practicing demonic and sinister arts learned from unknown sources. His techniques harm others subtly, reminiscent of the methods employed by the ghostly teachings. I suspect that Chu Lingfeng is an agent of the demonic path. Su Hao's eyes glimmered with confidence as his voice rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. To label someone as an agent of the demonic path is no trifling accusation. throughout the Divine Wind Empire, who does not harbor a deep-seated aversion to the demonic path. Were it not for Lu Hongyi's injury, the entirety of Tianyuan's sect might have been attacked by the demonic sect. Huh, accusing me of being a spy of the demonic path? Chu Lingfeng smiled and remarked, do you truly believe that you two are worthy? Elder Su, you have colluded with the Lin family, significantly infringing upon the interests of our Tianyuanzong. As the law elder, you have turned a blind eye to your son's transgressions against virtuous women. Now that the truth has come to light, you even contemplate silencing witnesses. Do you think the sect master and our revered teacher are unaware of these matters? His voice resonated clearly, astonishing the assembled disciples once more. Bring him forth. The grand elder's tone was frigid, and soon a young man, bound tightly like a dumpling, was brought from afar. Suhao is Gaze Sharpant. The captive was none other than his nephew, Su Changkong. He was aware that Chu Lingfeng had ventured to the Maple Leaf secret realm and had plotted for Su Changkong to eliminate him, laying the groundwork for his own succession of Tianyuanzong. No, this is a slanderous accusation. I demand to see the sect master. I must convey the truth. Su Hao's face turned pale with fear as he launched an attack towards Su Changkong. You wish to silence witnesses in my presence? The grand elder's expression turned furious, her long hair billowing as her martial prowess invoked the very forces of nature, darkening the skies. Purple cloud palm. With a furious strike, she directed her energy towards Su Hao. Master, save me. Su Hao sensed a life-threatening danger, his right hand enveloped in black smoke as he bellowed in rage. A rumble echoed as ominous clouds gathered, an even stronger martial aura enveloping the area, carrying a foul stench that made it difficult for everyone to keep their eyes open. Is it the people of the underworld sect? Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow. Chu Lingfeng, Lu Hongyi, I will return. I shall return. Su Hao laughed maniacally as his figure transformed into a shadow, captured by the colossal hand, ready to flee. Leave him. Suddenly, a crimson light swept from the back mountain, revealing a graceful figure in red, striding towards the horizon. Master, it is our master. The second senior sister, Lung Yushi, exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she shouted at Chu Lingfeng. A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Lingfeng, though their sect master was formidable. Her cultivation had only just been restored. The rumbling intensified, and clearly, Chu Lingfeng had underestimated the situation. The red figure danced like a fleeting dream, her elegance unmatched. With a simple yet unadorned strike, the colossal hand shattered. Su Hao, his face etched with terror, fell from within. How could this be? Did you not fall victim to the soul-devouring poison? How is your cultivation restored? He screeched in a trembling voice, staring at Lu Hongyi in disbelief. Her noble and cold visage bore a frosty demeanor. With merely a glance that dismissed him like an insignificant insect, she turned her attention elsewhere. I have underestimated you, Lu Hongyi declared. Until we meet again, Sect Master Lu. The dark clouds sighed and gradually receded, dissipating slowly. Those who betray the sect shall perish. Just as Su Hao prepared to kneel and plead for mercy, Lu Hongyi pointed a finger, and with a soft pop, a crimson light shattered his skull. In that instant, he was dead beyond reprieve. Su Muqing stood frozen, witnessing his father's demise unfold before him, his expression one of sheer horror. From this day forth, Su Hao shall no longer serve as an elder of the Tianyuan sect, and Su Muqing will be demoted from the status of core disciple to an inner disciple. The position of the Law Enforcement Hall elder will be assumed by the fourth elder, Zhou Xiao. Lu Hongyi gently parted her lips, her voice resonating with authority throughout the entire Tianyuan sect. Yes, all who heard her voice immediately bowed in reverence. None could help but hold Lu's sect master in even greater esteem. Her unmatched elegance and formidable strength rendered all disciples spellbound. Even Chu Lingfeng's gaze brimmed with admiration. He had not anticipated the sheer power of his own sect master. Lingfeng, come with me. Chapter 51, Dual Cultivation for Salvation, Alchemy Upgrades. Upon hearing the call from his sect master, Chu Lingfeng's feet flickered with azure wind as he followed Lu Hongyi toward the back mountain. Seeing him trailing behind Lu Hongyi, Lung Yushi's small face turned anxious, and she attempted to follow. Yushi, you cannot go. Beside her, the grand elder Lu Ying hurriedly intervened. Her exquisite visage bore an expression of sorrow, yet she resolutely restrained Lung Yushi. She sensed that Lu Hongyi's powerful strike, while formidable, had exacerbated her injuries, leaving her internal energy unstable. Thus, the reason for summoning Chu Lingfeng was evident. Why? Lung Yushi looked up at the grand elder with a puzzled expression. The Grand Elder's cheeks flushed as she hastily fabricated an excuse to deflect the question. In the back mountain, within the sect master's palace, Chu Lingfeng entered behind Lu Hongyi, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that his beloved master would be so extraordinarily gifted and commanding. Fully aware of the connection between the Su family and the underworld sect, she had not hesitated to act, forcefully repelling the underworld sect's experts who came to rescue Su Hao, and even slaying Su Hao before his very eyes. Such a temperament was undeniably appealing to Chu Lingfeng. To repay enmity with immediacy, revenge shall not wait until the morrow. Upon entering the chamber, Chu Lingfeng suddenly heard a cry of pain. "Fenger, come here." As he turned to look, he saw that the corners of Lu Hongyi's mouth were stained crimson, her enchanting eyes gazing at him with a dazed allure. "Sect Master." He was instantly taken aback, his form flickering as he swiftly embraced Lu Hongyi's waist, returning to the bed in an instant. "Are you injured? Oh dear! How could you be so careless? Let Su Hao flee. Once I cultivate further, I shall be able to slay him as well. Look at you like this." Chu Lingfeng's heart ached at her condition. To him, ensuring Lu Hongyi's health was of far greater importance than avenging Su Hao. Sure. Before he could finish his thought, a delicate white hand pressed against his lips. "Do not speak, Feng. Do you find your master beautiful?" Lu Hongyi gently nodded, whispering in his ear. A tingling sensation coursed through Chu Lingfeng, electrifying his entire being. "Master." Chu Lingfeng felt a dryness in his throat as he gazed upon the enchanting visage of Lu Hongyi. "You have endured much these days," he remarked. Lu Hongyi, slightly out of breath, leaned against his shoulder and declared, "I cannot permit anyone to harm you, not even in the slightest." Deeply moved, Chu Lingfeng embraced her delicate form and gently reclined, saying, "Master, do not move. I shall tend to your wounds first." As he spoke, he summoned his thoughts. In 12 Yin-Yang creation, orbs materialized, emanating a milky white light akin to grains of rice, ready to heal Lu Hongyi's injuries. "This is too slow." Lu Hongyi unfastened her red belt, her alluring figure flipping over to pin Chu Lingfeng down. "This is far more efficient." The following day, Chu Lingfeng awoke, his body aching from the exertion of healing Lu Hongyi. He had truly given himself completely. Yet, the outcome was gratifying. Lu Hongyi's injuries had significantly diminished. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a soft exclamation beside him. "Master, I must rise." Gazing at the stunning beauty before him, he could not resist planting a kiss on her lips. "My cultivation is too feeble. While I managed to suppress the soul-devouring poison this time, I cannot guarantee success in the future. I must rapidly strengthen myself. Once I gather more Yin-Yang creation orbs, I can eradicate the poison entirely." Lu Hongyi's autumn-like eyes opened, filled with playful reproach. "Who is your baby? And if you need to get up, then do so. What are those hands doing?" Initially, she had resisted the term master, but it seemed her objections had dwindled to mere words. Chu Lingfeng rose, declaring, "Yesterday you insisted on maintaining the dignity of the master. Now, I must uphold my own manhood." Lu Hongyi's beautiful face flushed, and she provocatively lifted her lips, teasing, "Oh, little man." Fury surged within Chu Lingfeng as he retorted, "What did you say?" With that, the hall of the master once again became a scene of unrestrained passion. An hour later, having donned his attire, Chu Lingfeng prepared to leave the main hall of the sect. Today, he set out to find someone to concoct the Phoenix Blood Nirvana pill. He had procured 2 blood phoenix grass from the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. One was to treat Lu Hongyi's meridian injuries caused by the soul-devouring poison, allowing her to temporarily suppress the toxin. The other he had kept in his storage ring, intended for the creation of the Phoenix Blood Nirvana pill. Only this pill could thoroughly activate his pure Yang divine body, temporarily enhancing his cultivation. Thus, Chu Lingfeng descended Tianyuan Mountain, heading towards the city of Tianyuan. He sought Luo Fei, for whether in extensive alchemical practices to absorb yin-yang energy, or in utilizing pills to elevate his cultivation. He could not do without the services of the Chu Dan Pavilion. Fortunately, Tianyuan City lay at the foot of Tianyuan Mountain, and utilizing the divine wind steps, he reached the Chu Dan Pavilion in less than an hour. "Rival, you still remember to visit me." As soon as he laid eyes on Luo Fei, her familiar, enchanting voice resonated in Chu Lingfeng's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 52. Reunion with Luo Fei, the Alchemy Contest. Seated in the guest room, Chu Lingfeng gazed at his visitor, his eyes filled with astonishment. Before him stood Luo Fei, adorned in a magnificent red palace gown that accentuated her perfectly slender figure. Her hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, and with each graceful step, her curvaceous form swayed enticingly, making it difficult for Chu Lingfeng to avert his gaze. "Rebut, you still remember to come see me? Do you realize how many days you have been gone?" Upon seeing Chu Lingfeng, Luo Fei's exquisite face bore a hint of melancholy as she spoke. Without hesitation, she leaped into Chu Lingfeng's embrace. A fragrant breeze enveloped him. Her soft, delicate body rendered him momentarily speechless, and he instinctively replied, "I've just begun my training and have been quite busy. I completely forgot to visit you." The azure flames within his dantian flickered, and suddenly a wave of warmth coursed through his limbs, bringing clarity to his mind. Azure Lotus Profound Fire? As his senses returned, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Have you employed your enchanting skills on me again?" He then turned to Luo Fei, releasing an aura of the 6th level of martial spirit. He dissipated Luo Fei's pink, profound energy. Her bewitching face displayed surprise. In just a month, Chu Lingfeng had advanced to the 6th level of martial spirit. She looked up at him, astonished. "How did you break through so swiftly? Why did my enchanting skills fail the moment I employed them?" Her surprise was warranted. When she last visited Chu Lingfeng, he was merely at the 8th level of martial master, and now he had ascended a full realm in just 1 month. "Luo Pavilion Master, could you refrain from using your enchanting skills on me in the future?" Chu Lingfeng said helplessly, observing the alluring Luo Fei, who had now risen from his embrace, smoothing the creases of her gown. For some reason, the dignified red palace attire she wore exuded not an air of grandeur, but rather a bewitching allure, evoking an impulse to strip her of her garments. "What's wrong? Little brother, I'm offering you free assistance to bolster your immunity against women, and you still dare to complain? Just use it. Just use it. Just use it." As she spoke, Luo Fei waved her delicate hand, enveloping Chu Lingfeng in a cascade of pink profound energy. Within his dantian, the azure lotus profound fire sensed the impending threat and flared up, sending waves of heat throughout Chu Lingfeng's body. "Am I no longer susceptible to her enchanting skills?" he thought, a thrill of joy surging within him. Empowered by the azure lotus profound fire, Luo Fei's enchanting techniques seemed to have no effect on him. His mind was remarkably clear, unaffected in the slightest. Playful, Chu Lingfeng let out a light hum, and with a flick of his foot, a gust of azure wind surged forth, playfully slapping her round posterior several times. The soft curves of Hua Fei's form rippled in response, and at that moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, her delicate teeth nibbling gently, while her eyes glimmered like water, filled with tumultuous waves. "You little rascal, cease this at once!" Hua Fei exclaimed in a mixture of shyness and rage, her alabaster thighs quivering beneath her. She promptly sank down onto the ground. "Let us see how mischievous you can be." Observing her reaction, Chu Lingfeng encircled her willow-like waist, drawing Hua Fei into his embrace. He continued his playful antics. Though his force was gentle, the speed of his actions heightened. "You!" Her heart quivered as the searing sensation spread from her rear throughout her body. Her delicate form weakened, and in a blend of shame and anger, she bit down on Chu Lingfeng's chest. He winced, feeling a sudden sting, and immediately ceased his actions, exclaiming, "Are you a dog?" Just as he contemplated retaliating, he noticed Hua Fei had already risen to a distance of 8 paces, caressing her rear and indignantly declaring, "If you dare to continue, I shall ignore you completely." Seeing her fury, Chu Lingfeng promptly raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Lady Hua, if you promise not to employ your charms on me again, I assure you I shall not retaliate." He emphasized the word assure. Hua Fei's cheeks turned a shade of red as she turned her head away, scoffing, "You little lecher, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You and T come to the Chu Dan Pavilion without a purpose. Here I am, a mere woman, struggling to uphold such a large enterprise. And yet I am bullied by the Alchemist Guild. Yet you would hardly care. Now, what is it that you seek from me?" Hua Fei's expression shifted, transforming from that of a bewitching enchantress to one of pitiful vulnerability, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, resembling a long-suffering little wife. The ever-changing enchantress. Chu Lingfeng found himself exasperated. Whenever Hua Fei wished to solicit his assistance, she would inevitably adopt an utterly feeble demeanor, weaving tales of her own misfortunes. When she initially established the Chu Dan Pavilion, she had claimed that should she be unable to sustain it, her father would drag her back for an arranged marriage. Chu Lingfeng, believing her, had utilized his knowledge from a previous life to help her build the Chu Dan Pavilion. "Now, what is it that you require?" he asked, taking a seat on a wooden chair and pouring himself a cup of tea. Hua Fei's lovely face brightened, and she gracefully approached him, her long legs gliding effortlessly. With delicate hands that seemed almost boneless, she began to massage his shoulders, her sultry voice whispering in his ear. It's just that the Alchemist Guild is hosting a grand alchemist competition, and my Chu Dan Pavilion is representing Tianyuan City. If we win, we shall receive the Alchemist Handbook and ancient formulas as rewards. However, our young talents in the Chu Dan Pavilion are merely fourth-tier alchemists and cannot yet produce high-quality fourth-tier elixirs. I wish. Hua Fei's enchanting voice drifted through the air, accompanied by a whisper of fragrant air, akin to a playful kitten, stirring a sense of yearning within Chu Lingfeng. Do you wish for me to represent the Chu Dan Pavilion in the competition? Chu Lingfeng grasped her delicate, frail hand and responded. Luo Fei nodded gently. Her voice barely above a whisper. The Alchemist Guild significantly influences alchemists. Most importantly, if our Chu Dan Pavilion aspires to thrive in the Divine Wind Imperial Capital, we must engage with the Alchemist Guild there. If we receive assistance from the Qingzhou Guild, the advancement of our Chu Dan Pavilion will be remarkably expedited. As Chu Lingfeng absorbed Luo Fei's words, a look of realization washed over his youthful face. Indeed, it was no wonder Luo Fei was so eager today. It appeared she had taken note of his alchemical prowess. Lingfeng, agree to this, she urged. Do you not wish to hasten your progress with the yin-yang transformation technique? Only by refining elixirs can you gather a significant amount of yin-yang energy. By joining the Alchemist Guild, with so many elixirs being produced simultaneously, the influx of yin-yang energy will surely increase. This will aid you in swiftly consolidating the yin-yang transformation pearl. While pondering, a mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. Yes, if yin-yang energy is derived from their interaction, then the Alchemist Guild is undoubtedly the most prolific source. Chu Lingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Luo Fei and declared, Lady Luo, I shall consent. But what reward shall you bestow upon me, if I succeed? As he spoke, his gaze swept over her enticing figure. Chapter 53, The Fourth-Rank Alchemist. Luo Fei's scheming. You wretched little brother. You already possess half of what belongs to your sister. What more do you desire? Luo Fei exclaimed in exasperation, playfully striking his hand twice. All right, I have agreed. Is that not sufficient? Chu Lingfeng, noticing Luo Fei's vexation, swiftly caught her mischievous hand and reassured her. That is more like it. Luo Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly took Chu Lingfeng's hand and led him downstairs. The Chu Dan Pavilion was about to hold a small alchemical competition to select the top 3 contestants to represent Tianyuan City and the Chu Dan Pavilion in the Alchemist Grand Tournament. You arrived just in time. Come with me to witness if they possess even half your skill, Luo Fei chimed. Luo Fei had witnessed Chu Lingfeng's alchemical talent firsthand. Even Master Guoyo, the chief alchemist of the Chu Dan Pavilion, had expressed admiration for him. Moreover, Chu Lingfeng possessed a 6th-grade formula that had piqued Master Ji's interest. In her mind, the mere alchemical competition could not measure up to Chu Lingfeng's capabilities. Chu Lingfeng nodded slightly, curious about the abilities of the younger generation of alchemists at the Chu Dan Pavilion. Thus, the two of them walked hand in hand toward the back courtyard of the pavilion. Brother Song is incredible. He has actually refined a 4th-grade Yuan spirit pill. Look at its quality. It is undoubtedly of medium grade. What is this? Brother Song produced 12 pills in one batch, and I even spotted a high-grade Yuan spirit pill among them. Is that true? Brother Song is so proficient in alchemy? Chu Lingfeng followed closely behind Luo Fei as they entered an alchemical chamber in the back courtyard. Within the alchemy chamber, several individuals deftly manipulated their respective cauldrons, executing intricate alchemical technique. Master Guoyo, standing with his hands clasped behind him, surveyed the scene with a discerning gaze. Among them was Song Qing, the most formidable alchemist of the younger generation from the Chu Alchemy Pavilion, already capable of concocting low-grade 4th-tier elixirs. He was also one of the core candidates representing our pavilion in the upcoming alchemical competition. Beside him stood Linda, the disciple of Master Gu, accompanied by a young woman named Xianxia. If all went according to plan, these 3 would represent the Chu Alchemy Pavilion in the competition. Luo Fei stood next to Chu Lingfeng, her delicate hand gesturing towards a haughty young man clad in white robes to their left. This man, appearing to be in his 20s, emanated the aura of a martial king. Accompanying him were two individuals whose profound energy fluctuations indicated they were at the pinnacle of martial spirit. Is that Song Qing? Chu Lingfeng directing his attention to the leading man. Upon entering the room, he had overheard the discussions among the alchemical apprentices, and now, hearing Luo Fei's introduction, it was evident that this individual was not to be underestimated. Feeling Luo Fei's gaze upon him, Song Qing experienced a surge of excitement. He had joined the Chu Alchemy Pavilion primarily due to her influence and considered himself one of her admirers. He believed that at such a young age, having already reached the status of a fourth-tier alchemist, he had the potential to aspire to the sixth-tier realm. Such a promising young talent, he felt, was deserving of companionship with someone as ethereal as Pavilion Master Luo Fei. However, his demeanor shifted abruptly as he noticed Luo Fei divert her attention to a handsome young man beside her, engaging in intimate conversation and whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Song Qing's expression darkened, and a wave of anguish twisted within him. The Pavilion Master, whom he had pursued so earnestly, seemed indifferent to him, now displaying affection towards another. The sensation was more unbearable than swallowing something foul. In that moment, all of his focus had been on Chu Lingfeng, and an inadvertent lapse in control over his energy caused a catastrophic explosion from his cauldron. A cloud of dark alchemical residue erupted, filling the chamber with a foul odor that prompted grimaces from all present. Song Qing's furnace had exploded, disqualifying him from the alchemical competition. Master Ge Wuyo cast a glance at him, his expression devoid of emotion as he announced the outcome. No, this cannot be. It was merely an error. Master Ge, I implore you for another chance. If granted, I am certain I can produce a medium-grade fourth-tier elixir, the Yuanling Dan, Song Qing pleaded, panic evident in his countenance. In an instant, his desperate words incited irritation among the others. While it was true that he was the pavilion's sole young fourth-tier alchemist, this was merely a small competition for the Chu Alchemy Pavilion. Granting him a reprieve would be profoundly unjust to the others. Master Gu's expression grew somber. If he did not intervene, Song Qing, as a seed candidate, would be eliminated, yet if he did offer leniency, he would owe an explanation to the other competitors, placing him in a precarious position. This is not acceptable. The regulations of the alchemy competition state that each participant has but a single opportunity to refine their elixir. You have received preferential treatment. What do the others say? This is utterly unjust. Master Ge, I implore you to adjudicate impartially as the judge. A voice, filled with righteous indignation, echoed throughout the alchemy chamber. Do you comprehend the significance of selecting an alchemist? The purpose is to represent the Chu Dan Pavilion. I am a sole fourth-grade alchemist representing the entire Chu Dan Pavilion. If I am eliminated, how can the pavilion hope to claim victory? Pavilion Master, please render your judgment. Is this not a valid point? Song Qing's fair visage contorted with distress as he cast a pleading glance towards Luo Fei. In his mind, his worth was irreplaceable at this moment, and he believed Luo Fei would undoubtedly side with him. Pavilion Master Luo? I pay my respects to Pavilion Master Luo. As soon as Song Qing's words fell, all eyes turned towards Luo Fei. They hastily bowed before her, who resembled a divine goddess. Pavilion Master Luo? Master Chu? Ge Wuyo also turned his gaze, and upon seeing Chu Lingfeng, his expression shifted to one of surprise, prompting him to approach and pay his respects. Lingfeng, what is your opinion? Under the scrutiny of all present, Luo Fei refrained from making a decision, instead fixing her beautiful eyes upon Chu Lingfeng. In an instant, bewilderment washed over everyone in the Chu Dan Pavilion. Who is this man? How could he be in the presence of Pavilion Master Luo? Good heavens, the ethereal Pavilion Master is actually seeking this man's counsel. Surely, this is madness. Chu Lingfeng surveyed the expressions of those around him, but remained silent. Song Qing's face twisted in anger as he threatened. Pavilion Master Luo, who is he? What right does he have to interfere in the affairs of the Chu Dan Pavilion? I am the strongest fourth-grade alchemist of the younger generation. If I cannot participate, how can our pavilion secure victory? Luo Fei's previously radiant smile gradually faded, her beautiful eyes narrowing, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. She has always despised anyone who dares to threaten her or dictate her choices. If he cannot participate, does that mean the Chu Dan Pavilion cannot aspire to victory? Allow me to introduce Chu Lingfeng, our newly appointed fourth-grade alchemist, and also my partner. Song Qing, do not presume that this world revolves around you. Without you, will the Chu Dan Pavilion cease to produce elixirs? Her words caused a collective gasp, altering the expressions of all present. The alchemists felt a surge of tumultuous emotions. Goodness, this pretty boy is a fourth-grade alchemist? He is the pavilion master's lover? He is Sully, my goddess. I shall duel him. In that moment, the faces of all turned grim with outrage. Imagining the enchanting pavilion master being subdued by Chu Lingfeng filled them with an ire so potent that they wished to eliminate him to relieve their frustrations. What? Why? Song Qing's expression twisted with disbelief. As though he were facing a sworn enemy, he glared at Chu Lingfeng. I cannot believe he could surpass me. You dandy, do you dare to compete with me in alchemy? Chapter 54. The creation of the Phoenix Blood Nirvana Pill. The excited Luo Fei. Chu Lingfeng observed the flustered Song Qing, provoked by Luo Fei's mere words, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. To put it plainly, Luo Fei harbored an intention to use him to assert dominance over all the alchemists in the Chu Dam Pavilion. Although she was the owner of the pavilion, her understanding of alchemy was quite limited. Go Wuyo, while outwardly respectful towards her as the pavilion master, shared a closer relationship with Chu Lingfeng than with her. Very well. Since it is a contest of alchemy, what shall our wager be? With this thought, Chu Lingfeng responded nonchalantly. After all, it was his own domain. Exerting some pressure on them would also be beneficial for him. Upon hearing Chu Lingfeng's agreement, Song Qing's expression brightened, and he hastily proclaimed, Pavilion Master Luo, should I emerge victorious, it would prove that this dandy lacks the alchemical prowess of my own. I implore the Pavilion Master to recognize this, and to expel such a waste from the Chu Dam Pavilion. Before Chu Lingfeng could respond, Luo Fei's delicate visage suddenly darkened. I have already declared that Chu Lingfeng is under my protection. Regardless of whether you win or lose, what difference does it make? Do you truly think you can drive him away from the Chu Dam Pavilion? Dream on. How domineering in her defense of him. Chu Lingfeng cast a surprised glance at Luo Fei, astonished by her words. He had initially thought she might playfully side with Song Qing. Song Qing's face contorted with a mixture of green and white, his heart shattering upon witnessing his beloved goddess speak in favor of another man. Let us compete. Are you daring enough to concoct a mid-grade fourth-tier Yuan Lingdan together? He glared fiercely at Chu Lingfeng, his heart screaming with determination. He must defeat Chu Lingfeng. Only then could Pavilion Master Luo begrudgingly acknowledge who was superior. The most exceptional individual must undoubtedly be him, Song Qing. No need. I shall concoct it. You may simply observe. Chu Lingfeng shook his head. Master Go, please prepare Qilin grass, Yuan Ling water, and fifth-tier earth hemp leaves. Chu Lingfeng bypassed Song Qing and approached Go Wuyo, rattling off more than 20 types of materials, leaving Go Wuyo utterly stunned. Master Chu, do you intend to refine a fifth-tier pill this time? He exclaimed, his complexion filled with astonishment. The growth of an alchemist is akin to traversing an insurmountable chasm at each level. Fourth-tier pills require only a handful of materials, and those lacking sufficient mental fortitude cannot succeed in their creation. Not to mention fifth-tier pills, Go Wuyo had immersed himself in the art of alchemy for decades, having refined thousands of batches, slowly achieving the rank of fifth-tier alchemist. How could he not be astounded that Chu Lingfeng, so young, aspired to concoct fifth-tier pills? Not exactly, but somewhat, Chu Lingfeng replied ambiguously. The Phoenix Blood Nirvana pill was originally classified as a seventh-tier elixir. However, due to Chu Lingfeng's insufficient strength, he could not concoct such a powerful potion. Thus, he discovered a clever method within the inherited memories of the Yin-Yang alchemy master, utilizing the Yin-Yang transformation pearl within his body to forcibly condense the elixir. Although this approach would result in a significant loss of efficacy, the difficulty of alchemy would be comparable to that of a top-tier fourth-grade elixir. With the grand competition of the four sects approaching, Chu Lingfeng needed to expedite the enhancement of his strength. Excellent. I shall prepare immediately, ye vous exclaimed joyfully. As preparations commenced, the young alchemists participating in the alchemical competition gradually concluded their sessions. A surge of yin-yang energy. Chu Lingfeng's eyes gleamed with delight. At the moment Linda successfully condensed his elixir, a wave of yin-yang energy emerged and swiftly approached him. How exhilarating! Chu Lingfeng activated the yin-yang transformation technique, and the 12 yin-yang transformation pearls in his chest radiated a soft, white glow, swiftly absorbing the entirety of the yin-yang energy. Third-tier elixir, high-grade, 3 patterns. Linda, the alchemist, ranks first. Third-tier elixir, mid-grade, 2 patterns. Xianxia, the alchemist, ranked second. Chu Lingfeng stood by, absorbing the successful alchemical energy while listening to the announcement of the other's achievements. It must be said that Luo Fei's capabilities were indeed formidable. The alchemists under her command exhibited commendable skills. Song Qing's expression darkened. The first place should have rightfully belonged to him, all due to this pretty boy. He glared furiously at Chu Lingfeng, convinced that Chu's presence had influenced Luo Fei. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would undoubtedly have claimed the top position. At that moment, his resentment towards Chu Lingfeng intensified. Buzz! Chu Lingfeng's eyes opened, revealing a brand new Yin-Yang transformation pearl within him. The 13th. A wave of joy surged within him. His decision to participate in the alchemical competition was indeed fortuitous. This mere alchemical contest had already allowed him to condense his 13th Yin-Yang transformation pearl. He dared not speculate how many more he could gather if he participated in the Alchemist Guild's competition. Master Chu, I have brought the materials. Gu Wuyo hurried over, slapping his storage pouch, causing over 20 types of alchemical ingredients to materialize before the crowd. 5th-tier elixir? Master Chu, are you truly attempting to concoct a 5th-tier elixir? I must be mistaken. Upon seeing the materials, Song Qing's eyes gleamed with derision as he loudly proclaimed the grade of the elixir Chu Lingfeng intended to create. Instantly, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone present. A 5th-tier elixir? How old could he be? Yet he claims to be on par with Master Gu as a 5th-tier alchemist. Surely, he must be boasting. A 5th-tier alchemist? I refuse to believe it. As expected, this declaration sparked a cacophony of skepticism. Chu Lingfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, refraining from rebuttal, and proceeded to prepare for alchemy. The yin-yang energy within him afforded him a level of enhancement in alchemy that was difficult for others to comprehend. Even if Chu Lingfeng had never concocted the Phoenix Blood Nirvana pill before, failure was not an option. Moreover, he was empowered by the presence of otherworldly flames. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a cerulean flame materialized in the palm of his hand. As the alchemical fire coalesced, a faint warmth enveloped the entire alchemy chamber. Felt by every onlooker, this azure flame, Gu Wuyo's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of surprise flickering within them. Unperturbed by the astonishment of others, Chu Lingfeng struck the lid of the massive black gold furnace, causing it to swing open. Then, with a wave of his hand, over 20 herbs soared into the cauldron simultaneously. Boom! This audacious maneuver left the spectators wide-eyed with shock. Look, he can't even refine materials properly. Yet he aspires to concoct a 5th-grade pill? Young man, cease this folly. Be cautious or you'll cause an explosion. You cannot afford the cost of this black gold furnace. The harsh laughter of Song Qing reverberated throughout the alchemy room. Boom! Chu Lingfeng paid no heed to him. With a vigorous push of his right hand, the immense azure flame scorched the entire black gold furnace. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion did not ensue. Instead, a refreshing fragrance of herbs wafted into the nostrils of all present. Had the liquid coalesced so swiftly? How could this be? Both Gu Wuyo and Song Qing, along with the others, wore expressions of astonishment. Now, the most crucial step, Chu Lingfeng murmured to himself. With a flourish of his left hand, a scarlet herb appeared before everyone's eyes. A 7th-grade spirit herb? Gu Wuyo's voice sharpened, while Luo Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. As Chu Lingfeng introduced the blood phoenix herb into the mixture, a faint sound resembling a phoenix's cry echoed in the ears of the observers. Congeal for me. 13 yin-yang creation pearls within Chu Lingfeng radiated a luminous white glow. Streams of yin and yang energy enveloped the herbs, colliding with one another. Boom! A tremendous explosion ressonnetait. In less than 15 minutes, an intoxicating fragrance filled the air, penetrating the senses of all present. A fiery red pill gradually emerged from the black gold furnace. A 5th-grade premium pill. This is a premium pill? Gu Wuyo exclaimed in shock, while Luo Fei's delicate face flushed with excitement. In their minds, disbelief flickered. Lingfeng, you are remarkable. Luo Fei joyfully leaped towards Chu Lingfeng, wrapping her alabaster arms around his neck. Her crimson lips fervently pressed against his cheek in a flurry of kisses. Goodness, I've been ambushed with a passionate kiss. Just as Chu Lingfeng retrieved the Phoenix Blood Nirvana pill, his eyes widened in surprise, instinctively reacting. Chapter 55. 20 Yin-Yang Creation Pearls. Have I become a male charm demon? Alas, my goddess is gone. My heart is shattered. You scoundrel, I shall tear you apart. After all, he is a fifth-grade alchemist. Do you truly believe you are worthy? A pang of anxiety gripped Song Qing's heart, and he felt as though his head might explode from rage. The goddess in his heart had initiated a kiss, and it unfolded right before his eyes. Akin to a grievous betrayal, others shared his astonishment. The proactive kiss from Lord Luo was more shocking than the exquisite elixir refined by Chu Lingfeng. Remarkable. Chu Lingfeng, you are truly extraordinary. With you by my side, who would dare to impose a marriage alliance upon me? Luo Fei's face radiated joy as she inhaled the familiar masculine scent emanating from Chu Lingfeng, her delicate body trembling in delight. A marriage alliance? Who would dare to propose such a thing? Just wait until I deal with them. Upon hearing the words marriage alliance, Chu Lingfeng was consumed by fury. Instantly, he was reminded of his senior sister, Dugamushua, back in the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Kingdom. She was ensnared by such a proposal, a formidable general. She had been summoned back by the Wind Emperor to prepare for an alliance with the Xianling Kingdom. The mere thought of it filled Chu Lingfeng with profound disdain for marriage alliances. He chuckled. With you here, there is nothing to fear. Everything is possible. Once you grow to become a ninth-tier alchemist, we shall establish the Chu Dan Pavilion across the entire continent. At that time, let my father, that old fossil, see that he is not the only one capable of alchemy. Luo Fei's charming face glowed with excitement as she wrapped her arms around Chu Lingfeng's neck, brimming with confidence. Your father? He isn't also an alchemist, is he? Chu Lingfeng Vito. Indeed, but he is not as skilled as you. Luo Fei replied with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling. She then gracefully descended from Chu Lingfeng's embrace, adding, if you ever treat me poorly, I shall not hesitate to bite you. Chu Lingfeng repeatedly assured her of his unwavering kindness, which brought her delight. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng was plagued by a headache. With Luo Fei's affections, alongside the two women at home and senior sister Dugamushua, his emotional entanglements were multiplying. Although his pure young body possessed a fatal allure to women, letting Aunt Ing discover this would surely invite a torrent of reproach. Master Chu, might you enlighten me on your method of alchemy? It is utterly astonishing. I have been a fifth-tier alchemist for many years and have never witnessed such a formidable approach to alchemy. Go Weio's expression was one of shock as he hurriedly bowed before Chu Lingfeng. The ability to refine over 20 types of herbs in one go, without fear of an explosion, and ultimately using a 7th-tier spirit herb to concoct a top-grade 4th-tier elixir was an unprecedented feat. The most critical aspect was that Chu Lingfeng not only succeeded, but did so with an astonishingly straightforward technique. It was so rudimentary, akin to cooking, as he tossed all the ingredients into the alchemical furnace at once. He then employed flames to refine the elixir, and yet this method yielded remarkable results. Alchemy? Isn't it just that? Chu Lingfeng mused, momentarily taken aback. He couldn't recall needing any particular alchemical techniques. Master Gu's snow-white beard bristled, and with a forceful tug, he inadvertently yanked out 3 strands of his beard, frozen in disbelief. Chu Lingfeng's explanation was so simplistic and blunt that he barely registered its impact. Let's go, he exclaimed, taking Luo Fei's delicate hand and leaving the alchemy room, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. As for Song Qing, Chu Lingfeng passed by without even a glance. I need to find a place to refine the Phoenix Blood Nirvana pill. Call for me if you head to the Alchemist Guild. Once outside the room, Chu Lingfeng began conversing with Luo Fei, and after expressing himself, he slipped into her boudoir. Oh, Luo Fei's delicate face, resembling a peach blossom, displayed a hint of displeasure. Despite having just confessed her feelings, Chu Lingfeng had abandoned her to pursue his own cultivation. Understood. Luo Fei made a face in the direction where Chu Lingfeng had vanished. Then, her expression shifted, transforming back into the divine maiden of the Luo Dan Pavilion, her rounded figure swaying as she organized matters for the Alchemist Guild. Quickly consume it. Lingfeng, although this Phoenix Blood Nirvana pill possesses only the potency of a top-tier 4th-grade pill, it is still a miniature version of a 7th-grade elixir. The yin-yang energy it generates far exceeds that of a 4th-grade pill. If you do not refine it immediately, it will dissipate. As soon as he entered Luo Fei's boudoir, Chu Lingfeng surveyed the surroundings, and a mysterious woman's voice echoed in his ears. Luo Fei, claiming to be practicing charm techniques, had surprisingly decorated her room in shades of pink. Chu Lingfeng nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Within Luo Fei's chamber, the drapes and tablecloths were all in pink hues. making it appear less like the domain of a master overseeing hundreds of alchemy shops in Qingzhou and more like that of a pampered heiress. Did you hear what I said? The mysterious woman asked in exasperation. Understood. Sister Fairy, I shall cultivate right away. Chu Lingfeng replied with a smile. He shifted his form and entered the primordial cauldron, where the amber-hued phoenix blood nirvana pill materialized before him. This pill contained a trace of the phoenix's rebirth power, capable of reactivating the pure yang essence within him. Once activated, his internal yang energy would rapidly accumulate, and he could also absorb pure yang sacred objects, hastening his recovery. Do you comprehend? The mysterious woman inquired. Chu Lingfeng's expression turned solemn as he nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let us begin. The revival of your pure yang body will reveal to you the numerous benefits it bestows. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of strands of spiritual energy surged toward Chu Lingfeng from the primordial cauldron. He inhaled deeply, drawing the amber phoenix blood nirvana pill into his abdomen. Boom! Waves of transformative energy erupted within Chu Lingfeng. He felt the cycle of death and rebirth within his flesh, as if he had instantaneously experienced the passage from youth to old age. Boom! 13 yin-yang creation orbs radiated their brilliance in unison. The 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 20th essences emanated a fragrant aura from within Chu Lingfeng, wafting towards the door. What is this? How delightful! A cascade of aromatic vapors emerged from the chamber of Lady Luo, infiltrating the nostrils of the attending maidens. Oh no! What mischief is this rogue up to in his room? As Lady Luo inhaled the captivating scent wafting from her quarters, it seemed as if a devil had drawn out the desires hidden within her heart. On the 4th floor, a gathering of opulent matriarchs emerged from their chamber, making their way towards the backyard. Halt! Entry to the backyard is forbidden, Lady Luo bellowed. Yes. The guards promptly assembled, casting a shimmering barrier around the area. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Lady Luo bit her lip and hurried towards her room. A thunderous surge of energy erupted within Chu Lingfeng. What a formidable elixir! His cultivation sword, 6th level martial spirit, 7th level, 8th level, and then 9th level. As he opened his eyes, joy surged within him. Sister Fairy, I have broken through to the 9th level of martial spirit. Only the wings of the martial king stand between me and the martial king realm. What intoxicating presence! Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a mysterious woman gazing at him with a mesmerizing look. Noticing his unwavering gaze, she blushed and vanished in an instant. All right then, you should leave now. Chu Lingfeng ponde, so mewat biwi. Is it truly that fragrant? As he emerged from the primordial cauldron, he heard a knock at the door. Stinky brother, hurry and open the door. We're setting off for the Alchemist Guild. As he opened the door, he saw Lady Luo, her nostrils flaring as she approached. Encircling his neck with her arms, her exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue. You smell so good, what have you done? With a flicker of thought, Chu Lingfeng activated the profound Yin demon art, and soon, Lady Luo's face returned to its normal state. Have I become a male enchantress? Chapter 56. News of the Imperial Consort, Enemies of the Medicine King Sect. You little rascal, you must adapt. You possess one of the most esteemed, pure, yang divine bodies in this vast world. How could an ordinary enchantress compare to your innate constitution? As Chu Lingfeng marveled at this revelation, the teasing voice of the mysterious woman echoed in his mind. So that is it. He felt a surge of joy. His pure, yang divine body had only recently been activated, yet displayed such remarkable effects. Once he breaks through to the 2nd and 3rd tribulations of the divine body, the results will surely be even more profound. Sister Luo, you seem as though you've devoured me. Chu Lingfeng gazed at Luo Fei, who was draped over him, and teased her. Luo Fei's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she realized her indiscretion. In a flustered state, she hurriedly dismounted from him and dashed out, her expression one of alarm. In Qingzhou Dan City, the day after Chu Lingfeng ascended to the 9th level of martial spirit, he set off towards Dan City alongside Luo Fei. The tallest edifice within Dan City is known as the Dan Tower, which serves as the hub for the Alchemist Guild. Such associations exist in nearly every province of the Divine Wind Kingdom, aiming to attract new alchemists to join guild. Only through a continuous influx of alchemists can the guild maintain its preeminent status within the Divine Wind Kingdom. Furthermore, the guild does not engage directly in the business of medicinal pills. Rather, it focuses on the auctioning of formulas, the ranking of alchemists, and the training of new practitioners. Whether one is a first or second-tier alchemist is substantiated by the medals issued by the guild. Truly, monopoly is a lucrative enterprise. As Chu Lingfeng beheld the soaring Dan Tower, he mused himself. Throughout their journey, Luo Fei provided him with insights into the nature of the Alchemist Guild. After much explanation, Chu Lingfeng began to grasp that this guild was a colossal entity, essentially monopolizing the medicinal pill trade across the Divine Wind Kingdom. Thus, after approximately 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at Xianxia Dan City. To participate in the alchemist competition, Chu Lingfeng followed closely behind Luo Fei, accompanied by Song Qing, Linda, Xin Su, and Master Go, not daring to linger as they made their way directly to the Dan Tower. Upon entering the threshold, they overheard a gathering of people engaged in animated discussion. Esteemed official, please allow me to meet with Alchemist Lin. The Imperial Consort is gravely ill, and if I cannot see Alchemist Lin today, I shall be met with dire consequences upon returning to the Lord's estate. No. Today the Dan Tower is hosting the Alchemist Grand Competition. Not only will you not meet Alchemist Lin, even if you did, he would not accompany you to attend to your illness. I implore you to return. Do you not realize who is gravely ill? It is none other than the favored one Guifei of the Wind Emperor. If anything were to happen to her, can your Dan Tower bear the repercussions? As a young attendant in gray cloth reprimanded loudly, the crowd buzzed with speculation about the alchemist before them. Wang Guifei? Who is she? Luo Fei inquired instinctively, momentarily taken aback. Lord Luo, are you not aware of Wang Guifei? She is the Wind Emperor's latest favorite, renowned for her enchanting beauty that has utterly captivated him. However, it is said that her family resides in the Lin Mansion of Dan City. Perhaps she has returned home for a visit and has fallen gravely ill. Master Go promptly responded from behind. Lingfeng, do you possess the ability to heal Wang Guifei? If you can cure her, we would gain the support of the royal family, and our Chu Dan Pavilion could flourish in the capital. Before Chu Lingfeng could respond, he remained silent, listening intently as a glint of cunning flashed in Luo Fei's fox-like beautiful eyes. Her heart was set on establishing Chu Dan Pavilion throughout the entire continent. How could she possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? What was he thinking? Upon hearing this, Chu Lingfeng cast a fleeting glance at Luo Fei's enchanting visage and remarked, "She is the Empress of the Wind Emperor. How could I possibly be the one to treat her?" As he spoke, memories of Duga Mushue and Shun Tianhao resurfaced, leading him to ponder which consort of the Wind Emperor was their mother. Enough. Let us proceed. With that, Chu Lingfeng grasped Luo Fei's delicate hand and navigated through the throngs of people toward the interior of the Dan Tower. Upon entering, a wave of intense warmth enveloped them, swiftly followed by a dense swirl of yin and yang energy circulating throughout the tower. This is splendid. There is such an abundance of yin and yang energy here. Chu Lingfeng thought to himself, lifting his gaze toward the pinnacle of the tower. Layer upon layer of this energy spiraled upward, as though something were confining it, preventing its escape. Esteemed guests, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? A well-proportioned hostess approached them as they entered. Gu Wuyo maintained a composed demeanor, promptly revealing his badge as a fifth-rank alchemist. A fifth-rank alchemist. The hostess's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly bowed to Gu Wuyo, exclaiming, "Greetings, Master Alchemist. We have come from Qingzhou Tianyuan City to participate in the Alchemy Grand Competition. Master Alchemist, please follow me. The competition will be held on the 6th floor." The hostess bowed again and led the way. Moments later, they were escorted to a chamber at the back of the Dan Tower to rest. Esteemed alchemists, please take a moment to rest. The competition will commence in the afternoon, the hostess said before performing a deep bow and exiting the room. Inside, Chu Lingfeng was inspecting the room's layout, pondering why so much yin and yang energy was being contained and how he could absorb it. Master Chu, there is still time before the alchemist competition. Would you care to undertake the alchemist certification exam? Go Wuyo inquired, turning his attention to Chu Lingfeng. The alchemist exam? Chu Lingfeng instinctively echoed, glancing at Luo Fei. It is the certification assessment for each rank of alchemist. Lingfeng, you are already capable of refining 4th-rank supreme elixirs. This examination will be a mere trifle for you, Luo Fei promptly elucidated. Master Chu, I strongly recommend you take the exam. Not only will being certified by the Dan Tower earn you great respect outside, but there are also many formulas within the tower that are unavailable elsewhere, including ancient formulas for study. It is said that absorbing knowledge from these ancient formulas can enhance an alchemist's understanding of the craft and even elevate their rank. Go Wuyo eagerly explained the benefits of certification. His words stirred a sense of excitement within Chu Lingfeng. Initially, he had struggled to find a way to approach the depths of the Dan Tower, the realm where the yin and yang energies were confined. Now, he found himself with a compelling reason to do so. Very well, since time is still on our side, let us proceed to take a look, said Chu Lingfeng, his eyes glimmering with interest. Gome, I shall guide you. Luo Fei, noticing Chu Lingfeng's enthusiasm, smiled brightly and took his hand, leading him outside. The certification for a first-tier alchemist is on the first floor. With Master Ji's assistance, we need not stand in line. We can head directly for the certification. Luo Fei seemed immensely familiar with the affairs of the Alchemist Tower as she eagerly led Chu Lingfeng to the first floor. Those two are from the Medicine King sect. Luo Fei's expression suddenly soured as she observed two imposing men clad in orange attire at the center of the first floor. What is it? Chu Lingfeng yin guit? Noticing her abrupt pause. Lord Luo, I never expected to encounter you here at the Alchemist Tower. A figure appeared before her, wielding a silver cane, resembling an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s. Her countenance was dark, as if she had come face to face with an archenemy. Medicine King Sect's 6th grade Poison King, Bai Yao, is truly displeased to see you. Luo Fei's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from an obedient wife in front of Chu Lingfeng to a formidable goddess managing dozens of stores under the Chu Dan Pavilion. With a fleeting glance, her eyes exuded disdain. You. Bai Yao's expression turned ashen in an instant. The two young men were at the martial king level, and the elder in white robes was elusive, possibly at the martial emperor or martial sect level. Chu Lingfeng's heart whispered caution as he observed the tension. The Medicine King sect could be considered the nemesis of the Chu Dan Pavilion. Before the Chu Dan Pavilion took control of the alchemical market in Qingzhou, the Medicine King sect was the unseen ruler of that domain. Following Chu Lingfeng's entry, the Medicine King sect had suffered significant losses due to his various marketing strategies, resulting in a substantial loss of market share in Qingzhou, which had been entirely claimed by the Chu Dan Pavilion. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Chu Dan Pavilion was their sworn enemy. I never anticipated that the Chu Dan Pavilion would also participate in this alchemical competition. Is your domain in Qingzhou not sufficient, Luo Goddess? Do you aspire to expand the Chu Dan Pavilion into other states? Bai Yao remarked with a tone tinged with mockery. However, relying on Gu Wuyo to lead these inexperienced youngsters, your current strength might fall short. Luo Fei, swaying gracefully, spoke with an air of unparalleled elegance. You need not concern yourself with our affairs, old venomous one. Focus instead on your own alchemical endeavors within your Medicine King sect. And really, you, neither man nor woman, dare not reveal your true self, and all you do is harm others with poison. Even if you cannot heal, you certainly frighten people away. Is it any wonder they avoid your Medicine King sect? What is there for you to be resentful about? Chu Lingfeng stood behind Luo Fei, secretly giving her a thumbs up. He had witnessed her combat prowess before. Upon seeing Bai Yao's condescending attitude, she boldly confronted her. How dare you speak to my master in such a manner? The man in orange behind the white owl changed his expression dramatically, letting out a loud roar as he lunged towards Luo Fei. How dare you? Chu Lingfeng narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and with a swift movement of the azure wind beneath his feet, he reciprocated with a punch. The clash of their fists reverberated through the hall, unleashing a palpable force. Chu Lingfeng staggered back 2 steps, while the man in orange was sent flying across the room. Am I truly this formidable? Chu Lingfeng stood stunned, astonished by the turn of events. How could this be? The orange-clad man spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a searing energy coursing through his meridians. Despite sensing that Chu Lingfeng was merely at the martial spirit realm, a martial king, was unable to withstand a single blow from him. Gao Feng, are you all right? Another man in orange, filled with dread, glared furiously at Chu Lingfeng, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. You have harmed my junior brother. Do you think the apothecary sect is without defenses? As he spoke, the pinnacle strength of the martial king realm surged forth, pressing down towards Chu Lingfeng. 9th level of martial king? Do you think you stand a chance? A flicker of battle intent ignited in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. He was eager to test the might of his revived pure yang divine body. With a flash of azure wind beneath his feet, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and charged at the other man in orange. Mountain-crushing fist. The orange-clad man shouted, his martial king aura at its zenith. It seemed as if a great mountain loomed over him, and a heavy, perilous fist wind surged towards Chu Lingfeng. Fist intent. My goodness, look. This person has comprehended fist intent. In a corner of the Dan Tower, a captivating woman was riveted by the unfolding duel, while her delicate maid gasped softly in astonishment. Such weight. Chu Lingfeng's gaze ignited with fervor as the pure yang energy within him erupted, transforming into a wave of azure fist wind that surged towards the incoming attack. Azure Lotus Profound Fire. Chu Lingfeng struck back in fury. Boom! The azure energy exploded, instantly incinerating the oppressive fist intent. Following this, Chu Lingfeng, fueled by rage, slammed his fist into the orange fist wind. The immense pure yang true energy, ablaze with intensity, shattered the opponent's profound energy in an instant. Poof! The man in orange was also sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. How could this be? A martial spirit at the 9th level overpowering a martial king at the 9th level, and even one who has grasped a portion of fist intent. In an instant, the entire Dan Tower erupted in a frenzy. Anyone who comprehended the significance of this blow knew just how powerful Chu Lingfeng was. A martial spirit at the 9th level could defeat a martial king at the 9th level. If he were to break through to the martial king realm, his strength would be unimaginable. This feeling. Behind him, Luo Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chu Lingfeng in shock. Witnessing him send 2 disciples of the apothecary sect flying with a mere 2 punches, she understood that the fragrant aura surrounding him that night had indeed been no mere coincidence. A martial technique stronger than the will of a fist? Never mind. What does it matter? After all, he is my man. A faint smile graced Luo Fei's lips, enchanting all within the Dan Tower. You dare to lay a hand on my disciple? Bai Yao's expression turned grave as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chu Lingfeng. With a swift motion, he pointed, unleashing a surge of azure gray, profound energy towards Chu Lingfeng. The latter's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed a deadly threat. Sister Fairy, everyone cease at once. The Dan Tower is a sacred ground. How dare you wreak havoc here? Boom! Before the mysterious woman could act, an aged hand materialized from thin air, effortlessly shattering the profound energy before Chu Lingfeng. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in gray robes appeared before the assembly. The old man, with his white hair and youthful visage, stood tall, adorned with a golden crown that exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. All hail King Lindan! All hail King Lindan! Before Chu Lingfeng could comprehend the situation, everyone in the first floor of the Dan Tower bowed in reverence to the elder. All hail King Lindan! Bai Yao, though reluctant, also inclined his body in respect. Luo Fei and Ge Wuyo behind him slightly bent at the waist. This is a formidable figure. Chu Lingfeng silenti lamentet. Yet, he refrained from bowing, for he had received the renowned inheritance of the Danzun, the master of Yin and Yang. A mere Dan Wang, merely a 6th-tier alchemist, was not deserving of his deference. King Lin Dan cast a glance at Chu Lingfeng, noticing his lack of obeisance, but chose not to comment. Instead, he turned to Bai Yao, stating, within the Dan Tower, combat is strictly prohibited. How can you engage in battle here, jeopardizing the reputation of our alchemist guild? Bai Yao est transformed elderly visage darkened, taken aback that a mere spar had drawn the attention of King Lin Dan. Moreover, his earlier attack failing to vanquish Chu Lingfeng left him feeling particularly vexed. The ability of Chu Lingfeng, capable of contending against a martial king at the martial spirit realm, was a power that only a peerless talent could possess. Having incurred animosity with such a prodigy, the risk of his sect's annihilation loomed large if he did not eliminate him on the spot. Naturally, he was distressed. Now, how do you two wish to resolve this matter? Will you depart the Dan Tower voluntarily, or shall I strip you of your cultivation and cast you out? King Lin Dan surveyed the silence for dissent, then glanced at Chu Lingfeng and continued. Might I inquire if there exists a rule within the Dan Tower that allows for the resolution of an ancient alchemical formula to avert punishment? Suddenly, Bai Yao spoke in a voice aged and worn. King Lin Dan, does such a rule exist? King Lin Dan's gaze flickered, stroking his white beard. He replied, indeed. My Dan Tower does possess such a rule. Then it is settled. I am willing to send my 2 disciples to unravel the formula in exchange for their lives. Bai Yao's expression turned peculiar as he addressed Luo Fei and Chu Lingfeng. But I wonder, Does the esteemed pavilion master Luo possess the courage to send forth young alchemists to the Dan Tower to decipher the ancient formula? In an instant, all eyes converged upon Chu Lingfeng. Such fortuitous events do occur. Chapter 58. The Black Steel, the Ancient Elixir, the Sword Intent Pill. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. I shall also consent. He promptly bowed to Lin Danwang. Initially, he was apprehensive about lacking a valid reason to explore the mysteries within the Dan Tower. But now, fortune had smiled upon him, delivering a pillow to his drowsy head. The moment Chu Lingfeng uttered these words, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of all present. Good heavens, were they truly attempting to concoct ancient elixirs? Were they courting death? Did they not realize that a failed attempt at crafting an ancient elixir could result in a catastrophic explosion that could claim lives? In that fleeting moment, the hall on the first floor of the Dan Tower was abuzz with chatter. Excellent. Xiaoling. Our clandestine escape to the Dan Tower was not in vain. Today, the Dan Tower is indeed bustling. The enchanting woman's gaze flickered with interest as she regarded Chu Lingfeng. A hero emerges in youth. Splendid. Splendid. Lin Danwang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, those wishing to witness the event, please follow me. With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Danwang made his way toward the 6th floor of the Dan Tower. Chu Lingfeng, along with the brothers Gao Feng and Gao Yu, trailed behind. Followed closely by Luo Fei and Bai Yao, a throng of individuals ascended toward the 6th floor. Dear young friends, behold. This steel was brought forth by me from the ancient battlefield, Lin Danwang proclaimed as he walked through the 6th floor of the Dan Tower. Etched upon it are ancient characters, verified by several elders of our Dan Tower. The inscriptions encapsulate an ancient formula. Since the establishment of our Qingzhou Dan Tower, we have unraveled only one such formula. As Chu Lingfeng surveyed the surroundings, he noticed 2 black steels and 6 obsidian furnaces standing solemnly within the tower. The steel bore an overwhelming array of unfamiliar characters that left Chu Lingfeng in a daze. Beside the steel, a grim beast's head appeared to blaze upon the grayish wall, rendering the entire space eerily tranquil yet intimidating. Please, step forward. Lin Danwang gestured, making way for them. Lingfeng, the steel on your right. Before Chu Lingfeng could move, Bai Yao swiftly advanced, thrusting the brothers Gao Feng and Gao Yu toward the right steel. Luo Fei's delicate face flushed with indignation as she glared furiously at the elderly form of Bai Yao. Ah, do not be angered, Lady Luo. The ancient formulas are indeed reserved for the capable. As for the sword intent pill on the left, I have heard its esteemed name. Since Lin Danwang himself could not decipher the formula, I shall refrain from intruding. Young lad, having offended the Dan Tower, you might as well await your demise right here. The elder Bai Yao cackled boastfully. Then, with a deft movement, he positioned himself behind the brothers Gao Feng and Gao Yu, guiding them in deciphering the formula. In that moment, all eyes shifted to Chu Lingfeng, filled with pity. Miss, what is this sword intent pill? Why do they all seem so fearful? Inquired Xiaoling, the enchanting woman's attendant. You do not comprehend. I have heard whispers about this matter within the imperial city. The sword intent pill seems to be a unique elixir from an ancient sect known as the Sword Form sect. Consuming this pill purportedly enhances one's likelihood of comprehending sword intent, with higher quality pills significantly increasing this probability. However, since the disappearance of the Sword Form sect, no one has been able to concoct it. It is said that since ancient times, countless individuals have endeavored to produce the sword intent pill, yet all have met with failure. The alluring woman explained, her gaze intently fixed on Chu Lingfeng amidst the crowd. The critical issue is that upon failure, the ingredients of the sword intent pill would explode, unleashing boundless sword energy that retaliates against the alchemist, leaving those who attempt its creation either dead or severely injured. She is none other than the newly favored consort of the Wind Emperor, the graceful consort Wan, and also the sister of Lord Lin. During her visit home, her aim was to attract capable talents for the 9th prince, Shun Tianhao. Thus, she feigned illness to gain the favor of Lin Danwang, while secretly infiltrating the Alchemist Guild to scout for reliable talents for the 9th prince. To her surprise, she encountered Chu Lingfeng. Xiaoling, should Chu Lingfeng manage to refine the sword intent pill, we must invite him to the Lin estate, no matter the cost. Do you understand? Consort 1 instructed, her beautiful eyes appraising Chu Lingfeng, imbued with an inexplicable sense of trust, as if she believed he could indeed produce the sword intent pill. Yes, your highness. Her attendant replied softly. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng remained composed, whispering to Luo Fei, "Do not worry. Just watch me." With that, a swirling azure wind materialized beneath his feet, propelling him toward the black stone tablet on the left. A whirlpool of spiritual energy stirred in his mind, and transparent currents of mental power surged forth, enveloping the entire stone tablet. A resonating hum emanated as Chu Lingfeng felt an inexplicable transparent membrane obstructing his understanding of the inscribed texts. "Young man, should you continue to erode with your spiritual energy, this tablet shall shatter. At that moment, the confined sword energy will strike forth, leaving you with no place to bury your remains." As Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brows, the mysterious woman's voice persisted. "I had presumed that your world lacked the transmission of spiritual power due to its barren nature. However, it seems otherwise. The seal on this ancient tablet is evidently bound by spiritual energy. It appears that your world endured a great battle in antiquity." "A battle?" Chu Lingfeng pondered internally. "Sister Fairy, we know." The enigmatic woman continued. "We shall discuss idle matters later. Do you not seek the formula inscribed upon this tablet? Follow my instructions. Harmonize the yin and yang energies within you to communicate with the spirit of the tablet." Without hesitation, Chu Lingfeng settled into a meditative position. The 20 yin-yang creation pearls emanated a soft, milky glow, and streams of yin and yang energy flowed from his fingertips into the ancient tablet. In the void of the Alchemist Guild, waves of yin and yang energy coursed into his being. In his mind, he sensed an enigmatic gaze. The essence of yin and yang here emanated from the ancient monument. The superior grade, sword-shaped grass, the rootless water, the formless sword aura, numerous medicinal herbs inexplicably surfaced in Chu Lingfeng's consciousness. Waves of enlightenment surged within him. "I understand." He abruptly opened his eyes and turned to look at the people behind him. Superior grade, sword-shaped grass, rootless water, formless sword aura, Holy Spirit water. He recited a dozen types of herbs in one breath. A gasp echoed throughout the entire pill tower. Was it truly that simple? Had he comprehended it? How could this be possible? Lin Danwang also displayed a look of astonishment. "The herbs you desire." He flicked his fingers, and waves of blue profound energy gathered around Chu Lingfeng. He even opened his purse to allow Chu Lingfeng to concoct pills. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lingfeng struck the black gold furnace, causing the lid to fly off. Immediately, the azure lotus profound fire erupted with the enhancement of the profound energy. He threw all the spiritual herbs into the furnace. What kind of alchemy method is this? Lin Danwang's age face revealed a look of shock. The intense azure lotus profound fire ignited beneath the black gold furnace. The essence of yin and yang, the vast quantity of yin and yang energy, was torn down from above the pill tower. Chu Lingfeng had never engaged in such a bountiful endeavor. Countless energies enveloped the herbs, ensuring they would not explode. Simultaneously, the yin-yang transformation technique within him operated wildly, condensing the yin and yang energy into the yin-yang transformation pearl in his chest. 22 pearls, boom. 5 minutes later, the pills took shape. Numerous small sword auras dispersed, stinging the faces of everyone present. How could this be? He actually succeeded in refining them? All present were struck with disbelief. No. Before Lin Danwang could utter another word, Chu Lingfeng, without hesitation, stuffed the dozen or so sword intent pills into his mouth. He roared in fury. Boom! In an instant, a wave of clarity washed over Chu Lingfeng's mind. Under the infusion of boundless yin and yang energy, an immense sword intent erupted around him. The great ancient Yuan sword technique. At this moment, a celestial sword technique resonated from within the ancient monument into his consciousness. Chapter 59. The White Owl Takes Action. In the allure of Consort One, a mid-tier heavenly sword technique. The great ancient Yuan sword art, which comprises 9 levels, allows each level to cultivate a layer of ancient Yuan sword energy within the Dantian. The sword energy, when released, is indestructible. Upon reaching the 9th level, the sword energy accumulates to form the ancient Yuan sword heart. When the sword heart manifests, 9 swords converge, rendering all things susceptible to destruction. A glimmer of sword intent flashed in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. He never anticipated that within this ancient monument lay not only a primordial alchemical formula, but also the sword intent pill. After Chu Lingfeng absorbed the sword intent pill, A set of teachings from the ancient steel penetrated his consciousness. The inheritance bestowed upon him was unexpectedly a mid-grade heavenly technique, the great ancient sword art. Chu Lingfeng was taken aback. The key difference lay in the fact that this technique diverged slightly from his current methods. Whether it was the instant kill sword or the pure Yin demon art, both require the operation of profound energy to unleash their destructive power. However, the great ancient sword art appeared to treat the human body as the sword itself, cultivating sword energy directly within a body. In combat, there was no need to utilize profound energy. Rather, one could unleash attacks with sheer ferocity. This technique embodied a certain violent aesthetic, strikingly similar to the instant kill sword in Chu Lingfeng's possession. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated in his ears. Gao Feng and Gao Yu. He felt the fluctuations of yin and yang energy, which were then swiftly absorbed by the ancient steel. Subsequently, he opened his eyes and glanced toward his right. A tremendous explosion érupted. Without the support of the yin and yang energy from the steel, the distant black gold furnace shattered instantaneously. Bai Xiao witnessed his two disciples being obliterated before his eyes. His crimson gaze was filled with resentment, unable to comprehend why a mere ancient elixir, when refined according to the inscriptions, had resulted in such an explosive failure. Alas, what a pity, had they not met their demise. Perhaps I could have gained further insights into the sword intent. Shaking his head, Chu Lingfeng rose and lightly touched his toes to the ground, soaring towards the crowd behind him. At that moment, due to their furnace explosion, the ancient steel's safety mechanism had evidently been triggered, and all the yin and yang energy was completely absorbed. Lingfeng, you are simply remarkable. Upon reaching the crowd, Luo Fei immediately rushed forward, disregarding the burning gazes of those around her. She wrapped her arms around Chu Lingfeng's neck and pecked him on the cheek. The sword intent pill. Lingfeng, you have comprehended the ancient elixir's sword intent. You are extraordinary. We shall spread the Chu Dan Pavilion throughout the entire continent. We shall spread the Chu Dan Pavilion throughout the entire continent. Luo Fei squealed, her alluring face flushed with excitement. Song Qing observed the scene before him, his eyes reddening with jealousy, his fingers clenched together, turning pale. Why wasn't he at me? Why wasn't he the one to comprehend the ancient elixir? Behind him, others were fixated on Chu Lingfeng, their expressions a mix of envy, excitement, and yearning. What is all this joy about? It is merely the formula for a low-grade sword intent pill, which is ineffective for those who have grasped the intent. Chu Lingfeng scanned the crowd and instinctively remarked. In an instant, all eyes were upon him, causing him considerable discomfort. Where's the sword intent pill? I ask you, where has the sword intent pill gone? Quickly, hand me the sword intent pill. With a single breath, Chu Lingfeng consumed all the sword intent pills, and in an instant, Lin Danwang's defenses shattered. He appeared before Chu Lingfeng, incessantly inquiring. Lin Danwang, have you forgotten the rules of the Dan Tower? Although the ancient pill formulas belong to the Dan Tower, the rights to the formulas rest with their creators. Are you attempting to seize it by force? Luo Fei, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, leapt from Chu Lingfeng's side, standing protectively in front of him like a mother hen guarding her chick. You. Lin Danwang's expression darkened slightly, but upon seeing Luo Fei's enchanting, peach blossom-like cheeks, his aged body froze. This woman demonstrated an intimate familiarity with the rules of the Dan Tower, clearly indicating she was no ordinary individual. In that moment, his desire to seize the pills diminished. Master Chu, I am Lin Xiao, honored to meet you. This formula for the sword intent pill is exceedingly significant to our Dan Tower. I wonder if I might. Lin Danwang spoke humbly, bowing towards Chu Lingfeng. No. Before Lin Danwang could finish his sentence, Luo Fei furrowed her delicate brows and interrupted, asserting, this formula for the sword intent pill belongs to our Chu Dan Pavilion. No one shall take it away. After speaking, she took hold of Chu Lingfeng and strode towards the exit. Master Chu, I am from the Hengyang sect. I am from the Wuzhizong. I represent the Qingzhou government. As Luo Fei led Chu Lingfeng downstairs, a myriad of individuals introduced themselves to him, eager to draw him toward their respective factions. Chu Lingfeng stood astonished, finally grasping the immense power of the sword intent pill. It had transformed into a grand automatic networking hub, with everyone eagerly presenting themselves upon encountering him. Just as they reached the first floor, before Chu Lingfeng could utter a word, a menacing voice echoed, Chu Lingfeng, return my disciple's life. A lethal pressure bore down upon him. Chu Lingfeng felt his body grow heavy, and suddenly, a surge of sword intent activated within him, the sound of swords ringing explosively in his mind. Corpse poison shadow. Immediately, Bai Yao's aged visage contorted with boundless rage, as his ashen blue aura coalesced into massive shadowy claws, extending toward Chu Lingfeng. Sword Master, unyielding and steadfast, ancient Yuan, sword chi. An eruption of fury coursed through Chu Lingfeng's being as the Fengqing sword was drawn, unleashing a sword chi several feet long that cleaved toward the shadowy claws. Boom! The sword chi collided with the shadowy claws. The Fengqing sword shattered. Chu Lingfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest feeling as if it had taken a tremendous blow, sending him hurtling backward. Lingfeng! Luo Fei's enchanting face bore traces of tears as she screamed in alarm. In that moment of crisis, Chu Lingfeng had pushed her away, taking the brunt of the martial emperor's strike himself. Following this, Chu Lingfeng's body crashed heavily onto the bluestone pavement, a massive hole in his chest emitting black smoke. Lingfeng, are you all right? Lingfeng, please do not frighten me. Awaken. As long as you are unharmed, I shall abide by your wishes henceforth. Do you not desire Feier's form? Feier is entirely devoted to you. Lingfeng, please awaken. Luo Fei's enchanting visage was marred by tears, her sobs echoing as her tears cascaded down like a kite severed from its string. She clung tightly to Chu Lingfeng, pressing her delicate face against his large hand. I am fine. Chu Lingfeng's mouth and nose bled profusely as the 26 Yin-Yang creation pearls within him trembled violently, channeling healing energy throughout his limbs and body. Meanwhile, in the distance, Bai Yao's gaze flickered with a hint of astonishment. Just moments ago, Chu Lingfeng's strike had instilled a sense of threat even in a martial emperor. Such a young lad, at the pinnacle of martial spirit, dares to pose a semblance of danger to me. I cannot allow you to remain. Bai Yao's voice grew ominous, shedding its elderly timbre for a youthful resonance. Impudence. The esteemed imperial concubine, Wan, is present. Who dares to act so recklessly? A melodious cry of a Qing Wan resonated in Chu Lingfeng's ears. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure clad in resplendent crimson robes entered his vision. This person, I have saved. With a swift motion, her hand blocked by Yao's venomous claw. Chapter 60. The alluring and enigmatic imperial concubine Wan. The aunt of Shun Tianhao. Boom. As the immense dust cloud dissipated, Bai Yao's poisonous claws crumbled away. He coughed up blood, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The imperial concubine? It is truly her? Was she not unwell? A collective gasp surged through the crowd as the dust cleared, revealing a slender silhouette before them. She donned an opulent, wide-sleeved phoenix robe, adorned with intricate dark patterns and a delicate black golden sash cinched at her waist, her every movement intoxicating. A red veil shrouded her face, with a peach blossom mark gracing her brow. Her skin was as pale as pristine snow, exuding regal elegance. Following her were two formidable martial emperor guards. Royalty? So breathtaking? As Chu Lingfeng tended to his wounds, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the one who saved him was none other than the favored concubine of the Wind Emperor, concubine Wan. His gaze swept over her form, and he could not help but acknowledge that she possessed a figure that could incite transgression. Her every smile and frown captivated the heart, her voice sultry and alluring, instantly ensnaring one's soul. Concubine Wan, the Medicine King sect, and the Shunfeng Imperial Court have maintained a peaceful coexistence. What is your intention in obstructing me today? Bai Yao's complexion paled, his eyes flashing with anger. The demise of the Poison King's disciple was solely the result of the Poison King's own actions. What concern was it of his? This young man is a prodigy of our Shunfeng dynasty. My saving him is merely a means to preserve the future hope of our realm. How could I not intervene for a talent who rivals the likes of Lin Dan Wan? The graceful concubine Wan glided forward, her phoenix robe swaying gently, revealing her slender, elongated legs encased in black stockings, captivating the onlookers in an instant. A collective gasp of admiration echoed through the crowd. Well, since the royal must be protected, I shall take my leave for today. With a flick of her sleeve, the elder transformed back into an old woman and vanished among the throng. Old dog, live well. Today's strike will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Chu Lingfeng watched as Bai Yao disappeared from his sight, his voice cold. He merely needed to cultivate the ancient Yuan sword technique to its third tier, layering 3 strands of ancient Yuan sword energy, combined with the mysterious woman's assistance to elevate his cultivation to the martial king realm. Under the forceful impact, it was not impossible to confront Bai Yao before him. "Youngster, you two must take care. The old man will seek you out." Bai Yao's voice was icy, her profound energy resonating outward in all directions. Chu Lingfeng exhaled deeply, slowly rising with the support of Luo Fei. Thanks to the potent healing of the 28 Yin-Yang creation pearls, although his injuries had not entirely healed, they no longer impeded his movement. "Are you all right? Lingfeng, are you truly unscathed?" Luo Fei's delicate face bore traces of tears as she gazed at Chu Lingfeng with concern. At the moment of his injury, she felt as if she were on the brink of losing the most important thing in her life. That feeling of pain penetrated to her very bones, a memory she would likely never forget. Chu Lingfeng shook his head, meticulously wiping away her tears without uttering a word. He simply held her close, and they both savored the tranquility of that moment. "Young Master Chu, the Empress Dowager requests your presence in her chambers." Concubine Wan observed Chu Lingfeng from a distance, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. Such severe injuries, yet he appears to have recovered so effortlessly. As a maidservant approached from beside Concubine Wan, Chu Lingfeng finally lifted his head and said, "Thank you. Please lead the way." With Chu Lingfeng's departure, the order within the Dan Tower gradually restored itself. They continued to discuss with great enthusiasm Chu Lingfeng's comprehension of the sword intent inscribed upon the dark ancient steel. "Greetings, Your Highness. Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. May I inquire as to why Your Highness seeks me?" Chu Lingfeng followed the maidservant to the 3rd floor VIP. Inside, he was once again greeted by Concubine Wan. A vibrant orange-red screen obstructed the view, allowing only her silhouette to be seen from the outer chamber. "It is quite all right, young Master Chu. Please come take a seat." Concubine Wan spoke softly. Chu Lingfeng remained silent, gradually taking his place behind an antique round table in the outer chamber. "May I inquire as to which sect or lineage young Master Chu hails from?" "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Wan, the Empress Dowager of the Great Zhou. Are you aware of my son, the 9th Prince Shun Tianhao? He is my child." Chu Lingfeng was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he registered the name. "Shun Tianhao? Is he not already 17? Chu Lingfeng et Gerlim Astonitz." He recalled that last year, when Shun Tianhao came to Tianyuanzong to propose, he was merely 16. How could the son of Concubine Wan have grown so much? Wasn't her age already over 40? He reminisced about Concubine Wan's youthful beauty, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. It was difficult to believe she was in her 40s. Concubine Wan snorted and clarified, "You little rascal, what are you thinking? The birth mother of the 9th Prince passed away long ago, and His Majesty the Wind Emperor adopted him under my name. Thus, I am merely the 9th Prince's foster mother, not his biological mother." As she spoke, Concubine Wan gracefully emerged from behind the screen and stood before Chu Lingfeng. With delicate steps, her flowing hair cascaded like silk, and her exquisite features were accentuated by a perfectly shaped nose and gently pursed lips. She perched herself on the embroidered stool opposite Chu Lingfeng, causing it to creak under her weight. Now it all makes sense. A warning bell rang within Chu Lingfeng. He had initially hoped to leverage his connection with Concubine Wan to inquire about his senior sister, Mushue's whereabouts. However, it seemed such an opportunity was now out of reach. "Young Master Chu, with your prowess in the martial spirit realm, you have dared to challenge those in the martial king realm and even inherited the sword intent pill. You are indeed a prodigy of our dynasty. What are your aspirations for the future?" Concubine Wan inquired playfully, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on him. Understanding her intentions, Chu Lingfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. That scoundrel Shun Tianhao had secretly acted against his master, even relocating the esteemed Mushue to prepare for an alliance. Now, his birth mother sought to recruit him. Your Majesty, I find myself quite unacquainted with the world. Might you enlighten me on any notable opportunities that lie ahead?" Chu Lingfeng Feigen Yin Godan. At this, Concubine Wan's smile blossomed like a flower. "My son, Shun Tianhao, has now reached the martial emperor realm and is the most likely candidate to become the new divine. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak with me, and I shall have Howard assist you." As she extolled Shun Tianhao's virtues and the immense power that came from being associated with him, it was clear that she was trying to entice Chu Lingfeng. After all, she was the favored concubine of the Wind Emperor, and her son was the most talented youth in the entire empire. A prodigy like Chu Lingfeng should naturally pledge his allegiance to them. Concubine Wan, acutely aware of the precariousness of her position, delicately grasped the edge of her phoenix robe, slightly lifting it. Her long, flawless legs, encased in intricately patterned black silk, were strikingly alluring before Chu Lingfeng's gaze. She understood that her cultivation talent was lacking. Her only allure lay within her captivating form. With a sudden rush of blood, Chu Lingfeng, who was originally a pure yang divine body, found himself overwhelmed by the captivating scenery before him. His body burned with a fervent heat, evoking a sense of primal excitement. Were it not for the esteemed identity of the woman before him, he might have transformed into a wolfman and leaped towards her. Oh, esteemed concubine, what if I were to refuse? An idea sparked in his mind, and a flicker of jade light danced in his eyes. A fragrance unique to the pure yang divine body began to waft gently into the air. Chapter 61. Shun Tianhao. If I cannot deal with you now, I shall first attend to your mother. The pure yang divine body possesses an innate allure. Shun Tianhao. If I cannot confront you now, I shall first engage your mother. A gleam of brilliance crossed Chu Lingfeng's gaze as he pondered silently. In an instant, the lovely visage of concubine Wan flushed crimson, as if an irresistible temptation emanated from Chu Lingfeng. How handsome! Wan Guifei's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate face suddenly ablaze. She gazed at Chu Lingfeng and spoke, inexplicably feeling that he had become extraordinarily attractive. Though she could not pinpoint the source of his charm, every gesture seemed to stir her heart. The Wind Emperor had grown old, his vigor diminished, and often her subtle attempts at flirtation fell short, leaving her yearning yet unable to act. But Chu Lingfeng's presence struck a chord deep within her, akin to an icy beverage on a sweltering summer day, immensely refreshing. Does young master Chu harbor any concerns? You may share them with me. In all of the divine wind kingdom, there is nothing I cannot resolve. Wan Guifei quivered slightly, continuing to adjust her skirt, revealing her fair, supple thighs to Chu Lingfeng's gaze. Simultaneously, her seductive eyes tantalized his heart. A spark of hope ignited within Chu Lingfeng. Esteemed concubine, I know little of the ninth prince, as the rumors portray him as exceedingly tyrannical. Those who obey will prosper, while those who defy will perish. I am far more interested in learning about you. After all, it was you who saved me today, not the ninth prince. Rising to his feet, he towered over the enchanting figure before him. To have emerged from the vast harem of the Wind Emperor, this woman must possess extraordinary capabilities. Furthermore, as Shun Tianhao's stepmother, gaining her favor could only yield advantages for him. Is that truly your desire to know? Wan Guifei lifted her gaze to meet Chu Lingfeng's increasingly close face. Her heart trembled as an intoxicating fragrance enveloped her, clouding her judgment. Stop looking, someone exclaimed outside the sixth floor, as Chu Lingfeng stood at the railing, observing the alluring silhouette of concubine Wan. He had not anticipated that the most powerful consort in the entire empire would appear within the Dan Tower, nearly sharing an intimate moment with him. Had it not been for the two martial emperors guarding her side, yet within half an hour, Chu Lingfeng had already begun to feel the formidable power of the pure yang divine body. From the moment Wan Guifei glanced back 3 times, Chu Lingfeng discerned that she must be pining for him. Luo Fei, her delicate face flushed with indignation, watched as Chu Lingfeng conversed with her for no more than half an hour, and yet it seemed he had entirely lost his senses. Naturally, she felt a pang of jealousy. She took a few steps forward and, with a playful tug at Chu Lingfeng's waist, exclaimed, "Ouch! What are you doing?" Startled, Chu Lingfeng caught her small hand and instinctively asked, "Is she truly that attractive? How can an old woman like her compare to me?" Luo Fei huffed, her voice tinged with envy. "Of course, you're the most beautiful. That old woman cannot hold a candle to you." Chu Lingfeng replied without a moment's hesitation. "Is that so? Make sure you think carefully before you speak. She is the favored concubine of the Wind Emperor, the most beautiful woman in the entire Xianxia kingdom." Luo Fei persisted. "Even so, my beloved is the fairest of them all. Once we establish Chudan Pavilion across the continent, what will a mere Xianxia kingdom amount to? People will then refer to Luo, the master of Chudan Pavilion, as the true beauty of the continent," Chu Lingfeng declared while embracing Luo Fei. "Now that sounds better." She giggled joyously. Suddenly, revealing her pearly teeth, she playfully bit down on Chu Lingfeng's arm. He winced at the sudden pain, yet he could see the slight redness in her eyes as she said, "You pesky brother, I know you are exceptional. In the future, you will be surrounded by beauties. Not just me, but no matter what, you must never forsake me, or I will bite you to death." Chu Lingfeng was deeply moved by her words. He held her delicate form close, resting his head against her silky black hair, inhaling the fragrant scent that emanated from her. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? For the next few hours, as he absorbed the essence of the Yin-Yang creation pearl to heal his wounds, he whispered sweet nothings to Luo Fei while patiently awaiting the alchemical competition of the Dan Tower. Finally, in the afternoon, the alchemical contest commenced. The first stage of the competition, gathering medicinal herbs. Participants must, within the span of a single incense stick, select 42 first-grade herbs, 30 second-grade herbs, 10 third-grade herbs, and 1 fourth-grade herb from the apothecary before you. Begin. As a representative of Chudan Pavilion in Tianyuan City, all eyes were upon Chu Lingfeng. With the elder's voice resonating in the air, he lightly tapped his toes, and a gust of azure wind propelled him into the apothecary. First-grade herbs, peony root, fallen leaf grass, spirit ice flower. Using the essence of yin and yang as his guide, he did not even examine the shapes of the plants. Tossing them into the basket strapped to his back without hesitation. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chu Lingfeng completed the task, rightfully claiming the first place. In that moment, all the alchemists within the Dan Tower displayed expressions of astonishment. There is no other explanation. Chu Lingfeng's speed in concocting potions is simply astonishing. In the second round, the task was to refine a second-tier elixir, the Gathering Spirit Pill, which serves to enhance the cultivation of martial artists at the martial master level. You have 1 incense stick's duration to produce a Gathering Spirit Pill of at least average quality, announced the elder of the Pill Tower. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Lingfeng approached the alchemical furnace, his azure flame dancing in his hand. Once again, he carelessly tossed all the herbs into the furnace. Look, he is employing that peculiar method of alchemy again. This time, not only did Lin Danwang observe intently, but all the alchemists were also captivated by Chu Lingfeng's technique. Boom! With a mere thought, his internal energy surged, and the azure lotus fire surged forth. While others were still refining their first batch of herbs, he had already formed the pill. Out! Chu Lingfeng executed the pill formula. A 5-pattern elixir, a supreme gathering spirit pill. Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill. The crowd erupted in astonished cheers. Lin Danwang shouted in rage. Even with his prowess, it was challenging to refine every second-tier elixir into a supreme one. Yet, to his astonishment, Chu Lingfeng accomplished this with such ease and grace. In the third round, feel free to showcase your skills. Refine a pill of no less than Tier 3. You have a time limit of 2 hours, the elder of the Pill Tower announced, casting a complex glance at the leading Chu Lingfeng. This alchemical competition had essentially turned into a solo exhibition for him. He understood that after today, the name of Chu Dan Pavilion would resonate throughout the Divine Wind Kingdom, all due to this remarkable individual before him. What shall I concoct? Chu Lingfeng Bunda. Stroking his chin. At present, the materials for this competition were provided by the Pill Tower, a fortunate boon indeed. He was reluctant to waste any, especially since some ingredients were still beyond his reach. Lingfeng, let us refine a sword intent pill. The elegant voice of the mysterious woman echoed in his mind. Chu Lingfeng nodded in understanding. He clapped the lid of the furnace, and his azure flames roared to life. He cast all the materials into the furnace with a resounding thud. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed. Boom! A wave of sword intent, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, spread throughout the Pill Tower. The top-tier 4th-grade elixir, the Sword Intent Pill, had been successfully refined. I declare the first place for this competition to be the Tianyuan Mountain Chu Dan Pavilion. The elder's voice rang out. Luo Fei once again playfully leaped into his embrace. Lingfeng, you are simply amazing. With your Sword Intent Pill, our Chu Dan Pavilion can finally break through Qingzhou and expand to other states. We shall become the foremost pill pavilion in the entire Divine Wind Kingdom. Chu Lingfeng was momentarily stunned. A fragrant kiss once again graced his lips. You are at your best. In Chu Lingfeng's calm gaze, his heart had already soared towards the imperial capital of Shinfeng. Shentianhao, I have arrived. Chapter 62, a new creation of a law, the mark of desolation. And the breakthrough to Martial King. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. Observing Luo Fei nestled in Chu Lingfeng's embrace, Song Qing beside them was filled with an overwhelming sense of longing. Initially, he harbored feelings of discontent towards Chu Lingfeng. Why, despite being a fourth-grade alchemist himself, did Luo Fei favor Chu Lingfeng over him? However, after discerning Chu Lingfeng's prowess, he gradually came to understand. A wave of frustration surged within him. Before him stood a formidable adversary, one so powerful that defeat was inevitable. Master Chu, congratulations on securing first place. Congratulations, Master Chu. Chu Lingfeng, hand in hand with Luo Fei, approached, with Master Guoyou being the first to extend his congratulations. In the days that followed, Chu Lingfeng resided within the Alchemist Guild. During this time, he practiced diligently while observing Luo Fei bustling about. Due to Chu Lingfeng's influence, the Alchemist Guild maintained an excellent rapport with the Chu Alchemy Pavilion. At his behest, King Lin Dan agreed to act as an envoy for the Chu Alchemy Pavilion, assisting in establishing connections with other guilds. This was a network of relationships being forged for the Chu Alchemy Pavilion. Each day, Chu Lingfeng was greeted by the radiant smile adorning Luo Fei's delicate face. During breaks, he would take her hand, occasionally venturing out for a stroll, savoring her gentleness. The time was drawing near. It was time to return to the mountain gate. 5 days later, as Chu Lingfeng gazed at the receding silhouette of the Alchemist Guild, he murmured to himself. During this period, he had utilized the Yin-Yang energy emanating from the guild to nourish the 28 Yin-Yang creation orbs within him, each now radiating a lustrous glow. Most importantly, his spiritual vortex was swelling, as if something was about to be born. Upon inquiring of the mysterious woman, he learned that the mental cultivation technique he had initially devised was too rudimentary to harness his ever-growing mental power. It was time to create a new technique. With this thought, Chu Lingfeng murmured to himself. After bidding farewell to King Lin Dan of the Alchemist Guild, he and Luo Fei set forth towards Tianyuan City. Along the way, he utilized the Yin-Yang creation orbs to refine his techniques. This journey to the Alchemist Guild had proven overwhelmingly fruitful. Not only had he acquired over 10 additional Yin-Yang creation orbs, but he had also grasped the formula for the sword intent pill and obtained the ancient superior grade technique, the great primordial sword technique. Most importantly, his cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of martial spirit. With only the condensation of the Martial King's wings needed to break through to the Martial King realm. Sitting aboard the flying vessel, Chu Lingfeng murmured to himself. Within his dantian, an aura of ancient sword energy was brewing, while 8 sword intent pills stood silently within his storage ring. At this moment, waves of yin-yang energy spiraled within his mind. Chu Lingfeng felt a wave of clarity wash over him, a multitude of insights regarding spiritual power emerging spontaneously in his mind. Warriors harness the might of the heavens and earth, achieving the capacity to contend against the very forces of nature. The essence of Xianxia flows through the meridians to reach the dantian, manifesting various effects through martial techniques. Why then does spiritual power lack diverse manifestations? Chu Lingfeng ponde silenti. In his mind, his spiritual power coalesced into a miniature whirlwind, taking shape in his hands. The fairy sister had once said that to become a true spiritual symbol master, one must enable spiritual power to exhibit a myriad of effects. Although the quantity of spiritual power in my mind has reached a certain level, it remains overly rudimentary. Why can't I, like the ancient techniques, wield spiritual power as an offensive art? If I nurture it daily, can I not unleash it in a single stroke during battle? A glimmer ignited in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. Under the enhancement of the yin-yang energies, his comprehension transcended the ordinary, and what had previously eluded him began to crystallize. The vortex in my mind can currently only serve as a vessel for condensing spiritual power. If I could solidify this vortex into a seal, I could strike directly in combat, thereby eliminating the time needed for incantation and significantly enhancing the element of surprise in my spiritual attacks. Chu Lingfeng murmured. With determination, he began to implement the technique of the spiritual storm as strands of spiritual power transformed into peculiar seals within his mind. Suddenly, a profound insight struck him. An ancient character representing desolation manifested within his consciousness. A tempest of yellow sand accompanied by the aura of extinction swirled around his heart. Strangely, he sensed the presence of death. The winds howled and banners fluttered as he found himself amidst a battlefield strewn with the remnants of countless lives, where yellow sand coalesced with black blood mist, littered with shattered corpses. A profound sorrow welled up within him. Chu Lingfeng's body suddenly felt weak and heavy, as skeletal hands gripped his throat, rendering him voiceless. Awaken, young one. If you do not awaken soon, you shall be consumed. A drop of crystalline water fell upon his mind. Boom! All illusions vanished, and Chu Lingfeng beheld a yellow seal suspended within his Niwen palace, as tangible as if it were a physical object. To think that, through your own insight, you have managed to break through to become a fragmentary symbol master, a voice, elegant and enigmatic, resonated in his ears. Chu Lingfeng's eyes flew open in astonishment as he turned to the mysterious woman. A look of disbelief etched upon his face. Fairy sister, what on earth is happening? Everything that just transpired felt as though I had lived it myself. That sense of desolation, that suffocating feeling, it felt as if my very being was engulfed by the yellow sand. Did I not tell you? You have transcended the realm of the Talisman Master, manifesting the primal seal without the aid of mental cultivation techniques. A mysterious woman approached, her enchanting eyes gazing at Chu Lingfeng with admiration. As she appraised him, her heart swelled with awe. Even in the vast expanse of the world, individuals of Chu Lingfeng's age achieving the status of Talisman Master are exceedingly rare. Moreover, he accomplished this feat utilizing merely a rudimentary mental skill and a fragment of a shattered mark upon a pitch-black steel. Thus, he coalesced the talisman and emerged as a mental power Talisman Master. Such extraordinary talent compelled even her to exclaim in astonishment at his genius. Was it due to some illusion? Could it be that I sketched my mark based on the character inscribed on the ancient steel? Chu Lingfeng pondered, instinctively inquiring, Sister Fairy. You mentioned that our world did not always lack mental cultivation techniques. Rather, a great war eradicated them, correct? Is it possible that the ancient black steel holds the remnants of these lost techniques? The mysterious woman nodded in agreement, sharing her curiosity about the peculiarities of this world. Although profound energy techniques could elevate one to the level of the martial emperor, there existed not a trace of mental cultivation methods. Every formidable warrior he encountered relied solely on profound energy attacks, with their mental prowess developing at a natural pace. Consequently, the number of powerful beings diminished significantly due to the sluggish growth of mental energy. Reflecting upon the events of millennia past, it became clear that this continent had endured a cataclysm that obliterated all mental cultivation methods. Lingfeng, she cautioned, you must tread carefully. In a world devoid of mental cultivation techniques, your self-created method may provoke the very forces that annihilated your continent. The mysterious woman advised him to keep the primal seal within his mind hidden from prying eyes. Do you understand? Chu Lingfeng regarded her serious demeanor and nodded solemnly, signifying his comprehension. Very well. Now hasten outside. There are those beyond my concern who worry for your well-being, she urged. As Chu Lingfeng opened his eyes, he beheld Luo Fei's delicate visage, her expression one of surprise. Before he could utter a word, a surge of energy coursed through him. The profound energy within his body began to accelerate with increasing fervor. Am I on the verge of breaking through to the martial king? Chapter 63. Chu Lingfeng presents gifts, the shyness of the sect leader, and the commencement of the four-sect tournament. Chu Lingfeng aura surgi dramatically. Lingfeng, Luo Fei's eyes widened in shock, her cherry lips parting in astonishment. Feier, please step back. I am unharmed. I am merely on the brink of a breakthrough. Chu Lingfeng felt the overwhelming surge of profound energy within him, an intensity he could not suppress. A breakthrough? Luo Fei exclaimed in disbelief. How could Chu Lingfeng, who had only recently achieved a breakthrough, be poised for yet another? In an instant, her initial concern transformed into a radiant pride. Indeed, he is the chosen man of Lady Luo, surpassing others in every way, she mused. Gradually, her delicate figure retreated, exiting her boudoir. With a thunderous sound, Chu Lingfeng gazed at Lady Luo's departure, relinquishing the restraint on the profound energy within him. He deftly unleashed waves of scorching energy, bombarding the barrier of the martial king realm. Have I truly broken through to the level of first seal master? The quality of my energy has reached such heights that it has begun to transcend on its own. Chu Lingfeng ponde. Each surge of energy struck the barrier, instilling in him a sense of inevitability. In an instant, the barrier of the Martial King realm shattered. He had ascended to the first level of the Martial King realm. A surge of joy filled Chu Lingfeng's eyes as a pair of ebony wings materialized behind him. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, his gaze radiated confidence. "I am now a Martial King," he exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips. "At last, I can soar through the skies." With a flicker of movement, he exited Lady Luo's chamber, requesting a few pairs of stockings before swiftly ascending towards Tianyuan Mountain. The sensation of flight enveloped him. With wings unfurled, Chu Lingfeng felt the rush of air slicing past him, akin to a free bird soaring towards the horizon. Elation surged within him. With his current prowess, being a first seal master combined with the Martial King realm, amplified by celestial-level techniques, he questioned who among the four sects could possibly rival him. Master, I have returned." Chu Lingfeng raced towards Tianyuan Mountain, not pausing for a moment along the way. After such a long separation, he yearned to see his master. He was also concerned about Lu Hongyi's condition, wondering if her old injuries had resurfaced. Thus, he made his way directly to the grand hall of his master. "Lingfeng, you have returned?" Upon entering the grand hall, Chu Lingfeng spotted Lu Hongyi approaching swiftly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. Master. "Did you miss me during my long absence?" he inquired, admiring her noble yet enchanting visage, and opened his arms to embrace her slender waist. Such a fanciful thought. Lu Hongyi's cheeks flushed as she subtly turned away, causing Chu Lingfeng to miss his mark. "You mischievous boy, returning only to cause trouble." Lu Hongyi chuckled, covering her mouth with her jade hand as she laughed at his awkwardness. "Master, how can you be like this? I just returned from my training and was eager to see you, wishing to bring you a gift. Why do you evade me?" Chu Lingfeng ziplit, fighting indigatino. With a flourish of his right hand, a crimson gift box appeared before Lu Hongyi. A gift? A hint of curiosity graced Lu Hongyi's noble features as she waved her hand to unveil the box, revealing a pair of black stockings within. The exquisite silk stockings, adorned with lace at the thighs, instantly enlightened Lu Hongyi about their nature. "You mischievous brat, how improper!" she scolded softly, casting a flirtatious glance at Chu Lingfeng. Then, with a furrowed brow, she inquired, "How have you elevated your cultivation so significantly? Have you reached the Martial King realm?" When Chu Lingfeng summoned his profound energy, he did not conceal its fluctuations, allowing Lu Hongyi to easily perceive his surge in power. "Master, I am indeed a respectable person." Chu Lingfeng chuckled, nodding in affirmation. His gaze wandered unabashedly, surveying her elegant and alluring figure. "This is a specialty from the foothills. I thought it would suit you perfectly, master. I bought it especially for you." He recalled the exquisite black stockings worn by Shen Tianhao's mother a few days prior. In comparison, while Lu Hongyi's legs were long and graceful, exuding an air of nobility, Lin Wan's appearance was more enchanting. He wondered what effect they would have on Lu Hongyi. "You impudent boy." Lu Hongyi felt a flutter in her heart, simultaneously astonished. She had not anticipated Chu Lingfeng's rapid ascension, leaping directly from the 6th level of martial spirit to the realm of Martial King. A pure Yang divine body. Perhaps there is indeed a chance to uncover the truth of the past. She bit her crimson lip, casting a tender glance at Chu Lingfeng, imagining the hardships he must have endured during his time away. With a sigh, she turned and walked toward the inner chamber. "Master, I'm coming." Seeing that Lu Hongyi did not refuse him, Chu Lingfeng's heart soared, and he promptly followed her into the inner sanctum. "You little scamp, just this once. Consider it a reward for your newfound prowess." In the ancient-style bedchamber, Lu Hongyi reclined alluringly, her expression captivating. As she gently bit her lip, she slowly revealed her long, exquisite legs, gradually rolling up the black stockings inch by inch. So beautiful! Chu Lingfeng's eyes were glued to the scene, unwilling to blink for fear of missing this breathtaking sight. "Why are you still waiting? Moments latte." Lu Hongyi donned the black stockings and stood before Chu Lingfeng in her crimson dress. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, yet her heart brimmed with joy. As long as Chu Lingfeng was willing, she had no regrets. "Master, I'm here." In an instant, the accumulated yang energy within Chu Lingfeng erupted like a volcano, transforming into flames that seemed ready to consume everything. The longing that had been building during their separation exploded at that moment. The following day, Chu Lingfeng awoke early, feeling invigorated. The yang energy accumulated from days of training had been entirely released. This made him feel that the flow of his inner energy had accelerated. Early in the morning, Lu Hongyi led him, along with the second senior sister, Lung Yuxi, and other core disciples of the Tianyuanzong, towards Danyang City. This place was the very center of the four sects grand competition, as well as the core city of the Qingzhou government. To be precise, the four sects grand competition was hosted by the Qingzhou government, primarily to select the youthful prodigies from various sects to participate in the true competition of heroes held in the imperial city. This grand competition aimed to identify genuine talents. Thus, every decade, core disciples from various sects and families would partake in this event. Additionally, independent cultivators would also join the competition to demonstrate their prowess. Chu Lingfeng learned from his master that in order to bring Tianyuanzong back to the central continent and reach the Wanzhou Academy, he must triumph in the grand competition of the entire Shanfeng kingdom to represent it in the forthcoming Wanzhou contest. Victory in the Wanzhou contest would then open the path to the Wanzhou Academy. Although that goal was still far from reach, he needed to secure victory in the imminent four sects grand competition. Little beauty, don't run away. If you keep fleeing, your parents won't survive, you know? Chu Lingfeng and Lu Hongyi boarded a flying vessel, soaring toward Danyang City. As they passed through the ancient forest, an irksome voice suddenly caught Chu Lingfeng's attention. Jian Wuzi? With a sweep of his mental energy, he spotted a woman being pursued by several men in black just a few dozen feet away. A look of surprise flashed in Chu Lingfeng's eyes. How could she be pursued again? In Chapter 64, the Supreme Sect S. Xin Yulin, a hero saves a beauty, and confession to the sect master. A hint of doubt crossed Chu Lingfeng's gaze. Do not forget her constitution, the pure Yin body. Her form is exquisitely delicate, making it all too easy to provoke wicked thoughts in others. The voice of the mysterious woman within the Hunyuan cauldron echoed. Now I understand. Chu Lingfeng, not dead? Realizing the truth, Jian Wuzi was clad in a gown of pale ink, adorned with blooming plum blossoms. The hem of her dress was embroidered with golden threads, exuding an aura of authority. Her raven hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, fastened with a jade hairpin, giving her a demeanor that was both dignified and graceful, evoking a sense of conquest within onlookers. Chu Lingfeng was at a loss. He had not seen her for so long and wondered what she had experienced to change so drastically. Master, you must flee. We will intercept them. If those lecherous pursuers catch up, we are doomed, Jian Wuzi urged, her toes lightly touching the ground as she swiftly navigated through the ancient forest. Behind her, two elder figures, clearly injured and bearing blood at their lips, anxiously called out to her. This is not good. Elder Hao, elder son, you are the oldest elder of my family, and I cannot abandon you to escape alone. With a hint of defiance on her delicate face, Shan Wuzi gritted her silver teeth, grasping one of them in each hand as she swiftly darted away into the distance. Chu Lingfeng observed quietly. Although Shan Wuzi possessed the cultivation of the martial spirit realm, her speed evidently diminished while carrying two individuals. Where are you going, little girl? You have learned the techniques of the ghostly underworld sect, and still wish to flee? A piercing shriek sliced through the air, and from the darkened atmosphere emerged two oddly complexioned men, instantly blocking Shan Wuzi's path. Members of the ghostly underworld sect? Chu Lingfeng furrowed his brow. Nearby, the sect leader, Master Lu Hongyi, noticed the change in Chu Lingfeng's expression and turned to him with curiosity, asking, What troubles you, Lingfeng? Chu Lingfeng replied hastily, Master, I have discovered that members of the ghostly underworld sect are pursuing someone I know. I must go to her aid. Lu Hongyi instinctively frowned. Go ahead. Why did she not sense them? Chu Lingfeng nodded firmly. He summoned his martial king's wings and soared downward. Ghostly underworld grasp. Boom! In the brief moment of their conversation, the two strange men from the ghostly underworld sect conjured black, ethereal energy, transforming it into dark, powerful palms aimed at Shan Wuzi. Be careful, master. The two elders behind her sensed the malevolent aura within the dark grasp, their expressions shifting dramatically. Profound Yin palm. Shan Wuzi's body surged with profound Yin energy as the massive dark force approached, her protective energy fracturing inch by inch. Boom! The energy struck her delicate frame, and in an instant, she coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, her body flying backward. How is this possible? From such a distance? Lingfeng noticed the battle before I did. Lu Hongyi felt the undulations of energy in the ancient forest, her beautiful eyes flashing with astonishment. Hurry! Faster! Chu Lingfeng's gaze was filled with urgency. His mental energy pierced downward incessantly. However, due to the distance, he was unable to arrive in time. Little girl, tell this young master from whence you acquired the techniques of the profound Yin sect. I shall cherish your unparalleled beauty and grant you the position of my servant. Otherwise. In the ancient forest, the strange man from the ghostly underworld sect approached with a lewd expression. His fingers darkened as he advanced toward Shan Wuzi. Bah, impossible. If you have the ability, kill me. I will never divulge that information. Shan Wuzi felt excruciating pain coursing through her body. The viscous grasp of the ghostly underworld tormenting her meridians. Her lips stained with blood, yet her gaze remained resolute. Want to die? I shall grant you that. The strange man's expression was sinister as he transformed a finger into a beam of dark light aimed at Shan Wuzi. Young master, Wuzi can no longer remain by your side. As death loomed ever closer, despair enveloped her heart, and the handsome visage of Chu Lingfeng flickered before her eyes. Having resolved her family affairs, she had heard whispers of the grand competition among the four sects and surmised that Chu Lingfeng would undoubtedly attend. She yearned to catch even a distant glimpse of his silhouette, for no one held greater significance for Jian Wuji than he. Suddenly, a surge of mysterious energy swept through the sky, and a colossal gray hand descended from above. With a thunderous crash, the bizarre man before her was obliterated. Young master? Jian Wuji's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed expectantly at the newcomer. How dare a mere rat from the underworld sect bully a righteous individual in broad daylight? Fear not, fair maiden. I am Xianxia, the senior brother of the Wuji sect. A dashing figure clad in white descended from the heavens, radiating the formidable aura of a peak martial king. He stood resolutely between Jian Wuji and the man from the underworld sect. What a graceful lady! Xianxia's eyes sparkled with admiration as they roamed over Jian Wuji's delicate form, stirring a ripple of emotions within him. Since he had emerged as the foremost among the younger generation of the Wuji sect, he had encountered countless admirers, even women who sought his favor. Yet, he had never encountered anyone quite like Jian Wuji. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her demeanor exuded a fragile charm, evoking an irresistible desire to cradle her tenderly. Upon seeing Jian Wuji, his heart raced. It was precisely this enchantment that compelled him to intervene. No, young master. Jian Wuji's lovely eyes momentarily reflected disappointment. Yet she mustered the strength to rise and bow. Thank you, senior brother Xian, for your assistance. I am Jian Wuji, the head of the Jian family from Wulin City. It is an honor to meet you. Hearing her soft voice, Xianxia felt as though his very soul was being drawn away by her presence. He waved his hands in dismissal, smiling. It is nothing, merely a trifling matter, a simple act of kindness. At that moment, the bizarre man from the underworld sect revealed a sinister expression. Who is this fool who dares to save someone our sect wishes to eliminate? Come fort. Slay them. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed his underworld palm. As the dark power surged around him, he directed it violently towards Xianxia. Simultaneously, a dozen figures clad in black revealed their own underworld energy, charging towards Xianxia. The peculiar man from the underworld sect, seizing the moment, nimbly transformed into a shadow and darted away. Ancient Yuan, Sword Chi. From atop the ancient cedar, Chu Lingfeng's eyes glimmered with intensity as he called out. A brilliant white sword aura sliced through the air, aiming directly at the bizarre man of the underworld sect. No! The man sensed the looming threat of death and summoned all his underworld energy to defend himself. Boom! The sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the black underworld energy. And in an instant, the man from the underworld sect was obliterated. Ah, is it a matter of life and death for a friend, yet not for a humble monk? Fortunately, I concealed myself. Otherwise, you might have truly escaped. With a flicker of intent in his gaze, Chu Lingfeng lightly tapped his toes, and two gusts of wind surged forth beneath him, swiftly approaching the elegant figure of Jian Wuji in the distance. He had arrived earlier, but sensing the hidden fluctuations nearby, he had steadied himself, refraining from immediate action and merely observing in silence. Young master? Jian Wuji exclaimed upon hearing the commotion, her exquisite face instantly blossoming into a radiant smile upon recognizing Chu Lingfeng. In a flash, she dashed into his embrace, large tears streaming from her eyes. Little Wuji, do not cry, do not cry. The young master is right here. Chu Lingfeng comforted her, enveloping her in his arms and inhaling the familiar fragrance that clung to her. What? Around them, both of the two elders from the Jian family, as well as the valiant Xianxia, who had just rushed in to rescue the damsel, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. His companioness woman had been claimed by another, especially Xianxia, whose countenance darkened significantly. He had heroically intervened, grappling with over a dozen martial kings, while the beauty had already surrendered herself into another's embrace, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of betrayal. Suddenly, summoning an unexpected surge of courage, Jian Wuji planted a kiss upon Chu Lingfeng's lips. Damn, I've been forcefully kissed again, Chu Lingfeng thought. Responding passively to Jian Wuji's fervent affection, he felt a rush of warmth. Xianxia, seething with anger, found no outlet for his fury, and bellowed at the martial kings of the Yuming sect, Wuji skill, wind and cloud, demon, subduing palm. In an instant, the sky distorted, and from the ancient forest, a colossal hand descended, crashing down upon the assembly of martial kings. Boom! The vegetation roared, and the winds howled. The very air around them seemed to implode, leaving the martial kings utterly powerless, crushed into a bloody pulp. So powerful! Chu Lingfeng released Jian Wuji and gazed at the scene in shock. Simultaneously, he noticed a figure clad in red, standing with an air of noble grace amidst the chaos. I require an explanation, she declared. Chapter 65. The Sect Master's Jealousy. The revelation stay. Lu Hongyi's beautiful eyes swept across the area, her mental prowess enveloping the earth beneath her. Everything that had transpired was laid bare before her gaze, and a flicker of jealousy crossed her noble features. Though she understood that with Chu Lingfeng's pure, yang divine body, he would never lack for female companionship in the future, witnessing a woman of such delicate beauty standing beside him caused an ache in her heart that was almost unbearable. Sect Master? Chu Lingfeng gazed upward at the figure in the sky, momentarily taken aback, uttering in astonishment. Master, is this enchanting figure in red the leader of Tianyuanzong? Lu Hongyi? Jian Wuji felt the overwhelming aura of Lu Hongyi, akin to the heavens themselves, pressing down upon her, rendering her breathless. In comparison to this divine beauty before her, she suddenly felt a sense of inadequacy. However, upon recalling Chu Lingfeng by her side, she bit her lip and resolved not to let go. As Lu Hongyi gracefully descended, she approached with delicate steps. Her visage was taut, exuding an air of nobility and beauty that was almost blinding, making it difficult for onlookers to meet her gaze. Master, Chu Lingfeng called out pitifully, as if he had committed some grave error. Return, Lu Hongyi said, her expression inscrutable as she cast a fleeting glance at Jian Wuji's figure, her lips parting slightly to speak. Oh hot, Chu Lingfeng, Zipli, what a stunning woman. Xianxia, standing aside, observed the emergence of yet another goddess-like beauty. His eyes reddened with jealousy, threatening to erupt. He glared at Chu Lingfeng, consumed by envy as he noted that one exquisite woman was not enough. Now, yet another flawless lady, both in form and cultivation, had appeared. The presence of two celestial figures vying for Chu Lingfeng's attention ignited a murderous intent within him. Stop! Chu Lingfeng, accompanied by the two women, was heading towards the flying vessel when suddenly, Xianxuan's crimson eyes flared as he bellowed. Do you have something to say? Chu Lingfeng halted, turning to face Xianxuan. He felt an innate aversion towards this individual, observing Jian Wuji being pursued by the people of Yuming sect. He had hidden away, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Chu Lingfeng could not believe that Xianxuan was devoid of ulterior motives. I saved you, yet you have not expressed your gratitude. What say you, young Master Jian? I, Xian, am not one to be petty, but after saving you, you do not even share your names? Is that not rather impolite? Xianxuan interjected, stepping in front of Lu Hongyi, his gaze unabashedly scanning her figure. And who do you think you are? Chu Lingfeng's anger flared in an instant, and he stepped in front of Lu Hongyi. She was one of his dearest companions, and he could not tolerate such blatant disrespect. Ancient Yuan, Sword Chi. With a swift motion, his aura surged, and a brilliant white sword energy manifested in the air, hurtling towards Xianxuan. Unmatched technique, wind and cloud demon, suppressing palm. How dare you insult me? Come at me. A sinister glint flickered in Xianxuan's eyes. As Chu Lingfeng made his move, he no longer concealed his intentions. His aura surged dramatically, and a massive gray light erupted around him, coalescing into a colossal gray hand of 10 feet, descending with ferocity upon Chu Lingfeng. Do you think you are worthy? Get out of my way. The gray light suddenly burst in the sky, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that elicited a mocking expression from Chu Lingfeng, his gaze sharpening. He extended his fingers, forming a sword with them, and slashed towards the sky. A several-meter-long stream of pure white sword energy surged towards the gray hand in the heavens with tremendous force. Boom! The collision of the white sword energy and the gray hand resulted in an instantaneous explosion. The immense recoil caused both combatants to emit muffled groans, their faces paling as they were propelled backward. Truly, they were the core disciples of the four sects. Chu Lingfeng staggered a few steps back, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lingfeng? Upon seeing the blood, Guan Wuzi's eyes flickered with concern. Chu Lingfeng slightly shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. He had merely engaged with the ancient sword energy and the cultivation of a first-level martial king. To his surprise, without employing sword intent or spiritual force, his opponent had managed to equal him in strength. The core disciples of the four sects were indeed formidable. He hastily activated the Yin-Yang creation pearl to tend to his wounds. With a surge of Yin-Yang energy, he was nearly restored. Opposite him, Xianxia also spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression shifting from derision to astonishment. He sensed that Chu Lingfeng possessed only the cultivation of a first-level martial king. Yet this individual was able to match him blow for blow. How could he not be astounded? Noticing Chu Lingfeng's injury, Lu Hongyi's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and a pressure from her martial zone aura bore down upon Xianxia. A martial zone expert? Xianxia again coughed up blood, his pupils reflecting sheer horror. The young man from the Wujizong, return to your sect leader, the elder Wujizong, and inform him of my presence. Lu Hongyi spoke with a commanding tone, her ire dissipating significantly. At the very least, it brought her joy knowing that Chu Lingfeng held her in such regard. Yes, senior. I shall take my leave immediately. Xianxuan's eyes flickered with a hint of frustration as he transformed into a gray shadow, swiftly departing towards Dongyang City. Upon sensing the aura of a martial zone, he recalled the identity of the individual before him. Lu Hongyi, the sect leader of the Tianyuanzong. Therefore, the one who had exchanged blows with him was indeed Chu Lingfeng. In an instant, Xianxuan's eyes filled with hatred. Chu Lingfeng, wait for me. The grudge of today shall be repaid 100-fold at the next four-sect competition. Aboard the flying vessel of Tianyuanzong, Lu Hongyi's beautiful eyes swept over the two individuals, and she directed an angry gaze at Chu Lingfeng. Speak. What exactly transpired? Chu Lingfeng glanced at his master's exquisite countenance and hurriedly began to explain. Sect leader, please allow me to clarify. The matter must be traced back to the day you were injured. Upon hearing his words, Lu Hongyi's vexation flared. You claim her constitution is pure Yin, and yet you shared her bed? Was in the name of saving me? A look of disbelief crossed her noble visage. Chu Lingfeng knew that the Yin-Yang creation pearl within him had healing properties, a fact she was well aware of. Unexpectedly, in his quest to cure her affliction and save her life, Chu Lingfeng sought out such a woman. She found herself at a loss regarding her emotions. Was it joy? Certainly. Was it anger? Even more so. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she could not find it in herself to blame Chu Lingfeng. Master, if you disapprove, I will send Wu Ji away, and I assure you she will not appear before you again. Chu Lingfeng observed the pale-faced Jian Wuji and then glanced at the visibly distressed Lu Hongyi. Both were in such torment that it felt as though his heart was being savagely torn. With no alternative, he resorted to this desperate measure. No. Lu Hongyi instinctively rose, exclaiming, You have taken her body, yet you wish to cast her aside. How is she to navigate her life thereafter? What a profound hurt you would inflict upon her heart. Chu Lingfeng's expression transformed with surprise as he heard Lu Hongyi turn away. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her beautiful eyes gently closed, a single tear cascading down her cheek. Let her remain by your side from now on, master. Chu Lingfeng felt a swell of emotion within, yet words eluded him. You may leave for now. I wish to be alone. As Chu Lingfeng moved to approach and embrace Lu Hongyi's slender waist, he heard her softly utter, It cannot be helped. Reluctantly, he took Jian Wuji and slowly retreated. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following day, the flying vessel arrived above Dongyang City, where Chu Lingfeng followed Lu Hongyi off the craft and onto the expansive square prepared by the Qingzhou government. The grand competition among the four sects was about to commence.